Pop out in the hinge. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room, room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom.
I'm in the track trying to whip it, flip it. She on my so I quit it. Walk in the club with my grilling. You on my chain, come and get it. You tripping. Listen here, cussy, you got two decisions. Do you want the or do you want the Smithy? Your life is a gamble, you better not risk it. See, I'm in the track trying to whip me a pigeon. I move with it. Keep us on deck, he be moving with it. You can on your block, we don't know who did it on the block. And I'm about to go villains. Man, they took it in early, they know we spinning. Sexual this can't put a hole up in it. We gon' empty them, so you know we dipping. And my dummies so high, he keep rolling. Gang.
Me and my Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my they with pop out in the head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room, room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom. Me and my Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my they with pop out in the head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room, room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom. Yeah. No, yeah. Long hair girl with Celine on, yeah. She ain't got a job, but she rockin' bomb, yeah. Hey. Y que no pare, que con mi gente ando de pare. Hoy día no nos frena nadie, así que ahora mejor salte, no pare. Hey. Go ahead, girl, with your brickin' on, yeah. Long hair girl with Celine on, yeah. She ain't got a job, but she rockin' ball, man, yeah. I don't want a little bit, I want the whole thing. One of one, Mike and Mary Jeans, oh yeah. Why's hating on me, oh yeah. Don't you make it hot, don't make a scene, oh yeah. In the cut with the pump, hit his bean, oh yeah. Like a lick, but I'm not.
Give me there.
One up top, hit his top, one up top, hit his top, Just let me know if it's a problem. Bobby, I make it hot, boy. I was really on the block, and now they see me on the top.
There he is. Can you hear me? Cookie, what's up?
Oh, hey, just figured we'd take a look at our newest Los Angeles Dodger really quick.
He's Solaire, wow. I mean, that's a good pickup for them.
One of the most coveted pieces, not the best on defense, but man, is he going to make this a lot better.
Yeah, I mean, his emergence with the Royals last season was big, and now I think that established his abilities to perform for a contender. Now Jock Peterson's on the bench, so they might have too much offense.
Yeah, that's what it's going to be, Jeremy. We're going to see some... things are going to get pretty wild, I think, with these Dodger lineups here. I mean, they got 10 guys who probably could start every day now with... I mean, the 8 we're going to see in tonight's game, and then Seager and Peterson are both going to be on the bench, so...
I'm just glad Max Muncy's getting the recognition he deserves. I think he's an amazing player, but I feel like he's forgotten a lot.
He really is, Jeremy. So, I'm excited. We're going to still see Muncy start every day. We haven't put in our right-handed lineups or anything yet, but we're going to see Muncy slide over to second, Lux slide over to short, and then we'll see Jock Peterson get those reps back in every day at first base. So, Corey Seager is really going to be the perpetual bench bat, and then we'll see kind of Peterson and Taylor, in a sense, platoon between the righties and lefties. But obviously with the lefty on the mound today, it's the way we're going to go.
Chase Anderson going for the Brewers now. Alex Wood for the Dodgers. So isn't Chase Anderson from the right a righty? Wouldn't they? Oh no, he's a lefty. I got that. Oh, it's Brett Anderson. That's why. Gotcha. Okay. My bad.
That's right.
Anderson's in the Brewers. Is him coming in?
He was here for a second. I don't know, maybe he's having technical difficulties or if he's confused why I'm in here. But I'll step out. I just wanted to say, go Dodgers. Excited to see our new pickup in action, and I hope you guys enjoy the call.
Thank you. Tim, you with me? Oh, I heard you.
I am here with you. However, I'm not here with the stream for the moment. I'm still trying to get that up. But overall, it is going to be an interesting game here. As you know, you mentioned Anderson as I first jumped back in, Jeremy. So you're going to see two lefties today, Alex Wood, who is a sinker ball pitcher, and Brett Anderson, who as well has mastered the ground ball. And his second now stint, especially in the NL Central, his first stint with the Milwaukee Brewers, could be an interesting one to watch here today. But I think we're going to see a relatively low-scoring game.
But yeah, when we look at the Brewers, that's one of the more disappointing teams of the simulation. I mean, well below 500, falling huge victim to the Cubs especially. In terms of the Dodgers, they're looking to build ground on their push to clinch the playoff berth, be the first in the National League to do so. So not a lot at stake in terms of this game, but a lot of new action in terms of new additions like Jorge Soler that we can visualize.
And I mean, there's so many pieces, especially to this Dodgers team right now, that is trying so hard to compete out there in this NL West. I mean, you're looking at the Diamondbacks. They only get better day by day. So you're going to have to find some consistency. But Jeremy, now that I've actually been able to finally get in the stream, how about we talk about these starting lineups here for today's matchup? I mean, overall, first for the Brewers, you look at this team, it's been an underwhelming year, Jeremy. We thought this team was going to be competing for an NL Central title. Right now, they sit well below 500. And even with Christian Yelich, you would think this team would be going in a positive direction, but that's not really the case.
Yeah, you look top to bottom, Lorenzo Cain to guys like Justin Smoke and Eric Sogard who can produce, dating back to last season especially. Expect there to be a high production of offense, however, that's just been not the case. I think it's guys like Keston Hiura and Jerko, who the two righty bats where they expect a lot of power from. They haven't been able to get that production, limited overall production of the Brewers themselves. So the Dodgers might want to take advantage of that today. However, the righty hitters on both sides, it might be a good day considering there are two lefties on the mound, as you mentioned earlier.
Indeed, well, the Brewers 38-60, the Dodgers 57-43, 2.5 games back off the charging Diamondbacks in the NL West. As we welcome you to Chavez Ravine, Tim Moore, Jeremy Goldstein here. As again, you're watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv, the 12-15 game, and 2-4 starters are going at it as Alex Wood takes the mound. An underwhelming year for Alex Wood. He's gone a little bit cold. The ERA solid 3.57. You see that record in 85-8. What does he need to do here today, Jeremy, to try to pick up that sixth victory?
Well, I know that slider is one of his favorite weapons, and since he will be facing a lot of righties, I think he wants to throw that pitch inside. I think the Brewers like to attack the other way, especially, again, on that right side as pitch is in there for a strike. But with guys like Christian Yelich, I'd continue to throw that slider, throw it back door. I think that you got to use your number one weapon and take advantage of the arsenal you have rather than trying to do too much, especially since these Brewers hitters are not performing to their top level.
They're not performing to their top level, but there is one guy in the box that has been performing to his top level, and he especially does it well against left-handed pitching. That is Lorenzo Cain, above a 300 average today. In fact, a 306 as the 1-1 for a strike on the low corner, 1-2. See, like I said at the top of the broadcast, a bunch of sinkers today. Both Wood and Anderson really good at producing ground balls. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Alex Wood. A foul on a play, and they will try it again. So the lineup looks like this for the Brewers. Lorenzo Cain will lead off. Newly acquired Evisael Garcia will bat second as the 1-2. This is downstairs, 2-2. You'll have Keston Hiura, the second baseman, batting third. Christian Yelich will bat fourth. Jed Jerko bats fifth. Eric Sogard will bat sixth as this one's hit high in the air, right center field on the run and diving to make the catch. It's Cody Bellinger for the first down.
Phenomenal play. Bellinger just proving right there that he can do more than just hit. He can play all the outfield positions as well as first base. Gets a great jump on that ball. That's looking like it's going to land in the opposite field gap and just makes a very athletic play for out number one.
That is a way to open up the game defensively. And we finish the lineup again. Sogard batting sixth. Justin Smoke, the former first baseman for the Blue Jays, bats seventh. Manny Pena, catcher, will bat eighth. And the pitcher, Brett Anderson, will bat ninth as the first pitch to Garcia is called for a strike, 0-1. Garcia had an average year again, 272. He as well is very good against left-handed pitching. He's coming off a very good year with the Tampa Bay Rays. And we know how good of a player he was for the White Sox, including that all-star year. That one misses, and the count down 1-1. Playing umpire Freddie Ferguson. Apologies.
No worries about it. I was going to talk about how Avisail Garcia, I feel like he was sort of under the radar in Chicago, but having a playoff appearance with Tampa Bay really sort of helped him emerge as the all-star player that he truly is, and it's gonna help him get a good contract later in his career.
I think you look at it as that one's going to be fouled off the count 2-2. I mentioned another comparison, Jeremy, and I'm wondering if you think about it as well. You think about Avisail now. In terms of superstars, it's a little bit different because I know Avisail isn't one, as this one's to center field. That's going to fall down for a base hit as Bellinger will play it. It'll be a one-out single for Avisail Garcia. But another comparison I threw at it was Freddie Freeman, because when Atlanta struggled, and I mean, we knew Freeman was a good first baseman, but he didn't get necessarily the hype that he deserved. And Avisail was a big piece on that White Sox team during its struggling years. Obviously now this year they've turned it around for the good. But he was the guy, he was the bat alongside Jose Abreu, I would say, that was consistent in that lineup every single day.
Absolutely, and when we talk about players who have been amazing despite being on bad teams, the first player that pops in my mind is Adrian Gonzales on that San Diego Padres team. I know he might have been a level above guys like Garcia and Freeman at the time, but he's just a classic example of a player who performs at an astounding level despite poor production from the team.
As the runner goes to throw, not in time. So it's going to be a stolen base for Avisail Garcia. I'll tell you, he got a terrible jump on that, but the throw was sent outside, and Taylor couldn't get the tag down. Again, it's a stolen base. Now, Ura has a runner in scoring position. One hit on the ground. It'll be fielded by the second baseman of Lux over to first for the second out. This is a different team that we're seeing on the field for the Dodgers compared to the last time I called the game with Eddie Kolecki and Chavez Ravine. Justin Turner back, he wasn't here to open up the year playing third, and now you move over the second baseman of Gavin Lux in the field. You have Chris Taylor, who also, by the way, has moved his way to the infield. When I was last year, he was playing left field. So a good mix, and obviously Jorge Soler, a big decent acquisition for them as well. I mean, he is an absolute powerhouse, and the Royals had to make a move eventually.
Yeah, I was talking to Cookie Eater before the game about the Soler addition, prior to when you entered the broadcast, and we talked about how this guy was somebody on the Cubs who had all this hype coming up from the minor league system about 5 years ago. And while he did have an interesting start to his rookie career, he sort of fell off and just became less valuable to that lineup. He had another chance with Kansas City, and last year led the American League in home runs and was an all-star. Rejuvenated his career. Now he's all of a sudden an important part of a contending team in the National League, which is something you wouldn't really think about if you looked at Jorge Soler's career point 2 years ago.
But the one issue with Soler is his defense is almost equivalent, I guess you could say, to Clint Frazier's. The 1-2, that one swung on and missed, as going down on strikes is Christian Yelich. But Wood escapes trouble after allowing a one-out single. No runs, one hit, no runner left on. We head to the bottom of the first. It'll be Betts, Muncy, and Soler for the Dodgers here in Chavez Ravine. You're watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv. As Brett Anderson takes the mound, 7-7, 3.81 ERA. But then again, I mentioned home run ball for Brett Anderson is essentially foreign. He does allow home runs from time to time, but he's a pure ground ball pitcher, and there's not many like him, as he's his first year with Milwaukee after returning to Oakland last season in that playoff push. And this is his former team as well as the Dodgers. Played there when Alex Wood actually, in fact, became a Dodger, as first pitch to Mookie Betts, outside 1-0.
We mentioned his ground ball ability. That's what a sinker pitcher like Anderson can do. He tends to stay away from the upper part of the zone, so I think that's where the Dodgers hitters need to keep their focus. And if anybody's going to hit home runs off Anderson, it's going to be this Dodger team. They're top of the league in terms of slugging percentage. I just see another sinker out of the hand of Anderson. So I don't think the Dodgers, while they can hit homers, didn't look to do too much and just look to get a string of hits together, especially against this pitcher.
This is a team that hits lefties just as well as the Brewers. That one's called for a strike 2-1. I mean, Mookie Betts, we know he hits overall as an average type of hitter. Obviously, we know Mookie has that power, but he can hit left and right side just equally. Next Muncy, not as much, but he does have that power. As that one swung on a miss 2-2. But Jorge Soler, I mean, might as well pitch around him. Not just because of the home run totals this year, but I mean, he loves left-handed pitching. That one's outside 3-2, so it'll be a full count. And another one to mention as well, Justin Turner. I mean, he has eaten up left-handed pitching in his career. This is the payoff pitch from Anderson. This one launched high into the air, but this one's going to land in foul territory, but moving over to making the catch in the third baseman, Jed Jerko, for the first down.
Then my question for you is, obviously there's a lefty on the hill today, but when there's a righty that the Dodgers are facing, will they go to Jock Peterson and sit a guy like Soler? Or do you think Jock Peterson will be strictly limited to a bench role for the rest of the season?
You know, that's a great question. We've seen Jock really mix it around as that one's fouled off 0-1. I mean, we saw him here in Chavez Ravine the last time I was here. Hit a walk-off moonshot, needless to say, in what was at the time a good run for the Dodgers. This one hit high in the air down the right field line. Going to have the distance, but it's going to go foul. It'll be 0-2. Peterson had 8 pitches, nearly allowed a home run there. The pitch to Muncy, swung on and missed, got him the second out. But you know, that is a great question because Jock Peterson loves the right-handed pitching, Jeremy. And I know he's not an average hitter, but he hits for pop against right-handed pitching. Kind of does lose a role a little bit. The Soler, he hits home runs again against both sides of pitching. You can't take Cody Bellinger out of the lineup. I mean, only your MVP. And then you have Mookie Betts, who's a former MVP himself, kind of at a lost role up there. And you got to wonder, I mean, July 31st is coming. Maybe you deal Jock Peterson to a team. That one's called for a strike 1-1.
You're absolutely right. A trade for Jock Peterson might be what's best for him and the team. Dating back to last season, I know the Dodgers lost in the NLDS. However, I remember watching that team, Jock Peterson and Max Muncy being 2 lefty table setters to set it for Bellinger and guys like him and Justin Turner. They were very effective. You would either get maybe an opposite field double against the shift from Jock, which he was very good at doing, or a leadoff home run followed up by another Muncy hit. So that those were definitely 2 of the best 1-2 punches we'd seen entire league. However, it might be time to move on if the Dodgers value play of Jorge Soler more.
As this one's going to be fouled off. You mentioned Soler as he's at the plate with a 2-2 count. 15 pitches in the inning for Anderson. Let's see if he can get out here on 15. Pitch is downstairs, 3-2. So get another full count in the inning. Cody Bellinger sits on deck. And I wouldn't be surprised if they have a shift on here. I didn't quite get to see the outfield motion. This one hit down the middle. They do have the shift on. It'll be fielded by the second baseman of Yura for the first to end the inning. The 1-2-3 of the Dodgers go down the bottom of the first. It'll be Jerko, Sogard, Smoke due up for the Brewers in the top half of the second. You're watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv.
Off for the Brewers,
more Jeremy Goldstein.
the third baseman, number 5.
We welcome you back to Chavez Ravine.
Jerko.
Jerko steps in, 258 average, and you see an underwhelming 5 home runs. Jerko, who have the pop, is kind of faded off offensively over these past few years. I mean, he had a lot of expectations, Jeremy, to be a very solid third baseman. This one's hit high in the air. Maybe I jinxed it a little bit. Soler on the run. Can't make the catches. It's going to bounce over the wall for a ground rule double. Third double of the season for Jerko. That time he did show the power.
Yeah, that pitch by Wood. Yeah, I think he attempted the sinker there. It didn't quite get the bite, and it hung over the middle of the plate, allowing Jerko to pull it so effectively. I want to talk about Eric Sogard for a second, the current hitter. This is a classic example, a comeback player of the year potential candidate for the MLB. We have a player who was on the Blue Jays after being cut by the Brewers, the team's playing for now. The effective run where the Blue Jays led to a trade to the Rays where he homered off Garrett Cole in the ALDS Game 5, and now he's back with the Brewers starting every day.
He's being an effective piece on a team right now that still is struggling, but overall, it's an interesting thing because two interesting stories on both sides. Obviously, we mentioned about Jock Peterson, the bottom half of the inning of, what kind of role does he have? You see Soler, that was a perfect instance of why he was a DH. I think if Peterson was out there in the field, he would have made that catch there. It just got over the glove of Soler for a double. But, again, that's if for buts. But then you look on the Brewers side, Justin Smoak. He is a first baseman, but he really recently has been more of a DH, I would say. Really a first baseman. As the 3-0, it's the outside ball 4. So Sogard works a 4-pitch walk. The runners on first and second for the Smoke. As Justin Smoak, the switch hitter, steps in. Give it OPS a 706. Underwhelming for Smoke. But 12 home runs, 44 RBIs is still a relatively average season. This is someone who was a late bloomer in his career, made the All-Star game. Seasons, actually may have been a season back, in fact. Couple misses outside 1-0.
Justin Smoak came up with the Seattle Mariners, I believe, and then really became an all-star with the Toronto Blue Jays. He's just one of the free agents that I consider to be one of those sleepers. I think Justin Smoak, actually being a switch-hitting bat, would be at the very least for a team an effective pinch hitter. I would have rather him go to an American League team where he can have the designated hitter option. Obviously, in the reality of the 2020 season now, he can DH, but in this bat ball season, he can't. But his services are still valued by Milwaukee. Obviously, power on both sides, so especially at the 7th spot, he should do damage.
Should, and he has an opportunity to do damage here and perhaps give the Brewers their first lead of the day. Well, misses inside 3-1. Another hitter's count here. Heaney Pena, the pitcher, sits on deck. And it gets interesting because you have Brett Anderson who will sit in the hole. Here's the pitch. The strike 3-2. You gotta throw a strike here for Wood, Jeremy.
Absolutely. That location on that 3-1 was beautiful, especially on a hitter's count. Now, don't be afraid to try to make him chase. If you hang another pitch like you did to Jerko, he'd hit it a long way.
Diva, this one hit high into the air left field. That one's going to carry foul over the fence, however. And they will try it again. If the runners even think about going as well, you have an opportunity. It's the payoff pitch again from Wood. Once fouled off, indeed, you're right. Jerko doesn't really have a lot of speed.
Speed rating and MLB The Show.
31 pitches for Wood. The pitch, downstairs ball 4. So he walked the bases loaded. Now the Brewers have their first opportunity at the lead. Let's see if they bring the corners in here, Jeremy, this early. I know you won't bring the infield in this scenario, but imagine they would like to at least have an opportunity if the ball's hitting the corner to erase the out at home. Otherwise, they'll take a double play for a run as Manny Pena steps in. 2:35 as Wood deals the first pitch. Line center field. That one's going to be caught by Bellinger, but Jerko's going to have to hold in center. Missed opportunity, and the bases will stay loaded as there's now one away, and the pitcher, Brett Anderson, due up.
I was going to say before Manny Pena hit the ball too quickly, a strict fly ball hitter. And they're at a disservice to that because you got Jerko and Justin Smoak running the bases who have little to no speed at all. Now you got the pitcher up, so Alex Wood loaded the bases with nobody out in the perfect scenario here.
As Anderson steps up, swings and misses 0-1. I don't know. I would think about going with a squeeze here.
Absolutely.
I know Jerko isn't fast, but talking about Anderson, who does not have much experience throughout his career, especially spending a lot of time with Oakland.
What you could do is you could send Jerko. Now that it's a 2-strike count, if he just bunts it foul, then it's negated. You rely on Anderson making contact.
I apologize, my screen is picking out here, Jeremy, so you have to take over here for a moment.
I think we got an 0-2 to Anderson. Anderson swinging at the first 3 pitches of the at-bat, the pitch. Fouled off again, so 4 cuts. 2 foul balls. We remain at 0-2. Go. Hanging off third. Doesn't look like we're going to see a bunt. The 0-2 is foul. There is Turner, and there's 2 outs, Tim.
Now batting, the center fielder.
As now, bases loaded with no one out has become bases loaded with 2. And the red-hot Lorenzo Cain steps to the dish. Cain, in the first inning, hit a liner to the right center field gap that was robbed of a extra base hit by a diving Cody Bellinger. Alex Wood's going to have to play the hero, though, in this scenario. The pitch. That's roped into left and deep. Back at the track is Soler. It's off the wall. Go scores easily. 2-run score. They're going to hold up Smoke at third. It's a 2-run double for Lorenzo Cain. And the Brewers lead 2-0.
Very fitting opportunity here, Jeremy. I mean, again, you have Lorenzo Cain, who absolutely obliterates left-handed pitching, and he gets a pitch right down the pipe and sends it right off the fence. The Brewers have the first lead of the day as Avisail Garcia now steps in. Thank you, obviously, for covering during that technical difficulty. As the first pitch is called for a strike 0-1. I mean, this has got to feel good for the Brewers, Jeremy, because this is a team that hasn't had many leads this season. When they do, they tend to keep it. And right now they do, as that one swung on a miss now 0-2. Garcia is 1-for-1, but, I mean, this has got to feel really good for Milwaukee.
Absolutely. I mean, especially after the demoralizing failures with the bases loaded and no one out. Seeing a guy like Lorenzo Cain, a team leader, to the dish with 2 outs and still yank a pitch to the left center field gap. I mean, it's got to be a confidence booster for a lineup that needs one.
It is the 0-2. This one hit on the ground. It's going to get through for a base hit. The run scores. Here comes another Lorenzo Cain to the plate. It's a 2-run single. Oh my goodness. The Brewers are hot early on. There's another hit for Avisail Garcia. Gives the Brewers a 4-0 lead.
Well, Alex Wood's pitches are not having the break that they usually have on them, and it's allowing these Brewers hitters to pull the ball with a lot of good exit velo and with just in general. They have a 4-run second inning, so phenomenal start for the Brew Crew.
Again, you know, you think about it, but 5-8 on the year. It hasn't been the season ideally for him to start. Right now, 4 runs in the second inning. Not a pretty number. He's also at 45 pitches, as that one's called for a strike 0-2. Got to get out of the inning here, now. However, I mean, he put himself in that deficit and hole, to say the least. Brewers capitalizing.
You mentioned the high pitch count.
Indeed is. Stream seems to have frozen. Looks like the out was made to end the inning.
Yes, it was.
So, 4 runs on 3 hits. A runner left on. Brewers have the first lead of the day. It'll be Cody Bellinger to lead it off for the Dodgers. We get to the bottom half of the second inning. You're watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv as Bellinger steps in. I'll tell you, it's been an underwhelming year for him as well. 244. Not really the type of year, I guess you could say, average-wise, we would have expected for the power-hitting Bellinger. See them as the Brewers have him shifted. This is all played in Brett Anderson's favor early on. He's a ground ball type pitcher. This one hit on the ground. It'll be fielded by the second baseman of Sogard and fired to first for the first out. Or rather, the second baseman of Europe for the first down.
I got a question for you. The shift. The shift has been an effective defensive strategy for a lot of these teams, and there's a lot of players who have been vocal. Joey Gallo especially saying that they need to take away the shift. Are you in favor of removing it, or do you think it should stay?
I mean, I think it should stay. Listen, baseball has to evolve some way. You can't keep the game the same way for the next 10,000 years, as that one's hit on the ground. It'll be fielded and fired to the first baseman, Spoke, for the second out. Turner pitch swinging, and now it's a quick inning. Good job by Jed Jerko, by the way. Now Chris Taylor steps in, but I say keep it. I understand it takes hits away, but then my response is, all right, we'll learn how to evolve with baseball. Bunt down the line. We'll learn how to make them not shift you. Baseball players don't want to do that, and I understand some players aren't good at it, and I get that. But you're a professional. You're gonna have to learn how to fight through adversity. Listen, Barry Bonds got intentionally walked with the bases loaded, 12 times in his career because no one wanted to face him? You could say that, he wants the world to have people bitch to him? Listen, it's a part of the game. It's what happens. If you're going to take that away, you might as well take the intentional walk away too. So it's just, to me, overall, part of the game, learning to adapt with it.
Michael Kay told an interesting story on a broadcast last year about Brett Gardner, in the league for over a decade at this point. He was a lefty who's a big slap hitter, used to be shifted on, but like a lot of players these days who have an ego where they'd rather just hit for power consistently instead of try to avoid the shift. Gardner would learn to bunt the other way, and it would become a pesky scenario for a lot of these defensive teams, and eventually the shift was taken away and he was allowed to pull the ball again.
I mean, that's what happens, especially if you're slapping the ball opposite field. That's a big reason why you can't shift a guy, for example, like Ichiro either. Obviously, I know Ichiro's not in the league, but it's an exact reason why. I know Ichiro was mostly a pull hitter as well, being a slapper. This one's hit high in the air, center field. Kane calls off and makes the catch. And the inning. A 1-2-3, yet again the Dodgers go in the bottom half of the second. Christian Yelich will be set to lead off, followed by Jed Jerko and Eric Sogard for the Brewers in the top half of the inning. Is Alex Wood still coming out, Jeremy? I'll tell you what, I mean, this has been an interesting game to start. You got to wonder, do the Brewers have more in their tank to expand this lead?
I think absolutely. We saw the bottom of the order very productive. That middle bottom half, a lot of damage on Alex Wood. And I think now, guys like Christian Yelich approaching, I think there's more room for offensive runs to be scored. It's just a matter of the Brewers' defense can contain the Dodgers' offense. I think that's the main point of the game going forward.
This one hit opposite field. That one's going to get down with ease as it bounces over the wall for the second ground rule double of the game. Christian Yelich, 23rd double of the season. And that time I would say it didn't matter who you put out there and left. No one was going to get to that one. Another tight ground rule double. I'm noticing, Jeremy, that ball was very tight to the fence and it hit the top of the fence before bouncing over. We saw that very similarly earlier in this game as another first pitch swing. This one hit the right. It's on the run, makes the catch. No, he missed it. He's going to bounce off.
Unbelievable.
Third, on his way to second is Sogard, and my goodness.
Give him a double, too. No error.
I mean, Sogard about due up to the plate. Jed Jerko. I mean, how is that not an error? It is unbelievable.
It took a poor route to that ball. I mean, just ran in a very regular direction. And Christian Yelich, if he knew that was going to happen, he could have scored easily, but he had to wait for the ball to drop. And now an opportunity for Sogard.
And Sogard hits this down the middle. Here's a base hit. Yelich will score. Go hold that third. It's an RBI single. Perhaps what Jeremy mentioned is the comeback player of the year in baseball. And the Brewers have a 5-0 lead.
Well, I think I'm noticing, Tim, from Brewers hitters, we saw Jed Jerko attack the first pitch, hit a double. Eric Sogard, first pitch, lines a single up the middle. Not allowing Alex Wood to work himself into a good count. And because of this, the Brewers are taking advantage of poor first decisions, and he's getting yanked.
I was going to say, this was the time to take him out. Alex Wood, 5 runs. He only goes 2+ innings. Yet another abysmal start, to say the least. I mean, that was terrible. And they just turned to David Price. Okay.
Wow.
So, I mean, I must have really missed when they put David Price in the long relief role. I'm going to be utterly honest. I know this is ball, but this is not happening in real life with the money David Price is due. But a 3-7 record for Price out of the pen. And it's not been a good year for him either, as that one misses outside 1-0. I mean, David Price, it's kicks. For example, Bellinger not having a good year necessarily either, average-wise. I can promise you, David Price, I mean, I know he's not playing this year, but if he was, he would not be 3-7. This one's popped up right field. Betts will make the catch. Going back will be Jerko, and runners will remain on the corners with one away.
The last time I remember David Price, and it could have happened with the Red Sox, I just don't remember it clearly. The last time I remember David Price being out for a relief appearance is with the Rays in the 2008 World Series.
Dude, as this one hit the center, this one's going to fall for a base hit. So Manny Pena has an RBI singles. Jerko comes home to score. It's a 6-0 lead for the Brew Crew as they continue to tack on the runs early on. And that one, he was a little bit out in front and then just kind of looped in for a single there.
Manny Pineapple, again, not a ground ball hitter, exploiting the middle of the plate and directing the ball to the middle of the infield and getting it through. So phenomenal at that there.
No, Brett now. They get a hit.
Opportunity.
Oh. Yeah, I'm saying he's got to get a hit. Everyone else around him's got a hit. Get onto your own fire, to say the least. Brett Anderson, I understand he's doing his job bunting. He's going to square around. This time he does lay it down. Oh, this could be a double play. Uh-oh. That one's fielded, fired by Turner, and oh, man, Anderson beat it out at first. I think you're going to want to take a look at that, Jeremy. I thought he was out.
I think he might have crossed the plate, but what I want to say is it's tough to really have a bunt scenario when you have Manny Pena on first base. Someone, again, another Brewers player with little to no speed. They narrowly avoid the double play, and now Lorenzo Cain to get another RBI here.
I don't want to be that person, but I can almost close my eyes. I'm making a prediction, but I think Lorenzo Cain gets a hit here. He's 1 for 2. The last time he came up with runners on the corners, he produced an RBI singles. That one misses downstairs 2-0. And Show really should give Lorenzo Cain, in my opinion, Jeremy, an over 100+ contact against left-handed pitching. Because that is what is his bread and butter throughout his career. And if he's having a solid year against right-handers especially, then you know for a fact he's going to be batting above a 310. As 2-1, that one launched high into the air left field. Diving, but not being able to make the catch of Soler. So 1 run will score. The throw to third not in time, as Anderson on an aggressive slide will get in. Let's see if they rule this a double. I think they will because Soler dove. So it'll be an RBI double for Lorenzo Cain, and now it's a 7-0 lead for the Brewers.
The Dodgers outfield, highlighted by Jorge Soler, is making it look like the Albert Einstein of baseball. You highlighted Jorge Soler's lack of defensive ability prior to the game, and he's misplayed a few.
I would say a few is a low number. I think it's at the 5th ball he's seen his way. Only one, I would say.
He bets too.
Why? No outfielder would have gotten to. That was the Yelich ground rule double. As it'll be a 1-1 count to a 2 for 2 on the day. Have a Sael Garcia.
Went from Bellinger making a fantastic diving play to start the game to guys like Mookie Betts just missing simple fly balls.
Indeed, as that one misses downstairs 2-1. I'll tell you what, I've never seen a 10-run lead yet in ball. But the Brewers have a chance to do it here. One call for a strike, 2-2, and I apologize if I'm having a little bit of screen freeze again.
Him too, yeah.
Well, so maybe it's not me. It was me. Here's the 2-2. This is outside 3-2.
I want to say it's highly unlikely in a ball season. I know in Diamond Dynasty gameplay, 10-run lead after 5 innings is a mercy.
It doesn't happen in franchise, unfortunately. You'd like to see it happen. Here's the full count. I think he just took it for ball 4.
He did.
Mark my words, indeed he did. So the bases loaded with 2 away, and now here's Ura. I think he's, with the exception of the pitcher Brett Anderson, the only starter now that does not have a hit.
I think you're correct. And if he does get on, then they will have batted around as Yelich would bat for the 2nd time this inning.
It is the first pitch. Just outside and the high 1-0. I apologize, I'm having a lot of thinking going on here.
Or one of those players who hits actually better for power against righties than lefties. One of those rare, uneven splits we see in major leagues these days.
And he's got really good pop. He's a pivotal player in that 3 roles. Here comes the 1-1 from Price. Swing and a miss 1-2 is now magically the blinking just went away. Well, it happens.
You're way on top of that fastball. I think he was sitting on something more near the belt, but he got it at the knees and he was way off.
See the 1-2 pitch. That one and foul on a hop, and Ball Boy will be there to play it and give it to a lucky fan, perhaps. We'll try it again. 1-2 pitch. Foul. Another try for David Price, who's now thrown 20 pitches. He's coming in here in the inning. 1-2. Downstairs, 2-2. It's scary to think, Jeremy. You'd think the Brewers would have batted around when they scored 4 runs. Last inning, that one swung on a miss, an ugly swing by Hura to end the inning. 9 up, 9 down. Overall, the Brewers add on 3 more runs in the inning. So the Brewers lead 7-0 as Gavin Lux and many more to come for the Dodgers. They're still looking for the first hit on the day, Jeremy. Watch him usually pop on Twitch.tv as the lefty Lux. He's in 14 home runs. Lux does have that pop. From a personal Diamond Dynasty perspective, love swinging with his Players League card. Was very glitchy with that swing, especially against left-handed pitchers. An overall solid 250 average. As the first pitch swung on and lined out, and the count 0-1.
Not exactly like it, but I'm going to draw this game to a comparison with NLDS Game 5 between the Braves and Cardinals last season. I know it's not the first inning, but the top of the first, the Cardinals just scored 10 on the Braves. And the Braves hitters just came into this game immediately down 10-0. Bottom half of the Dodgers order is stepping to the plate for the first time, and they're already down 7. So big hole for LA that's going to be hard to climb out of, especially
against a pitcher that doesn't allow the long ball too often. And then on top of it, you don't have a hit yet. It's been 2 perfect innings for Anderson as the pitch.
Ooh, that was good.
Yeah, that's close.
Spot.
Good spot again. This 2-2 misses inside 3-2. And again, I apologize, Jeremy. The blinking seems to have returned.
I'm there with you. Don't you worry.
And
4. Ball 4.
That's going to miss ball 4.
Batting 8. The catcher.
So, Anderson allows his first base runner on the ball game.
And that's how you start an offense. Sometimes a walk is all you need. That'll just get chains moving. And then with a guy like Will Smith, who hits lefties fairly well, that's what you want. And then you can set up a bunt for David Price.
It is to throw over, not in time.
Blinking again. Hey, well, it's like we lost Tim. Will Smith down on strikes. As we apologize, Tim seems to be having technical difficulties, so we'll call it until he returns. Brett Anderson looking at Will Smith for out number 1. Tim seems to have re-entered. Do we have him back? That's not. So David Price, step up, shows bunts. To the right side, it looks like Lux will get over. Flip the first, is in time. Price is retired. Lux moves to second. There are now 2 outs here in the bottom of the 3rd, so effective sacrifice. Now, he bets to the dish. Low. And now we count 1-0. Lux leads off second, 2 men gone. As Betts, the former Red Sox, strike 1 at the knees. Dodgers down 7-0. Looking for any sign of life here. Even a run could do that. So 1-1 is taken just outside. Benefit of the doubt to Mookie Betts. 2-1. Lux leads off second. Oakland A deals. Grounded left side. It'll be stabbed. Square across the diamond for the out. So the Dodgers get one back. It'll be Yelich, Jerko, Sogard. When we go to the 4th, we'll be back. Tim, are you there?
I am, however, I'm trying to again get the stream rebooted, so this is...
I'm going to keep going.
Yep, indeed.
Okay. Yelich now. For 2, doubled the opposite way as last time. Came around to score in a festive inning for Milwaukee Brewers bats. As that's taken up and in the count 1-0. Yelich hitting over 300 for his career. He started in Miami and then was dealt Milwaukee. Season with Ozuna when he went to the Cardinals and Stanton to the Yankees. As the 1-0 from Price is swung on and missed, count 1-1. This, if you're just joining us, came in for long relief after Alex Wood surrendered 7 runs in 2.
I got the count 1 and 2.
Yelich cuts and misses there at count 1 and 2. On once again for the lefty MVP is that count in there, strike 3 at the knees. Yelich, not a fan of his decision making right there.
The third base.
Number 1, there's Alex Wood's stat line. It's ugly if you're a Dodgers fan, not so much if you're a Brewers fan. Evan hit 7 runs, all of them earned. Walks in a strikeout. As now Jed Jerko turns to the dish. 1 out for the 4th. Price got the first out by striking out Yelich, and the pitch to Jerko. Under to the right side, Lux right there. Quick out number 2, so the Dodgers seem to be getting it together a little bit.
The batter, number 7, shortstop, Eric.
Formerly of the St. Louis Cardinals. And Diego Padres, now with Milwaukee Brewers, is now Eric Sogard. We talked a lot about him, and in his last at-bat, we'll get another crack at it here. 1-for-1 on the day with a walk. Sogard checks his swing, but it's in there anyway, so strike 1. Be an 0-1 to the shortstop for the Milwaukee, and it's low. Count now evened up at 1. Changeup. Staying mostly to his off-speed stuff. The Brewers were hitting the fastball very well, and the sinker, especially off Alex Wood. So maybe Price need to stray away from that attack and maybe go towards a different set of diversity. However, he's also a lefty, so same type of arm action. As that pitch is cut on and missed by Sogard, count 2-2. For 32 years old. Out of the league, but now getting another chance with Milwaukee. As that swung on and missed. Sogard down on strikes. That'll do it. We're in the top of the 4th. We're going to the bottom half. It is 7-0 Brew Crew. You have your stream?
Leading off for the Dodgers, the first baseman,
Well, Max Muncy now steps to the dish. 266. Out his first time. Dodgers got their first base runner with a Gavin Lux walk to start the third. However, they're still looking for their first hit. Max Muncy takes strike one. Slider at 81. Anderson, you see the hurt on his jersey. He had some aggressive bunting action. Led to aggressive base running as the 0-1. In there, strike two. See, in late. He's 29 years old. However, had that walk-off home run in Game 3 of the World Series against the Red Sox back in 2018 and has been a significant contributor to the Dodgers offense. Usually that right side of the infield, he can play both second and first. And it'll see a 1-2. Inside 2-2, so good patience of protecting the plate shown by Muncy. Story by Max Muncy is when he had that feud with Madison Bumgarner. A tank off of him in the first inning in AT&T Park. Or now as we call it, Circle, as that's fouled the other way. Bumgarner not happy that Muncy gave that homer a watch, and Muncy, like a baseball player should, told him to go get it out of the water. So, of that of action with words, see as he takes that low and outside 3-2. Jorge Soler on deck in his Dodger debut. Hired from the Royals more recently as the payoff. To the right side, but right there is the first baseman Smoke. Number one, Muncy hit it hard, but no cigar. One out here as that'll bring up Jorge Soler to the dish. Jorge Soler, you do see that ground out, so obviously not the start he could have wanted. As Tim will tell you, a series of just misplays in left field. We saw a Yelich fly ball. That'll be hitting the air to left field and deep. Back at the wall, it is gone. Talk about a series of defensive mishaps. Jorge Soler goes deep. His Dodger debut, and the Dodgers have cut it to 7-1. Absolute pole job off of the arm and Fred Anderson. Just like that, the Dodgers are on the board. 50 pitches into this ball game. Newest member of the lineup uses the newest run of this game. Maybe that has injected some life to the bats of the Los Angeles Dodgers. As it just gets over the left field fence, Yelich could only watch. Now Cody Bellinger, MVP frontrunner, steps in. Here's ball one. Tim alluded to the fact, I know he's struggling with technical difficulties right now, but he talked about how Anderson is a ground ball pitcher. He focuses more on that lower sector of the strike zone. However, Jorge Soler didn't really have that in mind. He was able to put some lift on that ball with ease. Bellinger, a fourth-round pick, as you see that graphic above this board. As the 1-1 to Cody. Up. Or more of a fly ball, Lorenzo Cain. That had a lot more carry than I thought, but Cain's there to make the catch route number 2.
Now batting, third baseman.
Just like that, there are, again, 2 outs here in the bottom of the 4th as Justin Turner steps in. There's a lot to talk about with Justin Turner. I mean, such a productive bat, this Los Angeles Dodgers lineup, the former New York Met bench player. However, he's now 35 years of age, with the young fielders like Gavin Lux coming up. Hard to wonder when his time on this team will end, if they're in a rush to get him out of there and give these young players some more time. You also have Kike Hernandez, who's now on the bench. Can prove he can do both hitting and fielding at an above-average level as Justin Turner. Strike one of the 2-0. A 2-1 delivery from Brett Anderson, and that's swung on all down that right field line. The count even at 2-2. I give the Dodgers credit where it's due. An extremely rough start to this game. However, now they're making Anderson work a lot more for his success. Miller awaits on deck. The utility here. The outfield for this one. And against the lefty Anderson, we'll see Jock against the righty. Most likely, as that's called strike 3. They're not a fan of the outside corner call, but Dodgers get on the board. Jorge Soler, for the first time in a Dodger uniform, goes deep. Through 4 at 7-1 Brewers. Jeremy Goldstein right now. Hopefully Tim Moore can rejoin us
The first baseman.
after he solves his technological issues back home. But it's Justin Smoke here digging in. We're at the top of the 5th. It is 7-1 Brewers. David Price in for his 3rd inning of work after relieving Alex Wood, who cannot make it past 2 innings, as Smoke takes it inside, ball 1. This is his 3rd plate appearance in this one. Walked his first time, grounded out his 2nd. As that's in there for strike 1. Smoke probably better in terms of power from the left. However, again, with lefty on the mound of the day, he's been batting from the right side as he takes inside 2-1. Ace will deal. 1 in there, strike 2, and we're even. Smoke looking to add on to the Brewers lead or at least start another rally as that pitch swing and a miss. David Price really getting into his zone here. Ball gets a chase.
The catcher,
Number 1.
Manny
Pena now steps to the plate, digging in against David Price. Another good righty-lefty matchup for the veteran catcher. Pena, 31 years old. Served as a backup last season to Yasmani Grandal, but in the offseason, Grandal on only a 1-year deal with Milwaukee, signed a 4-year contract with the Chicago White Sox, his biggest payday of his career, allowing Pena to a starting opportunity as his career draws on. Be a 1-1 to the catcher. Fouled the back. David Price is interesting again, though that in the real 2020 season he will not be participating. Concerns with his family and the coronavirus. We wish him the best. As that swung on and missed, Manny Pena down on strikes. Strikeout number 5 for Price in 3 innings of work. Again, coming in with a deficit, Price has done quite a nice job. He strikes out the Brewer catcher, and then there you go. He gets the pitcher. 2 outs here in the 5th. Brett Anderson popped out and grounded out. A bunt his last time up. Only 2 for 29, so again, you're not too mad. That's only a pitcher. The Brewers are happy about, though, is his dominant performance through 4. Only 1 run and has 7 of support. The 0-1. There, ball number 1. Lefty on lefty. Anderson, again, formerly of Athletics, sees a 1-1 in there, strike 2. 1-2 coming to the pitcher. Ow. He jams him with an inside fastball up and in. That'll do it. We're through 4.5. It is 7-1 worse. Back to this opening game of, I guess, the week. We did have a slew of games yesterday on Sunday. However, first game today here on Monday as the Brewers lead the Dodgers 7-1. I'm Jeremy Goldstein. We're waiting for Tim Moore to hopefully resolve technological issues, but right now it'll be just me on the solo cast. If you're just joining us, Alex Wood not make it through 2 innings, surrendered 7 runs to the appear to be sluggish bats of Milwaukee. However, they have proved otherwise. Chris Taylor steps in for the Dodgers and takes ball 1. With us, though, after this game concludes, we're only halfway through, but just want to give a shout out. Eddie McCarthy will be giving us the broadcast of the Nationals and Phillies games at Citizen Bank Park. So a reminder, our new charity, we're bringing it back, is Meals on Wheels. Please donate if you can. The money will go to families who are just struggling to provide food on the table amidst this pandemic. So any donations greatly appreciated as the 1-2. By Taylor, grounded to the second baseman Hira for out number 1. So good start for Anderson after surrendering the home run to Soler in the last inning. Taylor has been a Dodger veteran, and I have to consider it underappreciated, but we'll talk about that in his next at bat as Gavin Lux steps in. Gavin Lux is a very great story from last year. I mean, talked about in the Dodgers farm system the entire duration of 2019, and finally got that September call-up when the rosters expanded. Performed so well, he dunked a single into center field for a base hit, his second appearance on the base pass this game. So they, after being called up in September, they decided to keep him on the roster. And he even hit a home run. I believe it was in Game 1 of the NLDS. The Dodgers did end up losing in 5 to the Washington Nationals, though. So the catcher, Will Smith, ball 1 low. Will Smith, not the only Major League Baseball player with that name. The closer for the San Francisco Giants, or the Atlanta Braves now, excuse me, also goes by that name. Will Smith having a good season of his own in Atlanta, Georgia. The Braves, 5 games back in that division in the NL East. The Nationals is putting on a great season. No World Series over for them. The 3-0. Will Smith is, are we back? Not yet. Oh, are we?
My audio has always been back. It's just about getting the stream. Let's see if Verizon decided to fix itself.
So 3-2 to Will Smith. You just let me know when you're ready to take back over, okay? As 3-2, popped foul, which will stay at first base with the ball.
Seems Verizon has fixed itself. Apologies.
All right, why don't you take back over then?
Well, it'll be a 3-2, and that's one hit the right field. That's going to be a base hit. It'll be a 1-out single for Will Smith. Catcher. I'll tell you, that was a good piece there by Smith. Oppo Taco. Dodgers, who again, I mean, they were down 7. You have the Soler solo home run, to my understanding. Now Kike Hernandez, pinch hit. But I mean, overall, slowly a little dig back here for the Dodgers, Jeremy.
I was about to say, I was so sad that you missed that Soler home run, since he's obviously your favorite player on this team now.
Favorite player in regards to the bat? Yes. Defensively, I don't know about that. I think Chris Taylor.
What I was referring to, it was a little sarcasm there.
But you want to talk about, I mean, as bad as the day defensively Soler's had, I don't think anyone's as bad as the day offensively, or say he's a year offensively, as Kike Hernandez has had. He has a 178. That one misses outside 2-1. He was a starter for this team while Justin Turner was hurt, Jeremy. And needless to say, Hernandez made a lot of mental errors at third base that really cost them, as that one misses downstairs, full count. And the Dodgers, this is one thing. I know you have a very good starting bunch of starting pieces, but then once you get to the bench, it gets a little bit interesting. Here's the 3-2. Called strike 3, gets Hernandez looking for the second out. First strikeout for Anderson, and that was as easy as it got.
Absolutely. I mean, maybe the Dodgers are now regretting that decision because David Price was pitching so well. Now the pressure lies on the shoulders of Mookie Betts. I mean, the Dodgers just need to score now if they want to have a chance in the later innings.
Well, yeah, they're not going to score on something like that as Betts goes around on the check swing, called for a strike. 28 pitches for Anderson. Mookie, and 0 for 2 on the day, but you know he can hit, as this one's hit high into the air right field. Moving over is Garcia. Make the catch for the final out. So, Brewers escape trouble in the bottom half of the 5th inning. It'll be the top of the lineup, 2 up in the top half of the 6th as we're through 5 innings to play. Watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv. Ross Stripling out now to pitch for the Dodgers. That might as well bring out another reliever converted from starter out of the bullpen.
Billy Ross Stripling known for his near no-hit debut against the San Francisco Giants back when he started his career. Now he'll be tasked with the full limitation of offense to the Milwaukee Brewers.
Stripling, again, he's been around. I know he got moved in and out of the rotation. Obviously, Walker Buehler has been incredible as well. This Dodgers team since becoming a piece, as that one's called for a strike 1 and 2. I mean, it's just something about this Dodgers organization. If you're any team that's also like, the Yankees, for example, you almost want to kind of trade with the Dodgers for some pitching pieces, because it seems like every piece that comes through this system turns out to be pure gold as a pitcher. It's called strike 3. Stripling gets caned down on strikes looking for the first down.
When you talk about pure gold pitching, I really can only think of guys like Walker Buehler. I guess, yeah, you can mention Kershaw, but I think what the Yankees are looking for are playoff performing pitchers, and as good as Kershaw's been, Tim, I don't want to consider him one of those.
Because that one swung on and missed 0-1. Garcia 2 for 2, 2 singles, 2 RBIs, reasonably so. His last at bat was a 2 RBI single that just snuck between the shortstop at Saylor and the third baseman at Turner. You see Keon Kela warming up in the bullpen. Just a 1-1 from Ross Stripling. One's outside, 2-1. If I'm not mistaken, Jeremy, and I could be wrong, but Ross Stripling in his Dodgers debut, wasn't he throwing a no-hitter and he got taken out
That's
the
what
7th or 8th inning?
I just mentioned that. I thought you heard.
I apologize. Okay, maybe I didn't hear that.
Yeah, again, I think, want to say he walked the batter. Then in the 9th inning, and his pitch count was high. Like, it was way up there, and then I think they took him out after he surrendered the walk.
Here's the 3-2. That one's fouled off, and they'll try it again. I mean, the thing to remember, too, Jeremy, is if I'm not mistaken, then he was coming off of Tommy John surgery, if I'm not mistaken. So, there's the 3-2. That one hit and caught out there at first. What a play. Oh, my goodness. That was not easy at all. And, I mean, Max Muncy snagged that one down, Jeremy.
Well, Muncy, known for his bat and offensive abilities. Oh, he's multidimensional right there. Phenomenal play by the glove of Muncy.
And it's the first pitch to Ura. He's called for a strike 0-1. But going back to the point, yeah, I think Stripling also being very much limited because of the fact that he had a past injury and they felt it wasn't going to be worth risking him. And obviously, no, things did not go to work out for the Dodgers in that scenario. It's 0-2, called strike 3. It's Ura looking to end the inning. The Brewers go down 1-2-3. We're through 5.5 here at Chavez Ravine. Get to the bottom of the 6th. Dodgers again trying to dig back in, as it'll be Max Muncy leading it off for Dodgers here. And overall, you think 13, I think, as if you're a Dodgers fan, I know obviously Max Muncy stepped big, but you initially think about Manny Machado, Jeremy, and he got traded to that team. And that's when this Dodgers team really knew they started to slowly hit gold. I mean, they knew they were a good team regardless, with all those World Series appearances. But they really feel like they are the team to beat the NL side. Really, since that Manny Machado trade, obviously I know Machado's not there, but he's in fact with the rivals of the San Diego Padres. it seems like the years get bigger and bigger, and they get a bigger acquisition each year, including the Mookie Betts.
Absolutely. I think vital for this Dodgers team to sign Mookie Betts to an extension. Based off the fact that he's a great player, which he is, to the point where you traded away so many specs highlighted. Like Alex Verdugo, a great lefty bat that you could have in the middle of the order, who you could always rely on, Zeus in a big moment, and because of that, be very detrimental to this Dodgers team if they lost him for essentially nothing.
That one hit on the ground. Jerko fires to Smoke for the first down. There's one away, and you look at this Dodgers team, it's very hard to have one of these players have an off day, needless to say, because this is your lineup 1 through 8, and you mentioned the struggles with players off the bench. But so it's overall, this is a very, very good team. That one's called for a strike 0-1. I mean, this Soler trade's huge because if it can work out for the Dodgers, I mean, I know this game it's not working out right now, Soler being the only source of production. But if this can work out, you can get back at the Diamondbacks, who took this division lead after spending most of the season down. It could work out, but this NL West also is a very struggling division, so the rest of those division games kind of matter, Jeremy, also.
Absolutely, and I think look at teams like the Giants and the Rockies, teams that are not the remotely in the top half of baseball's best teams, but then you have to also take into account that the Diamondbacks got better from last season. I'll let you get this one.
Oh, yep, high fly ball, deep left center field. And that one is going to go. The second home run of the game for Jorge Soler, 41st of the season, and his second as a Dodger. I don't even know what to say. Just don't pitch to him. Intentionally walk him. He's on pace for 65, and he may get there. This man is a madman. Second home run he had to get in the game, and the Dodgers now trail by 5.
I got your slogan for you. You can hit to him, but don't pitch to him.
Yeah, I mean, that is incredible. And if I'm not mistaken, that was the same exact location, Jeremy, where Anderson missed the last time on a sinker to him. That's going to do it for Anderson. This will still go down as a quality start. Anderson's day is done. He didn't get to 95 pitches.
Win.
He'll head back. Indeed, he can win. He can't lose. He heads back to the dugout. But overall, the Brewers still have the lead. Is a little bit down on himself because he let out 2 home runs to the same person. It's no big deal as Adrian Hauser comes in. A promising record or ERA for Hauser, but he does have the capability to strike out hitters. You see 61 punch-outs in 21 appearances this year through 52 innings.
Absolutely, and I want to go back to that pitch location mentioned that if the Soler home runs. You're right. You're absolutely correct. He missed the first time, and Soler got enough lift on it to get out, and I think he recognized it completely the second time around. Just hit an absolute moonshot. I mean, do it twice.
Well, and then here is my question for you, Jeremy, as that one misses outside 1-1. Do you think Soler is the favorite for MVP on the NL side? I mean, obviously he was a favorite on the AL side, but now that he's done a DH, it almost kind of boosts him a little bit. Because we know how hard it is for DHs to ultimately bid as the MVP. I mean, you thought a few years back when J.D. Martinez, when the Red Sox won the World Series, arguably should have been MVP, and he wasn't even the final consideration. You think that really now changes with how Soler is going to be a part of this Dodgers team?
Well, this is my stance on the whole thing. And you're obviously right. Designated hitters, since they don't play defense, there's a lot of credibility when it comes to a most valuable player vote. You get this call real quick.
Indeed, a high fly ball, right center field. That one's going to bounce off the wall and stay in play. My goodness, I thought that was going to go over the fence. That one lands down. It'll be a triple now for Cody Bellinger. I mean, I guess he wants the home run, obviously. but how the heck did that ball stay in play?
I thought if it's off the top of the wall, you could create a home run. That's just the deepest you could possibly hit it over there without it being called a homer. Incredible sequence of events right there.
I'm not sure if that perhaps maybe bounced off the glove as well of Kane. It seemed like it did. Turner, though, stepped up to the plate. 0-1, now 0-2 with one away, and the Dodgers have a chance to make this 4-run deficit here, Jeremy.
Definitely, but going back to that last point, I want to finish what I was saying about Soler. I think you can give him MVP credit as a designated hitter as long as he continues his high average. It is incredible to see a player almost 340 with the amount of home runs he's hitting. You never see that, especially with a guy like Soler who doesn't run well.
I'll tell you, I called a bunch of Royals games, Jeremy, and I don't remember a game where Soler didn't hit a home run. And I've called at least, for the Royals, I called at least 6 of them. This is my first Dodgers game, obviously, with him. I'm still yet to see Soler not homer, to say the least. 1-2. This one hit the left field, or rather a hit to the shortstop of Sogard, and that one thrown to first for the second out. But the Dodgers do cut the deficit to 4 as Turner will get credited the RBI. Looks like now Jeremy perhaps having an issue. Here is Chris Taylor. We're 0 for 2 on the day, as now we have Jeremy back.
Yeah, I had the same issues.
Call for a strike 0-1. So just to see if Dodgers getting back a little bit. And this could be a close game come to the end. I mean, imagine if the Dodgers down a 7-run deficit, Jeremy.
I mean, yeah, it's just they got to keep chipping away. 1 to 2 runs an inning, even the rest of the way, might not necessarily do it. You fall up a little short, most likely. I think honestly, it just takes one more dominant Brewers inning for them to really put a hold on this game. So I think the Dodgers need to come up with some 2-out hits if they want to give themselves a shot.
Dropped on the ground, Jerko on the run. Field fires to first to end the inning. The Dodgers, again, tack on 2 more runs to cut the deficit down to 4. As Jorge Soler hit an absolute moonshot to be one of the 2 runs for the Dodgers in the inning. Through 6 innings of play, Christian Yelich leads it all for the Brewers in the top half of the 7th. We're slowly working towards stretch time. As the first pitch to Yelich, called for a strike 0-1. Again, you're watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv, featuring solar power here on this 12/15 edition of Major League Baseball.
We're getting short shavery today?
That's a good question. I'm not sure. Usually we do. I'm not sure if Shark's around.
I have a guitar I can play, but I can't play a stretch on that. So unfortunately, we might be out of luck.
We could sing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game."
We could do it. We could do a duet. That'd be fun. No, I think we'd lose a lot of viewers if we did that.
Want to be found off 1 and 2. I mean, I'm not by any means a singer.
Yeah.
Anything as once fouled off. How do I put it? Shark Shavery played the. He's having a little bit of disconnect there. That one, this is low 2-2, but as Shark Shavery played Ozzy Osbourne.
I remember. I was watching.
Stretch.
I was watching.
That's how I will sound and take me out to the ball game. I mean, at least I'll remember the words, but come out similarly as 2-2. This one fouled off and try it yet again. Only had 22 pitches since coming in. Apologies.
I think my message about Ozzy Osbourne condition. I think this might have been mentioned on that broadcast, but in case you weren't listening. The best story of that whole thing is somebody yelled at Osborne to say, "Let's score some runs," after he finished. And then after the end, he turned around and said, "What are runs?" So
happens when you're hammered at a baseball game. Is that one's called for a strike 0-1? Or rather, I don't know why I just said 0-1, 1 out.
Good.
Oh, Yelich again, going down looking. Stripling again. Great breaking ball. That one hung. I'm surprised Yelich didn't swing at that.
Absolutely, yeah. I was going to say.
Now, Scherzer steps in. He's had one heck of a day. Doubles. Runs scored. And perhaps he can get the trifecta here, Jeremy.
That would be a very nice occurrence. Obviously, Jerko had that scenario where he was credited with a double and Mookie Betts just simply misplayed a fly ball.
Our scorers here in LA perhaps have spent a little bit of time with Ozzy Osbourne as well. As it'll be a blow. There's a strike 2-1.
I'd say that could be a safe bet. I mean, maybe they have connections.
One hit on the ground that'll be fielded by Taylor, fired to first for the second out. Well, that or they spent a lot of time in Colorado, one or the other. But overall, all puns and jokes aside, there's 2 away, and Eric Sogard steps in. He's 1 for 2 as an RBI single. Home run still on here. Sogard, again, he's a key piece for this Brewers team, offensively and defensively. I know the average doesn't show, nor does the power numbers, but he does work very long at bats. One fouled off 1-1. Maybe I can find a take me out to the ball game on the phone. I'm not quite sure.
Maybe we can find a recording. Maybe we can find the recording of a shark doing it. That might have been a bit impossible idea, but I'm just throwing anything that comes to my head right now.
We can try to find something as the 2-2. Launched high in the air right field. That's on the run, and he makes the catch in foul territory.
Incredible.
Oh my goodness, after missing a routine fly ball, Mookie Betts says, oh my goodness, what's to make the catch? I guess it's stretch time, ladies and gentlemen. Where'd the lyrics go? All right, well, I guess it's not stretch time any longer here on Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv. We're sorry for the disappointment. Lyrics just started and totally disappeared. This is all Shark's fault.
Absolutely.
That one's hit on the ground, fired by Sogard to first.
If you're in the Discord, private message him and blame him. Let him know. Let him know he wasn't here.
Happens. We have an organist for a reason, and the organist can't make a day. It's all his fault. Only all his fault. But one away, and Will Smith back up at the dish. He's 1 for 2. One hit high into the air. In on the run, but he'll settle down and make the catch for the second out, and Dodgers now down to 7 outs in the ball game. Hauser, after having a very long inning, last inning, Jeremy, but needless to say, very quickly here. He allowed 1 run. You have to remember, Anderson, and I believe it was 5 1/3, and he allowed those 2 home runs. Soler, and that was his only blemish. Hauser allowed a run last inning. Seager misses outside 1-0, and you know you got to ask for the Brew Crew as well, Jeremy. What do you do with Josh Hader? Another question.
I think
We're
you
missing
extend him.
downstairs 2-0.
He's
You could extend him.
Incredible reliever. I think if you lose him, I think your bullpen just becomes that much worse. And for a team like this, who has hitters, as we've seen today, they need a guy like him.
One hit through the opposite side of the shift for a base hit. It'll be runner on the 2 ways. Good piece of hitting there by Seager.
Corey Seager. Remember in 2015 when he came up to him, this guy was supposed to be like the next Mike Trout-esque player and just was not that. And now everybody feels like he fell off. But he's still a very good middle infielder. But he's just not the superstar people expected.
Well, that's why, you know,
Sort of like his brother.
Dodgers fans, you know, they were very complacent, I guess you could say, when Manny Machado didn't come back because they knew they still had Seager. Seager has had an average year. It's been more of a defensive kind of year than it's been offensively. And you mentioned very similar to like his brother. It just hasn't really worked out. Here's the 2-0. Mookie. One long shot there,
Really
right
well.
center field. It hit very well, and I can't tell if that one just went because my
gone.
screen just went blank. It is home run. Oh, Mookie Betts hits a 2-run home run, and the Dodgers now, Jeremy, have deficit down to 2.
That's 5-0 run for the Los Angeles Dodgers. Yankees 9-0 comeback deja vu right now. Obviously, the comeback is not over. But you have the 2-hitter up right now. So even if Muncy fails to do anything productive here to end the 7th inning, you have 3, 4, 5 coming up for you in the 8th. So there is still plenty of opportunity left as the aforementioned Josh Hader enters for what could be 2 1/3 innings.
Oh, and Josh Hader, he's going to have to go the distance here. Is again Mookie Betts hitting this ball a very, very long way. Hader, 39 games, and the 2-run lead. Now Max Muncy steps in. He has the power. I mean, I really don't know if you're Milwaukee, if you can afford to blow a game like this. 7-0 lead you have. Now it's down to 2 runs. It's a big home run for Mookie Betts.
And I apologize, the offense has been essentially dead since they scored their last run. Ever since David Price finished his first inning of work, Brewers have done nothing.
It's what, maybe I think it was since the 3rd inning, Jeremy, if I'm not mistaken, maybe the 4th.
Yeah,
the Brewers haven't scored a run yet.
They haven't scored since the 3rd inning. I don't know how many base runners they even had since.
One's hit in the air, center field. Kane calls off and makes the catch to end the inning. Mookie Betts, some moonshot to right center field that cuts the deficit down to 2. Actually, I said right center, rather left center. Dodgers, I'll tell you what, they may come back in this one here at Chavez Ravine as you're watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv as Keon Kela comes out of the mound. And I don't even know why the Dodgers have 6 billion different closers. 18 for 21 is Kellen save opportunities, going for a record. As we know, well, start the year as a closer, not exactly. This year's Justin Smoke looks to perhaps smoke one here to step up to the dish.
I might have to reset. Just give me a sec.
Pitch called for a strike 0-1. Oak again, that switch hitter. Okay, the right side up plate. Now he's on the left. Comparable. It's like his counterpart on the opposite side of Max Muncy. This one's popped up on the plate. Smith will settle under it in the middle of the A to make the catch for the first out. Just like his counterpart on the opposite side, Max Muncy, both of them being late bloomers in their career. They've really turned it around, and obviously both coming from that AL background as Manny Pena now step in. 1 for 3 is Pena on the day with an RBI single down the middle earlier on in the 3rd inning.
I'm having the same Verizon problems as you right now.
I got a little Fios, throw it in the garbage. That's unfortunately the realism. I had to reset the whole router and everything, and it was frustrating. I don't know what's been up with my Wi-Fi late, but 150 megabytes per second. It doesn't matter.
Where are you calling the game from?
Well, right now I'm calling it from my living room, but overall, even on my Xbox, I've been
talking about
experiencing
location, like where? Where in New York?
I'm in Westchester. I'm in Austin, so.
Oh yeah, you're not far from. I'm in Chappaqua, so maybe it's the area.
It well could be. As it'll be a 1-1 to Manny Pena. This is downstairs 2-1.
Oh, we're back now. It fixed itself.
Correct. He's in the bullpen as he's a lefty, and Joe Kelly, another key acquisition for this Dodgers team as well, warming up. 2-1 to Manny Pena. We're going to miss 2-2.
These Brewers' swings are severely off right now. I mean, they can't seem to make a remote amount of contact.
Almost like you wish they started Ross Stripling today. One's off. But two, I mean, we could be talking, Jeremy, it would be a 5-1 lead if Ross Stripling started this game. One line down the left field line, but it just fell. Yeah, got good wood on it. They'll try it yet again. Here's the 2-2. Swing and a miss. Really gets swinging well out in front for the second out of the inning.
Good response by Stripling again. I mean, he's on a, or that's Keon Keller right now.
Yes, indeed. I'm saying I mentioned Stripling, obviously, in regards to they wish they started him because he set up Keller nicely. This one.
Now let's talk though about Omar Narvaez, the pinch hitter right now, because this is a guy who had a near all-star season with Seattle and is now a bench player again.
Jeremy, you know what that means, though? Mentioned Narvaez. Well, here's the issue. Josh Hader, that means he only got one out in that inning, Jeremy, and he's not coming back in this game.
That is I didn't even realize that. I don't understand, though, why that decision would be made. I mean, Hader is somebody who is by far, like, there's no one close, the best dominant reliever in that bullpen. And just like that, you wasted him to get one out in an inning with nobody on base. So it's not like there was even a jam. It was just one out, and now you're going to have to figure out some sort of system to retire 2 innings worth of hot Dodger bats.
Indeed, as it'll be a 2-1. That one called for a strike 2-2. I mean, they must have some confidence in the setup and closing role, although I don't know how you do when you win 38 games point in the year. That's the second worst on the NL side.
Might be why they win 38. It could be exactly why if they're making decisions like that.
I mean, there's some teams that have fallen off the face of the earth, Jeremy, but I don't remember a team falling off the face of the earth this bad. It's the 3-2. That one's fouled off again. I mean, I'm talking from one season. I know the Red Sox, it's happened to them. That's a little bit of a different scenario, but with not many changes and arguably the roster getting better, he got worse as this one's line fell yet again. We'll try it another time.
Right now my screen's just locked on Omar Narvaez, just staring down the first baseman. That's all I'm seeing right now.
And here's the payoff pitch. Narvaez hits it to first. Muncy fields, spins around and touches first base. The inning. First go down 1-2-3 yet again. It'll be Soler. Close your eyes as he leads off the inning. Cody Bellinger and Justin Turner lead it off for the bottom of the eighth as we're through 7.5 here in Chavez Ravine. And Alex Claudio. Yeah, you picked a better pitcher than Josh Hader to come in and pitch. As Alex Claudio will definitely come into, I don't know. I mean, why do you throw a left-hander against it? This is where I get irritated. I'm sorry. I'm a big fan of baseball, guys. This is what irritates me. Jorge Soler has hit 2 home runs today against left-handed pitching. You're going to bring in Alex Claudio?
Funky deliveries, that's why.
I don't care what delivery you have. This man's on a tear. These are some Barry Bonds-like numbers at the plate. Man's 2 for 3, and all he hits is moonshots. And they're going to be very lucky if he doesn't hit a moonshot here again.
I wish I could
It'll be a
see your fuming reaction right now live.
I don't fume too much, but this is something to fume about. Listen, if they get the out, good on them. This is not an easy out by any means. And the fact that he has to face 3 hitters in the inning makes it worse, as that one's chopped foul 2-1, because it's not like anyone after Soler is an easy out either.
I'm hoping he homers just so I can see a reaction. I'll be straight up.
This is inside 3-1. Cody Bellinger, the hitting MVP, sits on deck.
3-1. Hitters count, Tim. Hitters count.
If he gets a pitch to swing at, I'm going to be
Oh, that was
astonished if
it.
he does. Oh, it's chopped.
That was it. That was it. Oh, no.
Okay, I'll give the Brewers a little bit.
No credit deserved. No credit deserved. That was a hanger, and he just got way on top.
I suppose, as Cody Bellinger will step in and all. I mean, again, I'd be professional as much as you can about this, but there's sometimes when I look at the show, and I just can't believe what I'm seeing. And this is one of those instances, because I promise you, in real life, situation's not happening. It's just not happening. No discredit to Alex Claudio. You're not going to tell me, especially your best pitcher in the bullpen of Josh Hader, you're going to just bring him in for 1 out and turn around and not pitch him 4 outs. It's not going to happen unless he pitched 6 days in a row. Because the 0-2, that one's fouled off. We'll try it again.
I'm already in the bottom of the 8th inning. I'm just sitting back, relaxing, and enjoying listening to you vents on idiotic decisions. But, however, it seems to be paying off 2/3 in.
Indeed, the second out is going down looking is Bellinger. Listen, if this pans out, and all the credit in the world to Milwaukee, Alex Claudio would not have been my number 1 decision to go to here in the 8th. And you've allowed 5 runs now in the last 3 innings. I know there's 4 outs remaining, but the Dodgers coming quickly as another player who likes left-handed pitching, and Justin Turner, steps up. If Turner can't get it done here, it'll be Taylor, Bucks, and then Smith. Pitch, call for a strike 2.
Alex Claudio, he might have to get the game MVP if he gets rid of Turner right now. I have to bring him back for a 9th inning, too.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, I don't know what to think still at this point. I don't think the Dodgers are done, as that one swung on and missed, and Claudio ties the Dodgers in order. 1, 2, 3 in the bottom half 8th of the inning. Oh, that's a good hold, to say the least. Now we'll see who will come in to close for this Brewers team. But the Brewers lead 7-5 with 3 innings to play. Watch immediately bump on Twitch.tv as Joe Kelly, man, the myth, the legend, who we haven't seen too much this season, simply because the fact that, again, MLB The Show with the second setup role is to make it very hard to see our 2 setup men come in the 7th and the 8th. But really, we know 100+ mile-an-hour fastballs. It's a big piece for this Dodgers team as the first pitch misses inside 1-0.
My stream refuses to just hold on for 1 more inning, and they can lag out all at once. I don't really care, but right now, I have to leave and come back, so just hold on.
Caden, the leadoff hitter, will try to give some run support here in the top of the 9th inning. Brewers haven't scored a run since the 3rd inning, and I don't think they've had more than 1 hit since then. It's called for a strike 1-1.
Yeah, I can't remember either. I don't know when they could have possibly had a hit. I don't, because Lorenzo Cain hit that one. He might have had a single since 3rd, but that might be it.
Swung on and missed 1-2. Well, the only one I can maybe think of is Jed Jerko. His last double, maybe. Other than that, I'm not quite sure. That one misses well outside. 2-2. Joe Kelly, we know, has a tendency to be wild, but in fair reason. Fastball is wild, velocity total-wise, control-wise. Pitchers can throw his velocity as the 2-2 on the line and caught there at short by Taylor for the first down.
Yeah, good positioning by Taylor. I'm sure everything on the Dodgers' mind right now is just it's the bottom of the ninth because you got the top of the Brewers' order right now, and if one guy gets on, Christian Yelich steps up. A very important 3 outs for the Dodgers to record right now, so they have a chance to come back.
Indeed, we'll have a Sael Garcia steps in. He's 2 for 3, and he was a key contributor this lead as he had a 2 RBI single earlier on this ball game. See Kolarek and Trinan warming up. I don't really think there's going to be a need for them in this inning, as Lee deals the pitch for a strike 1-1. 100 miles an hour and a 2-seam fastball. I know Raldis Chapman and Hicks on the Cardinals, Jordan Hicks that is on the Cardinals. I know they throw sinkers and fastballs above 100 miles an hour, but very rarely do you see a 2-seam touching that 100 mark. One swung on and missed 1 and 2. It's as good as it gets, Jeremy.
Absolutely. Joe Kelly, just when he doesn't have his top velocity, he's just not a good pitcher. And it looks like it's going his way so far in this top of the ninth.
And Kelly's another one who started off as a starter and then worked his way to the pen, as that one swung on and missed for the second strikeout. The first strikeout for Kelly, but I believe it's the second strikeout for Garcia. Now Hura steps in. He struck out his last time up in the 6th inning.
Did you see that highlight of Joe Kelly throwing in his while quarantining in his backyard, and he broke the window?
It happens, and
it was very good video. You'll have to take a look at it.
I feel very sorry for that window. Because especially if it was a fastball, I really hope he hit it with a breaking ball, a slider, not the fastball, because I'll tell you that's 101 plus miles an hour. A pretty hit. It hurts.
Well, I think he was. I'll go back check it, but I think he was working on a new pitch, which led to that.
Joe Kelly had a knuckleball. Scary to think about.
I don't think it was a knuckleball, but again.
Ball, that pitch is out.
Stream is frozen.
Yep, same with me. Oh, he was working on a changeup, Tim. That's what happened. He was working on changeups, and his wife was recording him, and the window shattered.
Uh-oh.
We're going to the bottom of the ninth.
I don't know. Indeed. Well, see, you and I tend to have our flip-flop as we do indeed head to the bottom of the ninth. My stream is permanently frozen, so we will see how we fix this. But
Corey Knievel, I got you.
Come back.
Corey Knievel taking over for the potential save for Milwaukee. Again, I will be coming back to the play-by-play as we wait for Tim to resolve. As Chris Taylor steps to the dish. Last 3 outs for the Dodgers. They've come back from 7-0 to make it 7-5. As ball 1 is taken up by Taylor. It'll be 6-7-8 for LA. As Abel, who was out all of last season with Tommy John surgery, looks to reclaim his role as Milwaukee's closer. That's the pitch. We're frozen again, but that is in the air to center. I think Lorenzo Cain has it, and yeah, he does. Out number 1.
Now batting, second base.
If I'm not mistaken, it's 7-8-9, Jeremy.
6-7-8.
For the Dodgers, 6-7-8. You're right. I'm interested to see again who they will pinch hit if they get to that 9 slot, because they already utilized Corey Seager as well as Kike Hernandez today.
Gavin Lux takes ball 1. 98 miles an hour. Knievel, high velocity pitcher. Relies on that fastball more than any other. 2 of his 3 pitches are fastball base. As the 1 out. Up the other way, foul. The count 1-1. We're even. This is a big out for Knievel. If he can get Lux aside, they'll have 2 outs without the tying run on the base paths, which just lose a lot of pressure, especially if you're trying to close the game. The 1-1, swing and a miss, count 1-2. Now Luck's down to his last strike, knuckle curve. That's Knievel's pitch set. He's got the 2-seamer, the 4-seamer, and the knuckle curve. As it's the 1-2, I don't see. We're waiting for the stream to clear up. It's 2-2. I apologize.
Indeed, it's funny. My stream is now come back to life. It's funny how this is working, Jeremy. That one's called strike 3 for the second out. It's like every time I come in my stream, finding yours fixes up.
Oh yeah.
This is a Discord issue. I don't think this is us.
No,
That's what I think.
I say blame Shark.
It's still all Shark's fault. Indeed, as Will Smith comes in, Abel looking very good.
Ball one.
Am I stream going black?
That's 1-0. We're gonna make it through. We're gonna make it through this game. It's the last thing we do. It's gonna happen.
No, I think the final line was Alex Claudio for me. Still, this is outside apparently 2-0.
Yeah, it's 2-0 to Will Smith, the last hope for the Dodgers. 2 out, no one on, and now we're going black. In there, strike 1.
I believe one day.
We're gonna make, if we have extra innings, I apologize to everybody back home because it'll be a struggle. The 2-1. I can't see. Eddie. Refreshing.
It sounds like a plan for both of us.
Yeah, 3-1 to Will Smith. Pitch. Oh no, it's not. It's freezing again. And it's full. 3-2 count. Corey Knievel trying to end the game for the Brewers. Payoff. Swing and a miss. He got him. And the game is over. The Milwaukee Brewers win by a score of 7-5. Brett Anderson gets the win. Alex Wood the loss. Tim, we did it. And we can't rejoice with Tim right now. However, a weird game for sure. It looks like the Brewers were going to put up a 30 spot. However, after scoring 7 through 3 innings, they only record 1 more hit the rest of the way. Again, Brett Anderson, the victory. Alex Wood, the loss. The Brewers record win number 39 on the season. It's kind of lost. But going to that Dodgers side, the Dodgers do lose. However, Jorge Soler and his Dodgers debut in that Dodger blue. It's 2 moonshots to left off David Price. Lorenzo Cain had 2 hits himself, 2 doubles, as well as Jed Jerko. 4 RBIs for Avisaíl Garcia in the 2-hole. But yet, it is a Brewers victory. And Tim, I'm going to check on you again. Are you with us right now?
I am with you. The stream isn't loading, but that's just fine because obviously the game is no longer in place. We just carry through the highlights. But overall, I mean, again, what a big day for this Brewers team. You started up 7-0. Almost blew the lead. Jorge Soler hit 2 slow, massive bombs. I'll tell you what, though. If you're Duggo right now, you're happy because the Diamondbacks just expanded now to 3 games in that division lead and have even an opportunity to make it even further. For the Dodgers, you can't be happy because you lost to an NL Central team that's struggling of the Brewers. This is a positive sign for Milwaukee. That, you know, they do have the pieces there. This year, you know, maybe thrown in the dumpster, as they'd say, Jeremy. You could sell, you could make some moves, and I believe this Brewers team could be back next year as long as they're not making decisions, for example, of throwing Alex Claudio in, even though it worked out today. It won't work out in the future, I promise you that. Going with a 5+ ERA in a setup situation in the 8th inning against arguably the best hitter in baseball.
Oh, absolutely. And Tim, I love to see that you're still feuding over the Alex Claudio decision. As we're in some highlights, top of the 3rd, Manny Pena, his only hit of the game. The Brewers up 6-0, and then Lorenzo Cain just ropes a double. and deflects off Jorge Soler as the highlights so accurately described. And it's 7-0, but it would stay there for the Brewers, but not for the Dodgers. Jorge Soler puts one very high in the air that somehow gets out for his first Dodger home run. And that made it 7-1. Lots of highlights, so stick around. That was in the bottom of the fourth. Bottom of the sixth now. Jorge Soler says, let's do it again. Tim had quite the reaction to this one. Moonshot to left center field. That made it a 7-2 contest. Dodgers slowly chipping away. Then, as the stream yet again is so rudely cuts out, bottom of the seventh inning, Mookie Betts left field homer for the third time for LA. 4-13 right under the scoreboard makes it 7-5. Then Josh Hader came out. Corey Knebel came in after Alex Claudio. Shuts the door on Will Smith. And Tim, the Brewers win 7-5.
Did the Brewers win 7-5? And I'll tell you, good inning there, especially at the end by Corey Knebel. He's one of those pitchers, Jeremy, where I know he only has 3 pitches, you know, that 4-seam, a 2-seam, and then a knuckle curve, but he's just so good and effective at striking out hitters left and right. I mean, a big inning in relief, Knebel getting the save. And again, a must-needed win for this Brewers team to build some momentum, a little bit of happiness on a season that's lost. But for the Dodgers now, you can't afford to keep on losing games like this. Made a big acquisition to get Soler. Soler produced for you today. You still lose. It's like the Dodgers, since the summertime has come, Jeremy, have hit a slump. They're really starting to fade, and it's almost like Arizona is proving that they just may be the best team in the West.
Well, that is quite the hot take, Tim, and we'll have to see later. But right now, we're going to introduce the broadcaster for our next contest, Eddie McCarthy. How are you doing?
Guys, how are you? It was looking like this one was going to be a complete laugher, a total blowout, but the Dodgers made it interesting.
Oh, it was a fun game between offense and stream cutouts. Tim and I had a great time.
Well, Tim knows best that there's no broadcast that's complete with the two of us without it's definitely me having technical glitches, but usually it's both of us, so we have to kind of trade off awkwardly play-by-play, right, Tim?
It happens all the time, and it's still happening. I mean, for me, I still don't see the stream, so that's, you know, whatever.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
At the end of the day, you know, we laugh about it, and you know the other thing we say, we blame Shark Shavery. So overall, it's all Shark's fault. Just all jokes aside, we wish Shark was here for the Sevens. Obviously, he cares stuff. Everyone has a life. It's that simple. But love when Shark's in the booth, especially going to talk to him throughout the 7th and the 8th inning. And wait to see if maybe tomorrow in one of the games. If 5 games this week, so I'm sure I'm going to see Shark a couple times this week. Eddie, what are you thinking? You got a big game coming up next, and we're going to see yet again. You know, in my opinion, I thought the first game was going to be a good pitching matchup with 2 sinker ball pitchers. But you really have a big pitching matchup coming up here with Max Scherzer taking on Eflin of the Phillies. It's going to be a big game because the Phillies, again, I mean, they're not in the playoffs, obviously. They're on a brink kind of year, around 500. What do the Phillies at home need to do today to beat needless to say, probably the greatest pitcher of this generation, Max Scherzer?
Well, it's going to be a tall order, Tim, and thank you guys for everything that you did. It was a terrific call as we now switch gears to the East Coast and very quickly into this one. And already here comes our first pitch from Zach Eflin, which is in for a strike to Trey Turner. And as Tim and Jeremy were both pointing out, Zach Eflin on the mound today. He's got a very tough assignment pitching against, as Tim phrased it, one of the best pitchers in this generation. That's Max Scherzer. And the Phillies relying on him to keep the national runs to a minimum. And off to a good start here. Had a 1-2 on Trey Turner, who leads things off for the Nationals. And Turner will foul that one away, and we'll do the 0-2 again. It'll be Trey Turner, Adam Eaton, Juan Soto all due up this inning. That's the 1-2-3 for the top of this Washington lineup. Another 0-2. Swung on and missed, and it's a good start for Zach Eflin, who gets Trey Turner to chase the curveball for the first out of the inning.
Adam Eaton.
Well, continuing on with the Nationals order, it's Turner, Eaton, and Soto at the top. In the middle, Howie Kendrick, who's having himself a terrific year. He'll be joined by Kurt Suzuki doing the catching today, and Starlin Castro hitting 6th. Then it's Ryan Zimmerman, Victor Robles, and of course we're in a National League park, so Max Scherzer, the pitcher, will be batting 9th as Adam Eaton takes the ball to begin the count. That's high as well, 2-0. Zach Eflin throwing to JT Realmuto today. His infield defense, Alec Bohms at third. D.D. Gregorius, Josh Harrison, the double play combination up the middle. And then Reese Hoskins stands over at first. It's a beautiful day out here in Philadelphia, 68 degrees, unseasonably cool for a mid-July day. For the first of 4 between these two National League East rivals, as Eaton has got himself the first hit of the day for either side. Flare shot into left, and Adam Eaton on with 1 out to start the first.
The left fielder, number 22, Juan.
Handling that in the outfield was Scott Kingery. He's in left today. He'll be joined by Adam Hazley, who's in center, and Bryce Harper playing his old team in right. Of course, Zach Eflin on the mound today for the Phillies, as now we'll see Juan Soto, who takes inside for ball 1. Soto hitting .288 on the year, 24 home runs, and 63 RBIs as he takes a strike, evens things up 1-1. Well, Zach Eflin, his last start came against these Nationals the Friday before the All-Star break. Did not last very long, was out before the minimum 5 innings, and would be dealt the loss. It was a crazy game, wild offensively. Zach Eflin and Eric Fetty, the starter for the Nats that day. Neither one of them would get through the minimum 5. It would turn into a bullpen game very early. Ahead 1-2 to Juan Soto, and that's outside 2-2. Eaton leads away from first on the 2-2. Again, they go outside, and again they miss, and now the count is full. 3 balls and 2 strikes with Howie Kendrick on deck. Here's the 3-2 delivery. Is hit hard, but foul down the right field line, and Soto will fend it off, and we'll do it again. That is ripped down the right field line and into the corner. That is fair. Harper goes to collect. He does a good job playing it off the wall. He will hold Eaton at third. Juan Soto pulls into second with a double, increase the hitting streak to 14 games. It is double number 29 on the year for Soto, and the Nats are in business on the road early here in this one. So with the Eaton single and the Soto double, they're at second and third for Howie Kendrick, who is having himself a career year at age 36. This is a guy who's bounced around quite a bit in his career. Came up with the Angels, spent some time with the Dodgers, was with the Phillies for a little while, and now finds himself with the Nationals and hitting cleanup and batting .314 on the season, was leading the National League in average for a while. This is a guy who came out of nowhere. Here's an 0-1 upstairs from Eflin, and it's 1-1 now. Zach Eflin making his 20th start today, 5-5 on the year, a 4.46 ERA to boot. Even at 1 ball, 1 strike with Kendrick. And now make it 2-1 as that one's down and away. Glad you're with us here for some afternoon National League East bot ball on Major League Bot Ball on Twitch.tv. It's Eddie McCarthy with you for this one. 2-1 to Kendrick.
Whoa, that's down.
That misses low, and now it's 3-1, and Eflin's in danger of loading them up here in the first. That had all kinds of plate, and Kendrick was on it. But he sliced it just foul, and it's 3-2. Eaton at third, Soto at second. Full count to Kendrick. He went around, and that's a big strikeout for Zach Eflin. Second of the inning, and now it's 2 out with Kurt Suzuki coming to the plate. Talked about how good of a season Howie Kendrick has been having, but his struggles in the past couple of days continue. 0 for 6 with 2 strikeouts yesterday. They just struck out today. And you see the career numbers for Kurt Suzuki against Eflin, 4 for 11. Pretty solid, and he'll look to put his team on top early. Behind 0-1. And the curveball misses outside. Count even up, 1 ball and 1 strike. Soto's got good speed. He's at second. He should be able to score on anything hitting the gap, or into the outfield rather, as that one gets away from Real Muto, but he pounces on it. So now 2-1. Pitch number 25 already for Eflin is hit in the air, left center field. Back is Hazley, and he will reach out and squeeze it to end the inning. 2 hits, 2 runners left, but no runs come across. Bottom 1 rolls in here in Philadelphia. The Phils will grab the bats for the first time. Phillies coming to bat for the first time. That means we'll see Max Scherzer. And what else is new? Scherzer is a rock star yet again. 9-5 record, a 3.28 ERA. Not perhaps up to some of the unconscious standards we've seen him put up in past years, but still, this is a guy who the Nationals can say with absolute certainty gives them a chance to win every time that he'll toe the rubber. His task for the first inning will start with Bryce Harper, then it'll be JT Realmuto and DD Gregorius. Pretty dangerous top 3. As the first pitch to Harper inside 1-0. Harper's been in the leadoff spot for a little while now, started the year batting third. Joe Girardi deciding that he's better situated leading off. It'll be Harper, Realmuto, Gregorius who make up the top 3. In the middle, it will be Rhys Hoskins, Adam Hazley, and the rookie Alec Boehm. And rounding it out, Scott Kingery, Josh Harrison, and of course, the pitcher, Zach Eflin, as Scherzer gets ahead 1-2. A 2-strike count to Harper. And they try upstairs. But he lays off, and it's 2-2. That just misses outside. Now it is a full count to start the game. JT Realmuto is on deck. Kurt Suzuki, the catcher today. What does he want to call? 3-2 to Harper. That is hit into left. Over is Soto, and he will not get there. One hop against the wall. Soto will field. And Bryce Harper, a good start. He's aboard with a leadoff double, with the big guns coming up behind him. '30th double of the year for Bryce Harper. And he's in scoring position early with nobody out. So now we'll see JT Realmuto.
Count 1-0.
Hitting .246 on the year, takes inside ball 1. We mentioned Kurt Suzuki doing the catching. The rest of Scherzer's infield defense, Starlin Castro, he's at third. Trey Turner, Howie Kendrick up the middle.
Nope.
And of course, Ryan Zimmerman, Mr. National, playing first. As Scherzer in a little bit of trouble early. Already the leadoff double to Bryce Harper. Now he's fallen behind 2-0. Iran Real Muto. And make it 3-0 as that's outside. Across the outfield from left to right, Juan Soto, who just chased after that double. He's in left. Victor Robles in center. And Adam Eaton, who just enjoyed a trip to the All-Star game last week. He'll be in right. 3-0, taking all the way Real Muto, and Scherzer paints it for a strike.
No, ball 4.
That, though, is outside, and he walked him.
Batting third.
So a double and a walk. That's an uncharacteristic poor start for Max Scherzer here in the bottom of the first. As he'll now see Didi Gregorius. 3 for 17 in his last 5. Overall hitting .252 on the year. Leads the team in doubles with 32. The Phillies could use one of those gap shots right now.
Yeah. 0-1.
Strike one to Gregorius. Max Scherzer making his 21st start of the season. Not an all-star this year.
0-1.
Misses inside on the curveball. Even up 1 ball and a strike. Phillies playing their second consecutive series at home. They just waved goodbye to the Angels, who are in for 3. And again, Scherzer misses. Max having trouble finding the strike zone. Some command issues early in this one. And he's yet to record an out here in the first. Rhys Hoskins, the cleanup man on deck, but right now all eyes on Gregorius. Here's a 2-1. That is right side. Nice play, Kendrick, but he'll throw it away going to second. That'll bring around Harper. And he will score the first run of the game, so a miscue by Kendrick. And the Nationals still do not have an out, and a run comes in for their troubles. The Phillies lead it, and they strike first here at home. So it's an E4 on Howie Kendrick, which allows Bryce Harper to score all the way from second. And the Phillies are up 1-0. Rhys Hoskins fouls that one away. It's 0-2. Scherzer still looking for that ever-important first out of the inning. 0-2 to Hoskins. And he strikes out. Good job by Max Scherzer. His first strikeout, his first out of the day. And now a ground ball from Adam Hazley could get him out of the inning. Adam Hazley 1 for 4 with a double despite 3 strikeouts in yesterday's 5-0 loss to the Angels. Hitting in the 5-hole today and playing center field. Hazley pretty well hit into right, back and moving over, but it's going to be foul as Eaton had to get on his horse for that one. Hazley gave it a good ride. Now it's 0-2. 2-strike pitch from Scherzer.
I got the count. 1-2.
Is eye level and Hazley lays off. 1-2. Scherzer already over the 20 pitch mark. This will be pitch number 22 of the inning. Hazley the 1-2. Back-to-back strikeouts for Max Scherzer. And now he is 1 out away from getting out of this inning with only 1 run allowed. Standing in his way, Alec Boehm, the rookie, playing third base today. Doubled twice yesterday, which accounted for 2 of the Phillies' only 5 hits that they would put up against Los Angeles. That being the Angels yesterday. (1-0) from Scherzer.
1-1.
Boehm chases after it, comes up empty. JT Realmuto at second, Didi Gregorius at first. As here's a 1-1. Again, Boehm attacks, but nothing to show for it. Now it's 1-2. So Max Scherzer, after the first 3 men reached, 2 on hits and Gregorius on an error, now trying to get out of the inning. 1-2.
That's ball 2.
Tried to go after him with the changeup, but no such luck. Boom. Will ground right side. Nice play by Zimmerman, and the cover by Scherzer. Well executed by the Nats. But a run comes across for the Phils as we've played 1 here in Philadelphia, and the home team leads by 1. Starlin Castro leads off top of the second for the Nationals, who take their second crack at the starter, Zach Eflin. Castro, 263 on the year. Spent some time with the Yankees, then some time with the Marlins, 4 All-Star games in between. Not an easy task filling the shoes of Anthony Rendon over at third, but he's done pretty well at it. He's given the Nationals excellent defense and a good bat as well. Zach Eflin needed 25 pitches to get through that first inning. That's something that he's struggled with, being length, going deep into his starts. And he's going to have to do some limiting and get some easy innings if he wants to try and remedy that today. Two and 1 to Castro.
Ball, that's out.
Curveball got away, 3-1. It'll be Castro, Zimmerman, and Robles this inning for the Nationals, as they try and respond after Philadelphia would strike for 1 in the bottom of the first. High strike called, and now it's 3-2. What will Eflin decide to use here? 3-2 to Castro.
Nope. Ball 4.
Inside is the fastball. And Castro has walked to start the inning.
The first baseman, Ryan Zimmerman.
So now here's Ryan Zimmerman, who hits much better against left-handed pitching than he does against righties, as you can see the splits there. Overall, though, having another good season, 271 on the year, 15 home runs.
0-1.
And he offered at that first one, 0-1. Career 4 for 8 against Zach Eflin, 500. Not too shabby, as they say.
Go.
And he lines this one to third. Boehm will make the play. Running on the pitch was Starlin Castro, which helped. So it was a hit and run, not executed to perfection, but it canceled out the double play. And Castro will move to second with 1 out. Victor Robles, who's been on a little bit of a hot streak lately, 14 for 40 in his last 10. On most teams, he'd be hitting a lot higher than 8th. But he also plays an excellent center field for this Washington ball club. One out to Robles. That's high, 2-0. Robles followed up by Max Scherzer. And Robles flies into center. Back is Hazley, and at about 2 feet in front of the warning track, he will make the catch. And that's the second out of the inning, and it'll bring up the pitcher, Scherzer.
The pitcher, number 31, Max Scherzer.
Max is not terrible with the bat. He's a career 195 hitter, has 1 career home run. That came back in 2017, and he flies this one into right, but Harper has got plenty of room to make a play, and there go the Nationals in the top of the second. Kingery, Harrison, Eflin. We'll see when we come back. Scott Kingery leads it off here for the Phillies in the bottom of the second. They'd send 6 men to the plate against the 3-time Cy Young Award winner in the in the bottom of the first, but only 1 run to show for it. As Scherzer starts off Kingery with a strike. It's what they say about the best pitchers. You better get them early. Especially in a day game, because once they settle in, and once they find a rhythm, it can be like trying to stop a moving train. We'll see if Scherzer can start trucking. He had a very hard time in that first inning, although probably no run at all scores if it weren't for the error that was made by Kendrick.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
"35-year-old deals." And it is fouled away by the 25-year-old Kingery. 2-2 again. A strikeout starts the frame as Kingery chases a pitch in the left-hand batter's box. 1 out.
Batting 8, the second baseman, Josh Harrison.
Max Scherzer is so dominant. Between 2012 and 2018, he struck out at least 230 batters per year. He's been a model of consistency in this era. From 09 to 18, he made at least 30 starts in every season. He started a couple of all-star games. Not much this guy hasn't done, and now, as of last year, he's won a championship. And he'd love one more, and his team in a good spot to make another big run. Comfortable lead on the division, 5 in front of the Atlanta Braves, as this one is flied into center. Plenty of room for Robles, and that's 2 out. The Nationals 5 games in front on the Braves. They'd be the 2 seed going into the playoffs. The Cubs, who have also been tremendous, they're 65 and 34. The Nats 62 and 38. No reason why this team couldn't make another deep playoff run. Scherzer a chance for an easy inning here. He faces his counterpart Zach Eflin. Eflin, a career 156 hitter. But he did hit a double his last start off of Eric Fetty, which scored a run. Chases after that one, 0-2. He will fight off that one and live to see another pitch. Scherzer trying to control that pitch count. Took him around 25 pitches to get through the first inning. Here comes number 40. And Eflin will pair it. So Zach Eflin making the Cy Young Award winner work. 0-2 again. That is back up the middle. Trey Turner a few steps to his left, and Ryan Zimmerman will help him out. And it's Scherzer's first 1-2-3 inning. Top of the third coming up when we come back.
Leading off for Washington, the shortstop, Trey Turner.
Reminder that all proceeds from today's telecast will be going to Meals on Wheels. Meals on Wheels supports more than 5,000 community-based programs that are dedicated to addressing insulation and hunger. This network serves virtually every community in America and enables America's seniors to live nourished lives with independence and dignity. We ask that you please donate if you can. There should be a link on the Twitch stream. Trey Turner leads it off as the lineup turns over for the first time for Washington today. Grounder to the left side, Gregorius long throw, got him. And Trey Turner runs well, so that was not as easy as Gregorius made it look.
Adam Eaton.
There we'll take a look at our National League East standings, which we were talking about in the bottom of the second, last inning. Washington still holding a fairly comfortable lead on the Braves. They're 5 up. The Phillies, they've been hovering right around 500 all year, sometimes a little bit above, sometimes a little bit below. As of today, they are 48 and 51. 13 and a half back from Washington. Probably safe to say the division is lost cause. However, 8 and a half back from the second wild card, which is currently a tie between the Dodgers and the Braves. The Reds over in the NL Central have the top wild card spot. 1-1 to Eaton.
2 balls, 1 strike.
Outside, it's 2-1. Eaton, a base hit his first time up, enjoying what is one of his best seasons. Hitting .329 on the year, just came back from the All-Star game. And he will lay down a bunt left side, but a little bit foul. And now it's 2-2. That is back up the middle. Tough play, Gregorius. And we'll give him props for the effort. But it'll be a single and the second of the game for Adam Eaton. And he's aboard with 1 out here in the third. Juan Soto, who doubled his last time up, back in the top of the first, will come up in very similar circumstances, identical, actually. Adam Eaton once again at first base after a base hit, and 1 out in the inning. They check on Eaton, who has a big lead over there, and he dives back in time. Adam Eaton likes to run, but for the likings of Dave Martinez, maybe a little bit too much. 17 stolen base attempts on the year. He's been caught 10 times.
2-0.
What an amazing story Juan Soto is. Only 21 years of age, out of Santo Domingo in the Dominican Republic. He is one of baseball's brightest young stars. Only the 4th player in baseball history to hit 100 extra base hits before his 21st birthday. He joins Mel Ott, Tony Conigliaro, and the guy in right field today for the Phillies, Bryce Harper. So that is some elite company. This guy is going to be good for a very long time. Two and 2 to Soto.
3 balls, 2 strikes.
And that's high, 3-2, and you can see Soto's trademark. Every time he takes a pitch, he does that little shimmy and stares at the pitcher, which everyone first noticed big time when the Nats were national TV coverage last year. This is grounded right side, might be 2. Out at second, and out at first. The nice pick by Reese Hoskins. And that will do it for the top of the third. A double play helps out Zach Eflin. And we'll go to the bottom of the third here in Philadelphia. Bryce Harper, a man who we were just talking about, leads things off in the bottom of the third. Phillies sent 6 men to the plate in the first, but Scherzer worked a 1-2-3 second. Again, Harper taking, but he takes another strike, and now it's 0-2. 2-strike pitch to Harper. Almost hit him, and he jumps back. One and 2. Hit on the ground, right side, and foul. Bryce Harper agreed to a 13-year deal. That's not a typo. Right before the 2019 season after coming up with the Nationals. He knows Max Scherzer very well and struck on him for a double his first time up. Now behind 1 and 2. And he strikes out. Third of the night for Scherzer. And that's how we start the bottom of the third.
Real Muto.
JT Realmuto, who walked his last time up, will be next.
Inside ball.
And he'll take one inside for ball 1. Realmuto, 29 years of age, hailing from Oklahoma, would be drafted in 2010 by the Marlins and decided to sign with the big club instead of honoring his commitment and taking up his scholarship at Oklahoma State University. Was converted in the Marlins system from a shortstop to a catcher, and that has paid dividends. A Gold Glove last year, and now a hit here in the bottom of the third inning to put 1 man on with 1 out, and Gregorius coming up.
Heaney. Gregorius.
Safety Gregorius singled in the first. And now we'll bat for the second time here in the bottom of the third.
Nope. Ball 1.
First pitch outside, 1-0. Bounces that one left side and foul. It's 1-1. Max Scherzer would love another easy inning, meaning he'd love to induce a ground ball.
2-1.
2-1, Gregorius will nick it foul, and now it's 2 balls and 2 strikes with Rhys Hoskins waiting on deck. Gregorius 0 for 4 yesterday with a strikeout in an 8-7 loss to the Pirates. And he strikes out again. It is the 4th of the night for Scherzer. Check that, that's the 5th. And the K's are starting to pile up. I believe it was at the beginning of Scherzer's second inning of work where I said that starting pitchers, especially the good ones, you have to strike on them early. If not, it becomes like trying to stop a moving train. And if you're the Phillies, you have to start worrying about whether or not that 1 run that they got in the first, when perhaps they should have had more, will be all that Scherzer will allow. Maybe not, though, as that's into the gap from Hoskins. What will they do with the runner? Gregorius will be sent. The throw home is not in time. And I beg your pardon, that's Real Muto.
Center fielder.
So Real Muto comes around and scores from first on the RBI double from Rhys Hoskins. And it's 2-0 Philly here in the third. So a base hit by Real Muto started it, and then Hoskins put it in the perfect spot. Right center, the deepest part of the park here at Citizens Bank. And Real Muto came all the way around. Hazley strikes out to end the inning, and Suzuki will finish it off. But the Phils tack on one more. Rhys Hoskins, a gap shot. And it's 2-0 as we are a third of the way through here at Citizens Bank. Howie Kendrick leads it off for the Phillies in the, for the Nationals in the top of the fourth. Strikeout his first time up. Middle of the order. For the Nats, it'll be Howie Kendrick, Kurt Suzuki, and Starlin Castro, 4, 5, and 6. Big sweeping curveball comes in, strike one.
I got a ball, 1 strike.
Pitch count for Zach Eflin still a little bit high. It was looking like it would be disastrous in that first inning, where he needed 25 pitches to retire the Nats. Now he's at 53, and if he can keep it up, he can go a good ways into this ballgame.
I got to count 2 and 2.
That one skips in 2-2 to Kendrick. Lined up the middle, that's a base hit. First of the night for Kendrick, and the Nats have a man on to start the inning.
Now batting, the catcher, Kurt Suzuki.
Howie Kendrick continuing to tear it up here in this season. I mentioned came into today hitting .314 on the year, a career best mark. And Suzuki will go the other way. Hard hit base hits on back-to-back pitches.
Now batting.
And now the Nationals are threatening once again. Runners at first and second with nobody out for Starlin Castro. And by the way, it's a 10-game hit streak for Kurt Suzuki. So we could say so long to the easy inning, presumably for Zach Eflin. Unless he was able to induce a triple play. Eflin has had his struggles in the big leagues. Last year was 10-13, a 4.13 ERA. Consistently started every fifth day, would make 28 starts. Not really what the Phillies were looking for. This year it's a little bit better. 5-5 on the year. With the ERA 4.46. This Phillies team has got a whole lot of talent, as indicative of the top of their lineup. They've spent a whole lot of money, but so far it really hasn't paid dividends.
I got to count 1 and 2.
They still find themselves 3 games under 500 at 48-51. 5-5 out of their last 10. 1-2 to Castro. Misses outside, and now it's 2-2. Zach Eflin looking to do everything possible to avoid loading the bases. Castro on the ground. That was going to get through. It's a base hit for Starlin Castro.
Now batting, the first
And
base,
they are loaded up
Ryan
with
Zimmerman.
3 straight singles to start the fourth. Bases loaded chance for Ryan Zimmerman, and he takes a big hack at the first pitch. Fastball 95, and it beat him 0-1. Zimmerman will ground back to Eflin. They'll go home to get one, and to first, that's two, and that is huge. It's a 1-2-3 double play hit into by Zimmerman. Howie Kendrick out at the plate. He is erased. Zimmerman, of course, out at first. Runners move up to second and third. That is the best possible scenario for Zach Eflin. So now it's just Victor Robles who stands between Eflin and another unscathed inning. 1-0 to Robles, and he chases one eye level 1-1. That is bounced foul, and now it's 1-2. Zach Eflin has done a very good job so far. Now trying to finish it off. 1-2 to Robles.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
Up and away, ball 2. Ryan Zimmerman kicking himself in the dugout. Golden opportunity hit into a double play. But now Robles, a line out, and Rhys Hoskins has Zach Eflin covered. The Nationals load the bases, yet do not score. Bottom of the fourth when we come back here in Philadelphia. A reminder that today's telecast is brought to you with the help of the folks at Twitch TV, the world's leading streamer platform for gamers and the things we love, as we welcome you back for some afternoon NL East Ball here on Major League Ball on Twitch.tv. The Nationals in town to face the Phillies. This is the first of a 4-game series. Eddie McCarthy, glad to be with you here today.
The third baseman.
Well, we've seen a pretty good one so far, and it's actually been Zach Eflin, the Phillies' 4th starter, who is out-dueling Max Scherzer thus far.
That's a ball. Count 1-0.
Phillies would get one in the bottom of the first on a ball that was thrown into right field on a double play turn attempt by Howie Kendrick, and then Rhys Hoskins would double in JT Realmuto, all the way from first base with 2 out last inning. It'll be Alec Bohm, Scott Kingery, Josh Harrison, 6, 7, and 8 for the Phillies in the bottom of the fourth. 1-2 to Bohm.
Oh, that's inside.
And Scherzer misses inside. It's 2-2.
Full count, 3-2.
That time it's outside. And now the count is full to Alec Bohm, with Scherzer trying to avoid putting the leadoff man on. Bohm lifts a high fly ball into shallow right. Coming on is Eaton, who will make the play. That's out number 1.
The left fielder, number 4. Scott Kingery.
Scott Kingery, who struck out his first time up in the second, will be next. On the ground right side, Zimmerman. Terrific play. The second time we've seen Zimmerman and Scherzer hook up like that. And it's 1 pitch, 1 out, and it's the second out of the inning. And now Josh Harrison with 2 outs and clear bases. Left side. And that one is just foul, as Harrison got a good piece of it. Popped up, should end the inning. Suzuki is there, and Max Scherzer has a 1-2-3, 8-pitch bottom of the fourth as we head to inning number 5 here in Philadelphia. Max Scherzer will lead it off for the Nationals. It'll be 9-1-2 for Washington this inning. That's Scherzer, Turner, and Adam Eaton. The Nationals have had their chances so far. They've just been unable to score runs when they've had runners on base.
Leading off for the Nationals.
They left 2 in the first, 1 in the second, and most recently 2 in the fourth when they'd load the bases. Strike 1 to Scherzer. Max Scherzer is on a 7-year deal with the Nationals that he signed before the 2015 season, coming over from the Tigers.
Off the plate, ball 1.
When he signed it, it was the most amount of money ever awarded in a contract of that size. That record has been broken time and time again as of late, as that one jammed him, and it's 1-2. Fouled away, and he'll keep it at 1-2. Bounces in from Eflin, and now it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. So give Scherzer credit. He's at least going to make Zach Eflin work for it. And he'll fight off another one. Two and 2. Scherzer lifts one in the air, right center field. But coming over to make the catch is Adam Hazley, but his teammates will be appreciative of that at-bat. He worked Eflin and gave that one a pretty good ride. We'll see Trey Turner for the 3rd time. Here's a guy that every broadcaster will say every time you do a Nationals game, not somebody you want to let on base. So far, he's been kept off the base paths tonight, but he is lethal if allowed to run.
Oh, that's out.
Popped up, shallow right. Harper comes in, makes the catch, and Turner's 0 for 3.
Now batting, right fielder, Adam Eaton.
With 2 out in the inning, here's Adam Eaton, who's had a very good day thus far. 2 for 2, 2 singles to boot. First pitch swinging, sliced foul. Eaton was traded from the White Sox right before the 2014 season. I beg your pardon, he was traded from the Diamondbacks to the White Sox right before 2014, and he will wear that one.
Up next for Washington.
A slider gets him on the butt,
1-0.
and he'll be a 2-out base runner, as it's the first man Eflin has hit today. What a great signing that was for the Nationals when they grabbed him in free agency after he spent 3 years with the White Sox between 2014 and 2016.
Ball 1, no strike.
Juan Soto, who doubled back in the first, will try and move Adam Eaton along and see if the Nats can get something going. Something in the gap should be enough to score Eaton, who does move well. As we mentioned last time Eaton was on base, he also likes to run. Just gets caught a lot. Looping curveball in for strike 1. 2 balls and 1 strike. Here's a 2-1 to Soto. Hit hard, and that is down for a base hit. Almost ate up Bryce Harper, who did well to keep it in front of him. And now they're at first and second for Kurt Suzuki. The Nationals once again with multiple runners on base. The question now, can they cash in? So Zach Eflin retired the first 2 men he saw in this inning, but a hit batsman, which was Adam Eaton. And now the single by Juan Soto has set the table for Howie Kendrick. Beg your pardon, not Kurt Suzuki.
Outside, that's the
Kendrick taking. Borderline pitch, called a ball, it goes his way. 1 ball and 1 strike. That skips in the dirt. Good stop, Real Muto. And he'll keep the runners where they are. JT Real Muto, Gold Glove Award winner last year. An All-Star 3 years running. Shows you why right there.
3 balls.
That
1
misses
strike.
high, and now it's 3-1. And you can see Real Muto trying to settle down Zach Eflin, who has flirted with disaster quite a few times. How long will he be able to do it against a lineup like this? Kendrick all over that one, but he's a little bit late. And now it is the biggest pitch of the day for Zach Eflin. 3-2 with 2 men on. The runners get an early start. Kendrick lines to third. Alec Bohm will throw it across. And once again, Zach Eflin gets out of trouble. The Nationals strand 2 and do not score. Halfway done here in Philly. Phil's up by 2.
Your attention, please. Pinch hitting for the Phillies. Number 2, Scherzer.
Gene Segura, the pinch hitter, which means Zach Eflin's day is done. Didn't deliver much length, but you can't argue with what he did provide, which was 5 innings of no-run ball, and the Phillies will take that, especially when they're going up against a guy like Max Scherzer. Segura into left center. That's Robles, who will make the catch, and it's the first out of the inning.
Right. Harper.
So the Phillies now have to get 4 innings worth of bullpen outs, and we'll see how they decide to play it. They played an extra inning game, they played a full 9-inning game with the Pirates yesterday. I beg your pardon, I'm confusing my teams a little bit. The Nationals would be playing a full 9-inning game with the Pirates, where they would be walked off on. They'd lead 7-6 in the top of the ninth, but Sean Doolittle would not be able to hold the lead, and he'd blow the save. The Phillies, on the other hand, would lose 5-0 to the Angels yesterday. They gave up 3 runs in the first and 2 in the 7th, and could never score any of their own. Here's a 2-1 to Harper. Swing and a miss, strike 2. And Jake Arrieta continuing to struggle. He pitched yesterday for the Phils, only lasted 5 innings, fell to 3-13 on the year as Harper goes down slugging. 7th strikeout of the day for Max Scherzer.
Real Muto.
JT Real Muto with 2 out and nobody on.
0-1.
I should mention Max Scherzer has retired the last 6 in a row. 6 in a row, 7 out of his last 8 for Scherzer. Looking to extend that here against Real Muto. That's low, 1-1. 1-1 to Real Muto, and that drives him back. Fastball at 95, and Real Muto was wise to get out of the way. Here's a 2-1. Good piece by Real Muto. But he fouls it away to the right side, and Scherzer looking for back-to-back 1-2-3 innings. 2-2.
3 balls, 2 strikes.
That one misses inside, and now it'll create a full count situation with D.D. Gregorius waiting on deck. Scherzer's 3-2 delivery is hit in the air, pretty deep to left center field. Back at the wall, it is off the wall. Playing it is Soto. He will fire to third as taking 3 bases is the catcher, Real Muto. It's a 2-out triple. That was very nearly out of the park. JT Real Muto hit it about as far as you can in this ballpark without it being a home run. It is his 3rd triple of the year. And the Phillies would love to drive him in. Difference between 2 runs and 3 runs when it comes to a lead is notoriously a lot.
That's a ball.
D.D. Gregorius, the man assigned for the job. Max Scherzer, safe to say he has not had his good stuff today. He's been fighting himself since the first pitch of the outing. Uncharacteristically high pitch count. Here in the 5th, just trying to fight his way through and deliver a quality start. 1-0 to Gregorius. Good pitch. And it's 1-1. Gregorius had that one almost hit him. And now it's 2 balls and 1 strike. Rhys Hoskins would be next on deck if Gregorius can keep it going. And he's in a good spot to do so now because it's 3-1. Gregorius signed a 1-year deal with the Phillies before this year after being Derek Jeter's replacement with the Yankees. Looking to deliver. He won't deliver a hit, but he'll deliver a walk. And now they are at the corners with 2 out. And the cleanup batter, Hoskins, coming up. Important here that the Nationals are on the same page with the 1st and 3rd situation. Last thing they want is to give away a run. Hoskins a 1-0, and now it's 2-0. So a walk to Gregorius, and now Scherzer has fallen behind 2 balls and no strikes on Rhys Hoskins. And now it's 3-0.
3-0.
Have to imagine Hoskins taking all the way. He swings and hit it pretty well, but it's foul. He got a cookie from Scherzer, unable to crush it. That sets up a 3-1. That is outside. That is ball 4. It is back-to-back walks issued by Max Scherzer. And out comes the pitching coach, Tim Bogar, for a chat. Hunter Strickland, Roenis Elias in the bullpen for the Phillies. Zach Eflin, their starter, is done. Gene Segura pinch hit for him earlier this inning.
Ball, that's too high.
So here now is Adam Hazley, and Scherzer starts him off with another ball. There was room for error when Hoskins was at the plate. That is no longer the case. He has to pitch to Hazley. 1-0. In the dirt, good stop Suzuki, but it's still 2-0. Max Scherzer trying to fight his way through. 95th pitch of the day is hit foul, 2-1. They're loaded up for Hazley. 2-1 is hit on the ground, back to Scherzer. They'll go home, and that will do it for the inning. Sigh of relief, Max Scherzer. He gets through it. 2-0 Philadelphia as we head to the 6th.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the
Enyel De Los Santos
number 51.
will come on for the top of the 6th inning, making his 13th appearance of the year, a 4-1 record, 2.28 ERA. Not a bad choice for Joe Girardi's squad.
Catcher, number 28, Kurt Suzuki.
If you're scoring the game at home, I would recommend putting a star next to that last inning. At bottom of the 5th, the Phillies would strand the bases loaded, and they had a chance to really make this difficult for Washington, but now it's still just a 2-run game. Inside to Suzuki, 1-1. De Los Santos did not work yesterday in the Phils' loss against the Angels. So he is well rested here.
Ball 2.
Again, Eddie McCarthy, glad to be with you here on this very hot Monday afternoon for some National League East ball action, with the Phillies hosting the Nationals at Citizens Bank Park. Three balls and a strike, the count to Suzuki. Inside corner strike is called. Suzuki's not thrilled, but it's 3-2. Inside corner strike 3. That was the same pitch
Up next
on
for the
back-to-back pitches.
the third baseman.
Both of them called strikes, and Suzuki is rung up for out number 1. Starlin Castro, first pitch swinging, fouls it right side. 0-1. Nationals have had plenty of opportunities if you've been with us. Just been unable to get a timely hit when it really's mattered. Oh, 2 to Castro.
The count is 1-2.
Castro will be followed up by Ryan Zimmerman. Nationals looking to get something going. And a good job by Castro working it back to 2-2. De Los Santos 2-2
Full count, 3-2.
is outside. And now we are we are full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Nationals need base runners. Castro looking to provide. That was probably ball 4. Instead, it's out number 2 as Harrison will catch
The
it
batter,
for the
the
second
first
out of the
baseman,
inning.
Ryan Zimmerman.
Ryan Zimmerman, who's twice grounded out, will step in with 2 out here in the 6th. His team looking to get something going. That won't help. Gregorius will put it away, and it's a 1-2-3, top of the 6th. Worked by Eniel De Los Santos. His friends will grab their bats when we come back here in Philly.
Leading up for the Phillies.
Just a reminder that all proceeds from today's telecast will be going to Meals on Wheels. Meals on Wheels supports more than 5,000 community-based programs that are dedicated to addressing senior isolation and hunger. This network serves virtually every community in America and enables America's seniors to live nourished lives with independence and dignity. We ask that you please donate if you can. There should be a link in the Twitch stream. Scherzer back out there for a 6th inning, even though the pitch count is bordering 100. This 1-1 will be number 99.
That's outside.
And it's outside 2-1. Boom, attacks. And comes up empty, it's 2-2. That is on the ground left side, and that's a fair ball. Cut off by Soto, who does well to hold Alec Boehm to a single.
Up next for Philadelphia.
And the Phils, once again, are threatening, or at least looking like they may threaten, here in the 6th. And that is going to be it for Max Scherzer. Dave Martinez has seen enough from his veteran right-hander, who did not have it today. He fights through 5 and delivers 5 innings of 2-run ball plus 1 batter. He leaves still responsible for Alec Boehm at first.
Your attention, please.
This call to the bullpen presented by Meals on Wheels. Hunter Strickland will come into the game. His 31st appearance of the year, a 3-1 record, 2.9 ERA. He's been excellent, as has the rest of this Nationals bullpen. Strikeout to walk ratio very good. And he'll try and bail out Max here in the 6th.
Ball. Counts 1-0.
Got Kingery's 0 for 2 today. A strikeout and a ground out to Zimmerman. But he hits this one in the air pretty deep right field. Eaton is back. And just in front of the fence will make the catch.
The batter, number
Boy, that's
7.
what Citizens Bank Ballpark can do to pitchers. It can cause their hearts to skip a beat. Not one of the deeper parks. And that was a pretty good pitch from Strickland, and yet it was about 2 feet away from being a 4-0 ball game. Josh Harrison now with 1 out and a man on. That's Boehm.
Nope, outside.
In there for a strike. Count even. 1 ball and 1 strike. Hunter Strickland did not work yesterday, so his arm is fresh here in the 6th.
Count is 2-1.
We'll see who the Phillies decide to send to the plate in the pitcher spot, which is due up next. Presumably, they are not going to keep Eniel De Los Santos in the ballgame. Here comes a 3-1 to Harrison. This is hit in the air. They will call on Eaton again, who has plenty of room, and 2 out.
Now batting, the pitcher.
So with 2 out in the inning, we'll see who the pinch hitter is. It'll be Andrew McCutcheon.
Number 22, Andrew McCutcheon.
33-year-old veteran who spent a lot of time with the Pirates, where he was teammates with Josh Harrison. Man who just made the last out. Cup of coffee with the Yankees.
Ball 1, no strike.
And now in the second year of a 3-year deal with the Phils. McCutcheon also pinch hit yesterday and was 1 for 1. He did get a base hit, and look out. That was a slider, fortunately, from Hunter Strickland, but it was still 86 miles an hour and a little bit too close to Andrew McCutcheon's face for his comfort or ours. And we're glad he's okay. So now the lineup turns over again. Bryce Harper will crush this one to right. Back at the wall. This is long gone. Bryce Harper, a 3-run shot, and he hit that one with authority. 5-0 Phillies. They've blown it open here in the 6th. Well, that was absolutely tattooed from Bryce Harper. It's his 14th home run of the year, and he earned the right to watch that one. Deep into the night, a second deck, and it was midway up into the second deck, and now it's 5-0.
Now batting, catcher.
Only the second home run of the season allowed by Hunter Strickland. And the task got a whole lot tougher for Washington. One of those 3 runs that came around in that blast charged to Max Scherzer, and the book is officially closed on him. He goes 5 innings plus a batter and allows 3 runs on the day with 7 strikeouts. Realmuto will fly one into center. Robles has a beat on it and makes the catch, but the damage is done, and it is extensive. We're 2/3 of the way through, and Bryce Harper, his 3-run homer, has got his team ahead by 5.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Phillies.
Robert
Number
Stock will
66.
come on
Robert.
to pitch the top of the 7th for Philadelphia. Stock also did not work yesterday, making his 26th appearance of the year, a 6.95 ERA. And he'll face Victor Robles, the pitcher spot, and then Trey Turner, as the lineup will flip for the Nats. Robles trying to bunt his way on. It's a good one, but it just ekes foul. That was right on the line and could have been trouble. Now it's 0-2. And Robles strikes out to start the 7th.
The pitcher, number 60.
Good job by Robert Stock attacking Victor Robles on the high fastball. And we're going to see a pinch hitter for Washington.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please.
It's going to be Wilmer Defoe,
Number 1.
who
Wilmer
also pinch hit yesterday. He would be walked and then come around to score a run. Defoe hitting .252 on the year. 27-year-old kid from the Dominican Republic, signed at only 18 years old. Made his debut back in 2015. He's a career national.
No ball, 2 strikes.
And now finds himself behind 0-2 to Stock. 2 strikes to Defoe. Popped him up. Out to get it is Gregorius, and that is the second out of the inning. And Robert Stock has made quick work of the Nats thus far. Trey Turner for the 4th time today. He is 0 for 3. The Nationals just looking for base runners at this point. And Turner takes a strike. Here's an 0-1 to Turner.
1-1.
Inside 1-1. Well, Trey Turner is a guy who's another really fascinating story. He made his first appearance in the All-Star game just last week in Chavez Ravine. He was a starter and led off as he takes outside ball 2. This is a guy who was not heavily recruited out of high school. The only school to offer him a scholarship was North Carolina State. He would take it, and then he'd become one of the best players in the country. That turned into a first-round draft pick. And from there, the rest is history. He's been a terrific find for the Nationals.
Full count.
Full count on the way to Turner from Stock. Looking for a 1-2-3 inning. And he won't get it. Turner draws the walk, and he's aboard for the first time tonight,
Now
with Adam Eaton coming up right
the
behind
right
him.
fielder, Adam Eaton.
Adam Eaton, 2 for 2 on the day, been on base all 3 times. Hit by a pitch back in the 5th, a base hit in the 1st and in the 3rd. He's been good, which is characteristic of what Adam Eaton has been this year. Man out of Miami University, the Ohio one. And he just keeps tearing it up. 3 for 4 yesterday with 2 doubles and RBI. Today, one of the few bright spots on what's been an altogether pretty rough day for the Nationals. And Eaton has got another gap shot. Trey Turner rounds 3rd. He will be waved in. And Adam Eaton has gotten the Nationals on the board here in the 7th. It's 5-1 on double number 26 of the year for the 31-year-old from Ohio. Juan Soto will try and continue. And he'll take a strike on the outside corner. With one swing of the bat, Juan Soto could make this a much more interesting ball game. And he'll take high for ball 1. What a day for Adam Eaton. 2 base hits, a double, been on base all 4 times.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
When the Nationals go back to the drawing board, if they do, and try and figure out what went wrong here today, I don't think he's going to be one of the names that comes up. 1-2 to Soto, and he stays alive.
I got to count 2-2.
Soto watches that one outside. And now it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Stock's 2-2 is strike 3. Juan Soto goes down swinging. But the Nationals do get one back. Adam Eaton continues his stellar play. 5-1 as it's time to stretch here in Philly.
Your attention, please. Now
Austin Voth will come in to pitch the 7th.
Austin
Voth worked yesterday, lasted a 1/3 of an inning, gave up 2 hits, a run, and also walked a batter. making appearance number 49 on the year, a 6-1 record, 2.19 ERA, went to his first All-Star game just a week ago. He'll have a tough assignment. It'll be 3, 4, and 5, Gregorius, Hoskins, and Hazley. But he's off to a good start as Gregorius grounds into the shift, 1 out.
The first baseman, number 17, 3, Hoskins.
One out in the inning. That brings up Rhys Hoskins, who doubled in a run back in the third. Takes a strike from Voth. 0-1. And now falls behind 0-2. Austin Voth, 27 years of age, hailing from the state of Washington. And that is strike 3 called. Good start to the inning, Austin Voth. Ground out and now a strikeout. And looking to make it 3 in a row with Adam Hazley, who's due up right now. Hazley 0 for 3 today, 2 strikeouts and a ground out back in the 5th. Went to the University of Virginia where he was a college pitcher and would actually be the starting pitcher in Game 2 of the 2015 College World Series. But he turned into an outfielder, and he plays a very good center field for these Phillies.
2 balls, 1 strike.
Two and 1 to Hazley. Hit high in the air right field. Plenty of room, Adam Eaton. And it's a 1-2-3 inning for Austin Voth. Kendrick, Suzuki, and Castro coming up when we come back in the top of the 8th.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Phillies.
Jose Alvarez comes on to pitch the 8th for the Phillies. This guy is Joe Girardi's most trusted reliever, him and Nick Pivetta. This is appearance number 55, a 4-2 record, a 4.50 ERA. But Girardi trusts him despite the little bit higher than average, or higher than perhaps a manager would like, I should say, ERA numbers. He'll have Kendrick and Suzuki and then Castro to deal with here in the top of the 8th. Sparse crowd today, only 18,043 find their way into the ballpark here on a Monday afternoon in Philadelphia.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Ahead 1-2 now is Alvarez on Howie Kendrick.
Ball 2.
Misses low, and it's 2-2. Kendrick flashes one into right. Sliding is Harper. Nice play, and that's the first out of the inning.
Now batting, catcher, Kurt Suzuki.
Bryce Harper's had himself a very nice day, and now we can add sliding catch to the mix. That big 3-run homer, which would make this a 5-0 game back in the 6th, and gave the Phillies some breathing room. And now that very nice play here in the 8th. Victor Arano, Ranger Suarez both getting loose in the Philadelphia bullpen. But this is the first of 4 games that these two teams will play this week. I have to imagine that Joe Girardi does not want to overextend his bullpen any more than Zach Eflin going 5 will already extend it. Jose Alvarez already the third pitcher the Phillies have used. One-one-two Suzuki. That is hit in the air, pretty well hit to left. Back at the wall, it is caught on the warning track by Scott Kingery, who had to get on his tiptoes for that one. 2 out. Jose Alvarez twice bailed out by his defense here this inning. Now Starlin Castro with empty bases and 2 out.
Yep, that ball went out.
One and 0 to Castro, hit on the ground. This is going to be a tough play. Out to get at Realmuto, strong arm. And JT Realmuto shows off why he used to be a shortstop. 1, 2, 3, go the Nats in the 8th. Bohm, Kingery, Harrison when we come back.
Leading up for the Phillies, the third baseman,
Alec Bohm leads things off here for the Phils,
Bohm.
as this will most likely be their last at-bat of the ballgame. Austin Voth stays in to begin his second inning of work after pitching a 1-2-3 7th. We're nearly three-quarters of the way through this season, which means we're about three-quarters of the way through Alec Bohm's rookie season. 23-year-old from Wichita State. And he'll fly this one into right over his Eaton, who will make the catch. And that's the first out of the inning. This is a guy who's been a very highly touted prospect in the Phillies system for a while, has Bohm. 2019 recipient of the Paul Owens Award, given annually to the best minor leaguer in the Philadelphia system. Made the team in spring training and starting full-time with the big club. He's appeared, this is his 68th appearance of the year.
Oh, that's good.
Here's Kingery, 1-1.
One strike.
Outside, 2 balls and a strike. On the ground, right side, Zimmerman. Boy, that's the third time he's done that, but this time he will not make the play.
Second baseman,
That was looking very similar to the first time Zimmerman had to go to his right, but Kingery was a little bit faster, and he'll beat it out for an infield single.
Hey!
Josh Harrison with 1 out here in the 8th. He's 0 for 3 so far today. Hit the ball in the air quite a bit. A fly out to center and right, and a pop out to the catcher, Suzuki. That is ripped. But foul down the left side. Two strikes to Harrison. And he'll leave swinging, but it gets away from Suzuki. So it's a strikeout to Harrison,
the pitcher, number 52.
but Kingery will move up.
Your attention, please.
And we're going to see another pinch hitter for the Phillies. It'll be their third of the day as the pitcher's spot comes up. Davey Grullon will be the batter. This is only Grullon's 21st game of the year, hitting 170. It was a September call-up last year for the Phils. He went 1 for 9, his lone hit being a double in 2019. Oh, and 1 from Voth.
Well, that's off the plate.
Little outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. Kingery at second after the infield single and then the wild pitch. Grullon trying to bring him in.
Count.
It's a 2-1 from Voth. And it's swung on and missed, 2-2. A strikeout ends the 8th. As Grullon goes down swinging. Good work by Austin Voth. He pitches 2 scoreless. Last chance for the Nationals as we go to the 9th. They'll have their faith in Robles, a pinch hitter, and Trey Turner.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Phillies.
Victor Arano comes on in an unsaved situation for the Phillies. 37th appearance of the year, a 1-1 record, 15 holds, that's solid, and a 2.53 ERA. Ryan Zimmerman will lead it off, then Robles and Defoe. I missed a guy in my scorecard, I apologize. Zimmerman, Robles, and then Defoe, who was the pinch hitter last time. We'll see a new pinch hitter here in the 9th.
Off the plate, ball 1.
The name of the game for the Nationals, base runners. 4-run comeback is not unheard of. But they'll need base runners and timely hitting to do that, something they have struggled with today. So far, Adam Eaton, the only guy who's really been able to produce. 1-0 to Zimmerman. Grounded right side, to his left is Harrison. 1 out.
The center fielder, number 16.
Well, assuming this result holds, the Nationals will fall to 62 and 39. They'll still be in front of the Braves, who as of right now begin 5 games out of first place. But this is what's been the concerning bit for the Nationals this year. They've been terrific at home, as they are going to move 1 out closer to defeat, as Hoskins will take care of Robles. The Nationals have been terrific at home, 34 and 17 on the year, and while their road record isn't bad, it's 28 and 21, they've not put up the numbers that they've put up whilst at Nationals Park. As it looks like the pinch hitter will be Asdrubal Cabrera, who will try and extend things for Washington as they're down to their last out. Meanwhile, for the Phillies, they should move up to 49 and 51. They'll gain a game on Washington and move up to 12.5 back in the division, but at this point, their eyes are really on the wild card. They're 8.5 back from the second spot, which is currently tied for by the Braves and the Dodgers, but of course, the Phillies have a couple of teams to hop over. 1-0 Cabrera is outside 2-0. For the Phillies, it just really becomes a matter of all these guys that they've paid a lot of money to and invested a lot of time in really delivering. Bryce Harper, JT Realmuto, Didi Gregorius. Of course, the bullpen bringing in Zach Wheeler prior to the start of the year. None of these guys have really delivered to what they wanted. Gregorius has been good, Harper's been good, Realmuto's been good, but no one's been great, and that's why they're 3 under. This is back to the mound, should do it. Arano puts away Cabrera, and we can put this one in the books. Your final score, the Phillies win it 5-1 here at Citizens Bank Ballpark. They take the opener of this series. A good starting pitching performance from Zach Eflin, who went 5 innings, did not allow a run, not a deep start, but he will pick up the win. The big deciding moment, the 3-run home run by Bryce Harper in the 6th inning. That would give the Phillies some breathing room, and from there, they'd never look back. As they win this one, 5-1, hits are even 8-8. The Nationals make the only error, but the left-on-base stats are an entirely different beast. The Nats, they would strand 8. The Phillies, however, would only end up stranding 6. And of the 8 that the Nats stranded, quite a few of them were in scoring position. We'll start it off here in the bottom of the 1st. This would bring in the first run of the game. Howie Kendrick trying to go to second, but he would throw it into left field. And coming around to score would be Harper, who led off the game with a double, and Philly would take a 1-0 lead, and then they would extend it. Bottom of the third, Reese Hoskins would double into the right center gap. That would score JT Realmuto all the way from first. It was Hoskins' only hit of the day, but it came at a big spot, and here was the death blow. Bryce Harper got every bit of this ball, 405 feet to right field. 3 runs come around, and the Phillies would go up 5-0, and from there it was pretty much over. Adam Eaton, who had a terrific day for the Nationals, the only man who can say so, he'd have 3 hits. This RBI double being one of those 3. He would drive in the lone run of the day. Trey Turner would trot around to score. But then that would pretty much do it. The bullpens would do their jobs, especially for the Phillies, as Drupal Cabrera grounds out to end the ball game. And that is going to do it here in Philadelphia. Your final score is the Phillies 5 and the Nationals 1. These two teams will meet again 3 more times this week. Bryce Harper, your player of the game, no surprise there. He goes 2 for 4 with a double. Your winning pitcher, Zach Eflin, he goes 5, gives up 7 hits, 2 strikeouts, 0 runs allowed. And he will move up to 6-5. Max Scherzer, he picks up the loss. He was fighting himself the whole way today, only gave up 3 runs. Then again, his team would only score 1. Scherzer falls to 9-6 on the year. He'll have to wait 5 days to get another crack at it. It's a final from Citizens Bank Park. The Phillies, they win it 5-1. Eflin the win, Scherzer the loss, no save. Hits are even at 8-8. Washington makes the lone error. The Phillies only strand 6 while the Nats strand 8. We started at 2:04, we finish up at 3:36. Our game time is 1 hour and 32 minutes. As it's my pleasure to welcome in J-Rock and Special Effects. Guys, how we doing?
Fantastic. How you doing today, Eddie?
Well, could use a little bit of a drink of water after having to. What do we say? Have we made Scully a verb? Is that now a verb? Do you use Scully a game? I think we've kind of made that a verb.
As someone who's done that a lot over his professional career as a broadcaster, I think scullying is really the best verb to go for in that situation.
Well, I'll leave you guys to it. Looks like you've got a pretty good one coming your way. Angels, Yankees?
Yeah, it should be fun. A great pitching matchup on tap. Andrew Heaney, Eric Cole, 2 of the best in the American League this year. And, hey, you can never complain when you get the chance to see Mike Trout and Gleyber Torres and a lot of these young, talented guys duke it out against one another.
No, you're absolutely right there. Heaney's been terrific. Not many people saw that coming. All right, well, that's going to do it for me. I'm Eddie McCarthy. Thanks to our whole crew. The Phillies win it 5-1 from Citizens Bank Ballpark. Now I'll turn it over. J-Rock, Special Effects from the Bronx, Yankee Stadium, the scene, the Angels in town. Guys?
Thank you very much, Eddie. Excellent job on the call as the Phillies upend the Nationals earlier today, 5-1. The Yankees and the Angels getting ready to open up a 3-game series in the Bronx. The Angels third in the American League West at 47-52. The Yankees top the American League East at 61-37. But special, the Yankees lost 2 of 3 over the weekend against a selling St. Louis Cardinals team after winning 11 straight going into the break. So a big chance for the Yankees to bounce back here against the Angels today. As we mentioned, special, a great pitching matchup.
Yeah, both these guys coming in with an ERA below 3, so you love to see that. Should be a tight one between these two guys, and like you said right there, we've got Garrett Cole and Mike Trout, 2 of the best names in baseball, most recognizable faces. So it should be a fun matchup, and I gotta say, I'm just feeling very lucky to not have to scully a game myself. I've done that the last 2 broadcasts. So nice to actually hear someone in the booth with me instead of just talking to myself. But Garrett Cole, like we mentioned, 8-3, 2.46 ERA. The whip is below 1. I don't think I've ever seen that as low as it is. So Garrett Cole just having a phenomenal season. I wouldn't be surprised if he takes on the Cy Young.
Yeah, it's going to be a heavy race atop the American League for the Cy Young Award as first pitch of the game fouled away by Tommy LaStella, and we're underway. 2 minutes ahead of schedule here on this Monday afternoon, 3:43 Eastern Time, as the Yankees and Halos get underway. Tommy LaStella, whose younger sister Christina used to go to school with up until 8th grade, as the 0-1 pitch from Garrett Cole is swung on and missed 0-2. But Tommy, a fellow Closter, New Jersey native like myself, obviously one of the few guys from my town, actually I think the only guy from my town to ever make it to the major leagues, as the count is 1 ball and 2 strikes.
See, at least you get that lucky distinction of, kind of offhand knowing Tommy LaStella. The best I've got is I ran into Curtis Granderson at Universal Studios one time.
And that's a pretty good person to meet and live and in color, as that one I-2-2. Granderson's probably a fantastic person to get a chance to meet and talk to in person.
Yeah, no, he was just very nice, very understanding that, fans have the jitters around him. But I told him I'm a Tigers guy, I'm a huge fan, and that was actually right after the 2015 World Series where he did brilliantly against the Royals. Unfortunately, didn't come out on top. So we got some pictures on. We actually were on the same ride at the same time, so it was pretty fun.
That's awesome. I got to say, rode a ride with Curtis Granderson, as that one just a bit inside and high, ball 4. And Tommy LaStella draws a leadoff walk from 0-2 to a free pass for the Angels' first baseman.
Yeah, going to take a look at the pitch sequence right here. Like you mentioned, he got out quickly 0-2, but then just couldn't find the strike zone from that point on. You can even see that 4th pitch right there, not even finding our box. Same thing with the 6th pitch. It's just some of these pitches are not really even tempting for these hitters. So it's early on. Don't want to throw Cole in the trash just yet, but want to see a bit more command.
Cole entering the day leading the American League in strikeouts with 162. The Yankees trying to get back in the win column after a tough loss yesterday to St. Louis, as David Fletcher fouls the first pitch away. It's no balls and 1 strike. Fletcher on the season hitting at .295, 5 homers and 36 RBIs. Here's the day 4th in the American League in hits. Not a guy you would necessarily expect. Is this a ground ball up the middle and just under the glove of LeMahieu in the center for a hit, and the Angels walking a single, and not what Cole had in mind. 2 on, nobody out, and here is Mike Trout.
Well, I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but we've already seen 2 upsets so far today with the Brewers beating the Dodgers and newly acquired man Jorge Soler. And then we just finished up the Phillies beating the first place Nationals. So could we see 3 straight upsets in a row? It's looking like it could be set up for something with Mike Trout, best player in baseball, coming up with a couple guys on base.
And Trout, a fantastic season, .333, 22 home runs, 60 RBIs, also has 52 extra base hits to boot. And with 2 on, nobody out, takes a first pitch strike. It's 0-1, and you see the power for Trout lately has been good.
Yeah, this should be a guy he's pretty familiar with, of course, playing each other 19 times a year. With taking into account how the rotation works, but with the Houston Astros last season.
0-2.
Fastball up in the zone. Trout a little late. Garrett Cole quickly ahead, no balls and 2 strikes. These teams suffering losses yesterday. Both teams actually, neither team scored a run yesterday, as a matter of fact.
Yep, Yankees went down in just a 1-0 ball game against the Cardinals. You'd really think they could actually get something going.
It's a high fly ball into right field for Trout. Judge makes the catch, but not a lot of speed over there at second base, and Tommy LaStella. Great arm of Judge. Everyone's going to stay put.
The third baseman, number 6.
Judge's great arm. LaStella's not too fast, and that short distance from the right field wall. Great combination to just hold up there at second base.
Well, big out number 1 there for New York, and now here's Anthony Rendon as a ground ball can get the Yankees out of the inning. And one of the interesting things to watch when Major League season gets underway later this week, as Anthony Rendon and Mike Trout will be in the lineup with one another, as Rendon drives one deep in the air, left center field. Aaron Hicks going back, and this one is off the wall. Hicks will field and throw it back in. LaStella got a late break. The relay to the plate from Torres is not in time. It's an RBI double for Anthony Rendon, and the Halos strike first. They take a 1-0 lead.
Well, I was just about to mention he led the team with 69 RBIs on the year. Very nice total to have, and now he's all the way up to 70. So, fantastic start for the Angels. You want to get on top of Cole early because if he gets into a groove, there's no stopping him.
Anthony Rendon coming through with a big extra base hit. And now here's Albert Pujols, who did not play at all over the weekend for the Halos. They had a weekend series in Philadelphia against the Phillies. No DH and no Albert Pujols, not even as a pinch hitter, as Cole has him out in front of a breaking ball 0-1.
Yeah, I was a little surprised to see him sitting on the bench the whole time. I mean, obviously you don't want to put his defense out there if you can help it, but you would like to see his bat come up in a couple of clutch situations.
You wonder if maybe just not a situation presenting itself with a left-hander late in the game as Pujols can't connect 0-2. Saw those splits coming into the at-bat for Pujols. Very good against lefties this year, but pretty significantly under the Mendoza line against right-handers. Oh, 2 from Cole, and this is a ground ball to second. The infield playing back, so the Yankees will cede the run. Scoring from third, Fletcher. To third goes Rendon, and the Halos take a 2-0 lead on RBI for Pujols, his 33rd of the year.
I mean, that's just quality, responsible baseball. If you can't drive them both in, at least get the one and ground ball back up the middle to the second baseman. That's going to drive in the second run of the game. Now you're going to hope that Upton can at least get that third guy in. Because as we know with this Yankees lineup, every run is going to count today.
This Yankees team entered the All-Star break winners of 11 in a row, and we called, myself, maybe from Toronto, called the crazy 13-inning game on Friday night. Ended that 11-game winning streak. The Yankees would win on Saturday before being shut out the series finale yesterday in St. Louis. 1-0 to Justin Upton is a swing and a miss. And the count evens 1-1. The Halos, though, I had it backwards. They won 5-0 yesterday in Philadelphia. Avoid being swept. They lost a slugfest on Saturday and were shut out 1-0 on Friday as the count now 1-2 on Upton. Halos have some good talent, and they're in an interesting spot special as they get closer and closer to the trade deadline. And as you mentioned at the top of our broadcast a few moments ago, the biggest trade, I think, this point unfurling earlier this afternoon with Jorge Soler landing in Los Angeles.
Yeah, that was definitely a very big deal. That one slapped foul and make it 1-2. Biggest deal we've seen so far, maybe the biggest deal we'll see all July, but Jorge Soler going to the Dodgers in return for A.J. Pollock to help ease up some of that budget space, as well as Rusdar Gratterall and Josiah Gray, 2 top prospects.
Swing and a miss there from Upton, and Cole able to get out of the top half of the first, but 2 runs across for the Halos after a half inning. Angels 2, and the Yankees coming to bat. Tander Andrew Heaney on the mound for the Halos this evening, and especially he's had a fantastic breakout season atop Los Angeles rotation.
Yeah, the potential was always there, but he was always just kind of working his way to the middle back end of the rotation. This year, though, he's certified himself as a bona fide ace. 11-4, 2.85 ERA is fantastic. The whip is a little bit high, just under 1.3, but he's getting guys out when they can reach on base.
Here's the All-Star Game MVP, DJ LeMahieu, to lead off, and Heaney's first pitch is down. 1 ball and no strikes. LeMahieu taking over 318 homers and 58 RBIs. He is coming off an abysmal start second half of the season. We'll talk about that in a second as the 1-0 from Heaney is in the dirt and gets behind the catcher 2-0. LeMahieu over the weekend special 1 for 16 with 3 strikeouts against St. Louis.
I mean, I'm just going to let the numbers speak for themselves right there. There's not much I can say. He's been bad, you know, and sometimes you see that when guys have to play during the All-Star break. Usually that's a time for guys who don't make it to recharge, but LeMahieu didn't get that chance. So it's going to take him a little while to kick back on, but I'm sure he's going to continue his hot run.
And here we go with a base hit in a right field, so LeMahieu, almost as if he was listening to the broadcast, promptly dunks one in a right field for a hit. After the game I called on Friday night, he went 0 for 7 That 13-inning loss to St. Louis, LeMahieu making sure there's no donuts on his ledger today.
Yep, and that's all you really got to do. Just put the bat on the ball and make the defenders do the work. It was a little bit of a soft line drive there, but it got down, found some green grass.
Just one of the few guys from New York who had a good offensive series this weekend against the Cardinals. Here's Gleyber Torres, was 5 for 12 in that series, had 3 doubles. That 3-game set where the Yankees dropped 2. As Heaney's first pitch, a breaking ball inside, 1-0.
Yeah, a couple of those doubles coming in last night's ball game. Unfortunately, they couldn't do anything to drive him in because he was getting on base, getting into scoring position. But like you mentioned, it was a 1-0 shutout. Cardinals beating the Yankees.
Masahiro Tanaka pitched well for New York, but did not have any offensive support as that looked like a good pitch down in the zone, but Heaney squeezed a tad there. It's now 3-0 with Aaron Judge on deck.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing you could maybe say about Tanaka's performance, he did give up a lot of hits. I believe it was 7 on the evening, so he was lucky really to get away with just the 1 run allowed, but still, you'd like to have some offense to back you up.
Gave up 7 hits, didn't walk anybody, however, did strike out 9 in the tough decision. The Yankees only had 4 hits the entire day against St. Louis. They're at first, nobody out. 3-1 on Torres, and that one just off the inside corner, ball 4. And much like the Halos, the Yankees with 2 on, nobody out. The always dangerous Aaron Judge coming to the dish.
Yep, you'd love to respond here in the bottom of the first inning if you're the Yankees. Same reasons that you want to get under Cole's skin early on, because Heaney has proven this season he can get into a groove and shut out 5-6 innings in a row.
He has been spectacular. I was a little surprised. It's my first Halos game that I've called in the Bot Ball universe, and look at the numbers for him this season. Really impressive. He has littered throughout the American League a pitching leaderboard, much like his counterpart tonight in Garrett Cole. Aaron Judge steps in and hits a high fly ball, right center field. Going back towards the track is Trout, and in front of that dirt makes the catch. Going to third on the deep fly, LeMahieu. Aaron Judge just missed. Go-ahead 3-run home.
Just about the perfect swing you want right there. Just couldn't quite get it out of the reach of Trout, which if you're going to try and get it away from him, you got to either hit it on the ground or over the wall. But, at least good job moving the runner over to third base with less than 2 away.
Judge hit 2 home runs last night in the Yankees' actual exhibition game against the Mets. The Yankees hit a lot of home runs in that one. Giancarlo Stanton 1 home run in that game, too, as the 1-0. Giancarlo misses 2-0. And this was an interesting stat they were talking about in that Yankee broadcast last night on Yes. Michael Kay mentioned it. Think about the games that Stanton and Judge have played together over the last 2 years. Judge and Stanton have only homered in the same game together once. That does not include they did last night in an exhibition game between the Yankees and Mets as the count 1-1 now. But that's surprising special. Only once for the last 2 years have Stanton and Judge homered in the same game.
I'm just going to say it right now, I don't believe you. I don't believe him. Someone go get the research department and go double check that. But, it just goes to show you that everyone in this lineup can pick someone else up. If someone's struggling, someone else is having an amazing day.
And the other thing that I think goes in cohesion with that is Stanton takes high for ball 4. Heaney has not been in the benefit of the doubt in these calls, and you see Joe Madden visibly upset with the home plate umpire as the Yankees have him loaded with 1 out, Gary Sanchez. I think the big thing it shows is just how frequently those 2 guys have not been in the lineup together over the 2 years they've been on the same roster. Stanton has had injury issues. Judge has never quite been entirely healthy throughout an entire season after that amazing rookie year he had in 2017. So Yankees hoping maybe 2020 is the magic year, albeit in a short sprint, as Sanchez digs in and he was ready to rear back and fire, fouls it away 0-1.
Well, at least in the Bot Ball world, 2020 is working swimmingly for these Yankees, having Aaron Judge and Stanton on the same team for pretty much the entire season.
Sanchez pops this one up behind the plate. Will it get to the seats? And luckily for New York, it does. Sanchez gets a reprieve. It's 0-2.
That was almost the worst case scenario right there. You got to drive someone in here with the bases loaded, 1 out.
0-2 pitch, and Sanchez nearly wore a curveball. It's 1-2.
And I think I can hear the Yankees dugout shouting, "We got ice." You know, you can wear that one if you need to. Drive in a run somehow.
Sanchez certainly is no stranger to that as he pops another one up. This one's going to stay in the field of play and in foul territory. Catcher Jason Castro makes the play, and Sanchez a huge out number 2 for Anaheim or Los Angeles, California, whatever you want to call them these days.
Orange County, whatever you want to call them, but like you mentioned, big out right there, just pops it up right up the chute. Still got a very dangerous hitter, Aaron Hicks, up, but now any type of out is going to get Heaney out of the inning unscathed.
Hicks homered in that game against St. Louis on Friday. As the lefty Heaney comes home, and there's a strike. It's 0-1. Hicks over the weekend 3 for 12 in that series. 15 homers, 22 RBIs on his season, but hitless lifetime against the lefty. 0-1. And Hicks just out in front. It's 0-2.
And this is where the whip versus ERA that I was talking about comes into play. Heaney just 1 strike away from getting out of the inning despite allowing 3 base runners.
0-2 pitch, and that one off the outside corner. Good take. Good pitch as well with 2 strikes. It's 1-2.
And honestly, that one didn't need to be in the strike zone. Obviously, you'd like to get this inning over quickly, but you also don't want to, make the hitter look at a better pitch. You want to get them chasing. That's always the more fun option, I got to say.
1-2 offering, and a swing and a miss right on cue. Aaron Hicks goes fishing for one out of the zone. Comes up old and bone dry. The Yankees load him up in the first, but can't do anything with it after one in the Bronx. The Halos 2, the Yankees nothing. One inning of play. Justin Rock, special effects with you here for some afternoon at Bot Ball. Angels and Yankees looking it out, a rematch of the 2009 American League Championship Series. Some third of the order due up for Anaheim or Los Angeles. I keep calling them Anaheim. It's a product of my childhood as there's a strike to Simmons. It's 0-1. Simmons, Goodwin, and Castro enjoy the bat in the inning for the Halos, the 0-1. 0-1-1. And it always leads to a funny conversation with my dad, and I'm curious to you call it special. You know, my dad grew up with them being the California Angels, and I grew up with them being the Anaheim Angels as Simmons pops out first out ground for the opening out of the second inning. They were also the Los Angeles Angels beginning of their tenure in the early 60s, and then until recently they were the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. And I'm curious, so what do you call them? Just completely, when you don't think about it, the first thing that blurts out of your mouth, because obviously it's clear to everyone listening today, my answer is Anaheim.
Well, I was born in the great year of 2000 when we all thought the computers were going to take over the world. So most of my childhood was, spent hearing the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, despite that being a mouthful. That is probably what comes to mind initially when thinking about that team, the red team from Southern California.
1-1 to Brian Goodwin, high and inside, 2-1. Goodwin had the Angels up on basically a flyer last year from Kansas City, and just had a spectacular bot ball season for the Halos. During the day, 9th in the American League in batting average and slugging as the 2-1. Gave them missed 2-2, but Goodwin, a guy who get a lot of playing time this weekend because Shohei Ohtani, interestingly enough, special, got some run in right field for the weekend in Philadelphia.
Yeah, there was some thought that he could, maybe play some outfield if needed, if they want to keep his bat in the lineup and also keep Pujols in the DH spot as it's sent over to second. Nice play there by LeMahieu, scooping it and flipping it. Just an interesting rep to see him going out and playing the outfield. Didn't look too horrible, but obviously that's not his natural position.
Here's the catcher, Jason Castro, who has had just an absolutely woeful season with the stick of lumber in his hand. You see those numbers. 161 batting average coming into the day as Cole deals high 1-0. 161, 7 homers, and 17 RBIs, 1 for 11 in that series against the Phils. 1-0 pitch from Cole, and Castro with a fly ball. Been to left field, chasing it back Frazier, and right on cue, the announcer's jinx is alive and well. Castro takes this one out to left, and the Halos have a 3-0 lead.
Big solo shot there from the number 9 hitter, Jason Castro. Angels actually went out before the deadline and made a trade of their own, trying to get a catcher to become the heir to Castro, but he's saying, hey, I've still got some worth left in me. Goes opposite field, not something you usually see from JC, but just gets it over that short fence out there in left field, and Halos trying to pile on top of Cole here early on.
Garrett Cole has been roughed up for 3 runs in his first start since the All-Star break. Listella looks at a strike 0-1. Listella walked and scored in the first. And Castro with that opposite field home run, and trade that Special alluding to. Is this a ground ball into the shift? Torres fields behind second and throw him out to end the inning. But the Halos get another run as Jason Castro taking my words and saying, suck it. Way out into left field, 3-0 Halos after 1.5. Voigt will lead off for New York as we go to the bottom of the second inning. Bottom third of the Yankee order. Joe to bat against Heaney, and what a year for Luke Voigt. 330, 20 homers, 55 RBIs. The thought coming into this series, Voigt and Trout very similar in average, as the Yankees have some work to do, and he gets ahead quickly 0-1.
Yeah, and it's not just, carrying off of a fantastic start to the season. You see right there, last 7 games, 11 for 28. He's been on fire all year, and he's been keeping that pace.
Voigt takes low, 1 ball and 1 strike. The trade that Special was talking about earlier, the Angels and the Braves working on a deal back on July the 9th. So somehow 11 days ago already at this point. Deal that sent Hansel Robles to the Atlanta Braves in exchange for former Mariners high draftee and former Braves prospect Alex Jackson. But Jackson, despite being on the Halos roster for the last couple of days, still waiting to make, I believe, his Angels debut as the 2-2. Is down and away ball 3.
I think he did right after the trade get a couple of games in.
You know what? I do have it in my book. He did have 1 game on his schedule this season, so he has gotten into 1 contest since the deal, but 11 days has only played once.
Yeah, and I mean, the Joe Madden, and the Angels front office, right now they just want to see him in against left-handed pitchers. Of course, he's got great numbers being a righty. But as Castro continues to struggle, although with the home run maybe he doesn't continue to struggle, they might start exploring making him the everyday catcher and then have Castro serve as the backup.
And the other issue for the Halos, and one of the reasons why Alex Jackson was needed, as Clint Frazier swings and misses 0-1. Stasi has been on the injured list for the Angels for quite a while. Expected to be out with a broken ankle for another 1 to 2 weeks as Clint Frazier falls behind 0-2. One on, nobody out after the Voigt walk. The 0-2 pitch, and Frazier is off 1-2. Frazier, that will not be his stance when you see the Yankees play the Nationals on opening day on Thursday. He has changed up his stance a little bit. It's a lot more closed this year. This one again fouled off 1-2. I don't know if you had a chance to see the clip of his home run the other day at Citi Field, Special, but his batting stance now, just watching it, makes your calf hurt.
I've not personally seen it, and it will be interesting to see how he does this year. Is a swing and a miss, second K for Heaney in the second inning. But yeah, I mean, it's interesting. It already seemed like there were a lot of moving parts to his swing, and now you're saying that it might make my calves hurt. So usually with the younger guys, you try and minimize what they have to do. But if it's comfortable for someone, and if it's producing results, I don't think you can, knock on them too much.
Well, he came away with a home run swinging that way, as the swing and a miss there from Gio Urshela at 0-1. Did against a real pitcher and former American League Cy Young Award winner and Rick Porcello as Urshela ground ball back to the mound on to Simmons for one, and the relay across to La Stella in time. 1-6-3 double play, and again, Yankees get the leadoff man aboard and can't do anything with it. We're through 2, 3-0 Angels. Nothing Halos after 2. David Fletcher, Mike Trout, Anthony Rendon, the 3 scheduled to bat against Garrett Cole, who's given up 3 runs on 3 hits so far. The Angels 2 in the first on an Anthony Rendon double and an Albert Pujols ground out as David Fletcher takes high 1-0 and then added another in the second on an opposite field home run from Jason Castro. 1-0, and there's a breaking ball strike. It is 1-1.
It's going to be interesting to see how Garrett Cole deals with this adversity. I mean, already his ERA is going to be guaranteed to go up unless somehow he goes into the 10th, 11th inning. But, you know, we're going to see a soft tapper to short here. Throw there from Torres is going to get him. So it's good to see him starting out the inning strong, but he's yet to finish an inning the way he started it.
See here the American League East standings entering the day. The Yankees 6 up on Tampa Bay. They're also 1 back of the Twins in the race for field advantage in the American League. They have pretty sizable separation between themselves and the Oakland A's for number 2 seed at the current moment. But it'll be very fun. It's going to be interesting to see how that breaks out. The Rays certainly not out of it. Blue Jays are always intriguing with their young talent. And then, of course, if the Yankees do end up sitting atop the East, what the race will be between them and Minnesota. Whoever ends up coming out of the Central for home field advantage across the American League postseason.
Yeah, you guys heard you catch yourself right there because, of course, Minnesota is far from a guarantee to win the Central. Yankees, not the Yankees, we were just talking about them, but the White Sox and Indians are also, I believe, just, 1.5 game out for that top spot in the AL Central. So it's a very tight race all throughout.
As that one high ball 4, he got a first pitch strike to Trout and then lost him. As he is on with 1 out in the 3rd. You see the American League leaders in walks. Yankees 17 behind the Indians, who have a sizable lead in that category. Angels not far off. They're top 5 in the American League as well. So patient hitters on both sides. And here's a guy who exemplifies that. He's also the man that across the game's first run, Anthony Rendon. See a throw back to first, and dives in safely. Trout did steal 2 bases over the weekend. And overall on the season, as Cole's pitch is grounded foul. Base side, it's no ball and 1 strike. But we're talking a little bit about the change in Clint Frazier's swing. That very interesting and certainly accentuated the calf muscles. The throw back to first. But what was interesting about it is he homered that day, and he's made it clear that he's going to wear a mask throughout the course of the season with COVID-19 going on in the non-bot ball universe. And I thought it was cool and funny that he homered on Saturday, and that same time frame, Didi Gregorius, who was also wearing a mask, not only homered, but homered off of Max Scherzer. As a swing and a miss from Rendon, and Trout, 3rd stolen base in 4 games as he moves in a scoring position with less than 2 out.
Well, and that just goes to show you how great of speed he has. I mean, he didn't even get the greatest of jumps on that one, but he was still able to swipe the bag. So just impressive to see from Trout.
It's a ground ball to short. As an easy play, and that'll hold the runner. Rendon retired for the 2nd out of the inning. So I'll bring up Albert Pujols, who's 0 for 1 with an RBI grounder to second.
Albert Pujols.
A good trivia question coming in from the big guy 73. Does a great job. So many of our trivia questions, both on Twitch and on our Discord channel. The question, at least for now in this ball game, name the last American leaguer lead the league in doubles 3 times. As Albert Pujols takes low 1-0. Any good guesses, Special?
I'm not quite sure. I know the big guy does love to keep it team related. That one's going to sneak its way into right field. Trout being sent. And the throw home, my screen is freezing up, so I can't see what happened.
And he is safe at the plate. Judge's throw did not have enough on it. Out stole second, and that enables him to score on that seeing eye base hit through the right side. And the Halos have scored in each of the first 3 innings and now are up 4-0.
Going back to the trivia question, though, personally, the only thing I could maybe think of if he's being a little bit sneaky with it is the current American leaguer, but former National Leaguer when he could have led the league, Mr. Tony Two-Bags, Anthony Rendon.
1 low, 1 ball, and 1 strike. The only reason I wouldn't say that is because Rendon has never played in the American League prior to this season. So.
Yeah, and that's why I wasn't sure if Big Guy was going to get sneaky with it or not.
There's a strike 1 and 2. I thought initially went to be a guy that's sort of come up a lot in trivia question answers, and it wouldn't have been team-related as Justin Upton strikes out to end the 3rd inning, but the Halos 8 damage and havoc again. Cole has been roughed up for 4 runs on 4 hits through 3. 1.5 complete. Yankees have some work. They're down 4. For the lineup, due up for New York here in the bottom of the 3rd. They have to get the bats going. They trail 4-0 in the opening game of this series against the Angels. My guess, though, special was going to be Texas Rangers legend Juan Gonzales, because I've seen so many jokes about him being such a common, sneaky answer that everyone forgets about trivia questions. I don't know what it is with Rangers. It seems to always be Texas Rangers guys are the people that always forget about. I remember when Jason Stark used to go on Mike and Mike in the morning on ESPN radio a lot, trivia questions, and it seemed like the sneaky trivia question always ended up being the answer was Michael Young. So something's going on with the Rangers hiding all their talent. Just for whatever reason, the baseball community as a whole is to forget those great Rangers players. As 2-1 on LeMahieu. He swings and hits one high in the air to left field, and I think he's out of his slump. All-Star Game MVP makes sure the Yankees begin to chip away his 19th home run. Brings it back to 3-4-1 Los Angeles.
Yeah, big swing there by DJ LeMahieu. Got a fastball right down the middle, and he didn't miss it, like you mentioned. I think he's probably out of his slump after this one. Towering shot out to left field, and while that wall is a bit closer than most stadiums, he could have hit it out no matter where you put him. 375 all the way up into top of the 2nd deck, maybe even the bottom of the 3rd deck right there.
A lot of people standing by the breezeways and the concession stands getting a souvenir with that long home run from LeMahieu. Gleyber Torres takes low 1-0. A hint given by Big Guy is it was a Yankee all 3 times. No guesses have been to Judge and Cano. The count now 1-1 on Gleyber. Would have been a Yankee to lead the league in doubles 3 straight times. My guess is going to be Bernie Williams.
2-1.
First guess is now 2-1 on Gleyber.
Definitely a very good guess. You know, Bernie Williams just loaded with talent on all the teams he was with. Of course, Derek Jeter, Alex Rodriguez, and even some of the stars of the 90s. This one's sent back up the middle through the shift for a base hit.
Yankees beginning to get the bats percolating. Torres on for the 2nd time. No guesses, A-Rod, Tino Martinez, and Jeter. So I guess still stands as Bernie Williams. And as a kid who grew up a Yankee fan in the Northeast and New Jersey and New York area, as Judge takes a strikeout on 1, I always feel bad that he seems to get left out of the conversation. Everyone always talks about the core 4 and Jeter and Posada, Pitt and Rivera, because he ended up playing about 6-7 years longer, swinging a miss 0-2 now on Judge. Bernie Williams, especially in the peak of that dynasty from 96 to 2000, 2001, he was as good as any player in the middle of that lineup for New York, as Judge with an ugly hack for the first out of the 3rd.
Yep, I mean, you don't want to forget about him. The Yankees organization surely didn't, as they retired his number, so number 51 will never be worn in pinstripes again. So at least, they have some recognition for him. And we got to start getting some recognition this season for Andrew Heaney. You saw right there. If he can finish this one out, he will be tied for the American League lead in wins with Hyunjin Ryu and Zach Plezak.
He has had a low-key stellar season, and if the Angels can get themselves back into the playoff condition, they could possibly see him be in the Cy Young race as well, as the count now 1-0 on Giancarlo Stanton, who walked his first time. He's well on his way to doing that again. He's ahead 2-0.
Well, and to, kind of flip side of that point, but you could maybe see Andrew Heaney move to another team. He's only got the 1-year deal plus, I believe, another year of arbitration to get through. So it could be worth sending him over, getting some assets back, because I don't think this Angels team really needs to rebuild, but maybe after this season they just need to reboot the system a little bit.
Try and find a way to add some extra pitching talent, as there's a strike 3-1 there. Arm system has begun to grow in the last number of years. Obviously, a lot of hype around Joe Adell, and maybe he'll get a chance at some point this summer, as Stanton has been unable to catch up with the fastball there. It's now full 3-2. On 1 out, 1 in for the Yankees in the third, as Stanton swings and misses. A little early on the changeup, a big strikeout for Heaney in the second out of the inning.
Now batting.
Well, I'm sure there's probably lots of scouts either in here at Yankee Stadium or at least watching on TV. They got to like what they're seeing from Heaney so far today. Gotten into a couple of jams, but he's worked his way out of it. Lots of strikeouts early on.
There's a strike to Gary Sanchez. It's 0-1. Sanchez, one of the biggest at-bats already in this game, and it was in the bottom of the first. Came up bases loaded, 1 out, and popped up to the catcher. Almost popped up once to the catcher earlier in that bat. Got into the stand second time. And so lucky. This time, though, a much better swing and a missile into center field, and the Yankees bring the tying run to the plate here in the third. 2 out, and here comes Aaron Hicks.
Yep, solid single right back up the middle there from Gary Sanchez, newly entered back into the lineup after missing a couple of months with an injury, so they love to have him back in the squad, and I'm sure he loves being back.
Here is Aaron Hicks, who takes inside. 1 ball and no strikes. My latest guest in this trivia question from Guy is, who is the last American leaguer to lead the league in doubles 3 straight times? Last American leaguer to lead the league in doubles 3 times. It is a Yankee, and my last guess was correct, as fouled off by Aaron Hicks. Don Mattingly is the correct answer.
Well, that was a great guess. Of course, Mattingly had a fantastic tenure with the Yankees. Just the team around him wasn't ever really up to par. So disappointing to see his talent maybe not go to waste, but not have as much lore as some of the other Yankees greats. If he had been incorrect, my thought might have been, and granted, I didn't know how long he had spent with the Yankees, but Mr. Wade Boggs.
Wouldn't have been a terrible guess. He didn't spend a lot of time with the Yankees. I don't know if it necessarily means, the way it was phrased, meant that he was a Yankee when he did it, or played for the Yankees. It's 2-2 on Hicks, and he fouls it off to stay alive. Was a great question. And Don Mattingly is one of those guys who would have been in the Hall of Fame had he been able to stay healthy for longer. I was just sort of out of the age group of being able to really see him play, as Hicks strikes out to end the inning. But the Yankees do get on the board as DJ LeMahieu dashes one out to left. We're through 3, Angels 4, Yankees 1. Go to the top of the 4th inning here on the Bot Ball Network and Twitch. Yankees trailing the Angels 4-1. Justin Rock, special effects with you here in Game 3 of our busy day of contests throughout Bot Ball world. We saw earlier the Brewers beat the Dodgers 7-5 in Jorge Soler's Dodgers debut. Just leading into our game, the Phillies, thanks to Bryce Harper, beating the Nationals 5-1. Coming up after our game reaches its conclusion, you see that on the left-hand side of your screen. Red Sox and the Blue Jays out in Toronto. J-Man 1993, great Aether Boss. I'll have the call for you there. Hyunjin Ryu, another great pitcher, will go at it following us against Ryan Weber, who's had a decent season for Boston, as Andrelton Simmons takes high ball 1. But the story today, this one special, has been Garrett Cole, who has given up at least 1 run each of the first 3 innings.
Yep, he's at least given up 1 run per inning so far, and just not the best of starts to him coming off of that All-Star break. So Yankees really need him to settle back down, be the ace of this rotation.
Simmons moved up to first in his first plate appearance, the 2-1 from Cole. Owen misses down, 3 balls and 1 strike, but back to Don Mattingly. I firmly believe Don Mattingly would have been in the Hall of Fame had he stayed healthy, been able to have his peak sort of stretch out longer towards the end of his career, as there's a strike 3 and 2. And I know I'm not like most kids who grew up Yankee fans. I grew up in a split household. My dad was a Yankee fan. Mom was a Met fan, as Simmons walks lead off here in the 4th. And it's been a big issue for Cole, is allowing walks to be the rally starter, and has been in 3 of 4 innings tonight. My dad was a Yankee fan, Mom was a Met fan, and obviously during the height of the Yankees dynasty in the late 90s, Yankees took precedent. But I love my mom. I always wanted the Mets to do well because I wanted her to be happy. And so I always had a soft spot for the Mets, and I firmly believe that David Wright is just the New York Mets version of Don Mattingly. There's a strike 0-1 to Brian Goodwin. Both guys made a ton of all-star teams, had all-star talent, and if it wasn't for just nagging injuries that really sapped them of what they could do towards the end of their career, a shame that both of them really never got a chance to do more in the postseason and get to the Fall Classic and win one in their times as major leaguers. But I think those 2 guys, if you took one and put them on the other team, those are the carbon copies, Mattingly and David Wright. I don't know if you agree with me or not, Special. It's a 3-1 on Brian Goodwin.
Well, I never really took the time to ever think about that type of comparison, but honestly, right off the bat, no pun intended, it does sound to be, like a good argument. I mean, they both battled with injuries, like you mentioned. They both were clearly probably the best player on their team for quite some time, but they just never had the talent around them to win that Fall Classic. As we're going to see Garrett Cole now getting talked to by the pitching coach as he lets another walk go by. Already down 4-1, and putting more men on base is not what he needs.
Garrett Cole tonight, the line so far has been, let's say, not Colean. 3+ innings, 4 runs on 4 hits. He has also walked 4 in this ballgame. Struck out 2, and especially we were talking earlier about how great that whip was for Garrett Cole at .86. That is going to take an even bigger hit, I think, than his ERA. Jason Castro, who homered his first time, takes a first pitch, strike 0-1.
Yeah, and you see the catcher right there, Gary Sanchez, just congratulating Cole on a beautiful pitch. That's always what you want to see right after the pitching visit, just to, even if you can just get 1 or 2 pitches in the perfect spot, you want to see them build their confidence, as we see another great breaking ball right there. But J-Hap, as he likes to be called, getting ready just in case Cole needs to come out early.
Isn't that funny to me that he likes to be called J-Hap, but however, still keeps the 2 periods in his name between the J and the A. And hey, it's his life. Who am I to tell him how to live it, as Castro takes low 1-2.
Yeah, no, definitely interesting pronunciation, to say the least. We've had some interesting pronunciations throughout all of baseball history, really all of sports history. So Hap is just another one to toss onto the list.
I will say one of my favorite or not favorite things, depending on situation, is pronunciations working in sports, particularly in baseball. The count inside 2-2, and I've had the pleasure of being the broadcaster for several teams at different levels, from amateur to professional ranks, as Castro takes inside 3-2, and Cole now in danger. Walking the bases loaded with nobody out here in the 4th. This is a nightmare outing for the California kid. The stories of where you would ask a player, particularly the amateur guys in the college summer ball, you ask them how to pronounce their last name, and they give you one pronunciation. As the 3-2 to Castro is grounded first, fielded there by Boyd on to second for 1, back to first, not in time. able to beat it out up the line is Castro. Nice job there by Voigt to at least get one. So first and third, one out. Tommy LaStella. The player would tell you one pronunciation. And at some point during their summer, their parent would come up and they'd grab you and say, "Why have you been pronouncing my kid's name wrong the whole summer?" You have to explain to them, well, that's what your kid told us to call him. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do with this situation. Sometimes it's a laugh. Sometimes you're just sitting there like, I don't know how to handle this situation. The count now 1-1 on LaStella.
Yeah, I can attest to that. You know, maybe on the other end of the side, of course. You know, I don't know how many of you guys know this, but I am of French heritage and I have a French name. So you know, I tell everyone to call me Francois, but of course, when my dad heard everyone calling me Francois in kindergarten, he's like, "No, it's Francois." You know, getting all thick with the French accent. Although we were able to throw it back at him when we listened to his, you know, work phone answering machine, and he was Xavier Corpel instead of Xavier.
2 and 2's the count.
It's funny. It all depends on the different situations. So I'd be impressed if any youngster would have been able to. Anyone outside of France, especially in the United States and North America, to be able to really crush that French pronunciation of the name at that young of an age is other full count here from Garrett Cole.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing too. It's like I personally don't mind the Americanization of names to a point. You know, you still want to have some sort of players. There's strike three called. Bit of a tasty-looking pitch that LaStella looked by, but you know, it comes to a point where you haven't been speaking the dialect. You're not going to be able to roll your R's necessarily all the way that certain cultures can. So just do the best that you can with what you're working with, I gotta say.
I can argue with that as David Fletcher digs in and he takes outside. It's 1 ball and no strikes. Yankees with a big situation here, trying to get out of an inning unscathed for the first time tonight. First and third, 2 out for Fletcher in the 1-0. Just off the outside corner. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes.
No strikes.
Balls and no strikes, I should say.
You know, 1 for 2 though is Fletcher. Had a good single back in the first inning, which really got things kicked off early on, and Garrett Cole hasn't been able to bounce back just yet.
Ball, that's up.
1 high ball 3. Garrett Cole in this 4th inning has seen every batter, all 5 of them, to 3-ball counts. To Fletcher, and there's a strike 3-1. You talk about a guy you never want to fall behind 3-0. Possibility of having the bases loaded in Mike Trout, the next man to bat.
Yeah, you want to get the out right here, right now. You don't want to have Trout with a chance to really break this game open, because down by 3, you're still in this game. You got to shut the inning down.
3-1 pitch, and Fletcher pops it up. Looks like Cole's going to get out of it. Voigt comes running all the way down. It looked like it could have been a play for Sanchez, but all's well that ends well. As Voigt hauls it in, and Garrett Cole throws his first 0 on the docket today through 3.5, 4-1 Angels. Voigt made the catch to end the top of the inning. He'll lead off here in the bottom of the 4th. Voigt, Frazier, Urshela. He's scheduled to bat against Andrew Heaney, and his first pitch is low and away, ball 1. Yankees 1 run, 4 hits, no errors. They have left 5 on base tonight. The Angels 4 runs, 4 hits, no errors. They have stranded 4. This point in the contest. As the 1-0 to Luke Voigt is slashed foul, right side. It's 1-1. Voigt walked, was erased on a fielder's choice double play his last time up. 1-1, and Voigt fouls it away 1-2. He had a homecoming this weekend. Voigt from the Missouri area, was originally drafted and his debut with the Cardinals before being traded to New York a few years ago. So back home and did pretty well. Homered in his return to his state of Missouri. He's 1-2 here on Voigt, went 3 for 12 in that set.
Nope, that's
One inside now, 2-2. Heaney to Voigt, and interestingly enough, Special, you look at score of this game, and it hasn't exactly been a slugfest. One low now, 3-2, but both these guys, Heaney and Cole, have really had to work their pitch counts way above average for this time of game. As this a line drive towards third, fielded on a short hop by Rendon, and Voigt retired for the first out in the bottom half of the fourth inning. But Garrett Cole's had about 80 pitches so far tonight. Andrew Heaney just threw a 70th.
Well, yeah, I mean, I heard something, a little while ago that said the average amount of pitches in an inning is about 16 for a starting pitcher. So, I mean, if that were to be true today, even though Heaney's only given up the 1 run, he should be out of this inning pitching in the 5th already. So that first inning definitely helped to skyrocket his pitch count, but isn't helping himself by falling behind hitters like he is here with Frazier.
Especially when you consider the two bullpens, the Yankees considerably have the better of the two. Is that one inside 3-0 now on Clint Frazier, who entered the day with an average just a smidge over the Mendoza line at 207. 3-0 from the southpaw, and Frazier kicks outside ball 4. He's on with a 1-out walk, and we have seen plenty of free passes tonight. We mentioned the 4 walks from Cole. That is the 3rd given up by Andrew Heaney.
Yeah, he's been able. The difference between those two guys is Heaney's been able to get out of trouble when he's worked himself into it, whereas Cole has not. It's something that is appreciated from a pitcher, but obviously you'd love to just have the shutdown, not allowing anyone on base that we're accustomed to seeing from Cole, just not in tonight's game.
When you talk about these bullpens, we were alluding to it a few moments ago, as here's Urshela grounded out into that double play.
1-1.
First time, it's now 1-1 on the Yankee third baseman. You look at the Angels bullpen. You're trading Robles. You only have guys right now in their bullpen with ERAs under the 4 threshold. 1 low, 2-1. Justin Anderson has a 3.12 ERA, and their closer Ty Buttrey had a great season. An ERA at 1.8 as Urshela, a line drive caught at second base by Fletcher for the second out. He hit that one hard, but the old Adam ball comes to the second out.
We're going to take a look at the replay just to show you how little time he had to do anything. Is makes a nice little hop, skip, and a jump to make that grab, but solid contact. So the Yankees are starting to see Heaney better. You mentioned those singles and walks, and we also had this man hit a home run earlier today.
He's accounted for the only Yankee run so far, a single and a solo shot back in the 3rd as LeMahieu makes a strike 0-1. He's been very good lifetime against Heaney, 7 for 12. 0-1. Good pitch. Not sure where that missed. 1-1.
And going back to the bullpen talk really quickly, we actually did get some breaking news out in our ML Botball Discord. It was broken by Bot Heyman, and we'll get to that after this ground out to second and after the break.
A ground out to second from LeMahieu, and the 1-out walk to Frazier. There's no damage. We're through 4. Angels 4, Yankees 1, but back to special effects. Some breaking news courtesy of Bot Heyman, apparently.
Yeah, we want to welcome you back into this ball game here at Yankee Stadium. And before the break, I had referenced Bot Heyman breaking a little bit of news. Nothing too exciting, but it does involve a bullpen piece. John Brebbia is being talked about by the St. Louis Cardinals with a mystery team, so don't quite know who's going to be going after him. Maybe it's these New York Yankees. They have been vocal about wanting another bullpen piece. Could be the Los Angeles Dodgers, who might need one more guy to try and finalize their bullpen, or maybe a sneaky team like you mentioned, the Los Angeles Angels, who aren't quite out of playoff contention just yet, even though they're still about 8 or so back.
Mike Trout fooled there on 3 pitches. Cole disposes of him. There's one away in the top of the 5th. Cole at 83 pitches at this point. Anthony Rendon will step in. Out to short back in the 3rd, RBI double in the 1st, and Rendon golfs this one down the right field line. Judge playing more towards the gap, and this one should get down for extra bases. Rendon will stop at second as he dives in head first with his second 2-base hit of the game. 1 on, 1 out, and now here's Pujols.
Tony Two Bags living up to his moniker, just slaps this one down the right field line. I'm a little surprised to see that the defense is still shifting on him. He's proven in the last couple of years that he can use all parts of the field. Yes, he is a bit pull happy, but if you give him that space, he's going to try and find a way to use it.
Here's Pujols, who's driven in 2 runs today. Even the most recent Halos run with an RBI single in the 3rd. It's outside 1-0. Also had an RBI ground out to second in the 1st inning. Did 2-0 Angels at the time. 1-0 from Cole. That one poured across for a strike.
One ball, one
Is
strike.
1-1. And it's interesting you bring up that potential trade involving John Brebbia, as his name has surfaced for the trade market. The Cardinals have made some deals already in this spot ball season, and they have evolved around dealing bullpen arms, particularly the 2 best arms they had prior to John Brebbia, and Andrew Miller and Giovanni Gallegos, both being dealt to Arizona rather recently to help aid the Diamondbacks bullpen, is counting out 2-2 on Pujols. The Cardinals, they deal Brebbia. I'd be very, very curious to see what their bullpen would end up looking like leading into and ultimately after the All-Star break, as a 2-2. Kicking ball ends up again in favor of the hitter. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
Yeah, it will be a very shaky bullpen to say the least, but they might be looking towards free agency and next season, of course. They are 20-plus games back in the NL Central and 15 games back in the wild card, so.
This one hit high in the air, deep to left field, and Albert Pujols continues the assault on Garrett Cole. A 2-run shot for King Albert, and the Angels have poured on 2 more. They lead it 6-1 here in the 5th.
I do apologize for talking over that call right there. My screen froze up. I couldn't quite see what was happening there. We're having a little bit of tech issues on my end, but Albert Pujols showing he's still got something left in the tank here, approaching age 40, but sends one to deep left field, pretty reminiscent of that LeMahieu shot, 375 as well, and that will be the last pitch of the game for Garrett Cole. So instead we'll see Jay Happ try and eat up some innings with that 4.58 ERA. 90 strikeouts in 94 and a third innings. 304 against lefties, though, is, you know, more than shocking. It's pretty much unheard of, you know, lefty on lefty.
Here is the first pitch he throws to Justin Upton. It's a ground ball to third. Urshela make the play for the second out in this 5th inning. But what a rough night for Garrett Cole. 4 1/3 innings, 6 runs on 6 hits. Walked 4. He struck out 4. Lasted just 90 pitches tonight. One of his worst outings of the year for New York, as the Bombers have come out very, very sluggish to start the second half. Danger of losing 3 of their first 4. Now here is Andrelton Simmons, who has flied out and walked. He takes outside, ball 1. Happ last pitched on Friday night. He came on in that 13th inning looking to pick up would have been his first professional save against St. Louis. But with the Yankees up a run going to the bottom of the 13th, Happ up a walk-off 2-run homer to Paul Goldschmidt to cap what was a 6-for-7 day. Goldie, that included 2 homers and 4 RBIs. There's a strike now, 2-1 on Simmons. So up a guy who just getting acclimated to the bullpen. Is this a line drive into left and a sliding grab out there by Clint Frazier is the inning. The Angels add 2 more runs as Albert Pujols says hello to the left field seats. He's got 4 RBIs tonight. Angels lead at 6-1 after 4.5. You'll look at the scene here at Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. Busy day of games across the ball schedule, but Yankees trying to rally back. It's been all Halos so far, 6-1 to this point of the contest. And how about Albert Pujols special? Did not play at all weekend in that series against Philadelphia at a National League ballpark. And first 3 at-bats today, Pujols has not only driven in a run in each of those 3 appearances, he's got a homer and 4 RBIs already.
Yeah, I mean, he might have needed that extra rest during the All-Star break, and he's taken great advantage of it. And really quickly, I do want to remind everyone watching today that we are brought to you guys by Meals on Wheels. supports more than 5,000 community-based programs across the country that are dedicated to addressing senior isolation and hunger. This network serves virtually every community in America and enables America's seniors to live nourished lives with independence and dignity. I will toss a link into the Twitch chat if you would feel free to donate. Or looks like someone else already did for me. Thank you very much. But any donations will greatly help Meals on Wheels, and even subscriptions to the channel will also be going to this great charity.
That is a wonderful, wonderful thing. And it's been a big part of has driven the spot ball community over the course of 2020 season, as the 2-1 from Heaney. Labor Torres fouled away 2-2, as obviously during a time of this pandemic, and also fighting racial injustices and just injustices overall, not limited to just matters of race, as this grounded fair down the right field line, rolling into the corner off the Boys and Girls Club side. For Torres has reached all 3 times today, as he's their leadoff double in the bottom of the 5th inning. But obviously not everyone is in a position right now to help financially, but those of us who can, please able to or be consider enough to reach out and donate whatever money you have that you're comfortable in spending. So obviously we are in a situation right now, not just this country, but across the world, where people are in need, people are looking for help, and if we can help one another during these crazy times, that is the most important thing, and that's what it means to be human. So if you can donate, that would be greatly appreciated, as we try and make life better for everyone here in 2020, as Aaron Judge hopefully ahead in the count 2-0 against Andrew Heaney. A 2-0. One outside now. 3 balls and no strikes. Giancarlo on Stanton on deck. Bills have scored in every inning but the 4th here tonight.
Yeah, really quickly, I did want to address a question we got in the chat asking what ML Bopal is planning on doing when the MLB season starts up. I'll get to that after this drive to the right center field gap.
This one gonna sneak over the manual scoreboard and right. Aaron Judge answering back. Yankees quickly get those 2 runs right in their column as well. And after the Angels went back up by 5, it's trimmed down to 3. 6-3 Halos on Judge's 20th.
Big home run right there from Aaron Judge. Like he said, just kind of snuck over that wall. More of a line drive laser shot we're going to see here. That one might have gotten, maybe 100, 150 feet off the ground in total. And that is going to be the date for Andrew Heaney. So he's not going to be eligible for the win despite pitching fairly well. That pitch count just starting to get to him. And Angels want to make sure that they can win this game.
Very interesting decision. I wonder if it has been predicated for Joe Maddon on the fact that the Yankees are a very right-hander heavy lineup, as Dylan Bundy coming out of the bullpen, making his 46th appearance. Look at that innings pitch number this year special. He has not made a single start, yet he has thrown over 100 innings in relief in just the first half.
I mean, it just tells you how much the Angels have been needing to go to their long relief guy early on this season, but he's been up to the task, a former starter with the Baltimore Orioles, so it's not like he's not used to the workload, just maybe not familiar with the everyday being called upon.
Bundy, so far this season, been good with his control, entered the day 6th in the American League in walks, as he quickly gets ahead of Stanton. 4 balls and 2 strikes, but it was an interesting pull of Andrew Heaney by Joe Maddon. The final line for Heaney tonight, 4+ innings. 3 runs on, 6 hits, 4 walks, and 5 strikeouts, as Stanton with a ground ball towards third. Rendon charges, able to get Stanton hustling up the line for the first out here in the 5th.
The batter, the catcher, Gary Sanchez.
Point of the night had not reached the 100 pitch threshold. Curious move by Maddon to the call to go to the bullpen this early, especially when their bullpen has been an area of weakness in 2020, as he falls behind Sanchez 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, Maddon has been one of the more notoriously tinkering type managers, using analytics throughout his career. And, it's worked out well in some circumstances, but it's also backfired on him a couple of other times.
Everyone remembers the conversations around the 2016 World Series and his overuse of Aroldis Chapman, particularly in that Game 6. The Cubs had one in a runaway for Game 7 as the count now 1-2 on Sanchez. And I was pulling heavy for the Cubs in that series as Sanchez strikes out, and the throw will be made by Castro to complete it. Second out here in the 5th inning. And it was after my 2 summers working as a Cubs broadcaster in their affiliate system for LAA Tennessee Smokies. So knew a whole lot of guys on that Cubs team, and obviously we're rooting very hardly for them since there was a personal connection to that. But I was extremely critical, and so was Cubs Twitter, of Joe Madden during that postseason run. And I always felt it was a situation for Madden where it felt like he needed to make the decision was going to win the game, as Aaron Hicks with a line drive, and that one gets out of here in a hurry. Aaron Hicks, an opposite field home run that got out of here in a blink of an eye. Just like that, it's a 2-run game, 6-4 Angels.
Well, and like you mentioned, it all has been happening in the blink of an eye, not just in terms of the baseball game, but in real time. The balls are just sneaking over the fence out here in Yankee Stadium with lots of line drive shots, and Aaron Hicks going the other way.
Don't see too many line drives go out to left field at Yankee Stadium, but that one, heat-seeking missile.
The first baseman.
Especially going opposite field, if you're going to see a line drive go out, usually you're going to see it going to the pull side, but nevertheless, they all count the same, and it is just a 2-run ball game like you mentioned.
As it's now 1-0 on Luke Voigt. 3 runs in for the Yankees here in the 5th. One a homer by Judge, one on that last shot by Hicks, as on a strike, 1-1. And to answer some of the questions why some people wanted Joe Madden out, they did feel sometimes he did overmanage and try and tinker too much to put his fingerprints on the team and result or not results of games, and it's now 2-1 on Voigt. The big thing, though, and that was what was so interesting about Joe Madden is, yes, in the same regard, he made some questionable decisions in that World Series run of 2016, particularly in the playoffs. It's 2-2 now on Voigt. In the same regard, if it wasn't for his personality and the way he managed that team from an interpersonal level, it's the atmosphere around that club and the atmosphere he generated around that franchise was a huge part of why the Cubs were able to win the World Series in the first place. So have to take the good with the bad, and the Angels are learning that here in 2020. Mike rounds out to end the inning with the Yankees pull within 2, 6-4 after 5. Happ will stay in as we go to the top of the 6th. You were saying special?
I was just saying, we were talking about bringing in Joe Madden and how they're going to have to live with the good and the bad of his side. But speaking as a Tigers fan, I'm sure that they're just happy to get rid of Brad Ausmus.
Ausmus was not quite a success in the red and black of the Halos, and his fair share of trials and tribulations in Detroit as well, as that one outside 1-1. You see the Yankees bullpen up and grooving. Adam Ottavino and Green up and tossing. Lefty deals, and that one misses low. 2 balls and 1 strike. Goodwin 0 for 1 has grounded out and walked today. Low now, 3 balls and 1 strike. Jason Castro on deck for the Angels. This game will be decided by the bullpens here tonight. Cole and Heaney today, top 10 in the American League in ERA, both failing to escape the 5th, as the 3-1 is a fastball pump by him, 3-2.
Yeah, it's very disappointing to see. We were expecting a bit of a pitching duel, but, that's how baseball goes sometimes. You don't always get what you want or expect. But these offenses have both been pretty well.
Ground ball softly to short. Torres on the fifth behind second, throws him out. So, leadoff man retired in the 6th inning, and that'll bring up the catcher, Jason Castro. And It's interesting now. You look at this virtual crowd at Yankee Stadium and the packed house, the Bronx, and obviously that will not be the case in 2020 when the season starts on Thursday, as you see this run to left from Jason Castro and the announcers jinx to be alive and well after I was making fun of his woeful batting average. He got Garrett Cole to make it 3-0 Angels at the time as Jay Happ, the lefty, comes home, and this one grounded toward second in shallow right. LeMahieu will to play, 2 down now, so good start to the inning. Jay Happ here in the 6th.
The first baseman, number 9, Tommy.
Yep, he's doing pretty well out of the bullpen. I mean, like you mentioned, he was looking for his first ever save out in St. Louis on that Friday night game, but not able to put it away. And, you know, he actually almost got a bit of a second chance after walking the first 2 guys. He got a double play ball the very next batter, even down in the count. But, of course, we all know how that ended. Paul Goldschmidt sent one into the left field seats, and the Cardinals walked home happy.
Yes, they did. That was an unbelievable night, as the bat ball day ended just shy of 3 in the morning, as it's 2-0. And going back to the conversation about the crowds, it was interesting watching those exhibition games over the weekend. I know MP Squared mentioned it in the Twitch chat about the Dodgers doing it yesterday in their exhibition game, as Stella flies out to shallow right, and Jay Happ, 1-2-3, top of the 6th. The Yankees have 8-9 and 1-2 up in the fray, and they're down 2, 6-4. Frazier to lead off. He struck out and walked today against the right-hander Dylan Bundy on for his first full inning of relief, as the right-hander comes home and Frazier fouls it back 0-1. But it is really interesting to see, you know, the Dodgers did it, the Mets did it as well when they hosted the Yankees on Saturday. Frazier grounds it foul, the line 0-2. I saw somebody talking about on Twitter saying they didn't like it, and the question is, what happens if there's a game and there's a really bad wind and rain, and one of these cardboard cutouts gets caught up in the wind and goes flying out into the field of play? I said, if cardboard cutout caught up in the wind, landed next to, you know, Aaron Hicks in center field at Yankee Stadium in the middle of a game, I don't think I would ever stop laughing, Special. That might be the funniest thing I would ever see during a baseball game. Clint Frazier strikes out here to begin the bottom of the 6th.
Well, I think that might almost be what you're rooting for if you're one of the fans. If you're one of the fans that has the cardboard cutout, you have a chance to meet your hero out on the field. Maybe get an autograph signed on your face or something.
I mean, that would be.
In all seriousness, though, I have a feeling that they're going to try and take a look at some weather forecasts and decide maybe on a game-by-game basis whether or not it's smart to leave these cardboard cutouts in the stands, or if they do, you know, just have some very tight structure put in place to make sure that they're not blown out onto the field.
I think they'll figure it out. I mean, you know, if you've watched any of the late-night games from the KBO or the NPB or any of these leagues out in Asia, where obviously they've been able to start baseball leagues earlier since they've had virus under control earlier than we have or not had in here in North America, depending on which way you want to look at it. Gio Urshela finds a base hit in the center, so the Yankees have 1 on, 1 out. To the top of the order, and DJ LeMahieu, who's had a great game today for New York, 2 for 3 with a home run. But, I kind of like the cutout idea. I think it'll be fun. Obviously, it's a great way for the teams to make money and find ways to maximize the amount of revenue they can bring in. But go back to the Mets-Yankees game and seeing the cutouts there. What was funny, but if you go back and watch the film from that game on Saturday in Flushing, it's outside 1-1, was there was a certain part behind home plate in Queens where they didn't have any cutouts. That was not blocked by the score bug that they had in the top left-hand corner of their screen. They did have cutouts right exactly where they had cutouts. So they had a score bug covering faces they had another area that didn't have the score bug with nobody sitting there at all. So they just imagine having that seat you picked out for your cutout, and instead of seeing your face, you've got the score in front of it while nobody has anything in front of their face on the other side. It's a beautiful double play around the horn. 5-4-3 ends the inning as we go to the seventh. Angels ahead 6-4.
Leading off for the Angels, the second baseman, David.
Yeah, and going back to your point where the little score ticker was put over the faces of the cardboard cutout, that one's sent over to first. Quick out number one here in the seventh. I mean, you got to imagine that they're planning on using a different feed during the actual regular season, just trying to test things out, make sure they have everything in the right spot.
Yeah, my guess is, I think you're absolutely right. I think, especially for an exhibition game, work out the kinks there. You can move it, see what will work, what doesn't, as this season sort of goes along, as Mike Trout out in front, 0-1.
But, one last point I did want to get in about the cardboard cutouts, so maybe we can talk about something else, is that, something interesting that I saw, I can't remember which team, but I think it was the Seattle Mariners. If a baseball hits a cutout, this one's launched out to left field. No one wants to let me talk today, but I'm sure Mike Trout doesn't. Mike Trout doesn't mind, and Angels fans don't mind either.
Mike Trout putting one into orbit into the New York night, 456 feet, 111 miles an hour off the bat. Mike Trout, who had been hitless through his first 3 plate appearances tonight, wasn't about to let it become 4. 23rd of the year makes it 7-4 Angels.
Absolute moonshot into the Bronx night down the left field line, 456 feet. My goodness, as
that one landed. It's back of the bleachers, nearly Aaron Judge territory there for Trout.
The third baseman, number 6.
He's always had that power, just doesn't always get to use it, but he sure did that time. And the Yankees need to really slow down this Angels offense if they want to have any chances to come back into this game. But really quickly, just trying to finish my thought before Rendon probably hits another home run. I heard, I believe it was the Seattle Mariners, if a baseball were to go into the crowd and hit your specific cutout, they're actually going to keep track of who is who, and they're going to mail you that baseball so you can have a little bit of memorabilia, like if you were actually going to be at the game, you could obviously catch the ball, but you might not have that chance.
1 and 2 is the count.
It's funny you say that, as that's inside 1-2 now. Anthony Rendon. Angels with a run in here in the seventh. They lead 7-4 in the opening game of this series as Rendon fouls it away. It stays at 1 ball and 2 strikes. And I believe it was the Phillies-Orioles broadcast. They were re-airing on MLB Network earlier this morning. I was watching, doing my prep for the game, and Tom McCarthy on the Phillies broadcast was talking about how the plan for the foul balls and the home run balls that go into the crowd there at Citizens Bank Park is this one lined right at Urshela at third for the second out of the seventh. And they said their plan in Philadelphia was that they don't plan on doing anything, that they're just going to leave the balls exactly where they lie. As we take a look back at Albert Pujols' 2-run home run back in the 5th inning, made it a 6-1 Angels lead at the time. They now lead 7-4, but they plan on leaving balls there, and that led to them having a discussion of, if that's the case, do they leave them there no matter what throughout the course, and then when the first time they allow fans back into the ballpark, sort of like the world's biggest Easter egg hunt, picking up all these baseballs that have been left sitting in the concourse and in the seats over the course of the previous year, as the 1-0 to Pujols is outside 2-0.
Well, that sounds like that's the plan they're going to go with. I'm a little bit of concern for, Black Friday meets Easter type, hunt that you said for the baseballs. But, I mean, it would be exciting just to have a chance to get a fairly easy baseball that was used in an actual MLB game, but you just got to be careful with that is all I'm going to say.
And that was the other interesting thing, watching some of these broadcasts, and you learn different tidbits from different broadcast crews. And a buddy of mine's watching that game on Saturday night, and they were talking about What are they doing with these balls that go out of play? In some cases, Albert Pujols strikes out for the final out of the 7th inning. Angels, though, had some insurance as Mike Trout catches another one out to deep left field. A 456-foot moonshot makes it 7-4 Angels as it's time to stretch. The Yankees will have 2, 3, and 4 due up against Dylan Bundy in the bottom of the 7th. They trail 7-4 in this ballgame. Going back to the point we're making about some of these baseballs that go out of play, is we're talking on the Mets broadcast about how they were taking some balls out of play and bringing them to a place where they would be, what's the word I'm looking for? Sanitized and thermified and whatever conditions they need to do. So it would do that, and then it would be 5 days after that before they would allow the ball to be put back in for reuse. Another time during the season, as you see the Angels bullpen, full barrel action with Noe Ramirez and Ryan Buchter.
Yeah, that's an interesting thought. That kind of brought something out that I haven't heard of any team has really thought about, but something that they might want to consider for maybe just taking some of those balls out of circulation and, like you mentioned, sanitizing them, maybe getting them with the official stamp as there's a swing and a miss. But you could obviously this is a very historic season for Major League Baseball, so I'm sure people 10, 20, 30 years from now would love to see the baseball that was the first home run during the COVID season. That type of thing, or the first strikeout, the first double play ball, something. So it'll be interesting to say the least what Major League Baseball intends to do and what the teams themselves intend to do.
It'll definitely be sort of a team-by-team basis, and it'll be curious to see how organizations will go about handling stuff like that going forward as Judge fouls it away 1-1. 1 on, 1 out here in the bottom of the 7th. The Angels a 7-4 lead in the opening game of this series. The 1-1, and Judge fouls it down the line. Is 1-2. Aaron, 2-run homer his last time up in the 5th. That made it a 6-3 Angels lead at the time. 1-2, and Judge a line drive into left center field, a base hit. To the gap, cutting it off there is Trout, and that will hold Judge to a loud single. 1 away in the 7th inning.
Yeah, nice job cutting that one off by Trout. Looked like it was going to get up the gap, but with that speed, he's able to run over there and make sure it doesn't plug the gap. And Judge, like you mentioned, does have to settle for a single.
Now here is Giancarlo Stanton, who takes a strike. The count is 0-1. Past 5 o'clock here in the Eastern Time Zone. Justin Rock, special effects with you here on some mid-afternoon bot ball on twitch.tv, the 0-1. And Stanton takes low. There's 1 ball and 1 strike. The other interesting thing that has come out this afternoon in terms of breaking news in baseball is what is going to happen for the first game of the season on Thursday night between the Yankees and the Nationals in Washington, D.C. And what is going to happen is Dr. Anthony Fauci, who has been obviously so on the forefront of this public fight against COVID-19 and trying to, help guide the American public through this totally awkward and totally gut-wrenching period in our lives. But he will come and he will throw out the ceremonial first pitch Thursday night at Nationals Park. And I think that's going to be a really cool way to start the season as Stanton strikes out for the second out of the inning. Good job there by Bundy.
Yeah, politics aside, Dr. Fauci is just doing a great job trying to lead this country through the pandemic that we find ourselves in. And I think it's, something that really should have been happening a lot more often. Of course, all those first pitches are usually celebrities or maybe some fans who won a lottery ticket, but there's lots of great scientists and medical professionals that are doing wonderful things, especially in times like now. So it's exciting to see him get the recognition, being able to throw out that first pitch in the first matchup of the 2020 season.
I'm sure a lot of things like that will occur once life begins to return to normal as Gary Sanchez, it's a high inside fastball and says he wants it on the home run derby. Kraken racks one out, his 11th home run of the season, a 2-run shot. And the Yankees have clawed all the way back. It is a 1-run game here in the 7th, 7-6 Los Angeles.
You almost wrote the Yankees for dead. Their pitching staff has been non-existent today. Garrett Cole getting shellacked, and Jay Happ had added some fuel to the fire, but don't count out the Bronx Bombers or the baby version of them, as this one's sent out into left field. And like you mentioned, it is a 1-run ball game. We're going to see the end of the day for Dylan Bundy. It's going to be Cam Bedrosian coming up with 8 1/3 innings under his belt. 15-12 ERA, although the small sample size doesn't help. 8 strikeouts and 8 walks, though, is definitely going to do it for you.
Here is Cam Bedrosian, who's had his woes this season, an ERA up into the 15s as the first pitch he throws to Aaron Hicks is high. 0-1, and control has been Bedrosian's problem. 8 walks, 8 strikeouts, and 14 hits in 8 1/3 innings. It's his 13th appearance of the season, and this is what we were talking about, the struggles of this Angels bullpen. Dylan Bundy being beat up pretty good as Aaron Hicks attacks that pitch, lines it into right, and unable to make the grab on a dive is Brian Goodwin. Safe with a single as Hicks. Great effort from Goodwin, but the Yankees have the tying run on.
They have the tying run on, and for the first time today, it feels like they have the go-ahead run at the plate. Of course, you could have said that in the first inning when they had the bases loaded, but it didn't really seem like too much of a threat, and it didn't seem like too much of an issue. They thought that Cole was going to settle down, but this could be a very important bat here in this ballgame.
On high, it's 1-0 on Luke Voigt. And on Bundy, this ball game getting chased, giving up that home run to Gary Sanchez, his final line, 2 2/3 innings. 3 runs, all earned on 4 hits, no walks. He struck out 4 and gave up 2 homers, the 1-0. Voigt
1-1.
goes waving and missing at a slider. It's 1-1.
And a really interesting question in the Twitch chat that I wanted to get your opinion on, too. Coming from the big guy, asking which major league announcer, or maybe even minor league, since you get to know a lot of them more personally, which announcer has the best home run call that you've ever heard?
That is a great question. There are obviously so many of them out in the lexicon these days. You know, I grew up listening to Don Sterling and Michael Kay, so I was always accustomed to hearing them say, it is high, it is far, it is gone. See us. See a strikeout of Voigt and the 7th inning. I heard one of those 2 calls on this towering shot from Gary Sanchez. He's within 1, 7-6. Angels in the lead as Justin
Leading off for the Angels.
it off here in the top of the 8th against Jay Happ. The Angels protect a 1-run lead. They led by as many as 5, 6-1 back in the 5th inning. In terms of just sheer home run call,
No strike.
I'm a big fan of the Indians, guys. I think his home run call, to Souvenir City, I think is fantastic as that one outside 2-0 now to Justin Upton. I like guys whose home run calls are relatively simple. I don't need the overly dramatic, braggadocious, wild home run call. It's now 3-0. Basically, just, like Vince Scully's home run calls didn't have anything special on it, but they were great. As the same thing maybe for a John Miller, eyes of that ilk, as the count now 3-1. The batter Justin Upton in the top of the 8th inning. That's a really tough question. Who comes to your mind off the bat, Special?
Well, I can't really pick just one. I'm going to have to go with my top 3, and you got to keep in mind, like I said, I am just born in the year 2000, so I haven't been able to hear, a lot of the classic Vin Scully, although he did stick around for quite some time, even while I was here. But, if I got to give my top 3 in no particular order, I do like John Miller's call out in San Francisco with the High drive, left field. It is out of here. So that's probably one of the guys on my list. Another guy that, that you probably appreciate. You like you said, keep it short and sweet. Gary Thorne with his goodbye home run out in Baltimore. And then, of course, I have to keep it local. Like you mentioned, you're always accustomed to those that you grow up listening to. And I never watched the Tigers TV broadcasts, but I was always listening on the radio to Mr. Dan Dickerson. Are we going to see a double play at first?
In God's name was Justin Upton doing? I don't know if he was checking out a blonde in the right field seats or was beginning to make plans for after-game reservations. On a ball hit right in front of him to right field, Justin Upton inexcusably doubled off of first base. A soft fly ball to right from Andrelton Simmons. What in God's name was that?
I almost wonder if he thought that ball had a chance to get down, as this one might here down the left field line, and it will get down in front of Clint Frazier. Goodwin running hard the whole way. He's going to make it into second with a 2-out 2-bagger.
Now batter.
The antithesis of the last play. Goodwin with a little blooper over there with the shift on to the pole side. A long run for Clint Frazier. Chance to get there, and with Goodwin's speed, able to work himself in at second with a 2-out double. And now here is Jason Castro. The big guy, he said personal favorite was Hawk Harrelson. I don't want to be too harsh, but I am a big anti-Hawk Harrelson guy. Was way too much of a homer for me to appreciate. As the ground ball to first, and White steps on the bag to end the inning. Angels threaten but can't do anything to push any runs across. Yankees go to the bottom of the 8th, trailing 7-6.
Your attention, please. Now,
Angels making a call to the bullpen and bringing in the right-hander Noe Ramirez here.
He is also having a rough start to the season with an ERA north of 8. But once again, has a small sample size, just over 18 innings pitches. We're going to see a pinch hitter, Miguel Andujar. Not something you're used to seeing in the American League ball games, but Yankees really need this win, and they're trying to pull out all the stops.
As this Miguel Andujar will pinch hit for Frazier. Getting off here in the bottom of the 8th inning, takes low for a ball. It is 1 ball and no strikes. But yeah, I was never a fan of Hawk Harrelson. I always thought was way too biased to the point where it was too extreme. When you have opposing team at a walk-off home run and you go 3 minutes with no commentary on your broadcast, it's just not, to me, professional. And I get it. He was a ball player and he come from that background, but I don't think any team has ever had a better turnaround from broadcasters than the Chicago White Sox. Hawk Harrelson finally retired, and Jason Benetti stepped in his replace. I mean, I know this may be heresy among White Sox fans, but Jason Benetti is millions and millions miles better than Hawk Harrelson as a broadcaster. And no, not everyone agrees with me on that, but that's just how I've always felt about it. Is going inside ball 4, and Andujar be on board with a leadoff walk here to begin in the bottom of the 8th inning.
All I'm going to say on that is that, I will neither agree nor disagree. I will just mention that you made the comments first.
It's just a personal preference. I know, a lot of people are big Hawk Harrelson fans, particularly players. I know our big fans. From last year working in Daytona, Lenny Harris was our bench coach, and he was a huge Hawk Harrelson fan, and I sort of bit my tongue a lot of times in conversations about him. I just didn't like the overly homerishness of his calls, and I get why White Sox fans would like it, but it was very annoying as someone who had MLB TV, and you're trying to watch the game and try and learn some things. And if you're not a White Sox fan, it was not a great broadcast to listen to, really learn something. Oh, I always feel that's a different case now with Benetti. Is this a line drive into right center field? And piece of base running by Andujar as he's going to go all the way to third there. And that base hit by Urshela, and don't blink now. Yankees have first and third, nobody out in the bottom of the eighth.
Yeah, I mean, just great base runner right there. Is, you know, with all our talk about great broadcasters and maybe some that are overrated, we got to remember there's a baseball game here. But, you know, with Hawk, I got to say probably the one quote that really sticks out in my mind whenever I hear his name is, "You got to be bleeping me." You know, I can't remember exactly what call that was, but it just, his voice and the bias in the call, you know, whether or not it was correct or not, just kind of really shone through for me in that one phrase.
There was a lot of those. That was more than one occasion. I think a lot of them happened. I think most notably, I can always think back to the Mark Burley perfect game. I think it was when Dwayne Wise made that catch. As the count now 1-1 on DJ LeMahieu. Yankees have runners at the corners, nobody out in the bottom of the eighth inning. As the righty Ramirez deals, and LeMahieu a ground ball. This could be two. Simmons on a second for one. Relay to first from Fletcher. Not in time. Scoring from third with the tying run is Andujar. It's an RBI for LeMahieu. And the Yankees have come from 5 runs back to tie it at 7.
Joe Madden starting to second guess his removal of Andrew Heaney from the ball game. I don't know where I pulled the name Ryan out of, but 7-7 ball game. You got to live with your mistakes and got to face Gleyber Torres with the back end of your bullpen now.
Gleyber takes a look at a pitch. Thought it was in the zone, but no call there. It's 1-0 on the Yankees shortstop. He's 2 for 3, walk, single, double, and a strikeout this ball game. The big guy bringing up Greg Brown, who has that cannonball coming call for Pittsburgh. I like his home run calls. Don't listen to a ton of Pirates games these days, so I can't give a firm, opinion on him overall as a play-by-play guy. But I love Len Casper. I think he does a great job with the Cubs on their broadcast. This is a high fly ball to right. Back at the track is Goodwin, and up against the fence makes the catch. Ryan Goodwin running out of real estate, taking extra bases away from Torres, and came up just a couple feet shy of what would have been a go-ahead home run.
I mean, you're talking about inches away from the Angels having to come back for the first time in this ball game, but Goodwin able to see it the whole way and make the catch, banging into the wall. Hopefully he's doing okay out there, but it looks like they are ready to continue on.
And Judge swings first pitch, grounder up the middle. Simmons on the flip to second. It's the Halos out of further dodge in the 8th inning, but the Yankees have rallied back to tie it as they score on the fielder's choice by LeMahieu. We go to the 9th. Angels 7, Yankees 7 here from the Bronx.
Your attention, please. Now playing lefty.
Miguel Andujar will stay on in left field for New York. It's been a weird sight to get used to seeing Andujar playing outfield. Saw that the other day in some of those exhibition games for the Yankees already. See if they have him in the outfield again today. They're set to play the Phillies at 6 o'clock. Tommy LaStella leads off against Jay Happ, and that's outside 1-0. Interesting official that Happ still on the mound for the Yankees after he came in back in the 5th, as it's now 2-0 on Tommy.
Yeah, interesting to say the least. I mean, he has eaten up these innings. You see the pitch count is in his favor, only 46, now 47, coming from him out of the bullpen. So he is a former starter. He can start eating these innings and continue, especially with no need to pinch hit for him.
And a 4-pitch walk to Tommy LaStella. Begins the top of the 9th. I wonder if they left him in lefty-lefty matchup to begin the 9th inning. And we'll make a switch with the right-handed bats of Fletcher, Trout, Rendon, Pujols, Upton, and Simmons, all coming up in the several hitters. But Aaron Boone, who made some questionable bullpen decisions over the weekend in St. Louis, will go and make a questionable one here. As this one grounded to first, booted by Voit. And the only out is at first base. He makes the tag on Fletcher, but special if he fields that cleanly. I think he's got a real good chance to get Listella at second base.
Mike.
Yeah, you can't call an error on that one because he did get the out over at first base, but I was just about to say that he probably has a chance to get him down at second base. Pretty hard bunt there. And now we will see Chad Green, the righty, coming out to try and close out the inning and give the Yankees a chance to walk it off.
Chad Green coming on in relief of the left-hander Jay Happ. Green in his 58th appearance of the year. That is the most among Yankee relievers. Despite the high ERA of around 5.5, 7-0 record, pitched pretty well over the weekend for the Yankees. The scoreless inning, struck out all 3 batters he faced on Friday against Minnesota.
1-0.
Against St. Louis is the count now 1-0. Was scoreless inning again on Saturday, struck out 2. So 2 innings against the Cardinals and had 5 strikeouts.
Yeah, not the best season of just this point of the year, but like you mentioned, having a good run of late. So got a tough task, Trout and Rendon do up in this inning, unless he can get an very disappointing double play for the Angels then.
Trout, a home run his last time up. That's been the saving grace right now for the Angels. Without that run in the 7th, they'd be on to their final 2 outs here. That homer made it 7-4, or rather 7-5, I should say. 7-4 at the time. My math isn't great. There's a strike 2 and 1. Never a math major. That is for certain.
Yeah, I like math, but once you start getting into the college level of math, that's where you lose me.
Fouled away 2 and 2, or you can just be like me and end up still taking algebra in college, avoiding calculus altogether, because when you're a journalism major, you don't need as many science and math credits as some of the other students. As swung, sharply rolled foul up the third base line, stays 2 and 2.
Yeah, I tried talking to the industrial engineering department, and they weren't willing to cut me the same type of deal. But I'm working my way through it, and luckily I had some great high school teachers who were able to help me pass the AP exam, so I was able to get some credits that way and minimize my college math experience.
Was not keen on math. My dad, his brothers, all very good with numbers. Me, unless it's dividing hits by at bats, I'm a little lost. As this one popped up, foul ground, first base side, and a huge out. Chad Green as he gets Mike Trout for the 2nd out of the frame.
Third baseman, number 6, Anthony.
Angels, they've been in control all game, but they need to do it just one more time before they can hand it off to Ty Buttrey in the bottom half of the 9th inning. They've got the runners standing out at second base and got a couple of great hitters, but Trout not able to get the job done, and doesn't look like Rendon's going to get a shot too either. Aaron Boone trying to face the next hitter, Albert Pujols, puts him on intentionally.
So Aaron Boone intentionally walks Rendon for a guy in Albert Pujols who has had a spectacular ball game here today. Pujols, an RBI ground out in the 1st, an RBI single to right in the 3rd, a 2-run homer in the 5th, for striking out his last time up in the 7th. First pitch from Green and a wild hack at a breaking ball. Comes up empty, 0-1. Yankees in the bottom of the 9th. Stanton, Sanchez, Hicks against their Noe Ramirez, or a new arm out of the Angels bullpen. Away 0-2.
And I do want to mention to the Derek WW in chat, trying to say that my industrial engineering cutting a deal was some sort of terrible dad joke. Industrial engineers don't do any of the hard labor. We're kind of more the behind the scenes, figuring out how to make things work.
Fly ball in right. Coming on to make the play is Judge, and the Yankees out of trouble here in the top of the 9th. 2 runners stranded for the Halos. Will be Stanton, Sanchez, and Hicks to try and walk it off when we come back.
Leading off for the Yankees.
Last time I called a Yankee game, the Yankees were walked off by St. Louis. We'll see if they can pull a little walk-off of their own here tonight as Noe Ramirez stays on in the bottom of the 9th. Giancarlo Stanton 0 for 3. Lead off, and he takes low ball 1.
One ball, no strike.
And if things do progress to the worst, we got Ryan Bucker and Ty Buttrey, the closer, warming up in that Angels bullpen. But they are going to trust Ramirez here to try and get these 3 outs and send it to extras.
The righty's 1-0, and Stanton set a breaking ball for a strike. It's 1-1. Stanton took out his last time up. He's only reached once tonight. That was on a walk back in the first. It's Andrew Heaney. 1-1 offering. And Stanton takes outside, 2-1. This is in 3 of our schedule today. Still 4 more games coming up later on tonight. So this game concludes. It will be the Red Sox in Toronto to take on the Blue Jays. Jin Ryu for Toronto, Ryan Weber for Boston. J-Man 1993, the great Ether Boss, will be on the call for that one, as it's now 2-2 on Giancarlo. The righty offers, and Stanton a line drive foul, stays 2-2.
Yeah, those matchups are all going to be very exciting. I mean, we had 2 upsets like we mentioned earlier today, and now we've got some great divisional matchups with an interleague matchup mixed in the bunch.
We got the White Sox and Cubs at 7:15. Jose Quintana, Dane Dunning. I'll have the call of that game tomorrow. Cole Ringeisen and Hines A.S. will have the play-by-play of that one from Wrigley, the 3-2, and he struck him out swinging. Got him out in front of a changeup. 3rd time Stanton has struck out this evening.
Now batting.
Probably one of my greatest baseball adages that I love to use so much. He pulled the string on him with that changeup. You know, presents it as a fastball, and then all of a sudden, it's taken longer to get there than you thought.
Sanchez has had some big hits tonight, and he'll try and provide another, as Ramirez can't hit the zone. 1-0. Sanchez 2 for 4, hit a 2-run home run back in the 7th. That made it a 1-run ball game at the time. 1-0. Sanchez thought about it, lays off 2-0. 9 o'clock tonight, the Diamondbacks will host the Twins. It'll be a 3-man booth as Earl Kelly squares off against Jake Odorizzi. Now 3-0 on Sanchez. Erdy Buddha, Doug O, Jake Dean will all be in the booth for that one tonight. In our Pot Ball After Dark at 10:45, Brother Beard will take you to the finish line. The Orioles and the Mariners from Baltimore, John Means and Marco Gonzales, as Sanchez takes all the way on 3-0 and looks at a strike. And Hicks is on deck. Luke Voigt would be next should anybody reach. The 3-1 from Ramirez. And a breaking ball again, in for a strike. 3-2.
Working his way back into this count, something you love to see from a guy who's had his struggles early on this year.
Payoff pitch coming. Breaking ball hammered towards third. Rendon, nice snag to his left. And there's 2 down now here in the 9th inning. That was a pitch Sanchez could have driven on out of here, but got on top of it for the 2nd out.
Just one more batter stands in the way of extra innings, but it is a guy who has homered already.
That is Aaron Hicks, who it's a home run earlier tonight as he takes a strikeout on 1. Hicks last reached in the 7th on a single. That was his last plate appearance. Homered solo shot back in the 5th. 0-1. Hicks with a ground ball towards short, charging in and making the throw on the run. Simmons from nearly the second baseman spot on a bunt, and the side is retired. Angels retire New York in order. We go to extra innings, and it's 7. I am the extra innings jinx at this point, as Justin Upton will lead off in the top of the 10th inning. 7 and 8 2 up for the Angels. But dating back to last Wednesday now, I think this is the 4th straight broadcast I have done that has gone to extras. I did the championship game of the broadcaster tournament on Wednesday night. That one went 12 innings. where Jeremy Goldstein ultimately defeated Jake Dean in that finals. It's 1-1 on Upton. Then Thursday night, I had the Toledo-Louisville game with Carlos Zimmerman that went into 10 innings. On high, 2-1. Then, first, that wild 13-inning game on Friday night that went till about 3 in the morning Eastern time. And now, extra innings again here, at least not at the wee hours of the morning, at the afternoon. So we're slowly working ourselves back towards normal hours, as it's now 2-2.
We got a full count.
Side ball 3.
It's always fun to call some free baseball, but it does come at a cost to our time and our sanity as the night goes on, and especially if you are on one of those really late games.
Leadoff pitch down and away, ball 4, and Upton is on with the leadoff walk to begin the top of the 10th inning.
Now batting, shortstop, Anderson.
Angels tonight, 7 runs, 8 hits, no errors. They have left 7. The Yankees, 7 runs, 12 hits. Errors, they have left 8. And Justin Upton's night is done as they will bring in a pinch hitter in the form of Michael Hermosillo.
Yep, Justin Upton, the former Tiger. Almost didn't get to mention it, but I did sneak it in there right at the end. Going to be taken out. Had a good day, but not the speediest guy on the base paths, so they're going to try and move him over here with it looked like a bunt.
Laid down, Voigt fakes the throw to second before partly applying the tag on Simmons. The first time he made a play like that, bobbled it and lost the chance for an out at second base. This time, had less of a chance there, and luckily for New York, able to at least get Simmons.
A little bit of an interesting strategy going with the sacrifice bunt with the man on first. Usually you might see that if a guy is on second already with nobody out, try and get him over to third with less than 2 outs. But anything that can get you, 90 feet closer, you're going to take it.
And Goodwin looks at a strike 0-1. Goodwin, 1 for 3 tonight, had a double his last time in the 8th. Also walked, that was back in the 4th. 0-1. And breaking ball has him out in front, 0-2. We'll have the bottom third of their order due up in the bottom of the 10th inning. Voigt, Andujar, and Urshela.
Come on, Yankees!
0-2 pitch. Hung on and missed, got him. Picking ball, tailing in on the hands, a slider there from Green, and 2 out now here in the 10th, and here is Jason Castro.
See, and that's where the sacrifice bunt makes less and less sense because it gives you a lot less leeway to make mistakes and get a swing and a miss strikeout right there.
This pitch from Green to Castro is high and outside. 1-0. Castro homered in his first at-bat against Garrett Cole. Since then, 3 groundouts. This one hit sharply, fielded nicely towards the line by Voigt, who will beat him to the bag and end the inning. Angels go without much of a whimper in the 10th inning. They strand the go-ahead run in scoring position. He's trying to win it when we come back.
Your attention, please. This change defensively for the Angels. Now playing left.
Michael Hermosillo taking over in left field for Justin Upton.
Now pitching for the Angels.
We're in the bottom of the 10th inning as the Halos make a call to the bullpen and bring in Ryan Buchter.
Buchter, another one of the guys who's on the trade block for these Angels.
For the Yankees.
They're not trying to fully destroy this team, but obviously would like to, move towards the future. He's got a tough task, albeit against the bottom third of this Yankees lineup. But still, if he can get through it 1, 2, 3, or maybe even just allowing a couple of base runners with the tie still intact, I'm sure teams would love to see that, given how dangerous the Bombers usually are.
This, although a very righty portion of their lineup coming up as Voigt fouls it away 1-1. Voigt, Andujar, Urshela, 3 righties in a row, and 4 more righties follow after that. The only potential lefty in the lineup left is switch hitter Aaron Hicks, who final out of the 9th, the 1-1. Victor deals outside, 2-1. Quick 0 for 3, has walked, grounded out twice, and struck out. It's trailed 6-1. Or rallying back, tying it in the bottom of the 8th inning. 2-1, and this one a line drive out to left, chasing it back, away back, Hermosillo, and this one's going to sneak over the fence and gone. Luke Voigt's 21st home run of the season wins it for New York. They rally back and walk off the Angels in 10, 8-7 your final.
Something about that magic in St. Louis. We had the Cardinals walk it off a few nights ago, and now the former Cardinal gets it done for the Yankees. And I promised Big Guy I was going to do this, but the Yankees win! The Yankees win!
Well, yes, they did. It was high, it was far, and it had just enough to get over the fence and gone. See ya, a Yankee win here tonight in the Bronx. They battle all the way back, and after a rough start to the second half after the break, this is the kind of mojo you want to see if you are Aaron Boone. Big victory coming from behind here tonight. Voigt is the hero.
Yeah, and you'd love to have seen Garrett Cole have a great pitching performance, but this is almost even a better win for team morale because it shows that even in adversity, you can come back and win a ball game even against a team that's demolishing your pitching staff. DJ LeMahieu going to get player of the game, had a home run earlier. Not the winning one, but still more productive day at the plate. So in the end of the day, you got that Yankees offense started too with that home run. So end of the day, I don't think this is a bad choice whatsoever.
LeMahieu breaking out of a start to the second half was 1 for 16 in that St. Louis series tonight. 2 for 5 with a homer and pair of RBIs in this ball game as the Yankees beat the Angels in 10 innings by a final of 8-7. Winning pitcher today, Chad Green. He improves to 8-0. Ryan Buchter will suffer the loss. He drops to 1-2. Angels 7 runs, 8 hits, no errors. They left 8 tonight. Yankees 8 runs on 13 hits, no errors as well. They left 8 men on base as well. The final time of the game in real time, 1 hour and 54 minutes as DJ LeMahieu, our player of the game. And before we get into the highlights here, special, a really exciting ball game. Kind of surprising, boy, the player of the game here, but Yankees, thrilling come from behind victory against an Angels team that might put them one loss closer to solidifying themselves as sellers before July 31st.
Yeah, I mean, Voigt probably not getting the player of the game just because of his lack of production throughout the rest of the afternoon, evening, but he did have the biggest hit of the game. That is what ends up mattering. Is we will take you back to those highlights. Garrett Cole struggled early and often, and that was exemplified this Anthony Rendon double, out into left center field.
Yeah, thought that one was going to get on out of here, but ended up staying in the ballpark. It was an Angels contest early. Later on, it was 4-1 in the 5th when Albert Pujols up in his 3rd and 4th runs of the day. A 2-run shot made it 6-1 Halos in the 5th, but that was when the Yankees began to chip away out of the gates in the bottom of the 5th. And Judge a 2-run shot to pull him within 3.
Yep, and then later on in the inning, we're going to likely see the next home run for the Yankees, or apparently we're not going to see that, but Aaron Hicks did have one for this Mike Trout shot. Made it look like the Angels were going to start pulling away and close this one out.
Judge, you saw that home run from Hicks that made it a 6-4 game. Trout made it 7-4 with that shot, but then the Yankees again, the long ball chipping away in the bottom of the 7th. Gary Sanchez, this 2-run laser into the upper deck, second deck out there in left field, made it 7-6. Then the Angels threatened in the top of the 8th inning, but this ground out induced by J. Happ got the Yankees out of Dodge, kept it a 1-run ball game. That enabled them to tie it in the bottom of the 8th inning. This fielder's choice off the bat of DJ LeMahieu, the damage that got us to a 7-all tie.
Yep, the Angels were at the time happy to trade the run for the out, but they were hoping their offense was going to be able to carry them throughout the rest of this game, and it just wasn't the case. As we see here at top of the 9th inning, Albert Pujols with a couple of guys on, ripped one out into right field, but Aaron Judge was able to come in and make the catch.
That was really the last good rally for the Angels as the top of the 10th inning, Jason Castro, the man at second, would ground out to Luke Voigt to end that frame, but Voigt would quickly go into the dugout, throw on a helmet, up on the batting gloves, and a few pitches later was headed back into the clubhouse. A drenched man after some Gatorade was poured on him, a line drive just over the left field seats, right in Mark Teixeira territory. If you remember Game 2 of the 09 American League Division Series, as the Yankees beat the Angels tonight in 10, 8-7. They will play Game 2 of their series tomorrow. Will be Domingo Herman for the Yankees. For the Angels, it will be Shohei Ohtani. You can catch the action here on Twitch.tv and the ML Botball Network, starting at 5:30 Eastern Time tomorrow. It will be J-Man 1993 who has the call for actually our very next game. He will have the call of this one tomorrow alongside Tim Moore. We are joined now by J-Man and great Ether Boss in the booth. How you guys doing today? You guys got a good one on tap coming up in just a couple of moments. Sorry to keep you waiting a couple extra minutes tonight.
No, not a problem at all. I love watching extra baseball, free baseball, and an exciting walk-off win for the Yankees. Hopefully I get in a game as exciting for tomorrow.
It should be a fun one tomorrow. Good pitching matchup there, too.
Yeah, and as a Red Sox fan, I don't like the outcome of that game. But at the same time, I can respect a dinger when I see one. Of course, you guys did great on the call. I'm ready to see how we do in this game. This definitely looks like an exciting game. Even if it's two of the more struggling teams right now in the AL East, I'm always ready to support my Red Sox. And I know J-Man's always ready to support his Blue Jays. So it'll be a good call, and I'm ready for a fun little hour of baseball.
Before we say our final goodbyes, as we see the Blue Jays and Red Sox about ready to kick off, a reminder of our next broadcast specials. Next game will be on Wednesday at 7:15. Indians and Tigers, along with Tim Moore, Mike Clevenger, and Spencer Turnbull on that call. I will be on the mic again tomorrow night, 9 o'clock, Cubs and White Sox. I'll be with P. Mr. 3, Lucas Giolito against Yu Darvish. Anything else before we say goodbye special?
Well, really quickly, nothing is official just yet, but my next call might actually be switched over to the Kansas City Royals game because there's some rumblings that Brusdar Graterol could be making his MLB debut on Wednesday, so we would be greatly remiss if we couldn't get that into the schedule somewhere.
It would be a lot of fun to see Graterol and maybe my boy Josiah Gray get a chance in the Royals rotation sometime sooner rather than later. So, for special effects, I'm Justin Rock. The Yankees beat the Angels 8-7 and 10 on a Luke Voigt walk-off. It's now time to go north of the border. The Blue Jays and the Red Sox. J-Man 1993. Great Aether Boss, take it away.
Thank you very much for that introduction, Justin Rock. Thank you for that call. Great call, guys. And we're about to get started here in Toronto. Boston Red Sox, Toronto Blue Jays. This is a battle for third here in the AL East. Not the greatest season for either of these two teams. Yankees and Red Sox have been running away with this division, but running away with the ERA title this year has been Hyunjin Ryu. Signed that 4-year, $80 million deal in the offseason for Toronto, and he has been worth every penny this first season here in Toronto.
Yeah, Hyunjin Ryu, really the bright spot of the rotation so far for the Blue Jays. 12-3 record, that 1.59 ERA.
Leading off tonight for Boston.
And he's definitely going to be one of those guys that's definitely going to pose a real threat to this struggling Red Sox offense, as the first pitch coming in at 5:46 Eastern Time is going to be a swinging strike on the leadoff hitter, Jose Peraza.
We'll get a look at the defense for the Jays. In the infield, Biggio is at second. Vlad is at first. At short is Bo Bichette. And third, Travis Shaw. Outfield is Grichuk Hernandez and Lourdes Gurriel Jr. in left. That ball's hit right back up to the middle. Ryu gets a glove on it, but he's unable to make the play. Peraza runs that one out for an infield single.
Batting second.
Yeah, great speed by Peraza. A little unlucky there, bouncing off of Hyunjin, but able to get on base any way he can. And Kevin Pillar, of course, not... As a Red Sox fan so far this season, I've been mixed about Pillar. As you see home, he's great, but road, he is just not able to hit a baseball to the broadside of a barn, hitting only .219.
Well, swinging at the first pitch and sending it out to left field. Jays fans are very familiar with Kevin Pillar swinging at the first pitch and making quick outs as he does so there. Yeah, you look at the numbers, and they're pretty decent numbers Pillar's putting up if it's a Gold Glove center fielder, but out in right field where you're used to the production of Mookie Betts, those numbers do not look very good.
Yeah, and especially when he's been more accustomed to that center field position when he was a Gold Glove player in Toronto. And, of course, the Mookie Betts trade, as you mentioned, that was for Alex Verdugo, who is a natural right fielder. It's very questionable seeing Pillar playing in center and not having somebody like Benintendi or JD Martinez playing in left and the other being DH.
Pitch out, and Peraza not going there. Yeah, you'd at least think that with Verdugo struggling, he'd be getting everyday at-bats in the minors, but I guess maybe the Red Sox brass have decided that he can learn just as much soaking up information on the bench.
I have come to the slow but understandable belief that Ron Renicky is just doing something really, really weird, and it's not working, but he doesn't know it's not working yet.
Well, he didn't come into this year expecting to manage the Red Sox.
Neither did we.
That pitch misses high from Ryu. A full count to Martinez. And Ryu doesn't walk very many batters. He actually came into the game third in the league in walks allowed. He's only allowed 24. He's actually behind Ryan Weber, but that's in 30 more innings.
Yeah, we were talking before the game as that one's fouled down the left field line. Ryan Weber is one of the perfect encapsulations of this team. So pickoff is going to be safe. Ryan Weber
might have gotten him.
Oh, maybe, but you know, Ryan Weber, another pickoff. Stop interrupting me, Hyunjin. I'm trying to explain something.
They're very worried about him over there. They've even had a pitch out.
Why? Why? It's Jose Peraza. What's he going to do?
Well, here's the 3-2 pitch. That one's fouled back.
Yeah, but as I was saying, Ryan Weber, only a 4.5 record and a 3.98 ERA, but earlier this season, he was much better with the ERA, but the record was even worse, and it was a perfect encapsulation of, you know, the struggles that the offense has had for the Red Sox. Pitching's been there, but it's on the problem of just producing on offense, multiple, 4-1, 4-2 games in favor of the other team. And Hyunjin Ryu, there's a walk, as you mentioned. He's not giving up walks, and here's the cleanup hitter, Xander Bogaerts.
Yeah, not something he usually does, and not something you want to do, walking a guy into scoring position to face Xander Bogaerts. Looking at these numbers of Bogaerts coming in today, he has been the Red Sox best hitter so far this season. 308 average, 395 on base, 16 homers, 966. You'd have thought he would have been their all-star representative, but shortstop is such a deep position in the American League that he did not get that call.
Yeah, not just that. He was also injured for around 4 to 8 weeks, I believe, a month or so, earlier this season with, I believe, a broken kneecap. And Rafael Devers, who's right now on deck in the 5 spot, was moved up to the cleanup spot. And that was just another struggle that they had as he's going to swing and miss at the 3-0 pitch. For strike one.
Yeah, swinging at 3-0. Ryu was one pitch away from walking the bases loaded. Surprised he had that green light there. Oof. Well, we've got a full count now. Do you think maybe he's a bit tired? He did start the All-Star game, went 2 innings, and actually got the win in that one.
Maybe.
And he gets a called third strike there.
The third baseman,
That's a beautiful job of pitching there by Ryu, getting that called third strike. Bogaerts thought it was ball 4, and it maybe was a bit low. Well, it's going to be 2 out and 2 on now, and Rafael Devers is going to come up to the plate. And he has been a doubles machine so far this year. 27 doubles on the year. He had a big day yesterday as well. Went 5 for 6 in a game against the Royals that went 13 innings. They ended up winning that one by a final score of, I think it was 8-7.
I believe so. And
yeah, 8-7.
Win, no matter how long it is, that one's going to be blooped up left field. Please fall.
It does. in front of Gurriel. Gurriel not known for his defense there. A lazy route to that ball, and it just bounces in front of him. Jose Peraza scores the first run of this game, and it is 1-0 Red Sox.
Yeah, a little blooper. He was looking to maybe field it on the bounce, but he just couldn't get the glove on it to properly hold Peraza at third, and Peraza taking advantage of it. That one's going to be an easier grounder over to shortstop, throw to second.
Well, the Red Sox do get a run off of Hyunjin Ryu. No error the play, so that is scored a hit and an earned run against Ryu. So that 1.59 earned run average is going up. Well, now here's Ryan Weber, 4-5 with a 3.84 earned run average, 103 innings pitched. And where did this guy come from for the Red Sox?
Yeah, he's been one of the main guys that's stepped up since Chris Sale was out with Tommy John surgery at the beginning of this season, leaving him out for the whole year. A lot of people said, especially with the loss of David Price going over in the Dodgers trade that sent Mookie Betts along with him to the Dodgers, it was going to be a really struggling year for the starting rotation other than Eduardo Rodriguez, who really steps up in the rotation. And Ryan Weber's definitely done his job. Of course, you said earlier, only 23 walks in about 100 and odd innings. Definitely been one of the bright spots of the pitching staff so far this year.
Yeah, pitching has surprisingly not been the weak spot of this Red Sox team. You got Marcus Walden, 98 innings pitched. He's got a 2.30 earned run average. Ryan Weber, 3.84 earned run average and 100 innings pitched. Colin McHugh has been pretty decent for them, and the disappointing ones have been the big names, Eovaldi and Rodriguez.
Yeah, Eovaldi, I still don't fully understand why we signed him to that big old extension after the 2018 postseason. I do understand
you're a World
that
Series hero. That's where you make the bucks.
That is a very solid point, but why aren't we giving Steve Pearce $17 million a year right now to
I think you
be
should.
mediocre?
I would love that. Steve Pearce is one of my favorite Jays while he was here, and he started off so terribly, but traded for Santiago Espinal to these Red Sox and became that World Series MVP. Well, both pitchers going to full counts frequently here this first inning.
Yeah, very interesting to see potential control issues with both of them. Of course, neither of them being walk machines. Of course, both of them under 30 walks given up so far. As that's going to be very high up for full count walk on the four-seam.
Yeah, both pitchers uncharacteristically wild this first inning. And maybe the long layoff, maybe the All-Star break had something to do with it. Who knows? Brings up Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Vlad was swings at that first pitch. Is that a double play?
It is.
They did get both of them. Wow, lined right to Moreland there at first base, and Bichette had no chance of getting back to first. That was a hard luck, a double play, as you're going to see.
It was very hard luck. We saw another hard luck double play back in the last game. Justin Upton just running out a blooped fly ball that was going from first. He caught running back for the pickoff. One of the weirdest double plays I've seen. And again, we've seen another weird double play this game. That's going to be base hit into the gap. It's going to get past the left fielder.
Andrew Benintendi misplayed that ball. It went under his glove. Travis Shaw going the opposite way, going through the shift, and they're going to give him a double on that one. That one definitely I thought was going to be a single with a one-base error, but you saw the official scoring on that is a double. Look at this as Benintendi just unable to reach it even. Maybe he didn't go under his glove. Maybe it just sailed past him. That's some interesting outfield positioning, and it's going to bring up Teoscar Hernandez with a runner in scoring position and 2 outs.
Yeah, Teoscar Hernandez not as effective against the righties this season again as he has been against the lefties. So Ryan Weber definitely has a bit of help in that situation as he's going to look at strike one. But yeah, Benintendi, I don't know what that was, and as a hardcore Andrew Benintendi fanboy, it breaks my heart seeing such a gaffe like that coming by his way.
Now, isn't there that famous picture of him, you know, making that gazelle-like leap in left field? I always have that image of him as a very good defensive outfielder, so I'm surprised as well to see him make such a gaffe like that. Oof. Big swing and a miss from Teoscar Hernandez chasing that fastball on the outside corner. Weber gives up a walk and a double, but does not give up any runs. We're going to the second inning. Boston leading 1-0.
Leading off for Boston.
7, 8, and 9 for the Red Sox here in the second inning. It's going to be Christian Vasquez, Mitch Moreland, and Jackie Bradley Jr. And Christian Vasquez was the Boston Red Sox lone all-star representative. And you look at the numbers, and they don't scream all-star to me.
Yeah, it was very interesting seeing him as the one single all-star appearance for the Red Sox over, you know, the likes Rafi, even though he's had a bit of a couple struggles, and even JD Martinez gonna swing and miss it. Strike three.
3 pitches, 3 strikes
that
for Ryu.
The first baseman.
Yeah, no, PK is not happy to see his favorite Red Sox player strike out on that pitch.
I'm sure he has some census data about where that ball was pitched to, though.
You see here Mitch Moreland, 16 homers and 54 ribbies at first. He's actually hitting much better than he usually does. Of course, he's more known as a defensive specialist, but he's definitely been proving his case over down in the 8th spot.
Now, Moreland was a long-time Texas Ranger and was on that Rangers team that Blue Jays played in the 2015-2016 playoffs. So Jays fans have a lot of memories of him. That ball is bounced in the dirt, and count is even 2-2.
Yeah, that era of the 2015 to 2017 Blue Jays versus Rangers matchups was definitely something to enjoy being an out fan.
Yeah, they won 6 games in a row against them in the playoffs. They still have that record. They went down 0-2 in 2015 and won 3 in a row there to sweep to finish that series, and then swept 3-0 the next year.
Yeah, and of course, in between, as that one's going to be launched into left field, back near the wall. It's going to bounce over the wall for a ground rule double. Mitchie, 2 bags. Getting a 2-bag right there.
The center fielder.
Yeah, again, going against the shift. Long run for Gurriel. He had no chance of this one, and it just bounces over the fence there on that AstroTurf, and ground rule double for Moreland, and now it'll bring up Jackie Bradley Jr.
JBJ, as you see there, only 97 career homers right now. And a lot of people are very adamant about the acquisition of, I already forgot his name all of a sudden for no reason whatsoever, and Kevin Pillar. And it seems like it's just another JBJ that we don't really need, you know, a more minded, not as offensively producing center fielder and corner outfielder.
Well, I guess the thought is the two of them could form a nice platoon out there in center field. Bradley getting the starts against righties as the lefty bat, and Pillar getting the starts every day against the lefties. And somehow Pillar has found himself into an everyday role here. And that's where things have gone wrong.
Yeah, it's definitely been a bit of a problem. Of course, we mentioned earlier, you know, Ron Renicke's doing something, and it ain't working, and you don't know that yet.
Big swing and a miss there on that cut fastball from Jackie Bradley Jr., and the count goes full. So another full count pitch here from Ryu. And he gets a swing and a miss from Jackie Bradley Jr. That's his second strikeout of the inning, third of the game.
The batter number 3, second baseman.
Yeah, 3-1 count, 2 straight, right down the middle, JBJ. Just can't get his bat on the ball. 2 away.
So going to turn the lineup over for Jose Peraza. He singled and scored in that first inning. Swings at that first pitch changeup from Ryu, fouling it away. It's 0-1. So 3 strikeouts today from Ryu. He's now past Corey Kluber. He's got 135 strikeouts, and now he's at 6th in the league for strikeouts. 0-2 pitch, and another strikeout. He strikes out the side around that ground rule double. Ryu's pumped up for that one. You get a look at this replay, swinging over the top of that one. A wild swing from Peraza. Not sure why he swung at that one. We're going to the bottom of the second. Boston leading by 1.
Yeah, Peraza definitely expecting it to break, but not as much as it did. And Hyunjin Ryu definitely proving his case right now as one of the premier pitchers in this AL East. And Rowdy Tellez still, he's definitely one of the more effective, 3 outcome hitters in the league, in my opinion.
Well, we may see his playing time diminish going forward now that Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is going to be playing a lot of first base. He's having a good season so far this year, though. Hitting 248, but it's the on base that's been pretty decent for him. 336, 14 home runs on the year, a 772 OPS. Which is not great out of the designated hitter position, but one of the better hitters for the Jays.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, potentially less playing time for Rowdy Tellez as Vladdy's moving over to first base more and more often. He definitely can still fit the role of designated hitter, but the question is where will we be if there's another player that comes in and the designated hitter position? Because, of course, you can have Gurriel or Travis Shaw or Bo Bichette playing designated hitter, not just Guerrero and Tellez.
Big swing and a miss there from Rowdy Tellez. Second strikeout from Weber. Yeah, they've got a lot of guys without defensive homes there. Toronto, you mentioned Gurriel, Teoscar Hernandez. A lot of people think if the pressure on his defense is removed, maybe he can blossom like Edwin Encarnacion did when he moved over to first.
Yeah, you never know with this Blue Jays team. Always something interesting changing around this team. Of course, random players come in and just become better than they've been before. Joey Bats, Jose Bautista exploding onto the scene in the early 2010s. And, of course, as you mentioned, Edwin Encarnacion in the mid-2010s as well.
Yeah, and Josh Donaldson was pretty good before he got to Toronto, but he became an MVP. This one's going to get in front of Kevin Pillar out there in right field. Plays it on the hop. He knows how this AstroTurf bounces. Nice little play there to get it in and hold Gurriel to a single. Brings up the number 7 hitter for the Blue Jays, Randall Grichuk. And you look at these numbers for him, and it's been very disappointing. 222 batting average, 279 on base, 386 slugging. And you wonder, why did they trade Kevin Pillar and sign Grichuk to such a big deal? Kevin Pillar is better by every metric than Randall Grichuk has been so far for the Jays.
Off the plate, ball 1.
Did he go around at that one? I guess not. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Grichuk. And that one is hit on the line down to right field and fair. Rounding second and going into third is Gurriel, and Randall Grichuk, after I said he's struggling, shows me by hitting an opposite field double down that right field line.
Yeah, for a moment it looked like it was going to fall foul, but got the right bounce and got into the corner easy. 2-bagger right there.
So the Jays have 2 on in scoring position, and it brings up the ice-cold Cavan Biggio. 193 average, 385 slugging. He has just not built on that great rookie year he had last year.
Outside, that's a
Yeah, of
ball.
course, Kevin Biggio, son of the great, definitely not, doing his father proud right now in this season, hitting under that 200 right now. I think anybody that hits under the Mendoza line is not, having the best season, and hopefully he can pick the pace up a little bit, and he still has gobs of potential. He's still young, and he's definitely still proven it based, again, as you mentioned, on his great rookie season last year, that he can perform at a much higher performance that he has this season.
Oof, wild swing at that pitch. Yeah, if I told you who had the highest wins above replacement last year on the Jays between Bichette, Vlad, and Biggio, would you believe it was Kevin Biggio? Because it absolutely is. This one's hit pretty well out to right field. Pilar giving chase. That one's off the wall and over for a 3-run home run. The 15th home run of the year for Kevin Biggio. And again, I talk about a struggling Blue Jay, and he shows me up with that home run. Just bouncing over the wall there, giving the Jays a 3-1 lead.
I hate being right. That is all.
No, I said the power numbers were down for him this year, a 385 slugging. That is going to put that slugging number up. 15 home runs on the year. Gonna get another look at this one. Pilar gave it a chase, and, it looked similar to one of his most famous catches that he made. That was out in left field over that MNP sign, where he, scathed the wall, did that, where he got that Superman nickname, and brought that home run back, but he was unable to do that just there.
And it was just at the very top of the right field wall, just a little bit further back in right field. If the dimensions were a bit different, it could have been an easy home run robbery for Kevin Pilar. He was right there on it, but ran out of room over the wall. 3-1 Toronto.
Well, Weber coming back on the attack here against Jansen. 1-2, getting ahead of him.
I got the count.
Tries to get him to chase on another slider outside the zone. Ooh. Not the greatest pitcher there from Jansen to swing at that, but just able to get a piece of it and fouling it off. Oh, really good at-bat here by Danny Jansen. Just fouling a lot of pitches off. As you see, 23 pitches already this inning for Ryan Weber. And that one is crushed, but foul. Oof. Jansen got all of that one, but he was just in front of it.
My heart skipped a beat there. And,
and
come
did
on!
He missed one. He just missed the one before it, but he doesn't miss this one at all. Back-to-back home runs for the Blue Jays. Danny Jansen hits his 13th home run of the year, and Toronto's gone up 4-1. I mean, you rarely see a guy just miss a home run and then hit it on the next pitch. More often you see him ground out weakly or something. He's thinking about just missing it, but Danny Jansen was able to get all of this one. 373 feet, 93.4 miles per hour off that bat. And the Jays have scored 4 here in this second inning.
The shortstop. Whoa.
I also hate my reverse jinx, as we were talking earlier about Ryan Weber being very good with his control and not giving up a lot of runs. And out of nowhere, 2 straight at-bats, 2 straight homers, 4-1.
I'm going to have to go back and listen to the archive of you going, oh, come on! It was just too perfect.
Really hurt. But, that's just the way baseball is sometimes.
Well, Bo Bichette here gets this one in on the fist, but it falls in front of Jackie Bradley Jr., goes all the way to the wall. Bichette's rounding second. He's going into third. Is he going to try for it inside the Parker? And he does not. Oh, I think they should have sent him. That could have been back-to-back-to-back home runs, with the third one being an inside the Parker. But this one, if you're gonna dive, you gotta make sure you can catch it. And that was a weird decision by Bradley Jr. to dive there. It had already fallen when he was diving.
Whoa, that's down.
Yeah. Many questions there, buddy.
Take a walk. It's all right.
I swear, if Vlad hits this out of the building, I might actually go take a walk. Not gonna lie to you, Chief.
Well, last game, Vlad, 2 for 4, 2 singles. Blue Jays before this series lost 2 out of 3 to Cleveland. It wasn't a great series for them coming out of this All-Star break. And they lost yesterday 8-1. Matt Shoemaker went 7 innings, gave up 2 earned, but the bullpen gave up 6 runs in that 8th inning. So you never know with this team. As Vlad sends this one to deep center field, but not deep enough. Jackie Bradley Jr. is underneath that one for the second out. Bo Bichette's going to tag, and he's going to score from third. And that brings in the 5th run this inning for the Jays.
There, and unfortunately, Bo Bichette's kind of. So even though it was right on time and right on point, it was already sliding in and scoring by the time it reached Christian Vasquez.
Brings up Travis Shaw. Shaw is the 8th man to bat this inning. Comes up with 2 outs and nobody on. And now an 0-2 count. So Ryan Weber finally settling down here, it seems. A lot of pitches this inning. He's already up to 47 in the game. And Shaw goes around on that one, fooled on that fastball, unable to hold the trigger on that one. Goes down swinging. But the Jays get 5 runs on back-to-back home runs. A 3-run homer from Kevin Biggio. Solo shot from Danny Jansen. And it's 5-1 here in the top of the 3rd.
Leading off for the Red Sox, the right fielder, number 5.
No, I was considering us lucky to score back in the 1st inning and take an early 1-0 lead, but now top of the 3rd, Kevin Pillar 0 for 1 up to bat leading off, and we'll be lucky to get even 5 runs in this whole game.
Well, Ryu did pitch against the Red Sox on July 6th. He went 8 innings in that game, 3 hits, no earned, 2 walks, 8 strikeouts. So you've already done better than that game.
That is very true, and unfortunately, even with him having a bit of a cold game so far, it seems, we're still down 5-1 in the top of the 3rd.
Pillar swings and gets a piece of that. Vlad Guerrero, long run, makes the catch out there in foul territory. That's not a play he is used to making out there on the first base side. So you can see we're getting a look at the American League leaders in wins, and Ryu and Zach Plesac both tied at 12 for wins. I know a lot of people think it's an obsolete stat, and I do as well, unless someone on my team is leading the league in it, and then I go, oh, look at that. He leads the league in wins.
Oh, you didn't know?
Well, JD Martinez has some success against Ryu, 6 for 18. Probably faced him a bunch when he played that last 2 months in Arizona. I believe that was 2017 he played in Arizona.
I believe so. I would have to consult with one of the 3 Diamondback gurus.
Ooh, big swing and a miss there. And down goes JD Martinez.
The batter, number 2. Shortstop.
Well, I've got an easy trivia question for EB in the Twitch chat, so maybe don't answer it right away, but who was JD Martinez traded for to the Arizona Diamondbacks?
Me or him? Because care about JD Martinez before he was on the Red Sox. It's kind of called being a Red Sox fan.
You know the answer to this one?
No, I don't.
Ooh.
As I said, I didn't care about JD Martinez before he was on the Red Sox. And then I did care.
EB says in the Twitch, okay, I won't answer, LOL.
Nope.
He does know it.
1 ball, 2 strikes, the count.
How did that player get from Toronto to Detroit, though? That's what I'm trying to remember.
You never know in the weird world of baseball.
That one is hit deep out to left field. Gurriel giving chase, and that one is going to fall behind him. Rounding first and going into second with a 2-out double. There is Xander Bogaerts.
Now batting, third baseman.
Yeah, it seems to be, as you see there, 11-game hitting streak for good old Zandy. Seems to be our only offense is hitting a baseball into left field and letting Gurriel not be good at defense. And although it should be working, last inning happened. And that's, yeah.
Yeah, Toronto has a lot of outfielders that would make great designated hitters if they could hit. So
I feel like the Blue Jays would be the first team to try and just let the pitcher outside and just have him be the only position player other than the catcher, and just have everybody else play designated hitter.
Well, there's a video on Twitter going around of Ryu hitting a home run in batting practice there at Jay's summer camp. So, maybe some of these guys that can't hit there in the outfield, maybe Ryu should be hitting for them.
Well, Mo's in the Twitch chat guessing that it was a plane of how he got from Toronto to Arizona. And,
It could have been a bus.
I was about to say, he might be right. It could be a plane. It could also be a train. It could also be an automobile.
Maybe it was all three. Maybe John Candy and Steve Martin helped him along the way.
You never know.
Now here's the 2-2 pitch, and that one is inside. So this looked like a quick inning for Hyunjin Ryu. He got the first two batters. He got Pilar to pop out. He got JD Martinez to strike out, but another double given up to Benintendi to Bogaerts, and now he's in a hole here to Devers, 3-2. And he loses him, so another walk here for Ryu. That's 2 today. Very uncharacteristic of him, and he's already up to 58 pitches.
Andrew Benintendi.
Yeah, very interesting to see that walk on Rafi Devers. Benny, my baby, I want you to know this is your time to shine. Please hit a Benny bomb. Please.
Lefty-lefty matchup favors Ryu, and he swings at the first pitch and sends it into the outfield. Teoscar Hernandez comes up firing, and he's going to hold the runner there at third.
Renicky, you idiot! Send the man home, Shirley. Bogaerts can run. Throw was off speed and off point. But no, we're going to trust Christian Vasquez. Base is low. Oh, okay, he can just casually hit that one in a foul, but yeah, we're going to trust Christian Vasquez. That's a great idea. Good job, Renicky.
Excuse me, we're going to trust all-star Christian Vasquez. So maybe there's some genius there.
Oh, that's okay.
The day Ron Renicky is proven to be playing 4D chess on this game is the day I die.
Nope, that's off the plate. Ball 2.
Oh, command coming undone here for Ryu. 2 quick outs to start the inning, and now things are unraveling quickly. Bogaerts is the runner at third. Devers is at second. Benintendi's at first. And that one just misses. I'm not sure where it is. Maybe getting squeezed. The count goes to 3-1, though.
Well, that pitch definitely looked in there for strike 2, but all right, Vasquez, don't do something stupid.
Where was that?
That wasn't something stupid? What?
That one definitely looked like a strike to me, but it's called a ball. Getting squeezed here is Hyunjin Ryu, and Pete Walker, the Jays pitching coach, is coming out here to maybe calm him down here, calm his nerves down, tell him, I have no idea what he's telling him. I don't know if they even speak the same language.
Now Mitchie Two-Bag's up to bat. Of course, he hit that double last, back in the second inning, I believe, this past inning. And 2 out, bases loaded.
Swings at that first pitch, and Teoscar Hernandez is going to get to it in the gap. That one could have been trouble, but Teoscar Hernandez runs it down for the final out here in the third inning. Well, the Red Sox get another run across on a couple of walks. A bases-loaded walk scores Xander Bogaerts, and Toronto leads the game 5-2.
Yeah, and as you see Heidi Watney in the sidelines, troubling news, J-Man. I did screw up. I forgot to grab batteries for Heidi's microphone again.
Well, you know, that keeps happening, and we got to get to the bottom of this microphone trouble she's been having all season. And Charlie Montoyo here and Pete Walker talking about the battery issues for Heidi Watney.
Yeah, meanwhile, of course, the Twitch chat very confused about those pitches and the umpiring that was done. That's going to be looked at for ball 1.
Yeah, unfortunately, you cannot ask for a manager review of balls and strikes.
I feel like that would be very much abused if it did exist, and thank goodness that it doesn't exist.
Teoscar Hernandez sends one deep to center field. Jackie Bradley Jr. unable to get to that one, and Teoscar Hernandez is going to stop there at second with a lead-off double.
The batter, number 44.
I miss the 2018 Red Sox. I wonder what they're doing right now.
Well, they'll forever be world champs, but it is 2020. And you had to go through the cheaters in Houston, too, so well done on that world championship.
Very much so. Of course, we were the first MLB team ever to beat 3 100-win teams in the postseason. So, yeah, that's some history right there.
Oh, wow. I did not know that fact.
Yes, the Yankees were exactly 100 wins, if my memory is correct, and the Astros were 103 wins, I believe, and then the Dodgers were around that same spot.
Oh, did he go on that one? He did not. And then sometimes you have a World Series where the St. Louis Cardinals win 86 games and win the whole thing, like in 2006, I believe that was. Swing and a miss there from Rowdy Tellez. He goes down swinging and does not advance Teoscar Hernandez. He's going to stay out there at second with 1 out.
Lourdes Gurriel.
Well, struggles continue for Teoscar. He's now 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. Or, excuse me, Tellez. 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. It's a T name. It's close enough.
Oh, no, I actually did make a mistake. The Dodgers were 92 wins, but we still became the first team to beat 2 100-win teams in the postseason. My bad.
That's still pretty impressive.
Yeah, it actually is extremely impressive when you really think about it. Especially given the power that was being displayed by both those teams. Of course, you had the Baby Bombers over in New York, who were always a threat to win the division over us. I mean, we had 108 wins, and we still finished only teams ahead of them, which is insane.
Yeah.
And then, of course, you had those cheaters. Yeah, those guys.
Now, I know that in 1992, there was a team that won 100 games and did not make the playoffs, and I'm trying to remember if that was the last team that ever did that. That was the San Francisco Giants, them and the Atlanta Braves, that were both in the National League West, if you believe it or not. And the Braves won 103 games, and the Giants won 102.
Yep, that's baseball for you, and that's also the Braves back in the 90s for you.
And now we have wild cards, so that doesn't happen. 3-2 pitch to Gurriel is called for strike 3. So a leadoff double, and then Tellez and Gurriel are unable to do anything and advance the runner. So now it's going to be 2 outs for Randall Grichuk.
Yeah, Ryan Weber, 5th strikeout of the night. This is a consistent thing with the Red Sox pitching that I've also come to notice during my time calling these guys this season. It's always one or two small little mistakes, and it always ends up in a home run, it seems like. We're able to hold down the offense for the most part, as that one's going to be blooped into left field for a base hit. They're going to send Teoscar home, and he's going to score.
Oh, the throw goes to second.
He tries to advance, and he's thrown out.
Ooh, bad base running there from Randall Grichuk. The Jays do get that run in, though. Toronto is now up 6-2 as we go to the fourth inning, and Great Aetherboss is going to take over play-by-play here in the fourth.
Give me a second. I'm too busy dancing because what a great call that was to throw to second base. But what a stupid call it was to go to second in the first place, and I don't want to talk about that easy ground out the second. My fun is only lasting very few instances in this game. That's going to be a routine ground out on JBJ. Of course, Jose Peraza singled back in the first inning and scored on what originally and honestly should have been the only run for the Red Sox this game. Low and in the dirt nearly for ball one. Hyunjin Ryu already up to upper 60s. Definitely going to reach 70 pitches by the end of this at bat. Is swinging strike one.
Yeah, that was a very nice pitch, that pitch right there.
Foul down on first base side. 1-2 count here. Jose Peraza, he's kind of ish when it comes to staying away from the strikeouts, because that one's going to be high and above the inside corner for ball two. Command problems definitely showing up for Hyunjin so far in this game, J-Man.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how deep he's able to go in this game. He comes into today leading the American League in innings pitched now. He was 1.2 innings behind Corey Kluber. He's, of course, surpassed that, so he leads the AL in innings pitched as he gets the strikeout there.
Yeah, swing and a miss. 6th strikeout of the night for Hyunjin Ryu. Other than those couple walks and very dubious calls last inning and Gurriel sucking at left field, he's having a great game. And that's really been the story of ours. Both pitchers having great games, but a couple dumb mistakes and interesting defensive instances just commanding this game. It's an interesting 6-2 ball game here in the top of the fourth, 2 away, and Kevin Pillar up to bat for the 3rd time in the 4th inning. Of course, he lined out and flew out, and he's probably going to fly out right here to right field for 3 outs. So 3 up, 3 down for Boston here, top of the 4th. We're heading to the bottom of the 4th, still 6-2 here in Toronto.
That's the first 3 up, 3 down inning we've had all game. So that's the kind of fast, quick innings Hyunjin Ryu is going to need if he's going to want to get deeper into this game. 4 innings, 70 pitches now. He went 6 innings his last start out in Minnesota, went 8 against Boston. He's usually a guy that goes pretty deep into games for Toronto, and it's a shaky bullpen. So, 4-run deficit going against this Jays bullpen, we may see some fireworks.
And just a reminder, as that one's going to be fouled for strike one on, I believe this is Kevin Biggio. Of course, he hit a home run the last inning, or a couple innings ago, whatever. But just a reminder, of course, donate down below to Meals on Wheels. Every single donation and money earned from subscriptions is sent to Meals on Wheels. So far into this pandemic, still so many people needing the support that Meals on Wheels provides. And of course, the links are below in our not Discord, in our Twitch chat. And as it's a 2-2 count on Kevin Biggio, Ryan Weber looking for the first out here. So that was going to be fouled, definitely low, nearly outside the strike zone, but Biggio reached and just tipped it foul.
Well, it's been 2 strikes on Biggio. You gotta wonder if it's going to end in a strikeout. A lot of strikeouts for Biggio this year. Comes into today with 110 strikeouts in 300 at-bats.
Yeah, but he couldn't strike out instead of hit a 3-run homer. I see how it is, buddy.
He was a very patient hitter. He actually walked 71 times last year and about the same number of at-bats. He's only at 34 walks this year. So the
Yeah, and
problem
he's
has been he's getting into a lot of deep counts, and instead of walking, those walks have turned into strikeouts this year.
Yeah, and this is going to be the 9th pitch of the at-bat. Ryan Weber was looking relatively healthy before, and now Kevin Biggio has made it a full count. This is going to be pitch number 10 of this singular at-bat. Full count. Nobody out still. Still Kevin Biggio.
Yeah, and that's why the Jays had him up in that number 2 spot to begin the year. He's a guy that sees a lot of pitches, fouls a lot of pitches, gets on base a lot, and that's something you really want ahead of Vladimir Guerrero and Lourdes Gurriel and Travis Shaw. But that's not how it's played out this year.
And do not tell me this man took 11 pitches.
442 feet to dead straight center field up in that WestJet flight deck for Kevin Biggio. 16th home run of the year. Now the Jays are up 7-2. Yeah, no doubt shot about that one, and that's actually going to end the game for, why am I drawing a blank on Ryan Weber? Martin Perez is going to come into this game, and well, Perez actually pitched a lot of innings just on the 18th 2 days ago. He threw 4 innings against Kansas City, gave up 2 hits and an earned run, and that was a game the Red Sox won. Perez ended up actually getting the save.
I feel like Hawk Harrelson right now, being biased against all the homers being hit by the opposing team. I'm just being silent and wondering where things went wrong. You know, here I was waiting for Kevin Biggio to, you know, just strike out after 11 pitches. You know, so many foul tips, you know, just, you know, miss one, get the strikeout. I was waiting for that to happen so I could, you know, just say, you know, yay, these are the next 3 games for the rest of Monday, July 20th on the MLB Ball Network, you know. But no, he has to hit a monster homer to dead center, make this a 7-2 ball game, and make me really want to know when my next therapist meeting is.
Yeah, well, the other thing is, too, is he'd had some good starts. His last 2 starts, you know, went 7 1/3 against Baltimore, 7 1/3 against Pittsburgh. So this is a pretty disappointing start for Ryan Weber. He had a 3.84 earned run coming into today. 3 innings, 7 earned. That's going to jump that earned run average way up.
Yeah, definitely above 4, as that's going to be a routine grounder to Devers. Throw to first to Mitchie. And they got it for out number 1. Of course, as I was mentioning before, a certain guy did a certain thing. We have 3 more games after me and J-Man's game here on the MLB Ball Network for Monday. Of course, at 7:15 Eastern, 6:15 Central, it's the White Sox and Chicago Cubs. As I like to call it, the Red Line Series, the Red Line in the CTA, connecting the 2 teams and their respective ballparks. It's going to be Cole Ringazen. I just call him Cole because he's awesome like that. And Hines calling that game. Then after that, 9 o'clock Eastern, 8 o'clock Central, Minnesota and Arizona. Big battle between 2 of the best teams in the MLB right now. Jake Odorizzi and Merrill Kelly are the starting pitchers. I forgot to mention as well, Dane Dunning and Quintana are going to be the starters for the White Sox-Cubs game. Beardy Buddha and Duggo with Jake W. Dean filling in every so often, or even we call him that game. Then finally, Bopball After Dark, Brother Beard with a solo beard cast, Marco Gonzales. And the Seattle Mariners travel to Baltimore to face John Means and the Orioles. 10:45 Eastern, 9:45 Central. Vladdy Jr. up to bat, the 0-1 broken bat, and it's going to be caught by Christian Vasquez. A great grab there. And yeah, so the only highlight of this inning, this guy hitting that ball to that place, far out of anywhere near here. And you see Ryan Weber saying, "Oh, come on, again."
But he knew that.
Believe me, Ryan, I'm saying the same thing. Going to the 5th, Heidi Watney. I think she's probably talking about something. It's 7-2.
Yeah.
Oh,
So I'll take that time to remind everyone to donate again to Meals on Wheels. Meals on Wheels supports more than 5,000 community-based programs across the country that are dedicated to addressing senior isolation and hunger. This network serves virtually every community in America and enables America's seniors to live nourished lives with independence and dignity. So if you can donate to that cause, anything at all, any small amount is greatly appreciated.
top of the fifth. JD Martinez leading off. High fastball from Ryu to lead off the top of the fifth. Right now, third on the Red Sox for doubles with 18, as you saw there. 0 for 1 on the night so far for JD. Of course, he walked at one point back. I believe it was in the fourth inning. Part of that extreme... No, he struck out, sorry, in the fourth inning. He walked earlier in the game back in the first inning. Very interesting. Back in the fourth inning, of course, we're already back at the order that it nearly came in. Bases loaded, full count, and interesting play calls. Xander Bogaerts on deck. 3-1 count here for Hyunjin Ryu.
Well, you see that 3-1 pitch there, the 2-1 pitch, just slightly on the outside, but the way it was received by Danny Jansen, you know, it could have been called a strike, but wasn't the greatest receiving. And Jansen is known for his good defense back there, stealing extra strikes, so Ryu still kind of getting squeezed on this game, and you kind of have to blame Jansen for it.
It's going to be a swing and a miss, strike three, the seventh strikeout for Hyunjin Ryu tonight. Second for JD Martinez. And it's going to be Xander Bogaerts with one way here in the top of the fifth. Beautiful pitch. Just reached far enough, and JD knows that that was definitely not the right pitch to swing at. First pitch is going to be fouled near the first base dugout for strike one. Of course, Xander Bogaerts 1 for 2, doubled back in the fourth inning. Scored the lone run when the bases were loaded.
Now, Bogaerts is
count, pitch comes in.
One of the more exciting and interesting players. Signed out of Aruba for $410,000 in 2010.
Yeah, in past 7 seasons, he's been nothing short of amazing at shortstop for the Red Sox. So that's going to be flown out to center field for 2 away here. And we're potentially looking at another 3 up, 3 down as Rafael Devers, 1 for 1 on the night, walked last inning. He has a single and an RBI as he was the one that drove in the early game starting run back in the first inning where that blooper in the left field. And interesting Gurriel reaction there as that one's going to be launched high and deep into right center field. Going back at it. Is that a diving catch? It is not. It's going to be a ground rule double for Rafael Devers. For like half a second, I thought it was a home run, and I was about to say, yay, cool, we're doing things. But no,
I thought Teoscar had caught that one, too. That was a very interesting play all around.
I thought Teoscar was just diving for the sake of diving. But now Benintendi's up to bat. 2 away, man on second here in the top of the fifth. Singled back in the third inning. Benny, I already said before.
TV dive. That's all Teoscar wanted. He wanted that airtime.
You know what I want? That's not what I want, Benny. Not an 0-2 count. His last game, 2 RBIs, 2 for 6 on the night. And I'd rather have him not be 2 for 6, something more along the lines of 4 for 6. And he can definitely go 2 for 3 here. But he's going to look at the low changeup for ball 1. Hyunjin Ryu now up to 88 pitches here in the top of the fifth.
Here's the 1-2 pitch. Ooh. Just popped up. Is Grichuk going to get to that one? Oh, miscommunication out there in that outfield. Oh, and they got him at second, trying to stretch that single into a double. That run scores, though. So Boston scratches a run across, and it's now 7-3 as we're going to the bottom of the fifth.
Yay? That's all I really have to say there. You see Matt Barnes warming up in the bullpen for the Red Sox. Matt Barnes being one of the more bright spots of this bullpen so far. I'm genuinely wondering what's going on with Gurriel in left field. Is he Do we need to send a doctor to go out and see what's wrong with him and his fielding abilities? That one's going to be launched high and deep in the center field. It's going to bounce off the wall, and it's probably going to be a double. Not going to stretch to a triple. We'll throw a cutoff throw to second just to be safe. And it's going to be Travis Shaw's, I believe, second double of the game.
You are right. Second double. He doubled in that first inning, but this one just absolutely crushed there out to center field. Bounces off the wall. I mean, he hit it as far as you can in this ballpark with it still staying in. He's going to bring up Teoscar Hernandez, who's 1 for 2 with a double and a run scored today.
Yeah, and of course, star of one of the main stars of Star Fox 64 right there, Falco, getting the Blue Jays fans hyped right now here. It's going to be a 1-0 count now from that ball. Well, again, only Matt Barnes is currently warming up in the Red Sox bullpen. As we mentioned earlier, one of the brighter spots of this bullpen, so a lot of questions were whether it was going to be him or Workman being the main closer. It's a dumb fight. It should have been Barnes, but at the same time, is great anywhere he is in this bullpen this season. And it's a 2-0 count now on Teoscar Hernandez for Martin Perez.
Josh Taylor has been the closer this year for the Red Sox in ML Bot Ball, though. He's got a 1.08 ERA out there in that back of that bullpen.
That's ball 3.
I love you, Josh Taylor.
Well, looking at the Twitch chat, we see Jay's outfielders stonks have gone down, and Italian Mamba says, "Come on, you're ruining Ryu's ERA. How is that not an error?" And I've got to disagree. There's been a couple plays in this game that I think should have gone as errors.
Now batting, number 44.
And, that was interesting why the Jays, they drafted Austin Martin. They drafted him as a shortstop. We played some center field for Vanderbilt. And Blue Jays really need outfielders. They have been trying everything out there. They've tried Teoscar at every outfield position. He hasn't had much success at any of them. And Gurriel, after getting the yips at second base, they threw him out to left field, and they're trying Grichuk out there in center field. It's, when it's a rebuilding year, you can try a lot of different things, and Toronto's tried a lot of different things there in that outfield, and not a lot has worked.
Yeah, well, not to mention, Gurriel has definitely proven why it's not really the best situation in him in left field so far in this game. Really, all 3 runs are because of him and his own defensive mishaps scored by the Red Sox.
Yeah, well, that last one is a weird play, too, between Grichuk. I don't want to give all the blame to Gurriel on that one. We can blame Grichuk some on that as well. But we've seen a lot of really sloppy defensive plays, too. Jackie Bradley Jr. diving for one, going all the way for the wall for a triple. Teoscar Hernandez with that interesting dive that last inning for a ground rule double. It's if you're a fan of outfield defense, you have hated this game.
Yeah, of course. Last inning, top of the 5th. As much as I am sad to see Benintendi just do something weird as Tellez strikes out and gets very annoyed with that, throw him out of the game. Throw him out, do something good.
Well, he's 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts. You can see why he's frustrated. He's wearing the golden collar now. Or just the collar. It's not golden yet.
The old sombrero, if my memory is correct, but regardless, he is not having his best game at all. And somebody who also wasn't having their best game defensively is up to bat. Lourdes Gurriel Jr., we mentioned, not doing that great right now in left field. He has a single and a run in this game, though, 1 for 2 on the night.
He's got a very strong arm is the thing, and the last Jays coaching staff before Charlie Montoyo came in, they thought that he was best suited either at shortstop or at third base. It's interesting then when the new coaching staff came in, they immediately put him in at second, and he had problems making what is considered the very easy throw to first from second. So this one's hit to the outfield. Jackie Bradley Jr. makes the catch for the second out.
Yeah, JBJ doing one of the more highlight-worthy plays right there from any of the outfielders so far in this game. Also managing to hold the guys on both first and second base and stopping them from advancing with a very quick, strong throw to the shortstop cutoff. Now it's 2 away here with Randall Grichuk up to bat. 2 for 2 on the night. And that might be 3 for 3 as that's launched high and deep into the left center gap, but not going to be caught by JBJ. And everything I literally just said about him doing good defensively is thrown out the window as it's a 2-out, 2-run double for Randall Grichuk, his 24th on the night. And
well, you see with 2 outs, the runners were off on the pitch. Shaw doesn't run very fast, but from second, he's definitely going to score. Teoscar Hernandez is sneaky speedy. He's got that 80 speed running the bases. He just can't play defense with that great speed. He scores easily from first. Well, this is going to be a foot race, and they do get Biggio there at first, but 2 runs come around to score. The Jays go up 9-3 as we're going to the 6th inning.
as I just put in the Twitch chat, the Red Sox, everything's have gone to -1. It's just everything going on right now.
The catcher.
Blue Jays are warming somebody up in the bullpen, and top of the 6th, it's 9-3. Somehow, some way, in multiple different ways, it's that scoreline. Chase Anderson being that bullpen warming up. Of course, now that it's, top of the 6th, we start really getting into that home stretch area. It's going to be fouled for an 0-2 count on Christian Vasquez. Of course, Vasquez had that great little catch on the broken bat from Vlad Jr. back in the bottom of the 4th. But he's going to swing and miss at that for strike 3. Hyunjin Ryu with his 8th on the night. Question is, though, J-Man, how long will Hyunjin Ryu stay in this game before Chase Anderson comes in to relieve him?
Well, the interesting thing to me is they've got Chase Anderson warming up, and he spent most of the year in the starting rotation. So you figure if he's warming up there, you want him to throw a couple innings. That leads me to believe this is probably Ryu's last inning. He's already at 93 pitches, and 6 innings, 3 earned. That is a quality start. Not what you expect out of Ryu with that 1.59 ERA coming into today, but you'll take it.
And EB from Toronto in the Twitch chat, as well as Italian Mamba, both are happy that Chase Anderson's out of the rotation. EB saying that he doesn't even want to see Chase Anderson in a 6-run ball game. Is that really something that's been a problem this year? Chase Anderson just not showing up in Clayton?
He's got a 4.67 earned run average this year, and that is artificially better than it is. He actually he came out of the bullpen. What day was it? It was on the 17th. Yeah, he came in relief of Anthony Kay, and he threw 5 1/3 shutout innings to lower it down to 4.67. He started pretty well. It's just has had some real rough months in May and June and July, and the plug had to be pulled. And also they've got a lot of guys that you want to see in Anthony Kay, maybe Trent Thornton, maybe Ryan Baraki get a chance in that rotation. So if you've got anyone struggling, you've got a lot of young arms you want to see what they can do.
Well, it's a full count on Mitch Moreland. 1 away here, top of the 6th. Payoff pitch coming in, and it's going to be blooped up. Foul territory. Nobody's going to go after it. Still foul. Still going to be a 3-2 count. There's going to be another payoff pitch as Hyunjin Ryu is now on the 100 mark on pitches. This is the 101st, and he's going to be swung on and missed for strike 3. His 9th of the game.
Now that is the center fielder.
Mitchie looking silly.
Well, now he's 1 strikeout behind Andrew Heaney for the 142 and 4th in the league in strikeouts. This is probably his last inning and his last batter, so we'll see if he gets it here.
Yeah, if there's any way that he can catch up to Andrew Heaney, it's this batter right here, Jackie Bradley Jr., not having the best game at all, both defensively and offensively. And it's really making me question my sanity. Is this going to be a 2-0 count here? Of course.
Whoa, that one was in there. That was, again, this ump doesn't like the way Danny Jansen is catching that ball.
Yeah, and regardless, the 2018 ALCS MVP fouls that one. down the third base side. I don't think you can call a ball when it's a foul ball.
Well, home plate umpire Enrico Palazzo probably could.
You never know with this weird world we call ML.
Enrico Palazzo, of course, is the home plate umpire from the Naked Gun movies. Frank
2-2
Drebin,
count is going to be
alternate,
outside for
reality.
3-2. On deck, Jose Peraza, full count, 2 away. Don't expect Peraza to be batting here in the top of the 6th with Hyunjin Ryu. Payoff pitch coming in. Jackie Bradley Jr. with the fly ball into the left center field gap. And it's going to actually fall for a base hit for Jackie Bradley Jr. And I reverse jinxed it in the best way possible. Well, I mean, he could have hit a home run, but you never know. It's always a good start with Jackie Bradley Jr. actually doing things. And they're actually going to pull Hyunjin Ryu here in the top of the 6th, for what that could be Chase Anderson. No 10th strikeout here for Hyunjin Ryu. His night is over.
Yeah, a lot of pitches for Ryu. He and uncharacteristically walked a lot of guys. He walked 3 batters today, gave up several hits, and lucky you look at the line only to be giving up 3 runs. And here comes Chase Anderson, maybe a little bit better suited out of the bullpen. You look at these numbers: 104 innings, 88 strikeouts, 34 walks, at 4.67 earned run average. But it's that 13 home runs. He gives up a lot of home runs. He led the National League in home runs in 2018 with 30. So that has been a big problem for Anderson and the Jays.
A 1-0 count. Beautiful pitch right down the middle on that circle. 1-1 count now on Jose Peraza. And EB is scared that Chase Anderson is now here, as this is now a 1-2 count on Jose Peraza with 2 away, top of the 6th. JBJ on first. Pitch comes in. It's going to be low, nearly in the dirt, and I'm starting to really understand why Chase Anderson might be feared by EB from Toronto. 2-2 count on Jose Peraza.
And not only that, but Chase Anderson, I believe, stole EB from Toronto's dog. So it's personal.
Really?
Yeah. It's very personal.
Chase it back now, or I'll send Jose Peraza after you. He fouls that one. Backstop still 2-2. 6 pitches on this one at bat, and you're going to put it in the dirt again? Oh,
he's trying to get Peraza to chase that curveball in the dirt.
Well, it's going to be launched in the right field, but it's going to be a good old catch for 3 outs. We're headed to the bottom of the 6th. Nothing on a single from JBJ, and Danny Jansen, Bo Bichette, and Vladdy Jr. are on deck for the Blue Jays. Of course, this guy hit a home run. I don't like talking about that home run.
Yeah, the pitch before, he just missed it, sending it foul down the left field line, but didn't miss on the next pitch at all.
Well, Mo over in the Twitch chat's being very, very confident and thinking that the Jays have won. You never know in this world, as I've said multiple times already. It's an 0-2 count here. It's going to be very inside on Dane Jansen. Martin Perez up to, I believe, 31 pitches now. It's going to be a 1-2 count now. Question is, will they be warming anybody up in the bullpen besides Matt Barnes? And will they bring in Matt Barnes in this inning if there's any struggles from Martin Perez? That one's going to be into the left center gap, and it's going to definitely fall. Not just that, it's going to be another home run. Danny Jansen. I'm really questioning my sanity. And I'm really hoping everything that EB is saying about Chase Anderson and being really, really bad at baseball is actually true. Because it is 10-3 in the favor of the Blue Jays here in the bottom of the 6th on that leadoff home run.
The bottom of the Jays order has been what's been coming through today. 2 home runs for Biggio in the 8th spot. 2 home runs for Danny Jansen out there in the 9th spot, and that's going to do it. They're going to go to the bullpen and bring in Matt Barnes.
And Matt Barnes, 47 and 2/3 innings pitched, 4.72 ERA, 66.26 strikeout walk ratio. holding the right-handed batters under the Mendoza line, and only 235 for the left-handed batters. 1-4 record, 11 holds, nothing bad, but he's really being brought in here to just really stop the bleeding, as that's an interesting four-seamer. That just looked wonky. Going to be low for ball one. Be strike one. It's now a 1-1 count on Bo Bichette. 1 for 2 on the night so far.
That's in. Ball 2.
Yeah, Bichette is one of the bright spots here for the Jays, and you look at the depth of the shortstop position in the American League. We were talking about it earlier in the game. Xander Bogaerts putting up great numbers. Didn't even make the All-Star team because of how deep shortstop is in the American League, and Bo Bichette, he thinks he can be, he's very confident. He wants to win an MVP. You look at his swing, he's kind of molded it after Josh Donaldson, an MVP winner himself.
Nope, that's ball 4. Take your base.
That's going to be a walk for Bo Bichette. Matt Barnes, 5 pitches, 4 of them being balls. And here comes Trevor Hildenberger is warming up in the bullpen. Sac fly and a ribby for Vlad Jr., 0 for 2 on the day so far. And like I said, his only hope is that's going to be a swing and a miss for strike one, that Matt Barnes can just stop this bleeding and just at least hold down the bottom of the lineup to not hitting home runs every time they come up to bat or threatening to hit home runs. The 0-1 pitch comes in. It's going to be fouled down on the right field side. It's an early 0-2 count for Vladdy Jr., but as we've seen multiple times, down in the count, the Blue Jays have definitely been able to take it yard so far in this game, and I'm not holding out any sort of hope, as that one's going to be in the dirt, and no movement by Bo Bichette. He could have definitely potentially gone for it, but Vasquez manages to get a stop to it. As you see there, Hildenberger warming up in the bullpen.
You can't run on that all-star catcher of Christian Vasquez. He's just too good. I mean, you have to pick him as the Red Sox rep.
That's ball 2.
All things considered, I just think Pecorino is too good right now. 2-2 count on Vladdy Jr. Matt Barnes will throw it. It's going to be blooped into right field. Bo Bichette. And it's going to be a good old base hit into right field. As I was saying, down in the count, you can never really count out these Blue Jays so far in this game. And men on first and second, nobody out here in the bottom of the sixth. And
well, I mean, that's
when I say
thing about Guerrero. He doesn't get all of that, but he still ends up coming up with a base hit, and that's why, coming up through the minors, they slapped an 80-grade hit tool on him. We have not seen it in his major league career so far, 270 average.
Well, we see there, we were just talking about Christian Vasquez stopping the last one. That's going to be a wild pitch by Matt Barnes, and I'm starting to really question if Matt Barnes is an actual baseball pitcher once again for the 80th time this season. Men are now 2 in scoring position. Travis Shaw, who's had 2 doubles on the night so far, his only 2 hits as well, as he's 2 for 3. It's a 1-0 count, and he can hit a double here. It'd be an easy 2-run.
Yeah, 2 runners here in scoring position, nobody out in the 6th inning, and Toronto already up by 7. This is a big inning here for Barnes and the Red Sox. You want to stop the bleeding here.
Oh, Travis Shaw swings and misses on a very silly pitch. Matt Barnes. I'm really
nasty looking curveball, yeah.
I'm really just holding out hope that this can be a well-placed pitch, and if you're going to miss, at least looking strike 3. But no, that's going to be blooped up into right field. It's going to be caught by Pilar. No tag by Bichette. Very interesting call there.
Well, it's hit pretty shallow there. I didn't think it was hit that deep, and, with a 7-run lead, you don't really want to risk it. You hope that maybe the next 2 guys do something. But if it was a closer game, or maybe if Toronto was down by 1, I wonder if they would have sent Bichette.
Well, you never know, but somebody that can definitely get him home is Teoscar Hernandez. He's already 1 for 2 on the night with a double and 2 runs scored. That one's going to be in the dirt. Nobody advances, there's really a very high chance of Bichette getting out if he tried to advance there. Vasquez with, this time, another good stop. 1-1 count comes in, and it's going to be low inside for 2 and a 1 count.
Ball 3.
Ooh, nice eye there by Teoscar Hernandez. Usually a very free swinger, but laying off a very close pitch.
Matt Barnes trying to paint the corners here, but he's painting a little too far outside the lines. That's going to be a ripped grounder throw to first, and they're going to get him, but Bichette will score from third, and it's now 11-3. And Rowdy Tellez, who has struck out 3 times so far in this game, is up to bat with 2 away here in the bottom of the 6th.
Yeah, over 3 Ks. He's got the chance to get that golden sombrero now, and Toronto's pushed that lead up to 8, 11-3.
One pitch coming from Matt Barnes. He hasn't even pitched this entire inning by himself, and he's up to 21 on this one. This is going to be swung on and missed. Strike 2. Tellez chasing.
Well,
low
he's
fastball there.
Yeah, it's an 0-2 count. He's 1 pitch away from 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts. Let's see if Barnes can give him that golden sombrero.
Ball inside.
Let's try and make him swing on something silly there, as it's going to be inside for a 1-2.
Woo! 0 for 4 strikeouts, Rowdy Tellez. Why bring a bat up there? Well, Toronto gets 1 run there in their bottom half of the 6th. We're going to the top of the 7th. They lead by 8. It's 11-3 Toronto, and Kevin Pillar is going to lead things off here in the top of the 7th. It's going to be Pilar, Martinez, and Xander Bogaerts. Pilar 0 for 3 today. He flew out to Teoscar Hernandez his last time up.
Of course, see there in the NL, the leaders are Arizona, Chicago, and Washington. All 3 have guys within 7 games of each of them, and all of them, except for Arizona, who's 1 game away from having 60 wins, all of them are in the 60-win column. What's even more interesting is that the top 2 teams in each of the divisions in the NL are all the guys that have 50 wins. Everybody else has under 50 wins. Is beautiful ground ball fielding there by Kevin Biggio. Throw to first, and they're going to get him for out number 1.
Yeah, having himself quite a good ball game here today. 2 home runs, and look at that leaping play. Very athletic there from Biggio to get that first out. Pilar, a speedy runner too. Had to get something on that throw for the first out.
And as I was saying, you know, over in the NL, those 6 teams being the only teams above 50 wins right now, you know, is there really a division that sticks out to you right here in the ML Ball season that's really close, and there could be a number of teams that can easily take the division and threaten going to even the World Series, much less making a deep playoff run?
I mean, that's a pretty good question. We're 11 days away from the trade deadline, so anything can happen. But, you know, of course, that AL Central, 3 teams bunched up against that one. This one's hit pretty well to center field, though. Randall Grichuk on the track at the wall, leaps, makes an incredible catch at the wall. Gurriel threw his hands up in the air. He couldn't believe it. Chase Anderson gives up a lot of gopher balls, but Randall Grichuk was a gopher there, getting that ball, going for it at the wall, making an incredible catch for the second out. So yeah, back to your point, that AL Central, Twins leading the way. They're my pick to win that division. But, you know, you can't sleep on the White Sox. You can't sleep on Cleveland. Over in the NL Central, of course, the Braves and the Nats very close up at the top. I think the Cubs are going to run away with that NL Central. But, you know, the Dodgers, they're 3 games back, and they just made a big trade, trading for Jorge Soler. That is going to really improve that offense with the way Cody Bellinger has been struggling all year.
I got the count 1 and 2.
Yeah, and I'm just, here I am, completely agreeing with everything you're saying while still hating Randall Grichuk for existing. My sanity stonks have gone down to -1. 1-2 count on Xander Bogaerts. When should be only 1 away, and 11-4 ball game here in the top of the 7th is instead, yeah. But I mean, hey, we are 1 strike away from the ever so wonderful taking out to the ball game in 10 seconds that I love doing. Even if we're down by 8 runs, that's going to be a routine fly to right field. And Teoscar will get it. So, my wonderful 10-second rendition of taking out to the ball game starts now. Taking out to the ball game, taking out to the crowd. I'm assuming it's Crackerjack. I don't care if we'll ever get back first root for the Red Sox. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3 shots here out the old ball game. Let's give a quick shout out to Garfield.
Which one, the cat or the president?
Yes.
Yes to both. All right. Well,
Still
today is
How
Monday.
many times do you want to hit a home run tonight? Yes.
Today is Monday, so we'll give a shout out to Garfield, who does not like Mondays and loves lasagna.
2 is the count.
I do want some lasagna, low-key. But I want, like, stupid lasagna. I want like, the fried chicken and waffle lasagna that Granddad did in the Boondocks. That one episode where he makes his own, it was Luther, he made his own, fried chicken and waffle lasagna with, scrambled eggs and a bunch of shredded cheddar cheese. That just, it'll kill you.
Sounds
The
awful.
cholesterol, but it sounds amazing. And I want it.
As an Italian, that sounds like an abomination.
Well, it's not as bad as his full 1-pound burger patty with 5 strips of bacon. That's also sandwiched between, not hamburger buns, but 2 Krispy Kreme donuts.
I would try that. All right, I'd give that a try. Brings up Randall Grichuk, sends that one through the left side for a 1-out base hit. So Randall Grichuk having himself a pretty good day. He's 4 for 4, actually. 2 singles and 2 doubles.
You see there, Kevin Biggio, and that dead center home run that I don't really like talking about.
Yeah, so Kevin Biggio and Danny Jansen are coming up next, and they got a chance to join some Blue Jays history and maybe have themselves a 3-homer game.
Well, Matt Barnes is already going to reach 30 pitches on this next pitch, and the fact that we haven't taken him out for, Hildenberger or anybody, really, I would honestly send in Jose Canseco to pitch over Matt Barnes right now. I don't care if Jose Canseco blows out his left arm. Or right arm, or whatever arm he uses to throw a baseball. I don't care, as long as it's not Matt Barnes. It's a 1-2 count on Kevin Biggio. Pitch comes in, and it's low corner, nearly in the dirt. 2-2 count.
Yeah, the 2-1 pitch I thought was a pretty favorable call, or the 1-1 pitch I thought was a pretty favorable call there. And it seems this the home plate ump definitely believes in the all-star ability of Christian Vasquez in his framing.
Well, it's a full count now.
Count goes full. This is probably his last chance to hit his 3rd homer of the game, so... Of course he's swinging. Biggio, a wild swinger, and Vasquez has a long run to go and makes the catch there in foul territory. Nice play there by Vasquez. That's a very difficult play, making that run and catch in front of the Jays dugout.
Well, Christian Vasquez definitely helping there. 1-2 away now, bottom of the 7th. Danny Jansen, the other guy that's really been raking so far, and if Matt Barnes can get out of this, he can get out of anything. But I'd rather still brought in Jose Canseco instead.
Is he on the active roster, Jose Canseco? I'm not. Wasn't sure about that.
The count,
He might potentially be. I don't know anymore.
Well,
I mean,
I think Bobby Bonilla should be on the Mets active roster. They are paying him. Oh,
that
look
is
at
very
that.
true.
Another one that just, I don't know where the ump is seeing these balls that are calling strikes for the Jays and against the Jays and balls for the Red Sox. And down goes Danny Jansen swinging on that pitch. That 2-strike count totally changed the complexion of that game. Goes down swinging, but Toronto still leads by 8 as we go to the 8th.
Leading off.
Well, here comes Rafael Devers, one of the bright spots on the offense so far for the Red Sox. 2 for 2 in the night with a double single and an RBI. Up now to 267 on the batting average. Of course, he dipped a lot during his time being in the cleanup spot for the month and a half or so long injured Xander Bogaerts. 21,810 fans are currently screaming Kevin Biggio's name, and I'm not. That was going to be looped foul down to right field.
Yeah, interesting. Usually a lot of people come up from Massachusetts, come up from the Northeast, Red Sox fans, and watch these games. And, well, they finally got Devers out as he lines out or flies out to Lourdes Gurriel. 5 for 6 yesterday and 2 for 2 today, so he's now 2 for 3 today. 7 for his last 9. So Devers has really been hitting the ball well these last couple of days.
And here comes Andrew Benintendi, of course. He brought in the last run that the Red Sox scored on that bloop weird single that should have been caught, but Lourdes Gurriel kind of sucks at defense in general, even though he did catch that last ball. And that brought in a run, but Benintendi was thrown out trying to advance to second during the gaff. And I don't even care if we lose this game. All I want is a Benny Bomb, and this is the last chance for a Benny Bomb tonight, most likely. 1-1 count from Chase Anderson to Andrew Benintendi.
2 for 3 today. And I'm surprised Chase Anderson's still in this game. And boy, you may get your Benny Bomb. Is it fair? If it stays fair, it's gone, and it is fair. A big home run in 6th of the year. And the home run problems continue for Chase Anderson. You just got to be lucky as a Jays fan that nobody was on base for that one.
Benny Bomb! You do not know. Listen, not just you, J-Man, but Twitch chat does not fully understand how long I have waited for a Benny Bomb while I call a game of the Red Sox. I have called at least 15 Red Sox games, give or take, this season. No Benny Bombs. Oh, it finally happened, and it's in the worst possible game where we're down now 11-4. But I don't care. As I said, we got a Benny Bomb, and that's what matters, and I'm happy, and I'm pretty certain, like, everybody on my block is now mad at me for screaming Benny Bomb at full blast.
Well, he's only got 7 on the season. I'm not surprised you haven't seen many of them. I'm glad you got to experience it in a game that hopefully it doesn't mean anything for my team.
One ball, 2 strikes.
Well, Chase Anderson coming right back to Christian Vasquez with 2 quick strikes, but now throws a ball there. 27 pitches, he's thrown 2 2/3 innings so far. Just Vasquez reaching for that one. I'm not sure why he would swing at that one outside on the zone, but he just gets a piece of that one, staying alive.
I got to count 2-2.
And this is the Chase Anderson, you know. He gets him to 2 strikes, and he's unable to put away any of the batters. That one's hit out to center field. Randall Grichuk is there for the catch. 2 quick outs here.
Now batting, the first baseman, Mitch Moreland.
Well, so with 2 outs, it brings up Mitch Moreland, 1 for 3 with a double today, a .270 average. .808 OPS. It's interesting to me that he's hitting so low in the lineup when he's been a pretty productive member. Home plate umpire says he goes around on that pitch, and it's 0-1.
Yeah, as you were saying, Mitch Moreland very well performing so far this season. One of the brighter spots for the offense. He's usually been accustomed to that 8 batter spot. He's not accustomed to batting further higher in the batting order. You know, less of a risk and much easier to really just kind of like take all the gas off of the pedal for Mitch Moreland. As 1-2 count comes in, he's going to look at strike 3. He's confused by that. He was dusting it off, ready for the next pitch. And
yeah, that looked like a ball to me, but, you know, finally one goes the Jays' way. It's a called third strike, and we're going to the bottom of the 8th. Toronto up by 7.
I do not care.
Your attention, please.
Brandon Workman coming in, and okay, maybe I want Matt Barnes back. I forgot Brandon Workman's even worse.
All right, started in the closer's role. You see 11 for 16 in saves, but that earned run average of his 5.81. He's gotten into 35 games, 31 innings, 5 home runs, 20 earned runs. But gets a lot of strikeouts, 52 strikeouts in those 31 innings pitched.
I'm seeing in the Twitch chat that TARDIS got me a present. And it's an amazing present.
That's pretty great.
I love you, TARDIS. I love you. It's the great... Look at TARDIS, man. So inspirational. Bottom of the 8th, 1-1 count on Boba. Of course, he tripled back in, what was the 6th inning, I believe?
Bichette tripled in the 2nd inning.
2nd inning? It's that far back?
It's been that long of a game. 11 runs. That one is hit on the ground to Devers, who fires on Moreland, able to keep his foot on the bag there. Nice play by Moreland at first. And, you know, when I see an athletic play like that, I try to wonder, how is Vladimir Guerrero going to make an athletic play like that himself?
Well, a little funny story. My senior prom to actually go to a White Sox game that was against the Blue Jays last May, and I saved $300 or so by sitting behind home plate at a game that got rained out in the bottom of the 5th. And the main reason that I went to the game wasn't just because I didn't want to go to prom, but it was also because I haven't been to a baseball game in a while. The ticket was cheap, and it was the Blue Jays. And even though I'm a Red Sox fan, I love baseball as a whole, and I love seeing the future of baseball. And so many players on the Blue Jays are the future cornerstones of any franchise that they're on. Especially Vlad and Bo, and even, I guess, kind of sort of Raditellas if he can figure out how not to strike out. Like, this game has been a lot for him. But yeah, and I can confirm firsthand that swing is the exact same as his dad's. You could tell me that, like, it's one like which one it is, and it's only the swing of the bat, and I could not tell you who it was. The difference. It is the exact same. It's like a younger Vladdy Sr.
Yeah, and the thing they say about Vladdy Jr. is he's actually got more patience than his dad, and you know, maybe that's been his problem. He's, you know, not swinging, not being as aggressive enough. But yeah, that swing, it does look an awful lot like his dad's.
Ball 1.
Yeah, and Italian Mamba is saying that Vlad did have a nice diving play in an intra-squad game. I think I actually did see that play. Very impressive. I also did see the king himself, Chico, the Dodgers ball boy. Sign that man, dude. I want to see him starting in left field over whoever they start in left field. I don't care about the Dodgers that much to know.
Travis Shaw coming up here with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 8th. He's gotten 2 hits today already, 2 doubles, a strikeout and a flyout. It's a good day for the former Red Sox.
That is true. Travis Shaw is a former Red Sox player. He was sent to, I believe it was not the Padres. I keep thinking it's the Padres, but it isn't. It was the Milwaukee Brewers. He was traded there alongside Mauricio Dubon and Josh Pennington for Tyler Thornburg. And, I mean, okay.
Yeah, Thornburg has not really panned out for Boston, but with Devers at third and the production that Shaw's put up, is very similar to Moreland's numbers. You know, it's not that bad of a trade. It's, you know, gotten a lot more write-up about how bad it was of a trade, but looking at it right now, it's a fine trade. It is what it is. You know, simulation.
Well, Tyler Thornburg actually is no longer even on the Red Sox. He was released on July 10th, 2019 last year. He signed a minor league contract with the Dodgers before the All-Star break, and he did sign a minor league deal with the Reds this offseason that included an invitation to spring training. Question is, though, will he pitch during this regular shortened season?
So he's with the Reds now?
Yes, he is indeed with the Reds.
Well, you know, he was a very highly thought of arm, so, you know, Cincinnati, they've got playoff aspirations this year. It'll be interesting to see if he makes it. Another interesting former Red Sox arm that hasn't pitched in a long time, and I'm thinking about, is Daniel Bard. He just made the Colorado Rockies. Well, Jackie Bradley Jr. goes down looking here for that first out in the 9th inning. Yeah, how about Daniel Bard? Hasn't pitched in the major since 2013, had the yips, and now he's going to make it back here in Colorado this season.
Yeah, and Evie's saying in the Twitch chat that if Chase Anderson does indeed get these last 2 outs with no problems, really, he is going to be credited with a save against all the odds.
Well, I mean, that's what EB's always been saying, that Chase Anderson is the guy he wants in these high-pressured save situations. He is his savior. Because now I've got a new piece of information. Chase Anderson didn't steal EB's dog. He saved EB's dog. It's been a whole wild miscommunication.
Oh, really? Interesting. Little factoid. Chase Anderson, I still despise him. Anyway, I mean, to be fair, you did give us the glory that is a Benny bomb. So I'll give you that. But it's a 2-1 count on Jose Peraza, 1 for 4 in the leadoff. He has done quite virtually nothing since that leadoff single to start this game. Better times, to put it lightly.
Is the long relief guy, to answer your question in the Twitch chat. He had been demoted to the bullpen in favor of Anthony Kay, getting him some starts.
Well, it's a 2-2 count on Peraza. And will he do something else before this game ends? Well, he's going to look at that for a full count. Kevin Pillar on the deck circle. On-deck circle, sorry.
Well, here's the 3-2 pitch, and that one is just chopped foul. 44 pitches here for Chase Anderson.
EB's saying that he would rather send him on a long relief mission to the moon, but that ain't happening. Unfortunately, we don't send people to the moon anymore. We send robots to Elon Musk, because that's going to be grounded at second base. Throw to first for 2 away here in the top of the 9th. Red Sox down to their last out. And, I mean, ever since that bottom of the second with that 5-run explosion, it really was never fully in doubt. I said earlier jokingly that the Red Sox would be lucky to get 5 runs, period, and, well, they had 4, so they just had to prove me right at something in this game, huh?
Yeah, and that was a very nice play Biggio just made for that second out. And thinking about it, I'm thinking Biggio is going to have to be the guy that's the player of the game. 2 home runs, one of them being a 3-run homer. A lot of nice defensive plays. He's my vote for player of the game. Who would your pick be so far?
I would say it's probably Kevin Biggio. Of course, you mentioned the great defensive plays, the bombs that he has hit this game. He's been
3 balls, 1 strike.
Going to get this game as it's a 2-1 count. Ball now for a 3-1 count. JD warming up. JD, you don't got to warm up.
I'm just laughing at EB's comment. We only send robots to the moon. Isn't Chase Anderson technically a robot in Botball?
Full count, 3-2.
It's a very good point. How do you send? We'll send a copy of MLB The Show to the moon.
Well, now I'm stumped. It's like a good argument, and like it actually makes sense. Shout out EB for actually stopping me in my tracks and making me think it was. How you just stopped somebody with ADHD? You know how hard that is? Wow, they actually walked. They walked Pilar? Okay, Chase, you're starting to scare us.
Yeah, now you see why EB was afraid of him. Kevin Pilar, definitely not known for taking a lot of walks, a very free swinger. I remember his time in Toronto. All he had to do was throw a slider outside, and Pilar would swing wildly at it, but draws a walk here.
Of course, we are, mere minutes away from the end of this game. Regard happens with JD Martinez 0 for 3 on the night. Don't really expect anything more than maybe going 1 for 4, maybe with base hit, but he's going to look at that fastball cutter right down the middle. 91 miles an hour for Chase Anderson, even at 54 pitches. 1-1 pitch comes in. Check swing didn't go, and it's going to be nearly in the dirt, 2-1. Of course, you're seeing the starting lineups right now for the White Sox and Cubs next to you. That is because the next game is, again, the Chicago White Sox facing the Cubs in the good old Chicago Subway Series. I don't even know the name of it because nobody really cares. We just call it White Sox versus Cubs. We're not cool like the Mets and Yankees think they are. That one's going to be blooped foul down on the right
L train in Chicago.
I said earlier it was the Red Line series because the Red Line on the CTA connects both the White Sox and Cubs and their respective stadiums. Of course, Wrigley is at the Addison stop on the Red Line, and the White Sox is U.S. Cellular, not guaranteed rate. U.S. Cellular is on the Sox 35th. And that's
there, and that is the ball game. Toronto wins this one by a final score of 11-4, and the outfielders are seen huddling. I guess they've got a lot to talk about how poorly they played. We didn't play that well, but we still won.
Player of the game. You never know. He's getting a bit of a special nod there, so it looks like he is going to be the player of the game.
Yeah, possibly. He now is the American League leader in that win today. He improves his record to 13-3, and we'll see the damage done to his earned run average after giving up 3 earned in 5 2/3. And we'll find out who actually the player of the game is. It is Kevin Biggio, 2 for 4, 2 homers, 4 ribbies. Chase Anderson with that save, 3 1/3 innings, gave up that 1 earned run. And with that win, Toronto is now 50-51. They're 1 game below 500, and the Red Sox fall to 45-55. They are 10 games below 500.
And it is indeed true. Chase Anderson did get the save, as EB said. So shout out Chase Anderson, I guess.
Yep. These two teams will play tomorrow. It'll be Walden versus Tanner Roark. And then they'll wrap up this game on Wednesday with a battle of 2 lefties, Eduardo Rodriguez versus Anthony Kay, before the Red Sox go to play the hated New York Yankees, and Toronto, I believe, goes to the West Coast where they play Seattle and then play the Angels.
Yeah, and you also are actually calling that game on Wednesday, Eduardo Rodriguez versus Anthony Kay, alongside EB from Toronto, who's been very active in the Twitch chat so far today.
Absolutely. That will be a Homer Blue Jays cast, so you may not enjoy the call as much, but it's an interesting matchup. Eduardo Rodriguez, Anthony Kay, you may enjoy the final score.
Well, hopefully Erod doesn't suck, quite simply, and hopefully Ryan Weber stays away from anywhere near Toronto right now.
With Anthony Kay not going that deep into ball games, it's interesting that they used Chase Anderson for 3 1/3 today when it was a 7-run, deficit. You could have used some of your lesser arms, maybe saved them. Maybe you need Chase Anderson on that Thursday game, or that Wednesday game, but instead, Charlie Montoyo uses him for 3 1/3 innings here today, and that may come back to bite them. We'll see in the final game of this series. And it may come back to bite them tomorrow.
Yeah,
meanwhile, has been struggling.
Yeah, meanwhile, of course, your game tomorrow You actually have both games tomorrow and Wednesday. I'm sorry, I didn't realize you had both games as well. Meanwhile, my next game will be on Friday at 5:30 Eastern with Heinz AS. We are going to be calling the Cubs versus St. Louis Cardinals in my opinion, a better rivalry matchup than any of the other Cubs matchups.
Cubs St. Louis? Is that what you just said?
Yep, Cubs St. Louis. I think that's a bigger rivalry matchup than Cubs Brewers, Cubs White Sox, Cubs Yankees, if we're talking about the 1920s and 30s World Series matchups.
Yeah, historically they've definitely had a big rivalry, those two teams, but this year St. Louis has not been very good at all.
Very much so. So, meanwhile, the Cubs, one of the best teams in the entire league, not just the NL Central. So, you never know, though. It could definitely be one of the situations where it just randomly becomes, 11-4 or something like that in favor of St. Louis.
Absolutely. The next game that we have coming up here is the White Sox and Cubs Dane Dunning versus Jose Quintana. And boy, both of those Chicago teams are doing so well this year.
Yeah, Chicago White Sox acquiring Encarnacion, acquiring I can't remember the catcher for some reason. Grandal, thank you. And even now I can't remember the pitcher. What is going on?
Gio Gonzales.
Not Gio. I was going to Keuchel, thank you. Made a lot of acquisitions in the preseason in the free agency market. They were expected in real life to be really, really good this season, and they've definitely proven it here as we are joined in the booth by Cole, because I never pronounced his last name correctly, just Cole, and Heinz. How are you guys doing today so far?
I'm doing pretty well. What about you, Cole?
I'm doing well and looking forward to see how Act 2 of this Chicago battle goes, as we saw them face off earlier in the month, splitting it 1-1, and we'll also see a familiar face from that series, Jose Quintana, who was able to pitch a complete game shutout against his former team in his former stadium. So hopefully it goes less embarrassing for White Sox fans here today.
Yeah, well, we are going to leave you with that. For myself and J-Man, do you have any last thoughts on this game?
Well, you thought it was going to be a close pitchers matchup. Ryu leading the league in earned run average, and what was his name? Walden?
Weber.
Weber, yeah. These W names. Weber pitched a pretty good game. Weber had pitched several good games recently, but really struggled today. 5 runs in that second inning, back-to-back home runs. This one was all Toronto today. And, these next 2 games are going to be difficult for the Jays, so getting wins wherever they can is pretty important for them.
Yeah, very much so. And my final thoughts are, I miss Carl Yastrzemski. I wonder what he's doing right now.
Probably watching
myself. That is very true. For myself and J-Man, I'm Great Ether Boss. Have a good night, guys. Cole, Heinz, hope you guys have a wonderful game. Take it away.
Well, thank you guys. You guys certainly had a lot of offense in this ball game. Cole, we didn't see much of that offense back on the south side of Chicago, and we all know how Wrigley can play in favor of either the pitchers or the hitters. So I guess we'll see whether it's a repeat of a couple weeks ago or whether it's going to be a slugfest.
Yeah, like you said, Wrigley definitely can flip to either side, and even though on paper this seems like definitely a possibility for the Cubs to really pull away here going against the rookie Dunning, and of course Quintana coming off his very impressive turnaround season, but we'll never know. I mean, both sides do have the offensive firepower to put up runs real fast.
And I would agree that also this is probably the game to do it too, when you have the guy who's been your best pitcher in Quintana on the mound, and you have, as you mentioned, the rookie Dane Dunning out there, when tomorrow I believe you're going to be facing Giolito, who's the ace of the Sox staff, and you've got Darvish, who's been prone to giving up a fair amount of runs on his own. But we had a conversation just a bit in the Twitch chat, actually, with a few guys about how we might, both these teams are doing so well. I know J-Man and Great Ether Boss mentioned this as well, how both of these teams are right up there. Obviously, the Cubs are pretty much the best team in baseball and have been for almost the whole time. Meanwhile, the White Sox are only one game out of first behind the Twins, so it's pretty likely we'll be seeing these two teams make the playoffs.
Indeed, especially with just how competitive the AL Central has been. Most likely than not, maybe possibly the Rays could sneak in there, but it'll be interesting seeing just how possibly the winner of the wild card game could go on to the World Series.
Yeah, we could obviously that happened last year with the Nationals. Previously, there was that all wild card matchup in 2014 with the Giants and Royals. So you never know. I think it's fair to say that like the White Sox, the Indians especially, and also the Reds and Braves to some extent as well, are all equally capable of making a big run late in the year and late into the October. They're not. None of these are teams that are just squeaking by.
Indeed, and if you're paying attention in our Discord, you notice the recent trades going on. Both Diamondbacks and Dodgers stockpiling great assets in veteran catcher James McCann for the Diamondbacks and big-time slugger Jorge Soler for the Dodgers. So it'll be interesting as we get closer to the deadline to see exactly who will continue to push all the chips toward the center and try to go all in to make it their year.
Yeah, we've seen a couple big contenders. Obviously, the Dodgers made that big move for Jorge Soler. Along with that, the Diamondbacks have made several really good tactical moves, not necessarily breaking the bank, but definitely identifying where they need help. But meanwhile, the White Sox really haven't done too much. Neither of the Indians or the Twins really in that Central Division. And on the flip side, the Cubs also have been pretty quiet and really just experimenting internally, with Adbert Alzolay and Brandon Morrow getting calls up about a couple days before the break.
Yeah, the White Sox in particular really find themselves in a unique situation where many were surprised by how well they've been performing, especially with a lot of their younger guys like Kopech, or of course these young pitchers like Lopez and Dunning, like performing well, but also at the same time you still have players that might want to grow. Or, of course, you have the flipped option of possibly pulling another big deal like we saw earlier today and putting those prospects away. But considering this is their first year contention, I would be surprised if they try to go all in so quickly.
Yeah, they definitely have so many young pieces that really they can make a run. I know a lot of people, at the beginning of 2020 were making predictions for the whole decade and seeing, what teams they think will be, big contenders and who will perform well and who might, fall off a little bit. And I know the White Sox, along with teams even like the Reds and the Padres, are seen as going on the up and up. Obviously, the Braves have a young core as well. So there's a lot of teams that have young cores to build around. And as you mentioned, it's the question on what teams are going to hold on to those pieces, how many of them can afford to pay those pieces too. And we'll see, who can prevail, and the White Sox certainly have the capability to. But both of these teams, Cole, coming in on a little bit of good return. The Cubs just swept the Reds, which obviously they're the biggest competitors, so that's huge. I believe the Sox took 2 of 3 from the Tigers. Am I correct with that?
I believe so, but that still leaves the Twins now up a game ahead as they were both tied heading into the All-Star break. So it's really getting down to the nitty-gritty, where with a tight race like this, every game matters.
Well, it looks like the Sox going to be wearing their black alternates, the Cubs in their standard whites. So without further ado, we will take you back to that same old place, sweet home, Chicago. So we take you out to the friendly confines on a nice cloudy afternoon here in Wrigley Field. Both teams' fans out in full force, as they should be. It's always a great rivalry, just for the city, if not, for baseball as a whole.
Indeed, of course, you can't mention inter-city rivalries without the Subway Series, and definitely this year that has the potential to possibly go that distance. But I'm sure with the energy going around right now, Wrigley Field is definitely buzzing.
So here is Jose Quintana going to be on the bump for the Cubs. He, of course, started the All-Star game and got roughed up pretty bad. But besides that, he's had an amazing season coming in. So this is his first real start in a little over a week. So we'll see if there's any rust there for him, or whether he starts off back where he left off, as the first pitch here at 6:43 Central Time is outside for a ball.
First pitch, 7:05.
Quintana's pitch to Larry Garcia is poked out into right field for a base hit. So quick knock here in the first inning for the Sox.
Indeed, Quintana being the lefty, definitely more favorable matchup for Larry Garcia. And with the new acquisition of Eduardo Nunez, who the White Sox do plan to platoon at second against righties, will definitely make more of Larry Garcia's bats count.
And that will probably mean we see him make his debut tomorrow against Yu Darvish for the Cubs, as that one is outside to Tim Anderson.
Tim Anderson, definitely one of the notable snubs from the All-Star game, despite putting up a record-setting 38-game hit streak, which led him in the top 10. But with all the talent out right now at that shortstop position, I can't say I'm too miffed about it.
That one is swung on and missed. Tim Anderson, I agree, he definitely was one of the guys who really could have easily made the All-Star game, and probably any other year might have if it wasn't for some of the extraordinary bats we've seen in the American League. It's just been, I don't know, it's unseen before how well these pitchers and hitters are both doing in that one league.
Indeed, that just makes me all the more excited for when October rolls around, regardless of exactly what the teams are seeded.
Pitch from Quintana is roped and stopped by Chris Bryan at third. His toss across is going to be late, but good job for him to keep it to a single, because if that gets down the line, we might even see a run cross the plate, but it would certainly be a double.
Indeed, and with all these power bats hitting the 3, 4, and 5 lineup, this is exactly what the doctor ordered if you're the White Sox to start this game.
So here is Moncada. He's been a very good bat this season, pretty consistent, but not putting up maybe the same otherworldly numbers that we've seen from Tim Anderson and others, as that one is roped and caught on a line by Ian Happ.
Good heads-up play there, and yeah, I believe he was batting above 300 early in the year, but definitely has cooled down a little bit. And another bat that's cooled down a little bit, Edwin Encarnacion.
Yeah, I remember last time we called the game, it was game 2 of that Sox series. He was batting over 300 and was just on fire, and he's still, obviously, there was only 3 other games between then and now in terms of major league games, but still just impressive what he's been able to, figure out in his age 37 season.
And definitely made the most of his all-star appearance, was able to hit a home run and a double for, I believe, 3 or 4 RBIs.
So he sits at 1-1 in the count with 1 out here in the first, 2 runners on. Quintana's delivery is outside there, so 2-1, and that's a dangerous count to a guy like Encarnacion.
Indeed, the veteran bat, he'll definitely be a tough out here. See what he can do to bounce back a little bit early in this one.
That one is, that one's cut on and missed, and now 2-2 count, much more manageable than 2-1. Quintana delivers. That one is outside, so we have a full count here on Encarnacion, and the former Cub prospect Eloy Jimenez stands on deck. And that one is just out in front. Javi touches the bag, throws the first, and a 6-3 double play to end the inning, and that is exactly what the doctor ordered.
Indeed, despite some of those early hiccups, Quintana still escapes his first inning with only 14 pitches.
So here we get a look at Dane Dunning wearing number 78 on his back. 1-2 in 7 starts. I believe he mainly is getting starts in replacing either Michael Kopech or Reynaldo Lopez, both of whom have found themselves on the 15-day IL.
Yeah, and with Kopech's injury going about 2 or 3 months, it looks like that Dunning will be a solid 5-spot guy going forward. And with that, that means all 3 of the starting pitchers will, at least eventually this season, have been on the rotation from that Adam Eaton deal a few years back.
Also means that Dylan Cease is in the rotation. We missed him out by a day, pitched in their last game, but he was in that Eloy Jimenez deal in return for Quintana, so it would have been interesting to have a Cease versus Quintana deal with Eloy playing in the field, get all 3 of them in there. Dunning's 0-1 is outside with the curveball. It's 1-1. Dunning deals, and that one is just off the plate. Not by much. It's 2-1 on Chris Bryant.
Yeah, solid eye by Chris Bryant. Currently 4th in walks, and also with that impressive batting numbers there, that he makes him one of the best leadoff hitters in the game right now.
Chops that one, though, down to Moncada at third. The throw across will get him, so he's retired for out number 1. But you still have to go through this huge lineup for the Cubs. Chris Bryant followed by Rizzo, Baez, and Schwarber. Contreras, Hayward, and Happ. And then Quintana and Almora round out this Chicago Cubs lineup today. So here is Anthony Rizzo, hitting .259 on the year, I believe 19 homers as well. He watches one outside, that's ball 1. That one is grounded over to second into the shift. Garcia tosses over to Edwin Encarnacion, getting the start at first base. Haven't seen that too often Usually it's Abreu, but I remember there were a couple games which Encarnacion started, and he made some really good plays despite being 37 and mainly a DH.
Yeah, that's the thing. The White Sox greatly benefit from the DH in the American League because it's not often you see such a imposing bat like Abreu on the bench for these NL matchups.
Certainly puts him in double switch territory too, because if he comes in, gets a good base hit, if you want to play matchups at some point, you can always throw him at first over Encarnacion if you need to, or figure some way to finagle guys into the team in order to get all those bats in later on. So Javier Baez finds himself in a 1-1 count. That one is in there, strike 2 from Dane Dunning, so he's looking to try to get a 1-2-3 inning against a very potent Cubs lineup.
Indeed, Dunning known more for a pitch-to-contact type guy. Problem is, when he leaves too much contact, it tends to go over the fence. So we'll see how he fares there as he gets Baez looking on the slider. Wow.
Baez has been in a pretty big slump, and Dunning takes advantage with that strikeout. As we get another look at that, we'll head to the top of the second, scoreless in Chicago.
Leading off for the White Sox, the left fielder, Eloy Jimenez.
So Eloy Jimenez steps in here. We already mentioned he was part of that Quintana deal, so facing the guy he was traded for. That one is just outside, 1-0. That one he got a hold of. That is high, deep to left field. That's going to find its way into the bleachers. 485 feet.
That might be the longest ball I've seen, at least broadcasted. My goodness. Couldn't have said better myself. My gosh, that's got to be maybe out to those apartment seats.
I know one of the longest. I mean, we can't even see the end of the line. I know Chris Bryant hit one back in 2015, 495 off the scoreboard. So that one's got to be close, if not maybe just onto Waveland there. That might give us a good indication of where the wind's blowing today.
Indeed.
So Grandal, the switch-hitting catcher, stands in, finds himself 0-2. Manages to foul that one off. So Quintana gave up a big homer, but he's at least finding his way back into the strike zone. And Grandal. That one is way gone. 405. Eloy's shot makes that look like a pop-up to third base.
How about this response from the White Sox? Getting shut out at your own place by your former teammate, and you respond by giving back-to-back jacks. They definitely figured out something in the film room as the White Sox are now up 2-0.
Wow, I don't know what to say. He found himself 0-2, and yeah, I think he knew that one was going out right when he hit it. Looks like, see where it landed. That one looks like it's still managed in the ballpark, but not by that much.
Batting seven, the right fielder.
Yeah, it's really hard to follow up a bomb by Eloy. You can't really rely on sending a ball out of the park every single home run you hit, even if you're best at the best.
So that'll bring up Mazzara. He fouls one back as we've had mentioned in the chat just now, it still feels like Quintana's pitching in that All-Star game.
Ball, that's out.
You might have thought he left something back here in Chicago when he packed his bags to go to LA, and it looks like might have left it somewhere else, and we'll have to find it somewhere.
Yeah, maybe it dropped out of the plane mid-flight.
Well, I don't know. The Cubs don't tend to go to Colorado. I don't know if we've already played there yet, but that might be his best chance.
3-2.
Now he finds himself 3-2, and it's Luis Robert on deck. Tana needs to bear down here. I'm sort of surprised we haven't seen pitching coach Tommy Hotovy come out and just give him some words of encouragement. 3-2 pitch to Mazzara is outside. Ball 4. So currently, Quintana has faced 7 batters, 2 homers, 2 singles, and a walk.
Yeah, now would be the time to talk to my guy, if anything. Quintana has been nothing short of fantastic so far this season, but this is still his first real come-out year. There still might be some kinks you want to work out with him.
Yeah, he's still really trying to figure things out in Chicago, and it looked like, for the first half, he was more than just figuring it out. He burst out, and now hopefully not going to be one of those victims of the second half slowdown, because that is a real thing. It certainly happens to a lot of good ball players after a great first half. Robert rips that one, snagged by Chris Bryant. So we've seen some lovely defensive plays over the past 3 games here in Chicago, and Chris Bryant adds his name to that list.
Dane Dunning.
So that'll bring up Dane Dunning, the pitcher, in a bunt situation.
And I do believe this is his first at-bat in the majors.
And it looks like he is going to be going for a bunt in that first AB. Watches ball 1. Going back to that snag by Bryant, we've seen some great plays by Rizzo and Baez, among others, here at Wrigley over the past 3 games in that 3-game sweep. Now it's Bryant's turn as that one is bunted foul. It's 1-1. Third attempt, that one is bunted backwards, so we'll see if he keeps bunting here. Indeed he will, and that'll be foul, so that'll be a strikeout. So maybe a little bit of bunting practice for Dane Dunning, though he won't really need it much for the rest of the season.
Yeah, maybe get a few reps in on batting practice beforehand if he ever has to do that later this season.
But that'll still give a chance for Garcia, who led off the game with a base knock, to try to get something here in the second inning. So 2 ABs in 2 innings for him. That one's inside. So 35 pitches so far for Jose Quintana. Number 35 is going to be coming in here. Not a good start to only go through 1 2/3.
Indeed, he's really going to need to pick up the pace here if he wants to at least have a somewhat decent outing.
There is pitch number 35, and he went, says the first base umpire. So it's 1-2 here on Garcia. That one is skied. Shallow center field. Almora gonna watch it drop in front of him. So that'll be a bloop single.
Yeah, I was going to say something about the sun being in his eyes, but it looks like that's well shaded out there. He probably just misplayed it.
Don't normally see that, but with Tim Anderson coming up, it's a real danger here. Already 2 runs on the board from the back-to-back dingers, and now a chance to get one in with a base hit here from a guy who gets on base majority of the time.
Yep, right now third in the AL on average, all behind the two big bats of Alvarez and Bregman over in Houston.
Yeah, and sort of surprising to see that those two guys are doing so well, yet their team was so bad for a while, and they're still, you know, trying to scratch and claw their way back to the top of the division. I believe they are still 3 games out of the A's. That was once somewhere around 8.
Yeah, it just goes to show that it's important just to have a great all-around foundation. Astros are clear examples of why just having fantastic offense doesn't always lead to success. You gotta have the pitching there as well.
The 2-2 to Tim Anderson is inside, and that got him. So everything is falling apart here for Quintana. I don't know whether it's just some mechanics issues or confidence issues or what it is, but it's really got a hold on him, whatever it is.
Yeah, nothing short of disheartening is he's now up to 41 pitches and still has to face the young bat of Yohan Moncada.
And he gets a first pitch swing to Ian Happ, so he'll look back at that inning and say 2 runs. Wow, that could have been 6. So he gets out with 2, but man, it could have been worse. 2 shots for 2 runs for the White Sox.
Leading up for the Cubs, the left fielder, Kyle Schwarber.
So after all that, it's hard to remember that we're only at the 4th spot in the Cubs order, and we're only in the bottom of the 2nd inning with Kyle Schwarber leading off.
And Dane Dunning only throwing his 11th pitch right there.
Well, that one's one you don't want to throw to Kyle Schwarber. I'm surprised he didn't try to unload on that one.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about earlier. He tries to pitch to contact, but can sometimes leave stuff where it's not supposed to, and hitters take advantage.
And if there's any lineup that can take advantage, it's the Cubs. And they found their bats the past 3 games after what was a bit of a week-long struggles from the Rays to the White Sox back on the south side to the Braves, in which they squeaked out some wins, but really their bats, especially their big bats, were not really getting going, save for Wilson Contreras, who was on fire. That one is outside, so from 0-2 back to 2-2. And that's been one of the issues for the Cubs, is just recognizing breaking pitches or off-speed pitches. That's a great strikeout.
Yeah, Dunning was able to go 7 innings against the Diamondbacks, I believe, his last start. So who knows? He might be finally piecing it together and possibly try to get more than just 1 win so far through 7 starts.
Here's Wilson Contreras at the plate. Another guy who could make an argument was a all-star caliber player on the year, though he found some power back in the first game back. Hit a walk-off 2-run shot in game 1 against the Reds on the first pitch that Matt Bowman threw out of the pen.
I got 3-0.
Find himself 3-0. That one from Dunning yanked wide, so walk for the Cubs, finally a base runner, and it'll be up to Jason Hayward to try to capitalize.
This is what you expect out of a rookie pitcher. Definitely can have his ups and downs early on in his career, but let's see how he can go against this veteran bat of Jason Hayward.
Jason Hayward didn't have too many hits in that last series, but did find himself a 2-run bomb in yesterday's affair, so we'll see if he can keep the bat going here today. First pitch from Dunning's outside, so that's 5 straight out of the zone. And probably another one if that wasn't a swing from Hayward, but he's now back even 1-1.
Yeah, definitely trying to hit those corners and expecting a lot of guys to get that soft contact or swing and a miss.
That one is yanked foul by Jason Hayward, but some bats finally getting a bit of solid contact, just not in the right direction. Can't find himself contact there, so the walk now in between two different strikeouts for Dane Dunning, and now he'll have Ian Happ up.
Yeah, like you mentioned earlier, the Cubs definitely need to figure out his off-speed stuff, because some of that stuff, if it's not hitting, he could find himself in some deep trouble.
That one was hanging, and that one's going to find its way down the line into the left field corner. We're going to have second and third here with a double from Ian Happ.
And sure enough, Ian Happ's able to solve that equation there, and that's what happens when you leave stuff high and hanging like that. It usually gets punished for extra bases.
The only silver lining that the Cubs now have Quintana coming up with the pitcher in the 8th spot, though Kyle Hendricks worked himself a RBI double in yesterday's affair. We'll see if Quintana has the pitcher magic with the bat. That one is swung on and missed. A less than convincing swing from Quintana. So the 0-2, that one is swung on and missed. So 3 strikeouts in the inning with 2 base runners interspersed, but nothing doing for the Cubs. So a good 2 innings so far from Dane Dunning. It's 2-0 White Sox. As here, Heidi Watney showing us these Cubs pitching stats, and look at those ERA and WHIP, both first in the NL and the MLB rankings.
Yeah, when you have Quintana performing the way he is with guys like Kyle Hendricks, Yu Darvish, and oh my gosh, what's the other guy? John Lester. Yes, just when you have all those guys going in tandem, like this is if they're able to pull this off, this will probably go down as one of the best historic starting rotations in all baseball.
Yeah, we'll probably beat out the Lester Hendricks and Jake Arrieta one of 2016, which was a 3-headed monster in its own right. And here, Quintana's found his way into the mix to not only make that big three-man rotation, but also lead it. Edwin Encarnacion has a 1-2 count. Quintana looking to find his way back after that tough last inning, as that one is skied out into right center field. That one is gonna drop off the wall. Kicks up on Almora, but Edwin Encarnacion, not the most fleet of foot, is gonna stroll on into second with a double.
The left fielder, Eloy Jimenez.
Yeah, definitely a hard decision on choosing either Edwin Encarnacion or Jose Abreu for this left-hand matchup. But when it comes down to it, you gotta go with the guy who's got the groove going in. Certainly, Encarnacion has it right now.
0-1's the count.
So that's 3 innings with 3 leadoff base hits, single, a double, and a home run to lead those 3 innings off. And it'll be Eloy Jimenez, who of course had that homer last inning. Gets him to swing and miss there though, so revenge is had from Jose Quintana, but that's not going to get him a run back on the run back for him.
We'll still have to face the other guy he gave up the home run to, Yasmani Grandal.
Grandal will foul the first pitch changeup back, and if he can get 2 quick outs on these 2 guys, that'll be exactly what he wants, even though Mazzara is another deadly hitter. Swung through that fastball. It's going to be 0-2 very quickly.
Quintana still at 51 pitches, but if he can keep this groove going, he might be able to right the ship for his start so far.
That one just outside. 1-2 now on Grandal. He hit that homer in an 0-2 count, so he certainly knows how to swing it when the odds are against him. That one is chopped over to first, so that'll get the runner over, but that'll be another out. Ground out 3 unassisted for Anthony Rizzo.
The right fielder, number 30, Nomar.
Have our trivia question of the day, and this will probably be more for you, Cole, as a Sox fan. Name the 4 White Sox players to have 10 doubles, 10 triples, 10 homers, and 10 stolen bases in one season since 1970.
Nope, ball 1.
See, you had me going so far with Frank Thomas, but I'm not sure about the stolen bases. I don't remember him being exactly the fastest on his feet back in his day.
Well, EB had the same train of thought as you, and the answer is no. That one is hit well from Nomar Mazzara. Can Hayward track that one down? It'll be Almora tracking it down, excuse me. I thought Hayward had a beat on it, but that'll get the out needed no less, so that'll get out of it for Quintana. We head to the bottom of the inning. It's still 2-0.
Leading off for the Cubs, the center fielder, Albert.
So with Almora coming up, I've had another guess of Harold Baines in there. I'm sure, maybe, I don't know how Tim Raines was as a White Sox. I know he was the answer for the Expos, but I'm not sure about the Sox. Two and 0 here for Dunning against Almora. That one is center cut on the fastball, but easily tracked down here by Robert as he's camped under it for out number 1 here in the 3rd inning.
Now batting, third baseman.
Get a look at the AL Central standings. You can see it's tight packed between the top 3, and then a little bit of a cliff, maybe a Grand Canyon or something.
Indeed, Kansas City most notable for their Jorge Soler trade earlier today, and I can say that'll solidify their spot at probably the bottom of the division going forward.
Apparently there is a former Cub on this list as well, from years done being 75, 90, 95, and 01, as that one is popped to second base. So 2 outs here.
The first baseman, number 44, Anthony Rizzo.
So Rizzo watches the first one for a strike. And a big hack there, 0-2. So they're just not really seeing the ball from Dunning right now.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Some at bats he's been hitting the spots where he needs to, while other times he's been hitting a lot of balls out of the zone. So we'll see if he can keep the track record here for this pitch. Not a bad option going inside.
So 1-2 here is Rizzo looking to maybe shoot one the other way. We all know how great he is with 2 strikes on him. This time gets in front of one, actually, and it's slow roller. Garcia across will get him by a step. So that will end the third inning here. Still 2-0 Sox. And with that, I will hand it over to you for the middle innings.
Sounds good, Hines. Thank you. Wilbert, Dunning, and Garcia do up next for these White Sox. As we get a beautiful shot of Wrigley Field here. Heidi Wadney remind us that we have circled back on our donations to Meals on Wheels. Of course, they tagged along with us earlier in the season, and they are back once more. So if you're feeling generous, be sure to click the donate button down below. Any penny will help.
First answer out of those four is actually a former Cub who went from the Sox to the Cubs as a young kid, that being Sammy Sosa.
Who's Sammy Sosa?
I don't know. I just saw his name.
Fair enough, as Robert will foul that one away. Robert gives a drive into that one. That is going deep to left field. Will that just get into the outstretched fence for a home run, his 7th of the year? And my goodness, what a turnaround we've seen from Jose Quintana when compared to the last time he faced these White Sox, as they'll now plumb up 3-0.
That one a whole 105 feet shorter than the one from Eloy. That's like the distance, from like the wall to about shallow left field.
Now batting.
Those little baskets playing to his advantages. Dunning his first pitch swing there, but that'll be an easy throw over to Bryant for the first out.
Now batting. Second baseman, LAA Garcia.
Road the show report here for these Cubs down in Iowa. Ian Miller having an impressive 10 games there, and Eddie Martinez not so far behind.
Got to see some of them during those minor league all-star games we had last week, so it's always fun to get a look at those guys down in the farm system.
Leori drives, that gives that one a ride out to left. Already has 2 singles on the day, so definitely solidifying his spot for this left-hand pitching matchup. Another play for Bryant, who's already having a decent workload out there at third, and that'll be the second out.
Now batting, the shortstop, Tim Anderson.
And that's exactly what Quintana's going to want, trying to get 2 quick outs here. Did give up the homer, but now be able to bear down, keep it, a close game. He's only given up 3 solo shots, so that's better than giving up a lot of, extra base hits otherwise.
Count 1-0.
Indeed, thankfully all the home runs only solo shots, so Cubs by no means out of this one, as that'll be fouled away here for Tim Harrison. Top of this order already going through their third line of duty, so we'll see how many at-bats they can get this game.
No bench off the plate. Ball 2.
Fastball just inside, we head to 2-1. The pitch from Quintana just rainbows that one in there. 78 miles an hour on the curve. Harrison stays alive. We stayed even.
And that'll not help Quintana. He had 2 quick pitches, a few quick pitches to get those outs, and now it's like
that'll be grounded out. Diving
there.
attempt over there by Happ, but not able to reach it there as Tim Harrison gets it on the single, and we see there already at 67 pitches, still on the top of the 4th.
That is an un-Quintana-like line from this season. We already mentioned that's pretty much his all-star line.
See what O'Connor does here, as that'll be a steal attempt by Harrison, and he is safe. Good heads-up base running there to get the easy steal. Not a very competitive match there. Moncada with the opportunity here, the pitch, but he'll just hack at that one. Good off speed. Quintana looks to get out of this one. The pitch, that'll be in the dirt, but quickly scooped up by Contreras. Now the 1-2.
That's ball 2.
Can't get him with
2
the
balls, 2 strikes.
outside fastball. Back to even.
We'll see if he can get a base hit and score Tim Anderson, because what do you know? That actually just happened in the real life inter-squad, or the real life exhibition game.
That one not very competitive there, and Quintana definitely wants to get this out here and not worry about facing Encarnacion once more. Wrigley Field definitely buzzing now. Quintana with the full count pitch. That'll be grounded out to Happ. He's able to play this one, and that should do it for the top of the 4th. Nice look at that Luis Robert liner into the basket out and left, and that will bring up Javi Baez to start us off here in the bottom of the 4th.
The shortstop, Javier Baez.
Ball, that's inside.
Changeup barely missing, 1-0. Baez fouls that off the other way. Dunning doing well so far, only with 38 pitches, but it's not really the pitch count that's usually bit him in the past, more just giving up too many runs.
Looking at Javi Baez at the plate, he's trying to break out of a massive slump. He had a golden sombrero in Game 2 of that Red Series, and otherwise had 2 hits, but both of them were triples that managed to dribble by the glove of Jesse Winker. So without Winker playing in right field, I don't know how well Javi Baez will fare today.
He'll scream that one, though, out to left center. Reverse jinx is in order, as that one is 415 feet, 19th homer of the year for Javi Baez, as the bullpen gets their funk on.
You know, I have a habit of doing that, and I'll take it, but there we go, that'll help.
Indeed, Dunning knew that, and like I said before, that off-speed stuff can leave a little bit too much in the zone, and that's what happens. As now the White Sox lead is trimmed down to just 2, and Kyle Schwarber has a chance to add it on and possibly start a run here for these Cubs.
Well, now with Schwarber coming up and Contreras, there's still a ton of pop in this lineup, so you can't say, oh, well, I gave up home run to Baez, I'm going to just try to breeze through the next 3 guys, because that's just not a good approach.
Yeah, if you're playing any division-leading team, trying to breeze through people doesn't seem like a very effective method, as he'll get that one there, and Encarnacion bobs it a little bit, but should still have enough time to get the first out, and they do.
The catcher, number 40, Wilson Gonzales.
I'll bring up the
not
hot.
too good look at Rick Renteria.
Indeed. But now we'll see the hot catcher, Wilson Contreras. Got the walk his first at-bat, but hopes to do a little bit more than that right here. Dine will get that changeup in there for the first pitch strike.
That's what he's going to need to do with those pitches. He's got to try to get them low in the zone.
And he'll be able to get the soft contact over to Encarnacion once more for the second out.
The right fielder, CHW.
That's a much better job, because it's very tempting to try to just, you know, throw hard fastballs in after giving up a home run, try to take out some anger along with trying to just blow it by guys, which has pretty much the opposite effect usually. Normally, fastball out over the plate means that you're getting another new baseball.
I know that too well from playing MLB The Show online, as Hayward will swing through that one, now 1-1. Thought about it, but change up just a little bit outside there. Tying with the pitch. Will be called a strike there. I thought he missed it.
Those 50-50 calls have been pretty much 50-50 today. They've been going in favor of both guys.
Both pitchers able to hit those corners often. Definitely has the umpire thinking, as we now see a full count pitch here to Jason Hayward. Probably fouled away. Hayward staying alive. Will stay at a full count.
That was a good changeup. If he watches it, that's a ball. But it was a good job to foul that pitch off.
He won't make contact there as he goes back to the changeup to end the inning. Or at least the top half, I should say. As Cubs are able to get one run back, but still trail 3-1.
Leading off for the White
They'll bring up the man with his parrot, Edwin Encarnacion.
Edwin Encarnacion.
Probably going to be looking to use that celebration again after seeing 4 home runs go over the wall so far, and we're only halfway home.
Ball 1, no strike.
Won't be able to do on that pitch, though, as that's high for a ball. Gets the fastball in there. Beautiful day out in Wrigley Field. I mean, even though I am a Sox fan, it's really hard to find anything to hate about this iconic stadium, as that pitch will get in there for a strike, and no surprise here, some bullpen arms warming up for these Cubs.
Probably look to see Alec Mills come in, Tyler Chatwood, on a day like this in which the ball is flying and the White Sox have been taking advantage of pitches in the zone and not obliging on many of them out of the zone. That plays much away from Tyler Chatwood's strengths.
Edwin's able to work it to full. We'll see what Quintana tries to stir up here to get the out. He deals. That'll be off speed, but that'll just dribble. No, it won't. Hap's able to get on that one. And with Edwin's slower than average speed, that should be the first out.
The left fielder, Eloy Jimenez.
Good range there from Hap, trying to take one away. And a good job to know the runner and just be able to set his feet and not doing what a lot of guys will do and spin and throw, and then that ends up going, 10 rows back.
Always more ideal to set your feet. As now Eloy Jimenez will get his third crack at it. The 0-1 pitch. Will be driven out to Chris Bryant. He sets and throws. Once again, now we're at 2 outs.
Good job from Quintana. I mean, he could potentially work himself into another inning, though his spot comes up second, so might be seeing this be the last inning that he has.
First to Elise at the face, Yasmani Grandal. As that will be curveball signing in for the first strike. Grandal, of course, with that big record deal to land himself on the White Sox. And with the deal with James McCann's being sent away, it will be him and young player Zach Collins taking over for that bench role. Now the 1-2.
I got to count 2 and 2.
Will not hit inside. We're back to even.
Yet again,
Gonzales
we
usually
see them
known for a tough out, and we see it here.
Yeah, yet again we see them fighting, and that's the second. This is the third time he's been in the 2-strike count.
And that'll be line there. Good heads-up play by the ump to get out of that one. As we continue here, 2-2. Grandal thought about it, but his discipline allows him to get back to even. The 3-2. Fouled away once again. Quintana's chances of going another inning seem to be slipping away with each foul ball. 3-2 once more. That'll squeak through the reach of Happ, and that'll get a single for Grandal.
Up next is Chicago.
Well, don't need to hit him hard to get a base knock. Just dribbled it through and out of the reach of Happ. This one was too far away from him, and now you mentioned he's probably not coming back after this inning. He's just going to need to try to get Mazzara here.
Mazzara first pitch swing there. Definitely has improved his batting average as we get to this part of the season. Known for hitting opposite of the shifts for doubles, but with a runner on, the shift probably won't be on here.
Also known for hitting a lot of monster homers. They're not wall scrapers. They're 500-foot shots.
That will stay in the park, though. Schwarber is able to get on that one, and we head to the bottom of the 5th. Happ, Quintana, and Almora Jr. due up from ML Botball. Sun setting here on a nice Monday evening for baseball. Heaney Watney once again. Probably telling us something good, but apparently we can travel. We can cover all the travel expenses, but still can't give her a working microphone.
Don't think that's necessarily the best allotment of funds. If we, it would be much easier if we allotted it to the microphone. And then even if she couldn't travel, she could still see a feed like we are and give information rather than traveling everywhere but still not being able to get any information across to us.
A meeting definitely in order as Dunning will not hit the zone with that changeup, now 1-0.
One ball, one strike.
Dunning bounces back there, swing and miss on the fastball.
Count 2-1.
Missed there with that one, so big count for Ian Happ. So the Cubs are going to need to take advantage of hitters' counts when Dunning gets into them and try to find a fastball or a hanging breaking ball and do something with it.
Definitely has given them hitting opportunities, but won't there. Now 3-1. Let's see what Dunning does here. The pitch.
Nope, that's ball 4.
That'll be high, and Ian Happ's able to draw the walk here to start the bottom of the 5th.
The pitcher, number
As we see there, Cubs absolutely running away with the NL leaders for walks. Solid 310 compared to the Dodgers and Padres. Up next, only 369.
It's interesting because if you add Bryant and Schwarber together, they make up a quarter of that with 50 plus apiece, and it looks like it'll be Caratini in the end of the day for him.
Yep, that'll do it for Quintana. May have thrown a lot of pitches, but still only given up the three runs, despite them all being home runs. At least able to work himself out of further harm. As we'll see who the Cubs go up to next to start the 6th, as Dunning will get the swing and miss there on the slider.
Caratini's spent a lot of time coming off the bench, and he's had a pretty good job. The average 259 for a bench player and a backup catcher. He's done pretty well.
The count is 1 and 2.
Solid pinch hitter, no doubt, as Dunning will miss there on the high fastball.
Got to look for a strikeout or a double play. Almora is on deck, and you don't want to have to come around with anybody on for the top of the order.
They go 2 inside with that fastball. Caratini being patient in the box. The pitch. Not a lot of patience needed there. That didn't seem to threaten anything, as Dunning needs to get his control in order here to get this out. "3-2" will be a swing and a miss there on the fastball. He's able to bounce back there to get now his 6th strikeout.
The center fielder, number 5.
That's been one of the biggest troubles for the Cubs. They've worked many walks. It's when they swing the bat that it's either, good stuff or it's a strikeout. That's been a big issue. They're not really taking advantage of opportunities they have. The first game against the Reds, they had 15 strikeouts despite the win.
Almora gives that one a drive out to right center, and that'll be extra bases. Runners will stop at second and third, and there goes your guy Almora, and gives the top of this White Sox order a great Cubs order, I should say, a great opportunity.
Well, and then Chris Bryant's going to be coming up. No better guy to come up with runners in scoring position. You see, he half froze for a bit. Guess he thought it might have been caught. I don't think he would have scored even if he had a good jump.
Of course, here he is, Chris Bryant. Definitely one of the best in getting on base right now, ranking first in the NL in OPS. And even a walk would still be able to load the bases, as White Sox bullpen Jace Fry and Jimmy Cordero warming up now if perhaps Dunning can't get it out of this jam. As he'll draw the foul there, we had the 1-1.
Well, Bryant has done very well at punishing rookie pitchers. He faced a rookie for the Reds, Jorge Lopez, who had ended up getting the bases loaded, nobody out, hit a grand slam off him.
He'll drive that one to Anderson at shortstop, and that'll at least get a run to home there. White Sox lead is now just 1.
Yeah, I think you prefer to get more, obviously, from Rizzo there. I think, best case scenario, or worst case scenario, you had to make sure you get a run across. So, be it a sac fly or, in this case, a ground ball to get the runner home, it's a run, and that's what matters most.
Definitely the least attractive run so far, but they'll take what they can get, as Rizzo now with that 7-game hitting streak will try to continue that here and possibly get Almora in from second. He'll watch that fastball hit the zone there. We go to 1-1.
That was probably a pitch he wanted to turn on, and maybe should have turned on there. We'll see if he even gets a better pitch.
That's not a great pitch to swing, as that'll be popped up to Dunning, and that should do it. He's able to escape with just the run, and Robert, Dunning, and Garcia due up now to start the 6th.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for
And no surprise here, the long relief man Alec Mills will now step in.
Mills has had a good year, mainly in that middle long relief role, as you mentioned. He's been sort of one of the go-to guys. They have Tyler Chatwood there too, but I think Mills has been one of the most reliable guys when it comes to coming in to mop up a bad situation or whatever it is, barring any of the guys in that late inning part of the bullpen.
Bring back up Luis Robert. Quickly find himself in a quick 2-0 count. Able to get that line drive out to left field his last at bat. Definitely known more for his speed and defense, but When he's able to pull out those more consistently, he's bound to have a great career.
Yeah, and finding himself in a 3-out count is going to be big for him. Trying to get those wheels on base, too, and he can always start a rally with that.
Mills will fire that one in there, though, so we'll definitely need to do more than just look at pitches, most likely here. Mills now with the 3-1. And Robert gets to swing there, fouls it away.
Finds himself back in a 3-2 count, so now he's actually going to have to try to steer something fair, probably.
He'll ultimately get it fair, but playable for Hap at second. And they'll do it from the first out.
Now batting, the pitcher, Dane Dunning.
Here's Dane Dunning with a chance to get his first major league hit here. Got a bunt strikeout his first attempt and was first pitch swing for a ground out. Let's see what he goes for here as he'll watch the first pitch this time in for a strike.
See Brandon Morrow and Jeremy Jeffers in the pen for the Cubs. Morrow very good in his couple innings he's pitched. Jeffers still trying to steer some things around after a tough couple of weeks.
And that changeup will also hit the zone there, and Dunning finds himself in the 0-2. He'll give that one a high fly, but playable out in center. And that'll do it for out number 2.
The batter, the second baseman, Leori Garcia.
So that was a good attempt there from Dunning, trying to get hit number 1 for him. But he's definitely earned himself a chance to come back here in the bottom of the 6th inning and try to hold these Cubs for another inning.
Garcia thought about, but that'll ultimately be able to strike regardless. Yeah, I could see him Dunning going another inning, especially after going through that very dangerous top of the order. We'll see what the White Sox have to say about that as that is watched for a ball.
Garcia's got 2 hits today in his first one in each of the first 2 innings, so maybe he can be a spark plug here for a 2-out rally.
1 ball.
We'll do it on that one. He watches another fastball go in. No sets, 1-2 pitch.
Ball in.
Good idea there, but not hitting the zone. The 2-2. He fouled away.
Looked to be late on that one, so he's gonna want to try to steer one fair, try to maybe find a little bit of a hole.
As that one will just miss the inside corner once more. Garcia able to work it to full here. Pitch. Blind out to Hap once again. And Alec Mills may have gone away with one there. Off speed, pretty center of the zone. Now we have the dangerous bias. Schwarber and Contreras due up next for Chicago Cubs. I almost said Chicago, but that one be very helpful.
I think that's happened in all 3 of the games so far, where one of us broadcasters have said that.
Baez first pitch hacking, but that'll get foul.
Pitching carefully, it seems, to Javi Baez. I mean, rightfully so after him getting a bomb. But now I think for Baez, he's looking to find a multi-hit game here. That's when you know you can get out of a slump.
That seemed like the pitch to do it, but he was a little late there, and Encarnacion scoops it for the first out. Power Hayden Schwarber now steps in. Tied 4th in home runs in the National League, but ultimately kept in check so far this game.
don't believe he's hit a home run since the break. Actually, I can't remember the last time he hit one. It's probably either during one of the first games of the Atlanta set or all the way back in that Rays series. So he's due for a homer at some point soon.
This seems like a favorable opportunity. He finds himself in a nice 3-0. Dunning doesn't want any part of him, and for good reason. Let's see what he goes with here. The pitch. And that'll just miss that outside spot, and Schwarber draws the walk.
The third walk issued by Dunning, so finding a little bit of trouble locating occasionally, and always say it, there's no breaks in this Cubs lineup, so walking one guy, pitching around a guy like Schwarber is not going to help you with Contreras coming up.
Dunning's going to have to stay on track as that one is lifted high opposite field, but ultimately sails foul. Cubs fans definitely buzzing now. Dunning with the 1-1 pitch. That will miss as well. We had the 2-1.
Nothing like some offense here late in the game to get Cubs fans on their feet.
That one will be driven high and deep. Going back is Eloy Jimenez, but ultimately playable near the warning track for out number 2.
Just probably a tad under it or something, because that was a pitch to do something with, and wasn't a bad swing on it either. And you know Contreras has the pop in his bat, so just missed it a little bit.
Dunning will definitely give opportunities to batters. It's all about capitalizing on them. As now Jason Hayward will try to keep this bottom six alive. And he'll drive that one hard foul.
And he barreled up that pitch. I wouldn't be surprised if we see something off speed here. A lot of guys are getting to that fastball when he's throwing it.
Better keep it out of the zone, as that one will be another fastball, but that'll be just tipped by Jason Hayward. Pitch from Dunning. Swing and a miss there with the fastball, and he keeps it going, which I believe is 7th strikeout now, as they'll do it through 6th. And I'll swing it back to Hines here to close out this very exciting game in Wrigley Field.
Leading off for the White Sox.
Well, it's not high in offense, but it's certainly high in energy and high in excitement, so it's not a boring game. Don't let anyone tell you that a 3-2 game can be boring, because it certainly isn't always the case.
Yeah, it's hard to have a game with a 485-foot bomb to be considered boring, at least in my opinion.
I can second that. It's, Tim Anderson here behind in the ahead in the count, excuse me, 2-0. Pitch from Mills is up in the zone and called strike, so 2-1 count. It'll be Anderson, Moncada, and Encarnacion to greet Alec Mills in his second inning of work. That one tipped away, and we're even here at 2-2. Ooh, that one got a bit outside there.
Yeah, definitely a miscommunication. Contreras did not seem right for that in the slightest.
So we'll have a full count pitch here from Alec Mills. Contreras wanted it outside, and that is perfectly executed and not strike in the book of Tim Anderson.
Yep, Tim Anderson definitely fooled there, and with his boisterous self, he'll definitely let the umpire get an earful about that one.
But on the flip side, that was a perfectly executed fastball in a situation where you have to execute very well. One-0 pitch here from Alec Mills to Yohan Moncada. In the dirt there, 2-0 again. Moncada looking for his first hit of the game, and a big hack comes up with nothing. That one is grounded foul. If you're just joining us, 3-2 favor of the White Sox here at Wrigley Field. 4 homers, including one way on to Waveland. 485 feet by Eloy Jimenez, as that one is scorched into the first row. Full count here, and Edwin Encarnacion stands on deck. That one has some height on it, but it tails out into the seats. Pitch to Moncada is hit again, foul, and he's starting to time him up here. Got to be careful.
Yeah, Moncada definitely has the intention of doing something deadly to this baseball. We'll see if he can get some good contact as he'll foul that one away once more.
Got some good power behind that one too, just not able to steer it fair. So another one coming in, 3-2. Swung on and missed. So back-to-back Ks for Alec Mills.
Fantastic stuff from Alec Mills there on the mound. You do get that pitch count a little high, but it's better to get the out than to leave him on base or worse in the seats.
And that'll bring up Edwin Encarnacion. He's 1 for 3 with a double back in the 3rd inning.
Nope, that's the ball.
That one similar to the called strike 3 to Tim Anderson, but that one is going to be ruled a ball instead.
Umpire has definitely had to make a lot of tough calls today. Hopefully the players are mostly in agreement with them.
That one's grounded. That one gets past Ian Happ and into center field. So Edwin Encarnacion finds himself in a 2 for 4 afternoon. And that'll bring up Eloy.
A lot of singles today happen to be just around that round center spot, just past the glove of Ian Happ. You have to wonder if he's possibly thinking about if he could maybe leg out more of those, or if he's really just giving his all out there, as we get a great replay of that one out of Wrigley Field by a mile.
Didn't have to leg that one out at all. Take a sweet time and finds himself here with a runner on 2 outs and a chance to maybe blow this game open before the Cubs can try to come back in the last 3 innings. So Mills had a perfect 5 up, 5 down before the Encarnacion single, looking to get back on track as he's quickly ahead of Eloy 0-2. Mills coming set. He'll deliver an 0-2 pitch here to Jimenez. That one hung, and that one is going to be looped out to Jason Hayward for another base hit. So singles are wild today.
Now batting, the catcher.
Indeed, good discipline there by Jimenez, able to shore up and keep the ball in play, and we'll see what Yasmani Grandal can do here with an opportunity to get some insurance runs.
He'll be hitting from the other side of the plate now. He hit that big home run from the right-handed batter's box here against the righty Mills. He'll have to try to go for one of the rare home runs from either side of the plate if he opts to go for that here, as it's 1-0. See the pitch count this inning for Alec Mills. 22 pitches. It is having more strikes than balls is a good sign, but pitch count getting up there. Mills delivers, and that one is ripped foul from Grandal. It's 1-1.
Count 1 and 2.
Big swing there in the dirt. Not a good pitch. It's 1-2. Mills looking to strike out the side with a couple of runners in between as that one is chopped, but on the wrong side of the line. Pitch number 42 from Mills is cut on and missed, so 3 strikeouts in the inning as we head to the 7th inning stretch here at Wrigley Field. So get up and have a little bit of fun.
Now pitching for the White Sox, number 50.
Jimmy Cordero is going to come in for the Sox. So good outing from Dane Dunning, going 6 innings, only giving up 2 runs.
Indeed, that's a pretty good ideal spot from your 5-hole hitter. And I guess if you're not aware, Hines, a little something about Jimmy Cordero is how many players do you know that can throw a sinker in the triple digits?
Not many. I know the only other guy I know who has really good movement on triple digits is Jose Alvarado, whose two-seamer moves like 5 inches and still goes 101 or something. But other than that, no clue.
Well, you're looking right at him here in Jimmy Cordero. You saw the sinker earlier go to 98, but we have seen previous games that one go up to 100.
Off the plate, 1-1.
This is there. 1-2, and I mean he's got a slinging motion, so I can see where he gets a lot of torque behind it. Ian Happ in a 1-2 count, and he will chop it slowly into the shift and over to first from Garcia. So that's out number 1 here in the 7th, and it'll be the pitcher's spot coming up, and we'll see who David Ross elects to go to in favor of.
Ladies and gentlemen,
It'll be David Bodie.
Pinch hitting for the Cubs, number 13.
Yeah, impressive value tonight from Alec Mills, able to keep the runs where they're at for the White Sox, and we'll see if his efforts can pay off as we get deep into the end of this game, as that one shot up the middle for a base hit.
David Bodie was playing both games of that last series thanks to the DH rule, sort of the odd man out right now, and picked up a couple of doubles and some RBIs, and here off the bench finds himself a base hit, so he loves these Sox. And Almora, first pitch swinging. Is that one going to drop in front of Robert? It will. So a base hit here. That's Almora's second on the day. 2 1-out singles bring the top of the order to the dish.
And Cordero has known to have issues with his accuracy, and quickly we can see that in full effect. He'll have a tough job now, having to face Chris Bryant.
Bryant, like all the big hitters in this Cubs team, without a hit. Only out of those first 5 batters, only 2 times have they reached, and that was on a home run from Baez and a walk from Wilson Contreras. Besides that, only the RBI ground out from Chris Bryant of note from the rest of them. He rips that one. That'll get through. They will be holding David Bodie over at third base, so the sacks are packed here in the bottom of the 7th inning for Anthony Rizzo.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the White Sox.
Probably the right move here, I would say, bringing in the lefty. Lefty on lefty, though you will have to be careful with Baez on deck, but for Anthony Rizzo, this is probably the right move to go to the left-hander.
Indeed, Jimmy Cordero just looking absolutely lost out there, and you got to try, if you're Jace Fry, just to get one of those dinky grounders to get a double play to possibly send us to the top of the 8th.
Rizzo is not immune from those little nubbers down the line. We'll see whether he can maybe oblige to the double play or plant one out in the bleachers.
And a big shout out to the Twitch chat, Tory Bash 29 with the Twitch Prime sub. We are truly grateful for your contribution there.
Cutter fouled back from Rizzo. Cubs had a grand slam in yesterday's game coming from Chris Bryant, who stands on first, and a big 8-6 win. That was a big back and forth affair with the Reds, and now maybe a chance to do something similar if Rizzo can get a hold of one. Nope. 2-1 pitch here from Jace Fry.
Nope. That's inside.
Front door cutter just off the plate barely. It's 3-1 and Javi stands on deck.
Yeah, you got pitch a strike here if you're Jace Fry. Just don't know where you can go here that's safe from Rizzo.
Rizzo swings. That could have been ball 4. You never know. So it'll be a full count. 1 out, 3 on in a 3-2 game. Big pitch here from Jace Fry. Lace foul by Rizzo. Pitch number 7 here from Fry. Hit foul again, so you feel as though Rizzo is battling here, and we'll see who will come out on top. That one just nubbed foul.
So a little bit of this with the White Sox Bears. Now the Cubs Bears return the favor, definitely keeping the stress at a high, as that one once again is fouled away.
9 pitches this AB. Rizzo's seen a lot of pitches. Can he finally get a hold of one here? No, he won't, but it'll be a walk, and that will get a run in all the same.
Pretty bad option there from Jace Fry. Now you have to face the great bat of Javier Baez, and with that lefty-righty matchup, I think we both understand the consequences if Baez can get on one here.
Yes, and especially not only that, but given the fact that there's only 1 out, Javi is a homer in this game. Everything is playing, it seems, into the Cubs' favor, so it's all up to Jace Fry to try to turn the tables. That curveball got away from him. It's going to be 1-0 as Marshall and Bummer up in the pen for the Sox. And he gets a hold of one a little bit. That one going back is Eloy, and he will make the catch, but the Cubs are going to score a run.
Honestly, with how high that was sailing, as a White Sox fan, I'll take it.
Could have gone the extra 10 feet and we'd be seeing a much different scoreline, but looks like both sides will, be happy. Will be not necessarily happy. I'm sure, as you mentioned, you're relieved more than happy, but you'll take it compared to the grand slam that was the other alternative.
That's the ball.
So here's Kyle Schwarber. So now the matchup back in the Sox favor. So after sort of a good job just to only give up a sac fly to Javier Baez, now they've got the count in their favor, and they might be able to hold it in a 1-run game, and 6 outs remaining. A lot can still happen.
That's ball 3. The count's 3-0.
Though 3-0 count. Wilson Contreras, who loves hitting left-handed pitching, standing on deck. Things have changed ever so slightly.
You gotta throw a strike here.
3 balls.
Ooh. And he did. Not a great place to throw a strike, but got a little lucky there. 3-1 to Schwarber.
Ooh.
Chases ball 4. Ugly swing. So now runners will go. And we'll see what we get here to Kyle Schwarber. A base hit. Could be big for the Cubs. Runners go. Fry delivers inside, ball 4. You know, Cole, I think it was you and I who were on the call for that game, but when the Cubs blew a bases loaded opportunity with no outs in the 9th, and now we're finally seeing some situational baseball that they did not have then.
Indeed, just these last 2 bullpen options for the White Sox have been pretty dreadful. Jimmy Cordero giving up the quick base knocks, and Jace Fry still possibly able to continue the damage, but for his own team.
So right now, those runs credited to Cordero, who ended up giving the bases loaded with 3 knocks, and now Jace Fry's inability to throw strikes has come back to bite him here. Wilson Contreras now bases loaded. He has a grand salami opportunity. That will not be the case, however, as that's going to be a grounder to third for the force out, but not before the Cubs come back and take the lead. It's 4-3. Boys in blue going to the 8th.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Cubs.
And it'll be the Cubs' lights out setup man, Craig Kimbrell, coming on, trying to shut down Mazzara Robert in the pitcher spot and set it up for Dan Winkler in the 9th.
Yeah, Kimbrell definitely one of those guys who's rebounded well from last season. And when you have all these guys performing the way they are, just all around the team, it's no wonder they have the best record in baseball.
Yeah, you have to have late inning relievers that can really, get their jobs done. And, well, if your pitcher goes 7 innings, you've got a great chance to win a ball game if you have the lead.
Nope, ball 1.
1-1 here on Mazzara. The attendance, 38,563 Chicago natives here in Wrigley Field here for the Crosstown Cup. It's 1-2 here on Mazzara. Kimbrell deals that curveball outside, so it's 2-2. 3-2 now. So Kimbrell, who does not walk very many guys on the season, he's walked 15 throughout the whole season, which is a pretty good result. Now finds himself threatening to walk his first batter he faces.
Nope, that's ball 4.
And indeed he does.
Now batting, the center fielder, Luis Robert. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please.
Adam Engel will be the pinch runner for Nomar Mazzara. I can assume he will end up taking the spot out in right field as well. And we have Robert coming up, speed on first, so could be seeing a hit and run maybe, or a stolen base attempt, and that could be a good thing.
A lot of options at play here when you have a great utility speedster like Engel on the paths.
One of the things you look at the Cubs offense, they don't really have as much of in terms of speed. They're more of a pure power, gap power, home run power kind of team, and it's worked so far. So we'll see who will come out on top, as that one's in the dirt, and good block there by Contreras, and Engel will have to hold.
Good block indeed, because if that even skirts a little past Contreras, Engel, with that speed of his, can get over to second in a flash.
Couple throws over so far. Kimbrell certainly worrying about the runner. does have a good fastball, so that'll help limit the running game when he throws it. Is that fastball out of the zone, 2-0. You got to throw something in the zone. I don't care that Robert already has a homer on the day.
Yeah, Robert, who I consider a mini Byron Buxton, definitely someone who you shouldn't be afraid to challenge, even with that home run earlier.
And the runner is going to go, and he will get in there safely as that one just hops in front of Happ anyway. So, runner in scoring position. That's only the 4th stolen base on the year for Engel. That's a bit of a surprise knowing how fast he is.
He was sidelined for about a month and a half with an injury, though, which kept him off the utility spot for his ideal position. But he's back now and hopefully stays that way heading into the fall.
That one is 2-2. That one's a ball. Cut on and missed. So a strikeout here from Craig Kimbrell. Good job from the come back as we get a look at Quintana and Dunning's lines for the afternoon.
I'm very interested on who they go here from the Sox bench. We do obviously there's Jose Abreu, but definitely favors left-hand pitching, and it looks like that'll be the new acquisition, Eduardo Nunez.
Chance for him to get something going. His debut hitting .245 as member of the Mets ball club, came over in a trade, and here is 0-1. Kimbrell delivers outside.
Nunez definitely to look for the platoon role against Rays at second base. Here would be a great chance to prove his worth. Maybe send that runner Angle from second to home here with a single.
Sure, that's what Rick Renteria is hoping that Nunez can do here. Doesn't need too much, just one in the outfield. That one is 3-1 now. The 3-1. Did he go?
Ooh.
No, ball 4.
Now batting, second baseman, LAA NYY.
Close call, but we'll now see Leury Garcia. Is going to be tough to double off if that happens, so anything can happen at this point in the ball game. Outside with the fastball, it's going to be 1-0 here. Garcia looking to expand on the 2-for-4 he had within. He had those 2 hits within the first 2 innings and has since quieted down with a couple of ground outs. 2-0, and Kimbrell unusually missing the zone. He's getting into a jam. Not something you see often from him, as that is 3-0.
Yeah, you were mentioning how it's been a rare sight to see him draw walks this season, and this game just doesn't seem to be his vibe at the moment.
Needs a strike here, and I wouldn't be surprised if Brandon Morrow is intensely getting warm now, as that's another walk. 2 walks, 3 walks in the inning. Excuse me, that's not something you see often from Kimbrell. 3 on, 1 out, similar to the last inning, and what do you know, here is Brandon Morrow.
Yeah, I know Craig Kimbrell's been your guy so far this season, but at the end of the day, you need to make sure you get these outs and at least not give up the lead here. So I don't mind them getting a switch up here, especially against the great bat of Tim Anderson.
Morrow has pitched 3 2/3 innings so far on the year. since getting called up a couple days before the All-Star break, and currently has not allowed a base runner, so that's the guy you need to be seeing here, not injury-prone Brandon Morrow, not, you know, any other Brandon Morrow. You need to be seeing the one that they've seen the past 3 games. That one is some high heat, and Tim Anderson just swings through it. Grounded to second. Great diving stop by Happ. They're not even going to get an out, though. So infield single, I believe, will be the ruling.
The third baseman.
Tie ball game here in Chicago. Bases loaded, still 1 out, and it'll be Yoan Moncada.
Great effort out there by Happ, but in order to get the out there, you have to play it 100%, and he was only to get about 95, 90% there. So Yoan Moncada has been cold so far this game, and cold as of late. So we'll see if they can get possibly a double play here to keep the game tied.
And Nunez at third is a decent runner, so the stop there might have saved the lead, saved the tie and prevented a lead for the Sox. But as you mentioned, they need to execute perfectly here and try to get a double play or certainly a strikeout. That one is into center field. Almora on the run. He's got it. Are they going to test it? They are. The throw to the plate is just away from the bag, or from the plate, and that'll be a sac fly.
The first baseman, number 23.
Yeah, if that throw was a little more on target by Almora, that might be able to do it. But like you said, you just have to play absolutely perfectly to not get that run from third to home.
So we've had 2 pitchers here today walk the bases, give up some poor pitching. Cordero gave up 3 hits, left the game, got tagged for 2, and so far Kimbrel walked the bases loaded and has since got tagged for 2.
That's inside.
2-0 here on Edwin. Dangerous count, dangerous hitter in the 3-0.
Yeah, something's got to give here. Walking Edwin would not give up a run, but at the same time that brings up Eloy Jimenez, and he has already made his mark on this game. So Brandon Morrow just doesn't really have any other options just to shape up here and throw some strikes.
And there is a strike, and that is hit high. That is hit deep. It is tailing foul. That is going to be a big sigh of relief coming from half of the stadium, that's for sure. And that one now is lofted into right field the other way. Hayward tracking it down. He will make the grab. Not before. 2 runs come now for the Sox. 5-4 Sox now. We head bottom 8. Ball's back in the Cubs' court.
Your attention, please. Now playing right field, number 15.
Adam Engel indeed staying out there in right field. And it'll be Aaron Bummer, the lefty, coming on.
Aaron Bummer.
I believe he's going to be starting out against Hayward, Happ, and then pinch hitter for the pitcher.
Leading up for the Cubs, the right fielder, CHW Hayward.
Bummer's delivery, and that is fouled away. Pitch now from Bummer is fouled away again. He's not had his greatest season. He had a pretty good year last year. Very good year last year, but he's not been able to match it this season. That one's ripped foul by Hayward.
Yeah, Bummer definitely one of the weaker links in this Sox bullpen, but you do need to have a lefty in that stop role just to give you some options, and hopefully Bummer can turn around just a little bit to really just give this White Sox bullpen more of an all-around threat.
Pitch to Hayward and swung on and missed. Strike 3. Not a good start here to the inning, as that is a golden sombrero. Toss your hats up in the air. That's 4 Ks for Hayward.
Would you be okay with tossing a headset instead of a hat?
If you want, why not? You know what? It's pretty much a hat. Sort of.
All right, let's see how it goes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Cole.
Thank you. I'll be here for, depending on how long this game goes.
Hap finds himself in a 2-strike count against Bummer. You see Brandon Morrow is standing on deck, so despite the 3-batter minimum rule, David Ross not tipping his hand yet as to who he's going to go with. That one's hit the other way, foul by Hap. Just outside, it's 1-2. Cut on and missed on the cutter. Back-to-back Ks from Aaron Bummer. Not a good start for the Cubs.
Indeed, I meant to mention earlier that you want to at least not get outs, get people on base any way you can to bring up the dangerous top of the order, but unless Steven Souza Jr. has anything to say about it, those top of the bats are going to have to wait until the bottom of the 9th.
Souza's heading to count 1-0. Not been a great hitter off the bench, below the Mendoza line by a fair amount. So they're going to need a bit of luck probably, along with something here from Steven Souza, as they've already used Caratini and Bodie, their best 2 bench hitters. That's going to be a strike. Two-1 to Steven Souza. Swung and missed at ball 3. It's going to be a 2-2 count. 2 outs. Bottom 8 in a 5-4 White Sox lead. Deals, and that one is grounded over to Garcia. Over to first, so the Cubs get nothing in the bottom of the 8th. Sox are looking for some insurance, and the Cubs are looking to put a stop here in the top of the 9th.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please.
For the Cubs, Jeremy Jeffress coming in. He's had a less than convincing couple of outings recently.
Leading off for the White Sox, the left fielder, Jimenez.
So he faces Eloy. That is outside ball 1.
Yeah, Jeffress definitely one of those highs and lows guys. I remember with his time in Milwaukee, there was times where he felt like he was just completely owning it, possibly like a great bullpen guy going forward. But other times it would just turn ugly real quick.
I know he had an outing against the Rays where he walked the bases loaded. I believe he ended up getting out of the jam with only a run given up. But at the same time, that doesn't instill confidence in either David Ross or the fan base when you have one of the guys who started off so well walking the bases loaded. It's 1-2.
Ball 2.
That one is outside, 2-2. Jeffers looking for a big strikeout of Jimenez, who's 2 for 4. That one's inside, 3-2. It seems like we've seen like 20 or so 3-ball counts in this ball game for either side.
Definitely a lot of duels we've had today between pitcher and batter. A lot of at bats going above the usual 5-6 pitches, as that one's hit deep.
Mora tracking in, makes the catch on the run. Great
Now batting,
running play.
the catcher, Yasmani Grandal.
That would probably explain, Cole, why we have 6 total relievers, 3 for either side so far, and we can assume that there's going to be another one in the bottom of the 9th, probably the closer Colome.
That's a ball.
Ryan Tepera and Rowan Wick both warming up in the Cubs pen should Jeffress fail to meet expectations. Fouled away here, 1-1 by Grandal. He of course has a homer and a base knock so far. 2-1 here, and Cole, I assume that this is going to be a game 2 tomorrow, which is going to be on Bop Ball. It's going to be a tough game because you've got 2 guys who, well, you've got a guy like you, Darvish, who's been struggling of late, with both teams now getting up there in pen usage. Could be tough for managers to try to figure out who they can trust to either go back-to-back games or bring out of the pen tomorrow.
Indeed, and that is only amplified with how, with the teams where they're at, just trying to maintain division leads and keep their ball rolling into September and into potentially the postseason.
Gets way around on that one. Rizzo, what a play, and he throws it past Jeffress. Not sure necessarily if you can blame that one on Rizzo. I don't think you can, expect Jeffress to really make that play. I feel like he probably should have just stayed home.
Yeah, and at the same time, Grandal, not the fastest player in the world, so he may have had the time to just really say herself and not try to do that twirl behind the back type stuff.
That'll bring up Adam Engel, getting his first plate appearance now since coming in for Mazar as a pinch runner and scoring the tying run. Obviously, he's hard to double up, so a double play likely not in order. That one's fouled into the right field stands. That one catches the outside of the zone. It's 1-2 here on Adam Engel.
Ball 2.
Two, 1 out, top 9. Sox looking for some insurance, and that is a called strike 3. Perfectly executed pitch there from Jeremy Jeffress.
Indeed, nothing much you can do with that one. Just a solid right in the corner pitch.
So it will be Robert. You can assume that there's a pinch hitter standing on deck should he manage to reach base, and with 2 runners on, should that be the case, that would be dangerous to see who Rick Renteria trusts. And I would assume it would be Abreu in a big situation. Won't have to worry about it, however. Rizzo will make the catch on a pop-up. The Cubs down to their last 3 outs against the Sox closer. Do or die here in Chicago.
Your attention, please. Now pitching.
So it will be Colome searching for save number 30. Currently ranked second, in the American League in saves.
Leading off for the Cubs, the center fielder, Albert
be Almora, Bryant, Rizzo. So at least 2 big bats guaranteed to come to the plate. Almora chops that first pitch slowly. On the run, throw from Garcia. 1 pitch, 1 out.
Now batting, third baseman.
That Colome with that ERA a little higher than the White Sox organization would like it to be, so definitely an opportunity here, despite the high save count, for these top of the order bats for the Cubs to make things interesting here.
Colome from an abbreviated windup hangs a cutter that is foul. A great rip from Bryant. Colome's delivery swung on and fouled away. Of course, there is actually a trophy for the Crosstown Cup. The Cubs are the holders for, I believe, 2 years now, if I remember correctly, or 3 years maybe. And if they could come back to get a win here, and if it ends in a tie in this 4-game set, they would retain it. That's a fly out. Should the Sox win both of these games, it would go back to the south side.
The more you know.
So, one last man up for the Cubs, and who better than Anthony Rizzo?
Who better indeed with that lefty-righty matchup. I know for sure that this game I will not call this game over by any means until that final out is made.
Colome's first delivery up in the zone, that's a strike. With that cutter running in on Rizzo, that's going to be either good or bad because Rizzo loves the inside fastball.
Hopefully that's just a setup for the outside stuff if I'm a White Sox fan, which I am.
Another cutter up, fouled away, so down to their last strike here in Chicago. I'm sure both sides on their feet. Cubs fans hoping for a sign of life from Rizzo. Sox fans hoping that they can just get it over with and go home. Colome's delivery in the dirt, and that is 1-2.
Smart play going with the changeup down below, but that might have been too predictable as Rizzo did not even flinch at that one.
That cutter inside, 2-2. Outside, 3-2. (3-2), 2 outs, bottom 9. The pitch in the dirt, ball 4. So as you said, this game's not over. Cubs have some life, and Javier Baez coming to the plate. He has 2 RBIs on the day.
Javier with the no-doubter today. That'll be quite something if we see him pull something similar to that, as we see Jason Kipnis step in for Rizzo on the base paths.
Cubs fans now on their feet. They have a sense of life now. Baez, of course, electrifying in the field, at the plate, all the time. It is in a 0-1 count with a chance to potentially win the game with the homer, maybe tie the game with a gapper. Colome's pitch, chopped. Garcia snags over to first, and the White Sox take game 1 here at Wrigley Field by the score of 5-4.
Impressive win here for these White Sox. Very competitive game all around, and that's what you want to see when it comes down to these 2 great teams here in Chi-Town.
Can certainly say that this was an entertaining affair, both sides getting into it, and I think obviously Cubs fans are going to go home disappointed, but it was certainly some good stuff from both sides today.
Our final line score tonight. First for the victorious White Sox, 5 runs, 12 hits, no errors. They left.
Get a look at the box. The line score here. 2 runs in the bottom of the 7th for the Cubs gave them the thought that they might have a win here, and 2 in the 8th then for the Sox, giving them the lead. But here was the biggest fly of the day. 485 feet from Eloy Jimenez.
Indeed, that one clearing Wrigley out into the streets down there, and showing shades of some alternate universe where he could be doing that more often if he stayed with the Cubs.
Showing the Cubs fans what they're missing, as Robert then found the basket after a Grandal homer, and then Baez hitting the 4th and final had a bit of recoil on that swing. And then after that, we had a good performance coming from Alec Mills, one of the Sparks out of the pen, because a lot of the runs coming out of the pen, and Jace Fry, one of those guys, walking Rizzo with the bases loaded.
Yep, we had some early offensive action followed by some very competitive at-bats from both sides, as we see here with the sack Fry putting the Cubs up on the board, but White Sox able to quick to respond shortly after.
Yeah, Cubs fans thought it might travel an extra 10-20 feet and give them a 7-3 lead with a grand slam in back-to-back games, but was not to be, and they needed those extra runs, as stopped by Bodie saved a second run from scoring, but still allowed the tying run to score in the 8th. And then Brandon Morrow giving up a sac fly. The Sox getting a run the same way that the Cubs got their go-ahead run on a sac fly, and Morrow's throw not good enough. That would prove to be the go-ahead run in the 8th inning.
Yeah, those 2 plays there, that diving grab over at second base and that throw there, if they were possibly a little more online, or if that ball was able to find the glove with that deflection there, Cubs may have been able to hold on to this one. But it's hard to have everything going your way when it comes to these primetime games.
And then this would be the final out of the ball game. Colome, good job. Had that 1 walk with 2 outs. Good snag by Garcia, one of the few active players on defense. Throws it over to first, and thus ends game 1 of this 2-game set here on the north side at Wrigley Field. Of course, the game tomorrow will be here on Bot Ball. Will be, in fact, the 9 p.m. game. Giolito versus Darvish. Justin Rock and P. Mister on the call for that one, so look forward to that. We'll see if the Sox or the Cubs come home with the Crosstown Cup in this 2020 Bot Ball edition.
Yeah, it should be an exciting conclusion to these very competitive games outside of the Quintana shutout. But I do believe it's about time to move on to the on-brand Snakecast, and also a beard for Minnesota, as we see the next game up. Diamondbacks and Twins with the Snakecast and Beardy. How are you guys doing?
I'm excited. I'm like super excited for this next 3 games, man.
First call that I'm on with Duggo or Jake, and we've been doing this quite a while. It's pretty spectacular that this is the first time.
That's kind of blowing my mind that it took this long.
Well, with us being in opposite leagues, our teams being in opposite leagues, and this doesn't happen often.
Even when we were first starting out and we were just taking whatever games got thrown on there and all that, you know what I mean? Like, that's just wild to me.
That's true. Well, early on, that was still, I wasn't working either of my jobs at that point.
Right.
And so I was doing mostly day games, so who knows?
I mean, all of us were doing mostly day games. That's what the schedule was.
Well, it looks like you guys are getting set to go out to Arizona for this matchup. So, Cole, any last comments before we hand it over?
Fantastic stuff from the White Sox. Able to close out that one. We'll see how they do. Should be exciting one tomorrow with Giolito up to the pitching mound.
All right, so the Cubs drop it to the Sox in Game 1 of the series. Beardy Buddha, Duggo, Jake, have fun and take it away.
Oh my God, this is going to be so weird. There's all three of us and none of us have any idea what to do, but I'll do it anyway. It's Minnesota. It is Arizona. It is Game 1 of one of the most exciting three-game sets anybody is going to see here this year. These Twins leading the AL Central by a game. These Diamondbacks leading by 2.5 in the West. It is going to be fun. It is going to be non-stop ridiculous here. What is up, fellas?
I'm just ready for a good series of baseball. I don't know. I mean, this is taking out of my ability to watch the real snakes, but that's all right with me because it's gonna be a good one here today. And finally on the call with the beards. I just gotta smile at myself and be happy.
Well, I mean, I've had this series circled since before Bot Ball even existed, so I'm very excited for this one, and to be in the booth here with you guys. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. Hopefully, we're going to see some bombas and some snake bites, and we're going to see some scoring and some good pitching. I just hope it's a great series all around. Can't wait to talk about the last couple times these teams met up, but we're saving that for later. A little tease for all of you.
Ooh, I love getting teased. Yeah, so does Mac Kepler. Getting a strike dropped in to start it off. Merrill Kelly going on the mound for these Snakes. His 6th start of the year. Started out in the bullpen and did a great job there. Had to come up when was it the Mike Leake injury or was it when Luke Weaver just sucked? Which one was it?
Merrill Kelly. No, he with the injury. He got into that rotation from the Mike Leake injury, but he's been a great kind of just workhorse here. Not somebody that you expect to really dominate any time he comes out to pitch, but really been a solid season so far for Merrill.
As Kepler fouls that off. And there we go. There's one in play. Great diving stop by Christian Walker to get this one started. Oh,
a hot shot from Kepler's bat. He usually squares them up quite well like he's been doing all season, but a great layout to the left, play to the left, and sign that one up on the WebGen list.
So what you're saying is that was a ballerina-esque play over there at first?
Ba-dum-tsh.
I'm on it, man. I know what's going on here with these these Twins, man. You're like, well, man, I got all this in the bag. And I'm like, nah, man, I'm doing my research. And by research, I mean I'm smashing this Little Caesars pizza because I'm home alone today. Dribbler down the line, and Polanco does not have a bunt single. Instead, that is the second out of the inning.
You better got that crazy bread.
I'm honestly not. I'm not crazy about it. Oh, God. Oh, this is bad. This is already bad. We're 7 pitches in, and it's already bad.
Well, at least I think we can do Mitch Garver a little better call than we gave him in the All-Star game. Mitch Garver, fantastic season so far. 339, 414, 688 slash line for a catcher. I mean, Beardy, how do you sign a catcher that actually plays offense? Like we could really use some help here in Arizona.
I've made the comparison before. I almost feel like a Packers fan with quarterbacks, with how the Twins have had a couple almost back-to-back catchers that can jack them. At least
Speaking of
one season,
not quite out there. That's out there to Seth Beer in left as the Twins have a fairly easy 1-2-3 inning here. It'll be the Martes and Escobar due up. See what Arizona can do in the bottom half.
Indeed, as Jake Odorizzi now comes to the mound. 8-5 record, 4 ERA. Beardy, what should we be looking for from the man with a great first name?
Yeah, so Jake the Snake, we might call him tonight. No, Jake Odorizzi, if he's working that high fastball well and spotting it well, that's a good sign for him. Another one, I think if he gets that splitter working down low, getting calls lower portion of the zone. That's going to be good signs for Odorizzi. But I'll tell you what, guys, I've been on a couple of calls of his starts this season where he got absolutely rocked.
And you want to talk about something that we've seen repeatedly. It's Starling Marte with a lack of patience, man. I don't know how many first pitch swinging times I've seen him in the past couple weeks, but that's a harmless 6-3 putout to start off the bottom half.
Well, the other half of the Marte Parte up here now. It'll be Ketel Marte with the 318 average. As you see there, second on the team. Bringing the power as well. 20 home runs up to this point in the campaign. And he's been a critical part for these Diamondbacks as they await the return of David Peralta. Now just a 9 days away, Duggo. We might finally get the freight back. I want to yell choo-choo again in the microphone because, I'm an adult. That's what adults do.
Oh, my God. I feel like I've just really been riding the adult train lately. I've been actually cooking and, taking care of my kitchen for the first time in years as Ketel Marte skies that into center. Easy play out there for Byron Buxton, 2 away. But, I'm sitting there and I'm like, all right, I'm going to have a cookie while I make dinner, man. That's adult stuff. If I want to wake up, have ice cream for breakfast, screw it. I'm an adult.
I've never let the hands on a clock dictate the type of food I eat.
Right.
And my life has vastly improved ever since I discovered that, in college when you start staying up late.
Oh, Ed, there's your boy. Get your boy, Eduardo Escobar, wasting no time, doubles into that little corner out there and left. 2-out magic for the former Twin.
Man, we certainly love him up in Twins territory. Good to see him get a double, even though it's against the old team.
Yeah, well, that's something he hasn't done a lot of recently, and by that I mean just get on base. It's been a struggle for Eduardo, so good to see him still able to get some clutch hits, some big extra base bombs. Just too bad that didn't go about 10 feet further back.
Brings up Christian Walker, the man with the great diving stop to start off this game.
Christian's got to be happy today, facing right-handed pitching, which I don't know if you got a chance to see the graphic before this one. Hitting over 300 against right-handed pitchers, hitting nearly 40 points below 200 to lefties. So he will appreciate the right-handed pitching coming in today, but swing on that one. Not sure what he expected. The curveball just drops out of the zone, and Christian Walker swings right over the top.
Yeah, when Odo has that off-speed stuff working, that I think that sets up the fastball, obviously, up high in the zone more than anything, because when it gets up there, it just it looks like a beach ball coming in once you've been seeing stuff in the dirt.
After a couple in the dirt, what do we got? Got something low in the zone, fouling it off 2-2.
Crazy thing about that curveball, too, is it's coming in at, 73, 74? Reminds me a lot of that Zach Greinke slow curve that just... I can't hit 73 miles well. I can't hit a 90-mile-per-hour pitch well, but I definitely couldn't hit the other one if you put the other one in front of it. That speed change would just confuse me to no end.
2-2. Swung on, foul on the hand.
Well, that's where Odorizzi, he added a couple ticks to his fat four-seamer, and I think that really unlocked some things for him last year. He had a real solid season for Minnesota last year and was, a fine almost 1A starter for him.
As Christian Walker goes down swinging, man, it is that high fast stuff there working for Odorizzi. As first man left on base, Ed gets a double. They strand him, heading out to the top of the second.
Leading off for the Twins.
She'll bring up Eddie Rosario, hitting in the cleanup spot for these Twins with 72 RBIs. Been doing exactly what his job title says he does. Tied for 5th in the American League right now. A lot of that coming from the power. 27 home runs, but pretty much any Twin you look at on this roster is going to be getting a significant number of RBIs from home runs. I swear, all the Twins do is just hit bombs.
Yeah, they call him the Bomba Squad for a reason after the season they had last year, and Eddie laces that one, but right for an out.
Goal Calhoun.
It's a former American League guy. You remember him?
The third base,
Little ginger guy.
Josh Donaldson.
Tell me I'm wrong. He's little, he's ginger, and I'm pretty sure he's got a Y chromosome.
Is ginger the accepted nomenclature, man?
I don't think that ginger's not accepted nomenclature. I mean, I've never met someone who really got offended by being called that. I think they just get offended when you say they don't have souls. That's really where, the line starts that you can't cross.
I mean, I didn't call him a daywalker. I feel like that one's starting to is that one of those words that's going to be totally lost in the modern purge of language?
I don't think so.
I hope not, man.
As I told my boss, you just got to be more creative with your speaking if they're going to start pulling them off on us.
My brain somehow went to you got to get more creative with your slurs, and I'm like, ooh, I feel like we're not allowed to say it like that.
Well, anyway, as Josh Donaldson, the third baseman here for the Twins, is up to bat, 2-2 count. Merrill Kelly fires in and misses outside, so the full count there. Luis Arias is on deck, and Josh Donaldson probably, I guess it's really a battle between him and Byron Buxton to be the easiest out in this normal starting lineup for the Twins, but he rocks one. That is what you call a reverse jinx, but thankfully, out there on the warning track is Seth Beer tracking it down. So 2 down now here in the top of the second for the Twins, but my oh my, did Josh Donaldson hit that thing very hard.
Did you have a feeling when this started, Jake, that you would be the adult in the room here?
No.
I mean, you've met me now, so you know that the adulthood is a facade at best.
All I know is that I can pitch in the show and I can't hit. That's really what I learned from that whole experience. Don't ask me to bat.
Yes, there we go. Somebody that can bat, Luis Arias, guy that I probably would have pegged for the AL batting title this year. Gets a little bit of a 2-out magic here. First hit for the Twins today.
Yeah, La Rigadera living up to the nickname as always, just sprinkling it around anywhere in the infield, and with another single to his name, he's been inching closer to 300. I think he got off to a bit of a slow start this year due to a wrist injury that tabled him for about a week, and I think he had some lingering effects to that, but over the last month and a half, 2 months, he's really looked impressive.
Yeah, you can't see me doing it, but I'm doing the sprinkler dance, so.
Man, we're throwing it back today too. Darn, we need some Cabbage Patch, some Running Man.
Oh, I'm with it.
All right.
No, now you got to work the Macarena into a home run call now.
You please say that it's so ingrained in you from your childhood that you can still do it to this day.
Oh, 1,000%.
I think everyone on this planet knows how to do the Macarena. You're just born. And, that's the one thing that every human is born with is just the knowledge of how to do the Macarena.
I think that I feel like that statement really hammers home how white you are, because I'm pretty sure that only applies to us very, very white bread folks. I could be very wrong, but I feel like that is just suburban white folk to a T is the Macarena.
I mean, Macarena is a Spanish word.
Yeah, but it was totally appropriated by every 40 to 50-year-old white person when it came out. I mean, that was at least my existence, was my aunts, uncles, and grandparents doing that as Miguel Sano takes a walk in front of this baseball game that we're talking in front of.
Yeah. Miguel Sano actually pretty good at taking walks on the season, but he's also really good at striking out there. That's his 45th walk now on the season. Does have a whopping 131 Ks to go along with it. And
not as many grounded into double plays, though.
Ooh.
Big key there to remember.
Well, I mean, when you've got... That is pretty impressive, though, when you realize Arias is batting in front of him and getting on base pretty regularly. As Byron Buxton taking his hacks at the lowly 221, 299, 328 slash line.
Yeah, Old Buck had a heck of a series up at Target Field the last time these two teams met. Was just a single shy of the cycle in the first game of that series back in 2017.
I was about to say, last time they were here would have been, what, 2014? Last time they faced off would have been 2017, yeah?
No, actually, the 2014 series was actually at Target Field as well.
Okay.
So it was 2011 the last time they were down in old AZ.
All right, that's one of the things that got me, like, so steamed about the 2021 schedule release, was that, like, generally what you're doing every 6 years in a ballpark for these interleague matchups, right? You're facing off every 3, and you're kind of trying to go back and forth. As Buxton's got a little bit of magic, that should score at least 1. As Arias comes across, they will hold Sano, and Buxton, the unlikely hero, getting the scoring started with his 20th double of the year. It is now 1-0 Twins.
Yeah, that's a bummer right there. Just hitting the perfect position down that line. Eduardo Escobar not able to get over in time. And, you know, just a long run for Seth Beer. Thankfully, Miguel Sano is not a very fast person. That's what saved that second run right there.
So, you want to talk some fun over here. Jake Odorizzi has yet to hit in 2020. On his career is 2 for 23 with 3 ribbies, 8 strikeouts, a walk, and 5 sacrifice hits. I'm really impressed with 2 hits and 3 ribbies.
Yeah, I was gonna. That's not a bad line for an AL pitcher.
Right, career AL guy. Like I'm pretty impressed.
I just have a policy of not insulting people named Jake, so you know, I'm with you too.
So what, tomorrow you got Al Avila and Jake Cave in the lineup as Odorizzi goes down swinging. 2 left on base here for the Twins, but they get on the board as Byron Buxton laces one down the line to get the run scored started for the Bomba Squad.
And want to remind all of you in this quick break here that we're raising money for our original charity back in the early days, if you remember, if you were there then. Beardy and Duggo and I were. Back to Meals on Wheels now for this week, a fantastic charity providing food and other resources to nearly 5,000 communities across the United States. So if you like what we're doing, head to the donate link down below or type !donate into chat.
And man, coming up to the plate here, the rookie phenom, the truth, Seth Beer. That one's driven out to center, and Buxton's going back and makes the catch about 400 feet back for the first down.
Yeah, he should have just hit that to literally any other part of the ballpark. Like, if I could have suggested down the right field line, that's out of here. Instead, that is the first out of the inning, and recently acquired snake, James McCann, now up to bat.
Thank you guys for getting him out of the AL Central for us.
You see, actually part of my pitch to the White Sox included saying, hey, if you give him to us, we'll try to take 3 games on the Twins. But you have to give him to us before that series. We can't wait till the deadline. like seriously, that was part of the thing. I'm like, man, we're on a roll, and if you give us that catcher, boom, there's 3 games up on the Twins.
Well, that strat's not working out so far as we find ourselves down a run. And McCann finds himself down in the count now 1-2. Odorizzi working very efficiently so far, just 16 pitches as he throws into the plate number 17 and gets McCann swinging on a pitch in the dirt. That'll be a strikeout as the throw is ferried on to first base, and there's now 2 down in the inning for former Arizona State Sun Devil, Cole Calhoun.
I feel like we need to find an absolutely ridiculous nickname to give him. I know it's getting late in the season. I know we're getting to the point where I got to start paying attention to real baseball instead of digital baseball. But he needs like a really solid nickname.
I think, Cole Monsoon works.
I got a ball, 1 strike.
The Tarpoon.
The Monsoon Calhoun. The
Apparently, the Red Baron is one. Maybe that was one he went with on Players Weekend one year.
We'll do some research.
The Red Rocket?
Red Rover?
I don't know. El Rojo Ojo?
Oh, no, he went by Kolsky, or Coleman, which is just, that's not very fun.
Rojo Ojo would be Red Bear, right?
Rojo Ojo?
Yeah.
That would be Red Eye.
Huh?
That'd be Red Eye.
What's
Red
Bear?
Also.
Oh, that's right. I'm so white it hurts, dude. Red-eyed Jesus. Good job. Good job, Doug. You're killing it in your Spanish, man. So proud of you living down by the border. As El Rojo Ojo puts that one over the wall for a ground rule double.
The Monsoon Calhoun hitting him hard out to the pool area over there, making a splash, much like the Storm, whose nickname I've given him. Byron Buxton, made a good effort out there, but just not able to catch up to it, which will give Gold Glove shortstop Nick Ahmed a chance to drive in a run here. The D-backs had him in on second with 2 down in the first inning. Were unable to capitalize there. We'll see if they fare any better here in the second.
What kind of mascot dances you got down here in Arizona?
Only the lewdest.
Well, see, Baxter there, or as we like to call him, Baxturd here in Boblaw, because he doesn't look exactly on point. He's an interesting character. Usually he really does dance on top of the dugout far too often, I will say, though. Far too often.
He's got that little rascally streak to him, man. Just kind of like a real bobcat. And it's kind of a dick, kind of like cats. It's his personality's pretty much on point.
That one misses outside, so it'll be a 2-1 count now to Nick Ahmed. That curveball that worked so well in the first inning for Odorizzi misses there, just a bit outside. The runner still at second, taking the lead is Calhoun. Ooh, that ball was a nice one to hit, but it looks like Nick Ahmed popped that up for an easy ball out there in foul territory, and it is caught, so that'll do it. 2 back-to-back innings. The Diamondbacks have gotten a man to second base, but they've stranded him on the same 2 hits. The Minnesota Twins have been able to plate a run. We're through 2. It's 1-0 Twins.
So as I'm thinking about it and wanting to cry, all I'm thinking about is the Legends Racers. And who's your boy in the Legends race, Jake?
Oh, Gonzo for sure.
All right. All right. Buddha, what lovely sort of animated mascot nonsense do you have in between innings? We've got the Legends race where we've got the giant-headed Gonzo, Matt Williams, Mark Grace, and Randy Johnson running around. A la the sausage race, or the encased meats race. I guess if we're being truly pedantic here.
Well, of course, we're at Target Field, so the race is sponsored by Target. And excuse me. So one of the little racers is the little Target mascot Bullseye, a little doggo. And then they've changed one of the mascots. The original one they used to have Skeeta, which was a mosquito. Babe the Blue Ox. What are the other ones? Oh my gosh, I'm drawing blanks here. Wally the Walleye.
No, this is so brutally Minnesota. I love it.
Oh yeah, they're definitely Minnesota themed.
Where's the lutefisk? Just like a lutefisk with 2 legs.
Well, somebody's been saying they need to do just a hot dish, and then that one doesn't have any eye holes. So that one's got to run blind.
Just like a wild rice hot dish running around. Oh my god.
See, I think my favorite thing about the D-backs Legend race is while Mark Grace was an announcer for a while, they used to keep track, a little standings, as that ball is going to be just floated out there against the shift. Eduardo has to run quite a ways but he's able to get underneath it for the out. But they used to keep a tally of which legend, won the most races, and every single year they just would never let Mark Grace win, which was one of the funniest things ever.
Well, no, part of it is I got a buddy that actually used to do it for a couple years. I think this year would have been the first year he hadn't done it in a while. Sometimes they just suck. I mean, I got my buddy that does it. If you're listening in, what's up, Tay? I love you. But like, I remember he'd like come and show with us before the game, and he'd be like eating like value dogs by like the fistful. And he'd be like, yeah, I got to run in like 30 minutes, man. It's not going to go well. Don't vote for me.
Better tamp that down with a couple beers.
Wait, so you're telling me it's not staged? I swore that they just kind of like set the winner ahead of time because they don't really try.
Sometimes, as Polanco grounds out for the second time today. No, like, I mean, sometimes there is kind of like a planned winner, but then you're also putting that dude maybe in that suit, but also you got to think that only some guys can actually fit into Randy because he's like a 3,000 foot tall costume.
I mean, all I'm saying is give me one of those suits. I'll win every race.
I mean, that's the thing. Like, I remember it was in the news for a little bit too because they were like pushing for better wages. But they do open tryouts every spring, so I expect to see somebody I know running in one of those. And if it's not Tay, it better be you.
All right, well, I got 1 year left here in the sunny state of Arizona, so we'll try and make that happen as the 0-2 pitch comes in and fouled off there. So Merrill Kelly working a little bit quicker and a little bit more effectively this inning, but Mitch Garver still a bat to be reckoned with at the plate. As he pops that one up, shallow outfield. Ketel Marte ranges back from second, makes the play, and that'll do it. Here in the top of the third for the Twins, it's a nice 1-2-3 inning for Merrill Kelly. We head to the bottom of the third. The pitcher, and then the Marte Parte.
So the last Twins running mascot I forgot, Louis the Loon.
Oh,
how can you forget about one of those guys, man?
I don't know how I forgot Louis the Loon. That's the one I usually pick because I'm usually too drunk to remember anyone else.
I would be a Wally the Walleye kind of guy.
Probably. I don't know, man.
No,
I can't.
It's Wanda the Walleye. I just remembered it's not Wally. It's Wanda the Walleye. She's got lipstick and eyeshadow and everything.
Ooh. I don't know, man. It's hard for me not to vote for the Terrier, man.
Oh my God, Wanda looks concerning.
Well, so the rumor has it the first few seasons at Target Field, anybody who was in Bullseye was an actual Target employee.
Oh my God. So they're sitting there getting raked over the coals, making like minimum wage and getting mistreated, and then they get shoved.
No, somebody from the corporate office downtown, not one of the schlebs.
Got it. I was like, man, that's like, it's like that's some real sweatshop level stuff, man. As Merrill Kelly goes down looking, no threat at all. Third strikeout of the day for Odorizzi.
All of these mascots look just terrifying.
A little bit. I love it.
Yeah, Babe looks like the bad guy from Into the Spider-Verse a little bit.
As that'll bring up the first half of the Marte Parte as Kelly is retired. ESPN has a great 30 for 30, the two Escobars. Well, we only got one Escobar, but we do have two Martes. And if you're looking for something to watch tonight, I'd highly recommend the two Escobars. It's a great 30 for 30.
What Escobars are we talking?
One from the 1994 Colombian national soccer team and the Pablo Escobar, who likely had a role in the other Escobar getting murdered. So,
as that Marte flies out to shallow center, Byron Buxton definitely there, the speedy man. As we will send up Ketel Marte now with 2 outs.
And it's interesting, MLB.com released a couple stories on, who's going to be the bigger pickup for the Diamondbacks between Starling Marte and Mad Bum here for the 2020 season. And Interestingly, a number of writers were actually picking Starling Marte to be getting MVP votes, which is, interesting to consider, seeing as Ketel Marte finished just 4th in National League MVP voting last season. And as much as I'd love to think that Starling's going to have that capability, I just don't know how anyone in the Snakes offense is going to surpass Ketel in the upcoming year.
I mean, I'm also like, oh my God! Talking about it there. Ketel Marte ties it up with one swing, baby. Woo!
415 feet right out to right field. 108 miles an hour off the bat. The beautiful high five form there from Tony Perez-Chica at third. And that was just one beautiful swing of the bat. And outside of that, Odorizzi's looked really in control of this ball game. He hasn't thrown very many pitches, but Ketel Marte does one thing. Well, no, he does a lot of things, but he does one thing better than all else, and that's hit baseballs very, very, very far.
Yeah, that was a rather large meatball served up on a nice silver platter there for Marte. Nice job, Odo.
That earns the big oofta of the inning.
Oofta, eh?
I can say that because that's where half my family hails from. I've got a Minnesotan friend. It's okay. I can say that. As Eduardo Escobar fouls that off, 1-1 the count now.
Well, and I'm from Iowa, so I grew up making fun of the Minnesotans. So.
Oh, are you an Iowegian too?
I am.
Oh my God.
Iowegian?
Yeah. No, totally a thing. Definitely a thing.
I don't think that's a thing.
Oh, you're not from that part of the country. It is 100%
It's a thing.
I mean, you are right. I have intentionally never stepped foot in Iowa. So,
No, my one of my aunts, her family is brutally Iowegian. Like, oh, yeah, like it's thick. Brutally. Yeah.
Corn for 3 square a day. That's how brutally Iowan they are.
No, like the Ouijan part too, as Escobar takes a walk here with 2 outs.
We've done a great job of staying just in tune to the content of this baseball game, boys. I mean, how are we not a team for a real broadcast? I mean, we'd be a hoot and a holler on national television.
Saying, man, like,
I mean, after one day, the FCC would definitely fine us for something, but like it'd be well worth it for that one day we're allowed to broadcast.
Hey man, if I can stay employed by an elementary school district for the past couple of years, like I can find a way to not get fined by the FCC.
They have a little more reach than the school district in question.
You'd be surprised. I got to go on a phone call with the court on Friday.
Well, as
unemployment related, but let's just let's keep it fun and interesting. I can sell a good story, as Christian Walker has a nice one off the bat, but there is the German Max Kepler to make the catch. Diamondbacks leave another on base, but Ketel Marte ties it up with one swing of the bat. We got 1s through 3.
Marte almost looked like surprised that he got that pitch and swung it and hit it as hard as he did. Like, I think he was just shocked at how big that one looked over the plate.
Man, I don't know why I just thought of this. Maybe because you need to experience the fun I did when I first moved here. But, so when I first moved here, I needed to buy a car because the car that actually drove me across the country, like, totally died. I had a wheel fly off on the freeway going, like, 75. So I needed to get a new car, right? So I'm on Craigslist trying to find a new car, and the location in parentheses there, it kept coming up as surprise, and I'm like, why are all of you not telling me where this car is? Like, it's always just like, hey, the location, surprise, and I'm like, come on! Apparently, there is a suburb out here called Surprise, Arizona. I didn't find that out for like 3 months, and it was bugging me out forever.
Well, yeah, there's not as much. I suppose a lot of the infrastructure is a lot newer out there than a lot of places out east over here in Minnesota or in the middle of the country.
Where it's intelligent for humans to live. I just always think of that Mike Judge quote, man. King of the Hill. The episode where they go to visit Hank's mom out in Arizona, and they step out of the car, and they're like, and Peggy says to Bobby after he makes some comment about like 110 degrees, and she's like, Phoenix is a monument to man's arrogance.
Yeah.
And that is so accurate. Like, how do you form a city where there's little to no natural water?
I'll tell you how. You just
American
use,
spirit and grit.
No, you just use thousands-year-old canals from the Hohokam, but similar strategy. Just using man's achievement from many moons ago.
Rugged individualism.
Get some transcendentalism up here.
Manifest destiny. We're going across the shift as we continue to rally against Americans. And we have Eddie Rosario's aboard with a leadoff double here in the fourth.
Man, Eddie's been going oppo so much lately, and I think it's just a show of his little maturation this season as a hitter. The last 6 or 7 home runs of his have been center field or opposite field shots. He's just been doing a real fine job as a hitter this season and not striking out as much, not chasing as much, and Eddie's kind of known as a junk ball hitter.
It's kind of what we've seen out of Cole Calhoun, at least to start the season. Like, he broke out, and I think he was top 5 in doubles in the National League at one point, just because, like, every hit was an opposite field double. Like, anything just past the infield dirt was easily a double with how aggressive the shift was.
And, in case you wanted some real-life updates to make you happy, Duggo, A.J. Pollock just ruined an excellent scoring chance for the Dodgers by flying out to center field. So, always good to hear as the Twins are able to advance the runner to third on that little, I guess, bunt ground ball, something or other, down the first base line that gets Donaldson, which will bring up La Regadora, the sprinkler here. He's 1 for 1 already on the day.
As he quickly wastes no time putting that into the outfield, we're going to test Cole Calhoun's arm. As the throw's got some guts, but is offline as Minnesota has retaken the lead. 2-1 now on a sacrifice fly by the sprinkler.
One of my favorite things about the show is that every time the outfielder tries to throw really hard, they just fall flat on their faces after throwing it. It makes no sense because there's no way that just falling forward gives you a really good, stable throwing position to throw onto home. But it's a funny animation to watch.
Everyone knows you got to let out a warrior grunt, and that's how you unlock the most power from any throwing activity.
Ask Robbie Ray about it. It's like watching women's tennis.
Yeah, I've heard in some of these intra-squad games that folks, even reporters, are finding out how much some of these guys make noise and grunt and talk to themselves and let out expletives and all that fun stuff they usually don't hear when there's 40,000 in the stands.
ESPN literally wrote an article in 2017 about how loud Robbie Ray is.
Good. That's the kind of investigative journalism that I demand from my media institution.
I just dropped it in the chat there. It's ridiculous, man. As there we go, Miguel Sano makes it strikeout 132. As Merrill Kelly gets out of this one, but not after giving up the lead again. 2-1 now, heading to the bottom of the fourth.
Duggo, don't look at the D-backs exhibition. The Ball Diamondbacks are 10 times more fun than the spring training Diamondbacks. That's all I gotta say.
I mean, I saw the Vargas home run notification, and I just got the Joke Peterson notification.
Yeah. As we get a live look in at the better Diamondbacks bullpen here. Here with us on the great ML Ball Twitch channel as Seth Beer comes up to bat once again. Someone's holding his beer there in the dugout. He gets ready to take some hacks. He had a fly out back in the second. It was a deep, deep ball to center field. Unfortunately, just hit it to the deepest part of the ballpark, and Byron Buxton is more than capable of running those balls down. See what he does this time as he holds up on the first pitch, 1-0.
So, speaking of Jock Peterson ruining my night, Did you see that the new lineup reshuffling for the Ball Dodgers includes Jock the Butcher Peterson at first base again?
I got 2-1 to count.
Wait, sorry, say that again? You kind of cut out.
All right, do you remember how brutal Jock Peterson at first base was last year?
Yeah, it was fun.
Apparently, the Ball Dodgers are going to run with Peterson at first base.
Well, let's hope San Diego Studios program that in.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, it's generous to give him a secondary position boost to play first base because God knows he was. I looked it up. By the numbers, only Freddie Freeman and Josh Bell were worse. As 3-1, Beer gives that one a ride into the gap. See if anybody gets there.
Yep.
And Buxton does, just feet shy of the track. Another one driven hard by Beer, but no dice. Another first out. Big fly for Beer.
And that'll bring up the catcher, James McCann. He struck out back in the second. He's hoping to start making his mark here. Maybe help the Diamondbacks to stay atop this NL West leaderboard. As coming into play today, they were a cool, clean 3 games above the Dodgers, but the Dodgers lost earlier, and McCann hits that one deep, deep, deep to right field. Going back. Oh, that was caught. I thought it went over the wall. I was about to get really excited.
I was very, very obviously excited. Instead, James McCann flies out inches away from the wall, bringing up old Red Eye himself.
Ojo rojo!
Nope. That's just going to happen.
That's the best part of the rojo ojo thing too, is it's grammatically incorrect because the adjective comes after the noun in Spanish. So not only was it the wrong word, but it just doesn't make grammatical sense. So it's an awesome nickname. I'm sticking with it.
I love it. I'm so happy. I should ask my coworker if she's got any good nicknames for him.
Why is your coworker the determining factor on Diamondbacks?
I've told you about this. She, her cousin is married to Cole Calhoun.
Oh yeah, okay, that's
so he's like a dude in the family. He's just some like dorky Buckeye kid, man, that apparently loves drinking red wine. That's like all I know about Cole Calhoun.
Got to keep that heart healthy.
Something like that, man. As, not keeping the at-bats healthy. He strikes out here. Going to be strikeout number 4 for Odorizzi as we are through 4. Minnesota back on top, 2-1.
Or maybe he just really likes UB40, and, you know, it inspired him.
There we go, UB40. That's his nickname.
UB56.
UB56.
Nope. Count 1-0.
Red eye.
Why did they put us anywhere other than the late night spot? This is ridiculous.
No, we drive viewership, Duggo. That's no.
Buxton goes 4-3 to start off the inning.
Well, I think I still have a little hangover from the double beard cast I did on Saturday. That got off the rails in a hurry and stayed off and nowhere near them.
Well, that's the joy, man. Like, all of us guys that, like, started this off, man, none of us take this. I mean, we take it seriously, but it's not like, I don't know, it's not the end of the world. We can have fun with it, I feel like. We try to do our best oh my God, that was like splitting the dudes perfect there. As Jake Odorizzi here has his first hit since 2017.
Matt Kepler.
Yeah, Kelly left a sinker over there, and Odo got some wood on it, huh? And just about as seeing eye single-ish as you can get there.
So here's one thing that's always bugged him. I've been trying to find a good spot to bring this up. Why is it Odorizzi? Double Z in that Italian of a name it's like the t sound.
Odorizzi.
Yeah, it's Jake Odorizzi. Like, it's not Odorizzi. That bugs me. And Starling gets an awful, like, path on that. But he eventually figures it out for the second out.
Probably because his first name is Jake. I don't know.
The shortstop, Jorge.
Yeah, you
What,
can't
what's
really...
what's Jake in Italian?
Jockey?
No. No.
That's French. Jock. We're getting.
You got.
I mean, I don't know. Like, I got the one Jake coworker I have. He's gone by Jockey for the last couple of years. Probably not by his own accord.
Put a E on the end.
I have it, by the way, in case you wanted to know the.
I do.
Yeah, it's Giacomo or Giacobo.
Giacomo?
Sure. Oh, Giacomo or Jacobo. Yeah, whatever.
Giacomo, yeah.
Oh, my God. When do you take this? I forgot I'm supposed to be doing this. I'm eating.
It's flied out to center field. Starling Marte underneath it. The inning is over here. We're halfway through the ball game. Ahmed Kelly Marte coming up for the Diamondbacks. It's a 2-1 lead for the Twins. Both pitchers throwing quite well so far here today, but it's been an exciting one, at least in terms of the color commentary.
I decided to take a bite of pizza right as that was happening. I'm like, oh no, I'm not. This is why I don't have food near me when we do this.
If you just stay silent, Beardy or I will chime in eventually,
I don't know, man. It's supposed to be a play, and I thought we kind of said, all right, you can kind of drive, and we'll go from there.
Sure, but, if the driver fell asleep at the wheel, I'd still take control of the wheel to make sure I didn't crash and die,
We just die. There is no other option.
I always found games are a lot more fun when you make up the rules along the way.
Especially if you can make up the rules to benefit yourself, it's great.
That was me last night trying to remember how to play cribbage because apparently I'm 78 years old. I'm sitting there in a tabletop simulator trying to play cribbage, and I'm like, what is going on? 1-2 to Ahmed in the dirt. 2-2. Hey, look at that. I did a baseball thing.
Hey, there we go.
Jake Odorizzi over here.
Odorizzi.
Odorizzi.
As Ahmed puts that one in play, the sprinkler with the throw in time to beat him to the bag.
I don't really know if it was necessary to jump that much. I think just turning around and firing a good one over might have been just as effective, but hey, some style points and, maybe some... That just kind of looks like it hurts to land on your ankle like that.
Hey, man, that kind of play got Jeter a Hall of Fame recognition, man.
Make it flashy. I like the flashy play. That's why Eddie Rosario is my favorite Twin.
That's fine, but we don't say Derek Jeter's name in this house.
The only thing
if you're talking about those thighs and those pants.
The only thing I'm sure of in this house is that we say bless you when pets sneeze.
My dog doesn't sneeze very much, that's not a big issue usually.
Oh my God. Really?
Oh.
Oh my God. That's ridiculous.
Whoa.
No, that call. Merrill Kelly gets rung up dirty there. As Odorizzi picks up his 5th strikeout today.
Center fielder, Starling.
Kelly was doing a good job of not striking out so much this year. Came in with 3 strikeouts. Has struck out twice now. Looking.
Starling Marte now up the top of the order. The Marte parte, and he goes for a big cut there. Misses. So it'll be 0-1. Marte on a little bit of a rebound in terms of average. It was a bit of a struggle in the early goings here in the ball season. Found some time on the pine and then been put back in the lineup and a lot more capable of a leadoff hitter. And as I say that, he does something very anti-leadoffy as Mitch Garver able to get underneath it for the out.
I'm about to have a great rant as soon as this half inning is over, and I tell you, we are through 5. Minnesota on top, still 2-1. 2-1? Wow, 2-1. Man, this is great. I'm not even drinking. This is something here. But no,
just high on life.
Something like that. As like, if there was any way that I could just like reach through the screen and slap Starling Marte and tell him to take a pitch, I would pay money at this point to do it. Because I have never seen a leadoff hitter swing at so many first pitches and fail miserably over the past like 2 weeks as I've seen Starling Marte do it. It is so frustrating. Cool. Glad that you guys listened to that. I appreciate it.
No, it's
3-0 the count here to Mitch Garver.
I don't know what analysis to add other than I am also frustrated.
Add that, man. Make it feel like I'm not just screaming to myself in my apartment.
Well, I mean, but aren't you just screaming to yourself?
I really am so curious to know what room is on the other side of this wall here. Like, I hope it's somebody else's bedroom, and they're just like, why does this guy, like, every night just go and scream to himself?
Ooh, that one's a screamer down the third base line, but it goes foul. The ball boy just kind of stares at it. He doesn't want to engage. He thinks that one's dirty.
A young person making eye contact.
Oh my God! Swing nowhere near. Oh, that was dirty. What are you thinking, Mitch Garver?
Now back.
That's a strikeout in the third strikeout of the day for Kelly.
Well, I think what Mitch Garver was thinking is it doesn't really matter what balls they've thrown at me this year. When I make contact, it just goes yard. So maybe I might as well try.
Like the Vlad Guerrero approach.
Yeah, just start golfing up there. I always thought that if, you know, in Little League, if there was, I was always looking for it. If someone just bounced a pitch to me, I just really badly wanted to just golf a ball. I never got the opportunity, but.
You know they have an entire sport around that, right?
Yeah, but like no one plays cricket, so I played it once, and it was hard to organize. I'll say that.
Somewhere out there, billions of former colonized British folk are angry at you.
I'm not saying I don't like cricket and I don't watch cricket. You know, T20 is fun, man, but it's not really a sport that you can play here in the States.
How with that attitude?
I mean, I play occasionally. ASU's got some nice cricket intramural I dabble in. So.
Do they really?
Yeah, there's like some exhibition games occasionally. Not anymore, of course.
Oh my God.
There were.
Oh, I need to see this, man.
It's fun to swing a giant piece of wood.
Mookie Betts continues to terrorize me as the count goes full here to Eddie Rosario. Man, I could only imagine a bunch of drunk ASU kids trying to play cricket. Sounds wonderful. As Rosario takes a walk, make him 1 for 2 with a walk and a run scored now.
The third baseman.
To be fair, there's a lot of international students at ASU, so you do get to, I actually can talk to a couple people about cricket, but generally I'm just like, yes, I know the rules, so that makes me a knowledgeable American about cricket. However, I couldn't name to you by like first and last name a good cricket player. I could take some guesses at some last names that might get me close, but that's about it.
Is that a sweeping generalization type statement there, Jake?
No, I just know that there's like 5 cricket players with the last name Singh. I just couldn't tell you any of their first names. So
6, 4, 3. That is the end of the inning. Josh Donaldson has not brought the rain, he has brought the pain. As he is now 0 for 3, ending this inning with the double play here, heading now to the bottom of the 6th.
Heard the Twins are listening to offers on Josh Donaldson.
We don't want him. We don't want him.
Well, I mean, if you can stomach a few more strikeouts, Miguel Sano's technically had a better season than him thus far. So you just toss Miggy back over at third and call up one of those young boppers that they got down in AAA. Twins have a lot of power in the farm system, but no, Josh has struggled a lot this year. Has been great defensively, but just can't seem to figure things out with the bat. He did injure a hammy as well a couple weeks ago, and as we all know, he's had issues with his legs in the past.
Yeah, that's good.
That one
got
just
it. You
gonna
got
be a nice little pop fly out there to left field. You know, Duggo and I were both so excited. We wanted to break the news at the same time. So Cattell doesn't go yard again. Instead, it's just going to be a fly ball. And the former Minnesota Twin, Ed, is up now here. He doubled back in the first inning, went and bounced over the wall. The Diamondbacks weren't able to bat him back in to home plate. As he takes that one high, 1-0.
Yeah, we've got 2/3 of the old Ed and Eddie gang. Back in the day, Eddie Rosario, Eduardo Escobar, and Eduardo Nunez, who we saw with the White Sox now. Those three were pretty fun to watch back when the Twins were pretty bad. So those three always near and dear to the heart of Twins fans.
So how do you feel now that Nunez is a virtual White Sox?
That's okay because it sent James McCann out of the division.
There we go. That's basically what I was leading up to. I was like, all right, how do you feel about this thing? Because I made it happen.
It's time for group therapy.
How do I feel about it? Well, it all started with my father.
God, doesn't it always? As Eduardo Escobar goes down swinging. That's out number 2. 6th strikeout of the day for Odorizzi.
The first base.
Oh, Odorizzi.
That's what I'm saying. Dude, just like that center fielder down on the south side, I swear to God, I will die on that hill. I called him Robert once, and I wanted to throw up.
All right, we're not going down the Robert. This is too many times my broadcasts have been derailed by the Robert rabbit hole. I'm just gonna put a stop to this one while I can.
Save that for Wednesday night when we're all sick of each other.
There we go. As Christian Walker was sick of that pitch, he went for it for a second, but pulled back in time, so that'll be outside 1-1.
I gotta say, though, we still haven't managed to have a dip in viewership, so something's going right.
My solution for the whole center fielder for the I'm just gonna call him Lou Bob.
I mean, that was his nickname for a hot minute, wasn't it?
Lou Bob?
Yeah, no, I swear that was a thing. I remember having that discussion, I think, with Franco earlier.
How much do you talk about Robert? Just like as a percentage of
I call White Sox games too, dog. Like, I was a South Sider for a hot second.
I just like to poke Duggo with a stick sometimes.
Yeah, that's it. We're gonna go 6-3 here to end the inning. Diamondbacks have not been able to get anything going outside of that Cattell Marte dinger. As we now head to the top of the 7th, and you know what time it is. What's good, Mark?
Your attention, please.
Not my hand, that's for sure, but enjoying this game nonetheless.
Number 28, Hector.
I managed to find a bunch of old stretches, and I chose one at random. So this will be fun.
It's stretch roulette here today.
Leading off for the Twins.
Ooh. Were you, how old were you when chat roulette was a thing, Jake? Does that register on your life timeline at all?
No.
I mean, I know what it is. Yeah, like Omegle.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Oh man.
Right?
All ones the count.
You were too young for that when it came out.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
It has to break terms of service.
No, I mean, I was probably... Yeah, I probably wasn't 13 when I was using Omegle, to be fair, but, you know.
But, how about you up there, BB?
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, like, I'm old enough where I remember, and Duggo, you might remember this, old ICQ days.
I mean, I was never an ICQ guy. I definitely had AIM, and I was definitely running IRC, too. But ICQ was never up my alley.
See, we had our big thing around our area was ICQ and then MSN Messenger.
MSN Messenger for real. That was definitely a big part of my life.
What about sponsoring, buddy?
Okay, if you... Oh! Wow. No. Says, goodbye.
So no one in the desert, folks.
No,
Get out
maybe
your
it's
shovels.
June season, but apparently it's cold as it is snowing here in Phoenix, 438 feet, as it is now a 3-1 ball game.
I feel like the easier pun there would have been the Sonoran Desert instead of the Sonoran, but you know, you went for snow, so it's good. Good.
True. Sonoan dog.
Yeah, I love myself.
Oh my god, that sounds really good. Oh my god, up into
Did that
the
go
200
over the
level.
foul pole?
I think so.
That was, oh my god.
That's what happens to Hector Rondon occasionally, though. When you throw 99-mile-per-hour fireballs, yeah, they sometimes make contact with that piece of wood and they get out of here in a hurry.
I think that would be a food that's right up your alley, though. A Sonoran hot dog, like a bacon-wrapped dog.
Pico de
Jake,
gallo, some like cotija cheese, good stuff.
yeah.
1 ball, 1 strike.
And you get it from like a sketchy cart put up in the parking lot somewhere, because you know that's where the best Sonoran dogs are.
I mean, just like the best. Oh my god, why my brain just shut off? The best tamales are like always bought out of the back of somebody's van, out of like an old cooler.
Yeah, no, hands down.
I mean,
that's where it goes. You get part of the flavor from like a 25-year-old plus cooler.
What I'm saying,
mildew
man, like,
mold in there.
Oh my god, like you can never quite get the smell out of them because they are just so brutally old. They've just been around forever.
I mean, a 25-year-old cooler, that's around longer than I have been.
I had one, man, and let me tell you, the mold I put in it is never leaving.
I'm proud of you, Doug. As the first big slider there goes into Odorizzi.
It was in the back of, it lived in the back of my truck for truck beers, man. You know, when I get out of work at 3 in the morning or something, everything, all the liquor sales are shut down, so I'm sitting there and I pop open like 12 beers that have been sitting in a cooler in the back of my truck. Like, just how it goes, man. It be like that. As Odorizzi takes ball 3. But yeah, no. Hot dog wrapped in bacon and grilled, served on a bolillo. A bolillo. Am I just, how white am I, Jake?
Pretty.
I'm pretty white.
Yeah.
All right. Hot dog bun topped with pinto beans, onions, tomatoes, and a variety of additional condiments, often including mayonnaise, mustard, and jalapeno salsa.
That ball's going to be hit lightly in the infield. Will it be in time? It will be indeed. Eduardo throws on quickly to end the inning, but before that happened, Miguel Sano with that terrifying virtual player hits that one deep, maybe as deep as I've seen a ball hit in Chase Field to that left field side. Gets all the way up into that upper deck over by the playground here at
stretch.
Oh, my bad.
All right, let's see which one I chose. How was that one?
Lovely. Absolutely lovely.
Ball, that's out.
I've never more than now realized how much I need you to do a stretch in the style of Bill Wirtz.
Oh my god, how would that?
I don't know, man, but you got the time to figure it out, right?
I do. That's gonna leave me like sleepless. I'll have to go like mull that over, and I'll let you guys get back to this interesting game we have here, but have a good one.
Oh my god, Bill Wirtz is such a monster.
Ball down. 3-2.
Y'all both know who I'm talking about, right?
No.
Bill Wirtz. Have you ever seen what's the actual name of it? Like the history of the world?
Yeah.
That, like, all the weird music that goes with that. The history of the entire world, I guess.
The catcher, number 33.
Okay.
Like that guy and his weird jazz stuff. That's Bill Wirtz. Seth Beer goes down swinging 0 for 3 now today.
Yeah, the rookie just not able to get it done against Odorizzi as James McCann comes to the plate. Now he's 0 for 2, trying to not make it 0 for 3. He almost got a home run last time. Might have one here, but again, the Diamondbacks seem to be getting a lot of power on Jake here in this game. Unfortunately, they just keep flying out to Byron Buxton in center field.
Yeah, Odo is he is kind of a fly ball pitcher, and that usually results in a few gasps and maybe a little maybe some tums if you need them. But Jake, when he keeps them in the park, he can turn in masterful performances.
That one's not in the ballpark. That one is in the bleachers as El Ojo Rojo. Wait, no, that one's actually right. El Rojo Ojo goes deep, and it is a 3-2 ball game now.
That's what I like.
UB 56.
Or the Neil Diamond red wine version, whichever one you want to go with.
Ain't nobody touching me, touching you. The only thing we're touching them is them all, as Cole Calhoun goes deep.
Oh man. That was beautiful.
Dude, you know what's not beautiful? Being stuck backstage, working Neil Diamond, waiting for him to get off the stage so we could actually strike it all. And we had to hear, we were starting to take bets on how many times he was going to play Sweet Caroline in his, like, encore. As Ahmed gives that one a little bit of a ride, but there is Buxton. As Cole Calhoun is not Neil Diamond, but he's hitting home runs out here. 3-2 now at the end of 7.
And that'll do it. Double switch it looks like here for manager Torey Lavello. We'll see who he brings into this ball game. Andrew Miller, though, is going to be the pitcher. We finally saw his Diamondbacks debut in that Marlins series. And we're hoping that he can do a little better than his 4.22 ERA here in the end of the season. Sure is getting a lot of money to pitch not that well out of the bullpen.
Hey, man. It's at least it's not David Price. We can take some solace in that it's not David Price.
Yeah, no one has David Price now. He's just sitting at home, chillaxing.
Chilling out, maxing, relaxing, all cool. Not playing baseball outside of the school.
As he hits it to the only person on the left side of the infield, Ed's able to field that one and throw on. So Andrew Miller, 2 pitches, 1 out here in the top of the 8th.
Look at that, Jake. You got yourself a subscription. I love it. Shark out here just spreading the love.
Holy cow, Shark. 20 gift subs? He's the Shark King.
Yeah, I called him the gift god.
Now I just want him. Oh, what the hell? He is not. They program into the game well, because he did that a few times last year, and we're like enraged Twins fans, and the Twins reporters asked Rocco Baldelli about it. He's like, I didn't tell him to bunt, so just calm down, folks.
The catcher, number 8, Mitch Garver.
So Mitch Garver now up here. He's gone 0 for 3 today. That's a rare sight for Mitch on this season. Strikeout back in the 6th inning. His average still there at a monumental 336, though, so I don't think he's feeling too bad about it.
Ball 1. Counts 1-0.
See there, Chafin and Bracho getting loose out in the bullpen. Somebody's got to pitch that 9th inning.
So apparently there's a big rift forming on the Twins right now between who's the best Call of Duty player on the Twins. There's a Mitch Garver camp and there's a Luis Arias camp.
Ooh.
I mean, if La Regadera can sprinkle bullets like he can sprinkle baseballs in the virtual space, I might go with him.
Garver said in his stream one night when I was watching that Arias is trash, so he doesn't know what people are talking about.
You watch baseball players stream Call of Duty? I mean, I'm not judging.
Nope,
like,
it was about 2 minutes after a raid. Was the only reason I was in there.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm like the half second I watched of like Jake Marisnik playing Call of Duty. I'm like, that's too much, man.
Oh, it's boring.
I stopped somewhere around like Modern Warfare 2, I think.
Same.
I think there's been like 15 Modern Wars, at least according to the Call of Duty history. So.
That's what I'm saying, man. I mean, well, you've basically been alive through the entirety of Warfare. So that's a cool thing. What's up, America? Just kidding. That's not political. That's a pop-out.
Ketel Marte able to get that one, and the Diamondbacks are still finding themselves down a run. Rojas, Marte, and Marte up to bat. So a little bit of a different look here before the Marte leads it off. They'll be facing against Trevor May with that absolutely low 1.67 ERA. What's been his secret to success so far this season, Beardy?
Power. Trevor is a power arm, and he ain't afraid to throw that fastball about 10 straight times. He's the guy who's just going to pump it in there 96, 97. He has pumped it up to 99, even ticked 100 one game this season. So, yeah, Trevor's four-seamer is what's coming at you, and you don't really have to guess too hard about that.
Perfect guy to send to the plate as Josh Rojas gets his first hacks of 2020. Oh, my God. That was an aggressive bunt there.
Well, guys, so I teased it earlier, so I better bring it up at least a little bit here. So, okay, Twins and Diamondbacks last series. Twins swept. They won 10-3, 5-0, 12-5. It was the 2017 season for the Twins. They made the wild card that year. Who started that the series finale for the Twins in that game?
Oh, let's see, it's got to be somebody fun if you're bringing it up.
He was a longtime vet.
Dan Herron.
No.
Oh, that would have been
If I give you too many hints, it'll be too easy. But he had a very long career in the major leagues. Only spent a year with the Twins.
Yes, that's a strikeout for Josh Rojas. Welcome back to the bigs, big guy. Looking at the line for Odorizzi. Solid outing. 7 innings pitched, 7 strikeouts, just the 2 earned runs on those 2 dingers. Bringing up we're going to start the Marte parte. But, let's see.
Wait, I think I know who it was. Is he a big, kind of sexy guy?
Oh, the sexiest.
Yeah. I forgot that he was a Twin.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Bartolo Colon. Oh, man, it was such a magical year.
As that one's going to be into the gap. Somebody's going to get there. Buxton calls for it, and he does get it for the second out.
So the Twins scored 9 runs in the bottom half of the first inning, knocking out TJ McFarland.
Oh, please don't say that name again.
How did we make the wild card that year with TJ McFarland starting baseball games?
I don't know. Was he an opener that game? Because there's no way. I don't think he was supposed to start games.
Well, even if he was an opener, he only lasted a third of an inning and gave up 9 runs. So
he truly opened the game up for the Twins. Yeah. That one goes inside to Ketel there. There's 2 outs here in the bottom of the 8th. The Diamondbacks still trail by a run. They're trying, though, to get something going here with the final 4 outs in the ball game. Ketel Marte's a good guy to start it out with.
So yeah, Big Sexy went 6 innings, gave up 7 hits, 4 runs, 6 strikeouts, 2 walks, in a probably a career average line for him.
I was about to say that's probably like the most Cologne line I've heard in a long time.
So one of my favorite stats from Big Sexy's year with the Twins, he recorded his final and 6th career balk.
Ooh.
Yeah, don't talk the talk if you won't balk the balk.
Rule number 1, don't be doing a balk. Dude, that whole, like, that post, that copy pasta about balks just gets me every time.
Were you a Marine sergeant or...
What the fuck did you just say about me?
I'm gonna have to pull that
one.
out.
How do you know? God, oh my God, it's just great. It's great. This game isn't going great, at least for us. It's going great for you over there, man. Hopefully going great for everybody that's still with us somehow. As Ketel Marte looks at that one. Can't save us now. Diamondbacks are going to be down to their last 3 outs, but we got to get through this top of the 9th first.
You have 300 confirmed kills, Doug?
I have over 300 confirmed.
Are you trained in guerrilla, notably spelled Gorilla warfare?
I don't know, man, but somebody wearing that Suns mascot costume is probably trained in guerrilla warfare.
This is Duggo's rifle. There are no rifles like it.
You're dead.
Oh my God. Thanks for reminding me that, like, I started to buy one this summer and then got really broke and decided I probably shouldn't spend $700 on a rifle.
Probably not, no.
Yeah, that was a short-lived experiment. As that almost clips Rosario, 1-2 the count.
Andrew Miller here in his 2nd inning of work, top of the 9th. Twins trying to add some form of insurance to the lead as Snakes just trailing by 1 here. So the game's still definitely in the balance. It's been a fun one here from Chase.
Oh, that's a strikeout here. As Rosario goes down swinging, Andrew Miller picks up his first strikeout of the day. His first Snake strikeout, maybe?
No, I think he struck somebody out the other day.
Yeah, I think you're right. Either way, strikeout number 1 of the day. Brings up Josh Donaldson. Has brought only pain and shame to his team and his family.
Yeah, and the interesting thing, we were talking a little bit earlier comparing Donaldson and Sano's role here for the Twins in bot ball. And, you know, Sano only hitting about 20 points better in average, but he's beating Donaldson by about 45, 50 points in on-base percentage, and similarly about that same amount of points in slugging. The only thing that's really saving Josh Donaldson's offensive season so far this year is the 16 home runs he's been able to hit. And, you know, Josh Donaldson also, for some reason, has tried to steal twice this season, which I wouldn't do if I were Josh, and he's been caught both times, so that makes about sense.
You, did you just see Shark making it rain out there?
Dollar bill, y'all.
Oh my God, apparently. Shark's just out here, hey guys, .emo.
There are going to be so many meals on so many wheels, thanks to our good friend Shark. Thanks, bud.
At least 5.
Now we have an Amish subscriber.
As, almost the first hit of the ball game for Josh Donaldson. The mullet will have to wait at least 1 more pitch. Low, and count runs full. Is it Rice? Is Arias Rice?
No, that's Arroz.
That's right. I'm like really white today. As Donaldson strikes out here, continuing his no good, very bad day.
You say that as if it isn't true on other days.
I mean, there's some times I like have my life together, and I cannot embarrass myself. Today is not one of those days.
As the sprinkles one back there towards the dugout. It'll be a strike. 0-1. He's got one of those RBIs for the Twins here today. That's proving to be important in this low-scoring affair.
Ooh, right down the chute. 0-2 now.
Yeah, sliding away from Luis there. I think he just thought that was going to slide out of the zone. Instead, it slides right to the outside edge. That one, though, misses by probably a mile or two.
Andrew Miller can slide into my DMs any days. That one's popped up. McCann there. And it's crunch time, folks. Snakes down 3 outs to get a run or better. As it'll be Escobar Walker Beer. Got a good shot at doing it. Unfortunately, it'll be the lefty, Taylor Rogers, coming up.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for Minnesota.
Yeah, Taylor's just blown 1 save this season. There's been some rumblings and rumors that possibly Trevor May might get more save opportunities given the fire that he's been throwing lately. But Taylor's held this role for the last few seasons now for the Twins, and he's the only lefty out in that bullpen. He does a fantastic job in the late innings.
I mean, how are you going to take... I mean, doesn't the closer role deserve to go to somebody that's, dominant in the show, obviously? Somebody that took it to the quarterfinals? Trevor May was killing it, man. I was watching some of those games early on.
Gotta love you some T-May. One of the earliest memories I have of Trevor is him as a Twin. They did a promotion for Twins Zuba Pants.
Ooh.
And they had him in the video. It was like a minute-long video, and it's like the goofiest, weirdest thing ever. And that endeared me to Trevor May right away.
I just want those pants now. But it's Ed. He's getting on base as Rogers has the leadoff walk. Tying run now on base, 270 feet away. 90 feet as the crow flies, as it's going to be the fastest man in baseball. Tim LeCastro coming on to pinch run.
Yeah, I just want to get him and Byron Buxton in the race now, because you've been saying that all year.
Oh, no, we've stat-casted it. It's proven statistically. It's proven in pretty much any way you can look at it. Tim LeCastro is not only the sexiest man alive in the MLB, but he's also the fastest runner.
LeCastro has him beat in sprint speed by 0.4 feet per second.
Hey, 0.4 feet could be the difference between being out and home at safe, or safe at home, not home at safe.
Man. Got it right here. I'll drop it in the sprint speed leaderboard on Savant.
Somehow, though, Tim LeCastro only 98 rated in the show, and it really made me mad the other day because a bunch of D-backs commentators were calling him Mr. 99 because he's got 99 speed in the show, and I was like, no, I look at the show like for hours a day, and he doesn't. I can confirm.
Oh my God, it keeps happening. Oh my God, Fundies is doing it. Oh, we got a hype train going.
Choo choo.
That's going to be popped up on the infield. No one's got anything to do with that as Christian Walker continues to suck against left-handed pitching. No surprise. 1 out.
Now batting, left fielder.
It'll be interesting to see if the Diamondbacks decide to maybe send LeCastro now with the 1 out here. You don't want to make another out on the base pass, but that's the great thing about Tim LeCastro. He's just never gotten out while stealing.
International art thief, baby. Seth Beer. Oh, and a diving stop by the big man. And, oh, that could have been extra bases, but Sano getting dirty out there. LeCastro moves up 90 feet, and Diamondbacks down to their final out. James McCann at the plate. Tim LeCastro 120 feet away as the crow flies. Just cut over the mound. Nobody will expect it.
This is going to be my nightmare, boys.
James McCann walk-off home run.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Please.
Give it to me, baby.
Please.
This is what we made
if he does it,
for.
if he does it, I'll gift 5 more subs.
Ooh. We got it. Come on, James. This is why we brought you in explicitly to beat the Twins.
Yeah, well, he did that, so I'm not feeling confident now. Maybe he's just trying to build up the suspense. He's like, oh, I'll get it down to the last strike here, runner in scoring position, and then I'm just going to hit bombs.
Yeah, that's kind of what happens. Don't be a negative Nancy, Jake. 0-2 to McCann. Swing and a miss, and doesn't matter. That is your ball game. Game 1 goes to the Twinkies. Minnesota coming out on top. Final score 3-2.
And don't forget, coming up after this, we got the other Beard, Brother Beard. Seattle and Baltimore, Marco Gonzales and John Means on the late night after dark ball broadcast of Ball here. But we see the Twins get a solid win. Odorizzi really pitched a fantastic ball game, gave up a lot of fly balls, but they were all shallow enough for his outfield to get it done. And the Diamondbacks look aptly disappointed, at least, in the dugout. Kelly will be charged with the loss. Rogers will get the save. I think they spelled his name wrong.
The final line score for our ball game.
Man, I'm just looking at this hype train, man. He didn't get the home run, but level 4 hype train complete. Beardy Buddha completing. It's just raining subs, man.
2 runs on 4 hits.
Got to get it up in there. First time. So the last time the Twins were in Arizona, they got swept by your Snakes. So yeah, we'll celebrate, I guess, with the first win in 9 years at this stadium.
The Diamondbacks, thank you for joining us.
See there, it tied it up on that Marte home run.
Drive home safely.
Oh my God! So what is this hype train thing? Sorry, I'm like totally distracted by this. This is going nuts.
There's big things flashing on the Twitch screen for me.
Right.
It's just people see the train rolling. They want to get on. They want to contribute more dollars to Meals on Wheels. Every cent that you raise with subscriptions or bits is going to go straight to Meals on Wheels. So thanks, of course, Shark, keeping our hype train alive. If you can toss in a few bucks, do it, folks. We love you.
How do I do it? I don't know what I'm doing.
You go under gift a sub.
Oh, I see it now.
As we look at the highlights here, that Sano homer proved really important for the Twins, and it went really, really far. Cole Calhoun trying to rally back for the Diamondbacks in the bottom of the 7th. He would hit this one 436 feet out to right field. Unfortunately, no one was on for the Diamondbacks, and that means that as James McCann strikes out swinging, the Twins killer does nothing of the sort, and the Twins come away with the victory. A great played game, maybe less so on the commentary. Apologize for all the distractions, rabbit holes, but I mean, what else did you come here for? It's ML Bot Ball. Coming up next, we got another great broadcast for you here tonight, and coming up tomorrow, we'll be in the after hours slot, that after dark. So it might get even wilder tomorrow as Kenta Maeda faces off against Madison Bumgardner. But now it's time. Brother Beard, how you doing? Obviously not too well.
Beard error.
Oh my. Wow. All the internet issues today. Hi, guys.
What's up?
Sorry about all that. Oh, boy, what a fun game this was.
It was certainly something.
Well, I mean, okay, maybe the game itself wasn't that fun, but watching you guys, listen to you guys go down every last rabbit hole.
Oh yeah,
was rather fun.
Except for Robert. No Robert.
I didn't even get to, I've had Tyler Clippard's baseball reference page pulled up for 12 hours now. And I didn't get to do anything with it. I guess it'll stay up for another 24.
Have something you want to say right now, Duggo?
No, because it's not relevant.
Wait. If there was a relevancy rule on this broadcast, we would have been done in the first inning.
What? You're telling me that Wild Rice Hot Dish has no place in a baseball discussion? Get out of here.
All right, I guess I will get out of here then, and we'll let Brother Beard take it on over from here. It's the After Dark slot. Have a good one, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, my God.
Oh, always fun with those boys around. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Monday Night Bot Ball After Dark. Got a little roster fix that we need to make. We made some moves last night, and apparently we found a player that doesn't exist. Shocker. Here on ML Bot Ball. And we're going to find one that does and bring him up. I believe we're going to look for Brandon Brennan to come up and pitch in the bullpen. Brandon Brennan going to make his first appearance, possibly his first appearance here tonight, making the emergency flight from Seattle Tacoma International Airport out to Baltimore overnight. Caught the red-eye flight. He's here. He's in Baltimore, ready to go as these Mariners get suited up and headed out to Oriole Park. Mariners and Orioles tonight. It's going to be Marco Gonzales on the mound with John Means taking him on from the other side. A couple of lefties making their appearance today. Should be a good ball game. I'm looking forward to it. I hope you are as well. Thank you, every single one of you, for sticking around here on ML Bot Ball After Dark. Like we've got some overcast weather here in Baltimore today at Oriole Park as we match up these two AL West teams here in the second series coming out of the All-Star break. Baltimore Orioles going to host the Seattle Mariners as we get ready for the first pitch. John Means going to take the mound for the hometown O's, making his 21st start, 5-9 record with a 3.57 ERA, 108 and a third innings of work. Still less than 100 hits here this season, a 1.26 whip, and 94 strikeouts to his name. Big lefty's going to have Mariners to contend with today. Which version of this lineup is going to show up today? Of course, the big story for the Mariners is going to be Dylan Moore, back off of the injured list, making his start out at second base today, taking over for Shiner. First pitch is in there. A little late here, 8:14 on the West Coast. So 11:15, 45 minutes from midnight. We're getting underway here in Baltimore. 1-1 pitch from Means. Big looping curveball that tried to catch the top of the zone. 2-1. This one's going to get fouled off. Counts even now on Malik's 2-2. Well, it might be overcast, but it's a beautiful day here. At least it's not pouring down rain. Don't believe there's any rain in the weather forecast here today. We'll see how it plays out through the rest of this ball game. Full count here to the leadoff hitter, Malik Smith, the major league leader of stolen bases. This is going to be a ground ball to the third base side. Renato Nunez is going to corral it and haul it over to first base for the first out.
The left fielder, number 1.
The rest of the batting lineup for the Mariners is going to go as follows. Kyle Lewis digging in now, playing left field. Mitch Haniger batting third and hit out in right. Kyle Seager batting fourth over at third base. Daniel Vogelbach batting fifth and designated hitter. Evan White over at first base. The All-Star strikeout king Tom Murphy catching. Dylan Moore at second base and J.P. Crawford over at short. First pitch to Kyle Lewis is going to miss for ball 1. This is a well-hit ball out to center field, ranging back. That's going to get over his head and off the wall. Austin Hayes tries to lay it out for it. Kyle Lewis is getting around second, heading for third. That's going to be a triple to start off the first inning here. Kyle Lewis recording his first triple of the season. Nicely done by the young Lewis. well hit ball deep into center field. Gets over the head of Hayes. And Kyle's got the speed that he can turn on those jets and get over to third in no time. So an early opportunity here for the Mariners as Mitch Haniger steps in. Hitting .256 on the season, 16 home runs, 68 RBIs. It's good enough for 9th in the American League for runs batted in. He'll look to drive in Kyle Lewis standing over at third. 1-0. Missing low, ball 2. You see there, Mitch Haniger, 3 home runs in his last 6 games. .2-0 gets left out over the plate. Changeup, but he's going to foul it off. 2-1. Haniger with a couple of big errors yesterday in the field, and looking to turn it around today. He drives this one down the right field line. Run's going to score from third. All the way into the corner. He rounds first. He's going into second. The throw in is going to be offline. And Mitch Haniger with an RBI double. The Mariners are now out in front 1-0. So he stays with it. He takes it the other way. That's all the way down into the corner. And the throw in not in time. Brings up Kyle Seager. Perhaps we'll see the Mariners offense that put up 13 runs in that series against the Mets. They bookended it with a couple of shutouts, but we'll forget about that bit for a minute. As Kyle Seager looks at the first pitch for strike 1. And look at one outside for ball 1. 1-1. And you see there Kyle Seager, the 3rd round pick back in 2009 for Seattle. Coming out of North Carolina. Kyle was a highly touted prospect here in the Seattle organization. Played a lot of years. So far, he's played 9 years here in the organization at the major league level. As he looks at ball 3, 3-1. The big bopper, Daniel Vogelbach in the on-deck circle. Kyle, of course, with that all-star appearance and Gold Glove performance as he draws a walk here. As now there's runners at first and second, 1 away here in the top of the first. Not a great start for Means as he's now into the 5th batter of this Mariners lineup and still only 1 away. First pitch in there for strike 1. Vogelbach hitting right about 210 all season long. He's put up the power numbers expected, but not exactly the overall hitting. And hitting has been an issue across this lineup. The 0-2 to Vogelbach. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Big strikeout there by Means. It's his first of the ball game.
Batting fifth, the first baseman, number 12, Evan White.
It's Vogelbach going at a ball below the zone for the second out. That brings up the first baseman, Evan White. The rookie White.
Nope, that's down.
5 home runs to his name, 19 RBIs, hitting .215. Not exactly the greatest numbers, but that hitting has been plagued across this lineup. And Evan White, of course, being the rookie, this is first full year, first appearances in Major League Baseball come this season. The 2-0. This one's fouled off, 2-1. And of course, a lot of the promise of Evan White, as I'm sure you're probably getting sick of me droning on about now, is that elite defensive glove over there at first base. Something the Mariners have been lacking for the last, well, quite some time, now that I think about it. As he draws a walk here, the bases are loaded. John Means in quite a little pickle here to start off the first inning. 25 pitches already. He's going to face off against the lone all-star from his competitors today, Tom Murphy. Lefty-righty matchup. He comes in with a curveball over the outside, 0-1.
Nope.
The 0-1 pitch to Murphy here misses high and inside, 1-1. Ground ball out to the second baseman here. He's going to corral it easily and go over to first to get the out. So only the one gets to come across here today, as it comes off of the RBI double from Mitch Haniger. Mariners out in front to lead off the first inning, 1-0. Marco Gonzales is going to make his 21st start here for the Mariners. 6-10 record of 4.24 ERA across 110 and a third innings work. This guy has really held down that that number one spot in the rotation throughout this season. Done a little shuffling, but he still maintains that the confidence of the ball club as he gets the ground ball at shortstop. Crawford corrals it. It's going to be thrown over easily, 6-3 for the putout here to start the bottom of the first.
The second baseman.
Lineup for the Orioles goes as such. That was Jose Iglesias, the shortstop. Stepping in now is going to be the Orioles all-star, Hanser Alberto. Batting third is Anthony Santander. Batting fourth is the third baseman, Renato Nunez. Batting fifth is the first baseman, Rio Ruiz. Batting sixth is the center fielder, Austin Hayes. Batting seventh is the right fielder, Dwight Smith Jr. The designated hitter, Ramon Urias, is going to be batting eighth, and Pedro Severino, the catcher, is going to round out the lineup, batting ninth. 0-2 here to Alberto. This one's going to be in the dirt, 1-2. The 1-2 misses low, 2-2 now. Two pitch misses again here, 3-2. Well, he's not offering at that low breaker. We'll see what he offers here at a full count pitch. Gonzales kicks and delivers. This one's going to be hit down the third base line, but foul just. It squeaked past the third base. We'll do it again. Another 3-2. Ooh, he doesn't get the call, and that'll be ball four. Tough break there for Marco. He gives up the walk.
Anthony.
7 pitches to get this one. Excuse me. Anthony Santander digging in here. Gonzales rifles in a sinker for strike one. Kind of looked like fastball. Marco's fastball a little bit faster than that. This is going to be a changeup outside, 1-1. Changeup at 79 miles an hour. That sinker in at 88. Comes back with a changeup outside. Relying on the breaking movement. The 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Cut fastball below the zone, gets him to swing over it. And that's the first strikeout here for Marco Gonzales. And that's the general wisdom of pitching low in the zone. More often than not, you're going to get guys that will swing and miss at those pitches if you can continue to hit those spots lower in the zone. So he gets one over to Renato Nunez for strike 1. The 0-1 pitch misses for ball 1, 1-1. Nunez leading these O's in home runs with 17. It seems like only yesteryear that this Orioles team was playing much like the Twins of today are. Hitting dingers and dongers all over the place. Strike 2 swinging off of Nunez, 2-2. Strike 3. He gets him to chase the sinker outside, and that's the second strikeout of the ball game for Marco Gonzales. Mariners still on top, 1-0 as we go to the top of the second. I'd like to take this moment to remind you that we are raising money for Meals on Wheels.
Leading off with the Mariners, the second baseman, Dylan.
Meals on Wheels supports more than 5,000 community-based programs across the country that are dedicated to addressing senior isolation and hunger. This network serves virtually every community in America and enables America's seniors to live nourished lives with independence and dignity. So hit that donate button, type exclamation point, donate in the chat, and it'll pop up a link. And you can click that link, or you can go down below and hit the PayPal donate button to donate to Meals on Wheels today. Or if you're really feeling frisky, you can go ahead and hit that subscribe button. And that's going to help support Meals on Wheels as well. Everything that we raise here goes to Meals on Wheels, courtesy of the commissioner. This is going to be popped up into shallow left center field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Will all be a leadoff hit here out of Dylan Moore making his return off of the injured list. Was totally expecting J.P. Crawford up there, but there's J.P. Crawford. Had to do a double take, or so to say. Dylan Moore, his first at-bat back off of the injured list. He's rip-raring, ready to go. He's got some ground to make up after missing so much time. Look back over to Moore. He'll have to slide back in. And the trouble just piles on here for John Means as here in the top of the second. Well, he gets a strike here to J.P. Crawford, 0-2. Here in the top of the second, he gives up the leadoff hit to Dylan Moore. And already 35 pitches here after this high fastball, ball 1. Potentially a short outing for Means if this pace continues. He gets Crawford a swing and a miss for strike 3. It's going to be Means' second strikeout of the ball game here. We'll go back to the top of the order. It's going to bring up Malik Smith. Not Mitch Haniger. He's batting third. Outside Oh no, that got in there for strike one. The 0-1 pitch now. Another breaking ball on the outside. 0-2. The 0-2 is going to be a ground ball up the middle. Second baseman corrals it, flips it over to shortstop. He throws it over to first. He's not able to get the double play. Oh no. Well, Dylan Moore seems to have come up limping on the play. Looks like he rolled his ankle over, and it looks to be rather run-of-the-mill, but bad luck just coming back off the injured list. And in his first offensive opportunity, he re-injures himself. Doesn't look like it'll be too serious. He'll probably just sit on the bench for a couple of days.
Number 1, Kyle Lewis.
It's going to bring up Kyle Lewis, as Dylan Moore was the one that was put out there on the fielder's choice. Malik Smith over there at first with 2 away here in the top of the second. Fastball high to Kyle Lewis, ball 1. See there, Kyle Lewis hitting about 286 over his last 4 games. Look for some more magic here, as he hit a triple in his last appearance back in the first. The 1-0 is going to be lifted out into right field. Going to go all the way back to the track. He's going to track it down. Dwight Smith Jr. making the catch out there in right field, and that's going to do it here for the Mariners as they strand another out on the base paths.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention
Still
please.
out on top,
This game
1-0, as we see Tim Lopes going to take over at second base.
Tim Lopes. Leading off for the Orioles, the first baseman, Rio Ruiz.
It's going to bring up Rio Ruiz. First hit, first AB of the ball game. 5, 6, 7 hitters due up. As the first pitch misses low for ball 1.
That's a ball.
Ball 2 here to Ruiz. Marco had a good pace going in the first inning. Looked to recreate some of that magic here in the second. This one misses low and outside. 3-0. Falling behind early is Marco Gonzales. This one's in there for strike 1. He gets one over the corner. 3-1 here to Rio Ruiz, as Marco gets set for another. Three-one. Swing and a miss, strike 2. Sinker below the zone, but he swings and a misses at that one, 90 miles an hour. Marco has been in command. He hasn't left anything out over the plate yet. Knock on wood. This one's going to be up and in. Almost shouldn't have swung. Kyle Seager is able to corral it and make a fantastic play just in time over at first. There's one away here in the bottom of the second, as that brings up the center fielder, Austin Hayes. First pitch to Hayes, he's swinging. It's going to get fouled off to the right-hand side. Hayes coming in with that 4-game hit streak, looking to string it together here.
Inside, ball one.
Inside, ball one. This is a hard hit ball down the first base line, but foul. 1-2 the count here on Hayes. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, and another strikeout here for Marco Gonzales. That's his third of the ball game. He's got it going here tonight against these O's. It's going to bring up the right fielder, Dwight Smith Jr. First pitch swinging. That's going to get fouled off. 0-1 here with 2 aways. The 0-1 misses below the zone, 1-1. Marco comes set, delivers the 1-1. This is going to get fouled off. 1-2 here. Marco cruising right along here in his first appearance after the All-Star break. Going to be dribbled down the first base line, and Marco's going to corral it in foul territory. 1-2. 1-2. Fouled off once again. The 1-2 pitch below the zone, 2-2. Well, perhaps the Mariners have probably their easiest series coming up here over the next couple of days. Strike 3 swinging. Marco Gonzales racks up his 4th strikeout of the ball game here, and all of them swinging as we're through the 2nd here in Baltimore.
Leading off for the Mariners.
Mitch Haniger's going to dig in for the Mariners and lead it off. 3, 4, 5 hitters: Haniger, Seager, and Vogie.
Off the plate, ball one.
First pitch is going to miss just outside, ball 1. Means already 42 pitches here as he starts off the 3rd inning. The 1-0 pitch. This one's hard hit ball out to left field. Getting underneath it. That's going to be Anthony Santander. He's going to corral it for the first out. Take a look at the AL East Division standings. New York on top, 62-37. Baltimore, 25.5 games back. Almost the opposite record right there, as 37-63. Kyle Seager digging in. Swinging at the first pitch. That one straight at the ball boy down there on the left field line. The 0-1. This one missing outside, 1-1. Not to rag on the O's too hard. Rocking the bottom of their division. Mariners in the bottom of our division as well. 13.5 games back in the West. Although it's much closer out west than anything else in the American League. The 1-2 pitch here to Seager. He'll swing through that one, and that's going to get him off balance for a strikeout. Means his 3rd strikeout of the ball game. Take another look here. Gets him to chase a ball below the zone. The first pitch here to Daniel Vogelbach is going to miss for ball 1. The 1-0 in there for strike 1 on Daniel Vogelbach. The 51st pitch of the ball game here from John Means is going to get in there for strike 2. 1-2. Wasting no time as he comes back with his breaking ball below the zone. 2-2. Vogelbach connects with this one, driven deep into right field. That's going to be off the wall. He'll around first, and he's going for 2. The throw's going to be off target, and that allows Daniel Vogelbach to slide into second. A double off the wall. That's his 11th of the season. Just left this one over the inside part of the plate in that lower third of the zone. Those lefties notorious for their golf swings. The lower third of the zone on the inside. Not where you want to leave it as a pitcher, but beautiful to the eyes of a big bat like Daniel Vogelbach. Evan White looking for something here in his second plate appearance. He walked back in the first. And you'll see that a lot with these Mariners as Jerry DiPoto has gone after high-touted prospects, first-round draft picks to build this team around, and Evan White is one of them. This one's in there for strike 2. 2-2 is the count. The 2-2 misses outside. That's 3-2. We've got a full count here. Means comes set. Vogelbach out at second. Evan White looks at a fastball in there for strike 3. And John Means gets out of a jam here with 2 away. Seattle still on top, 1-0 here, as Baltimore still looking for a base hit.
Leading off for the Orioles,
Ramon Urias is going to dig in here for the O's. He'll check a swing at Marco's first pitch, but he gets rung up anyways, strike 1. It's going to be a ground ball over to the third base side. Kyle charges. He corrals it and throws it over to first for the first out here in the bottom of the third.
The catcher, Pedro Severino.
It's going to bring up Pedro Severino. As we reach the bottom of this Baltimore lineup here in the bottom of the third, Marco's still pitching well. Swing and a miss on a big breaking ball inside, 0-2. The 0-2 pitch is outside, 1-2 here from Marco. Severino hitting below the Mendoza line, 198 on the season. This one's fouled off, staying alive, 1-2. The 1-2 from Marco. Swing and a miss at a ball in the dirt. Tom Murphy throws it from his knees down to first, and they record the out. The 5th strikeout of the ball game here from Marco Gonzales. And it comes at a ball that came up about 58 feet from the mound. Five strikeouts for Marco on the day, all of them swinging. Helping his whip with this performance here as we go back to the top of the lineup. Jose Iglesias, his second time through now. And we'll see how these O's adjust to Marco after going through the lineup and striking out 5 times. 3-0 here to Iglesias. And he loses them on 4 balls. 4 straight pitches from Marco, and they're all below the zone. That'll be his second walk of the ball game. The other walk came to this gentleman here, Hanser Alberto. He was the only base runner until just now here for the O's.
That's a ball.
Marco still without giving up a hit here in this ball game, but it's still early. 1-0 to Alberto now. Fouled off down the first base line, 1-1. This one's dribbled back up the middle. Crawford corrals it. They're gonna flip it to his counterpart. Tim Lopes at second base to get the force out. So the 3rd inning comes and goes without much fuss as they give up the walk, but sweep it right back up here through 3, excuse me. Of course, Heidi Watney telling us that Dylan Moore was really frustrated with himself, not taking care of himself here in his first game back. He doesn't like having to be put back on the bench for another couple of days after just coming off of a lengthier injured reserve stint. Let's see Tom Murphy dig in here, the catcher, 0 for 1 on the day. San Diego Studios reminding us that Tom Murphy was an all-star this year here on Bot Ball. Go figure. The 1-1 swing and a miss, strike 2. The 1-2 pitch from Means. A high fastball fouled off by Murphy. Finally gets some contact here. 1-2. Hard hit ball down the third base line. That's fair, says the third base umpire. Tom Murphy rounding first. He's going into second. It's going to be a stand-up double here to lead off the bottom of the 4th.
Now batter.
Tom Murphy celebrating out there on second base. Take another look at it here. Just ripped it right down the line. That's going to roll all the way to the corner. And that brings up Tim Lopes. His first plate appearance tonight. Coming in for the re-injured Dylan Moore. You know, Tim is crafty young player here. He's a utility man that could play the infield or the outfield. believe he played mostly out in left field last season with some injuries. Rocking the team last year, as Jake Means not happy about that call. 2-1 here to Lopes. He thought for sure that was strike 2. And Tim has been a great bench player here at the major league level this season. Filling in at shortstop, second base, third base on off days. That's going to be a ball hit up the middle for a base hit. The runner's going to stay at third.
The bat, number 3, shortstop.
Way to stay with it here from Tim Lopes, as now we've got runners at the corner. Nobody out here in the top of the 4th. Mariners on top, 1-0. J.P. Crawford with a runner in scoring position. Swing and a miss, strike 1. Perhaps a confidence booster there for Means as he gets Crawford to swing and a miss on the nicest pitch of the ball game. And it comes here in the top of the 4th. The 0-1's going to be hit down the line to the third baseman. They go 5, 4, 3 for the double play. And Tom Murphy scores from third. Well, it'll go down as a sacrifice RBI double play or something along those lines. Malik Smith, the top of the order, digging in here for his third go-round.
Ball, that pitch is up.
Couple of groundouts to his name so far. Smith has been crucial as a kickstarter for this offense throughout the season. Finding a way to get on base and get some extra bases out of rather unproductive base hits. See there, Kyle Lewis in the on-deck circle, 3-0 here to Malix. It was taken all the way, 3-1.
Full count.
Swing and a miss, strike 2. Big off-speed pitch. He pulled the string on that changeup. Strike 3. Malik Smith goes down swinging, and that's the third out here in the top of the 4th. Mariners put another one on the board as they now lead 2-0. Anthony Santander is going to dig in to lead it off. The 3, 4, and 5 hitters, the heart of this lineup, due up here.
Anthony Santander.
First pitch, swinging. This one's going to be a base hit out into right field. What a way to lead off the 4th here for the O's. Anthony Santander gets a leadoff single. They'll bring up Renato